Chapter 1. The Storyteller Guyi. As the gentle breeze disperses the clouds and mist, the majestic mountains stretch endlessly. The peaks are layered, the misty waves vast, birds chirp in the sky, and faintly, mountain songs can be heard harmonizing. Amidst the hazy scenery, a colossal city rests deep within the mountains, akin to an ancient dragon in slumber. This city is known as Guyong, a gathering place for cultivators from all corners of the world. Within a bustling tea house by the street, a storyteller is regaling the audience with tales of old. Long ago, there was a nation nestled in the eastern lands called the Great Tang. This is the Eastern Tang. Its territory spanned unfathomable miles, and its populace was countless. Hence prodigies emerged in abundance, surging endlessly. Yet among them was one man, surnamed Li, given the name Tai Bai, born in the western borders of the Great Tang, extraordinary from a young age, excelling in both literature and swordsmanship. Later generations would judge that when he opened his mouth, he spoke of a resplendent tang, and when his sword was unsheathed, he became the pinnacle of swordsmanship. His life was legendary, yet fraught with adversity. Allow me to unfold his tale in detail. This man possessed a striking demeanor, his gestures exuding an extraordinary charisma that drew the attention of the surrounding tea patrons. His speech was measured. Thus, even a seemingly mundane opening captivated the audience, prompting them to listen intently. A tea drinker in the crowd inquired, "Which illustrious figure is this, possessing such remarkable talent, yet willing to take the stage as a storyteller?" "Brother, you may be unaware, but the gentleman on stage is named Guyi, not one of those disciples from the mystical sects. He has been telling tales in Guyong for some time now and is quite entertaining. Yet to this day, no one knows his origins." Guyi, overhearing the discussions about him, chose not to clarify. He was, after all, an outsider, having awoken in this fantastical realm without any knowledge of his surroundings, only to discover that he had inexplicably arrived with a system as his guiding hand. The system was named Ancestor Above System. He merely needed to adhere to the established rules, transforming the ancestors of Huaxia from his previous life into local legends, packaging them as ancient powers, and rationalizing them to gain traction for rewards from the system. For this, he had prepared for 2 long years. Recently, it was rumored that ancient relics would soon emerge outside Guyong, attracting various wandering cultivators, talented disciples from mystical sects, and countless practitioners from all walks of life. This was precisely his design. Of course, with his current rudimentary cultivation, he lacked the ability to arrange an ancient relic. Thus, everything relied upon the system's prowess. Whether this relic would truly manifest depended on his forthcoming performance. Clearing his throat, Guyi continued, "Li Taibai was born into a wealthy merchant family on the frontier from a young age. He became a disciple under the sword Saint Pei Min, displaying the grace of a sword immortal. As a youth, upon entering Guangzhou, his proud and unruly nature displeased the local official, Li Yong. Yet who was Li Taibai? He would not tolerate such disdain, composing a poem in satire, which read, 'The great rock soars on the wind, rising to 90,000 miles. Should the wind cease and it descend, it still could.'" Once this poem was uttered, the previously lively tea house fell into an immediate silence. Moments later, a disciple from the Confucian school murmured in disbelief, "This poem is so audacious, brimming with arrogance that pierces the heavens. How is it that I have never heard of this Li Taibai before?" He continued, "With such talent, even if he is not the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he should certainly be able to contend for the title of a great scholar in our Confucian way." Nearby, others quickly chimed in. "Throughout history, only a handful of divine dynasties have ever reached such vast territories, yet I have never heard of this great Tang mentioned by Mr. Gu, let alone this Li Taibai." Someone shouted towards Guyi, "Is this story of yours merely a fabrication?" Guyi merely smiled, offering no reply. According to the system's requirements, he not only needed to disseminate the stories of Huaxia's ancestors after transforming them into local legends, but he also needed to convince others, meaning he had to rationalize his tale to obtain rewards. Thus, the system had 2 mechanisms for rewards. The first was gaining traction. As long as one person had heard these stories, it would signify the acquisition of a point of dissemination. These points could be exchanged for various divine techniques, celestial materials, or legendary weapons within the dissemination point shop. And these items, once exchanged, would just so happen to serve as evidence for his stories, creating a perfect loop that ultimately achieved the goal of convincing others. The more believers he garnered, the more substantial the rewards issued by the system would be. This was why he had been spreading the word of the impending emergence of ancient relics outside Guyong. He had designated this relic as the burial site of the sword Immortal Li Tai Bai, specifically to substantiate his narrative. Over the past 2 years, he had tirelessly promoted the tale of Li Bai, and now he had accumulated 46,000 points of dissemination. Furthermore, the system had refreshed a plethora of items in the dissemination point shop based on his story. Among them were the Tai Bai Sword Classic, Tai Bai Sword Tomb, Heavenly Sword, White Jade Capital Fragments, and Sword Immortal Li Bai Experience Card, among others. However, he could only utilize a small portion of these rewards, as the remainder was required to fill the tomb. As the discussions in the audience subsided, Gu Yi raised his hand to quiet them. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm whether it is the Great Tang or the Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. Their authenticity is not for me to determine, you need only to assess the quality of the story that follows. The more enigmatic he appeared, the greater the curiosity he would incite among the audience. Thus, he continued to weave the tale. Continuing from the last time, Tai Bai's famed sword with his poem, while that official Li Yong became the subject of ridicule among many. Faced with such derision from Li Tai Bai, Li Yong was furious, fully aware that the only way to cleanse his name was to duel Li Tai Bai. Thus he issued a challenge to engage in a sword contest at the 10,000 Great Mountains, with life and death at stake. Li Tai Bai eagerly accepted the challenge, accompanied by a multitude of spectators. However, due to Li Yong's long-standing reputation and his position as a divine official of the Great Tang, he wielded the profound Great Sun Suppressing Heaven technique and the Blazing Sun Spear, both of which were executed with remarkable skill. Conversely, Li Tai Bai was a fledgling, thus few believed in his chances. On the day of the duel, Li Yong struck first, unleashing the divine power from the Great Sun Suppressing Heaven technique, causing a blazing sun to nearly scorch the 10,000 Great Mountains to a parched yellow. Just as he believed victory was certain, Li Tai Bai, who had remained still until then, merely smiled in disdain, summoning his life sword, proclaiming, "How to obtain the heavenly sword to cut through the sea and slay the great whale." A massive whale surged forth, crashing against the blazing sun. The two exchanged blows over 300 times, neither gaining the upper hand. And just as the crowd marveled at Li Tai Bai's extraordinary prowess, he began to speak to himself. Chapter 2. The Tai Bai Sword Tomb. I have been on the path since the age of 3, cultivating the sword for 30 years, and I have created the Tai Bai Sword Classic. This sword can open the gates of heaven. I humbly ask for guidance from divine official Li. The crowd burst into laughter at his arrogance. Yet they beheld Li Tai Bai sheathing his long sword, taking a moment to meditate before slowly drawing it again, then parting the clouds and revealing the sun, splitting the heavens apart, causing Li Yong's manifestation of the blazing sun to shatter like porcelain. As Li Tai Bai pointed his long sword towards the sky, a magnificent gate of heaven appeared above the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within the heavenly gate were glazed tiles for the roof and jade pillars, with golden light and flowing white clouds everywhere, truly reminiscent of the celestial white jade capital and its 12-tiered towers. Guardian deities of heaven exclaimed, "Who dares disturb the emperor's serene slumber?" The crowd was astounded, never expecting that Li Tai Bai would indeed cleave open the heavenly gate, reaching directly to the abode of the Great Tang's divine emperor, the white jade capital. Regarding this tale of Li Bai, Gu Yi had recounted it countless times before, and now it flowed effortlessly from his lips, stirring the audience's blood. Though no one believed in the existence of the Great Tang, the story was nonetheless captivating. Moreover, all present were cultivators despite their differing paths. Righteous, demonic, Buddhist, or Confucian. A slight shift in perspective could foster an immeasurable sense of immersion. In a corner of the tea house, two veiled women were also applauding in agreement with the crowd. Though their faces were obscured, their alluring figures made it clear they were stunning beauties. One exuded a cool demeanor, while the other was more lively. They were named Jin Shihan and Song Aming. Both were inner disciples of the Xintian maiden sect, and their purpose for this journey was to seek materials needed for their sect's territory upgrade. having heard rumors that an ancient relic would soon be unveiled outside Guyong. They intended to try their luck while resting and gathering information in this tea house when they unexpectedly stumbled upon Gu Yi on stage. The younger one, Song Aming, asked Sister, "Do you think there truly was a divine dynasty like the Great Tang that established its capital in the heavens during ancient times?" Jean Shirhan gazed at the remarkably handsome man on stage and shook her head. "I have not heard of such a thing. So this storyteller has fabricated it," the younger sister lamented. Jean Shirhan looked upon her with affectionate indulgence. "Oh you, if such a divine dynasty truly existed, would not the one seated upon the throne be an immortal emperor? Our purple Earth star has not seen such a figure for 300,000 years. Even in contemporary Central Earth, there are no records of an immortal emperor reigning therefore. If the Great Tang truly existed, how could it remain so obscure, leaving behind no trace?" In this fantastical realm, the entire world revolved around the central Earth continent. Surrounded by countless stars and drifting worlds, the purple Earth star is indeed a celestial body of considerable prowess in the vast cosmos. As the two individuals engaged in discussion, their attention returned to the stage at this moment. Gu was eloquently articulating his thoughts, turning to retrace his steps in the process. The long sword at his waist inadvertently aligned itself with the direction of the two ladies. Jean Shirhan, with her keen eyesight, caught a glimpse of the two characters inscribed on the sword sheath. Etienne. For a brief moment, she was taken aback. Could it be that the Etienne sword mentioned in Mr. Gus' writings, inspired by Li Bei's verses, was the very same that could tread the seas and slay the great whales? Due to considerations of dissemination, Gu had rendered the tale of Li Bei rather succinctly. After breaking through the heavenly gate, Li Bei was summoned by the divine emperor of the Li clan and granted a title in the Jade City. However, after a century or so of meandering, he found life to be rather mundane. He subsequently embarked on a journey across the eastern lands, thereby establishing his illustrious reputation as both a poetic and sword-wielding immortal. Yet, he ultimately failed to transcend to the realm of the immortal emperor and was buried in an untraceable location, leaving behind his legacy within his tomb. As Gu passionately recounted the story, he remained blissfully unaware of a woman in the audience, her gaze intensely fixed upon the sword at his waist. Upon the conclusion of the tale, the most exhilarated were undoubtedly the scholars devoted to the Confucian and Taoist paths. The verses penned by Li Bei were indeed masterpieces that greatly benefited their cultivation. However, the portrayal of the Tang dynasty in Gus' narrative seemed so fantastical that they could not help but harbor doubts. One individual posed a question. "Mr. Gu, is the story of the sword immortal Li Tai Bai an original creation of yours, or did you hear it from elsewhere?" Gu, with a smile, retorted, "Why must it not be true?" The scholar found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His true inquiry was whether the renowned and carefree poetry within the tale was indeed crafted by Gu himself. Gu, well aware of their intentions, naturally refrained from providing a direct answer. The atmosphere in the audience grew lively, with many mocking the naivety of the scholar. "You scholar, have you become foolish from reading too much? How could the mighty Tang dynasty, if it truly existed, leave no trace behind?" The scholar retorted defiantly, "But evaluate those verses. Which one does not shine brightly through the ages? Surely they cannot all be the creations of Mr. Gu." The focus returned to Gu, with all eyes upon him. Unfortunately, at that moment, he had completed his preparations at the grand tomb of Li Bei outside the city and had no desire to linger any longer. After 2 years of meticulous planning, it was finally time for the fruits of his labor to be reaped. Suddenly, the entire city of Guyong trembled violently before the various practitioners could react. A piercing sword aura surged skyward even from a distance. Everyone felt as though countless blades were striking upon them, and an array of lights flickered throughout the city. Witnessing the soaring sword aura tear through the clouds, the sky began to part, revealing a breathtaking vista of stars beyond. It was indeed a portal to the heavens. In that moment, the vast city of Guyong, with its population of over 100,000, fell into an eerie silence. No one knew who suddenly shouted, "The ancient relics have come to light." Upon uttering these words, the individual soared into the sky, racing toward the still rippling sword aura, with a trail of rainbow lights following closely behind. In a tea house capable of seating thousands, the patrons dwindled in number. In an instant, noticing that he had escaped attention, Gu quietly withdrew to the shadows, Unaware that he had already caught the eye of another upon arriving at the location of the tomb he had previously prepared for Li Bai, the soaring sword aura had dissipated, leaving behind a grand stone door that had yet to be opened. Emblazoned upon the door were 5 magnificent characters. Tomb of Li Tai Bai. Meanwhile, the patrons who had been listening to the tale in the tea house were left in a state of shock and disbelief. How can this be possible? Wasn't it said that the tale of Li Tai Bai was fabricated by that storyteller? Could this ancient relic be a mere fabrication, or perhaps a coincidence? A flurry of discussions ensued, with some eager to return to Gaon to demand an explanation from Gu, only to find the tea house deserted. Others, unaware of the intricacies at play, began to question the remaining patrons. After unraveling the details, it became apparent to all that the events of the world were indeed remarkable and surreal. Chapter 3: The Awakening of the Relic. One might assert that this tale is merely a fabrication of a storyteller, yet the very tomb of the protagonist lies within arm's reach. If the story holds any truth, then why is it that no one has ever heard of Li Tai Bai in the Grand Tang dynasty? Fortunately, amidst the ensuing clamor, the scholar who had previously inquired of Gu Yi stepped forth. The truth or falsity of the matter would soon be revealed with the opening of the Grand Tomb. Regardless of the outcome, it was evident that Mr. Gu's background must be extraordinary. His words were indeed cogent. If the tale were a deception, it would imply that they had all been misled by the storyteller, who had nonetheless orchestrated the construction of this magnificent relic. Such a feat, viewed from any angle, could not be accomplished by an ordinary cultivator. His strength and cultivation must be unfathomable. If it were true, the implications were even more daunting. After all, a primordial divine dynasty of which no one had ever heard. With him as the sole bearer of its secrets and furthermore, possessing knowledge of the tomb of an ancient powerhouse within that dynasty, while simultaneously promoting its story, his identity was simply unimaginable. As the discussions subsided, the imposing stone door of the tomb began to creak open with a resounding roar. What came into view, however, was not a dark passageway, but rather a dazzling array of swirling lights. The entrance to the tomb was, astonishingly, a portal. The multitude of cultivators who had gathered in search of treasure were mostly of middling capabilities, their horizons limited. Yet, even if they had never seen a portal, they had at least heard of its existence. In an instant, their eyes sparkled with excitement. No one cared whether this place was a trap set by the storyteller, for they all felt a surge of fortune approaching, with the first cultivator leaping into the vortex. Others followed suit, diving in like carp leaping over the dragon gate. Jiu Yi, mingling within the throng, felt a flicker of curiosity. When he first arrived in this world, he had received a novice gift pack without having done anything, which contained only a small world and a portal leading to it. After setting the portal's location here, he had not returned since. His subsequent days were spent telling tales, spreading rumors about Li Tai Bai and the imminent emergence of ancient relics outside the city. Silently, he amassed points for dissemination, preparing for the arrangement of this small world. The arrangement itself was entirely handled by the system. For instance, the item White Jade Capital Fragment that had recently refreshed in the shop required only his expenditure of points to acquire, after which the system would automatically place it within the small world. Thus, although he was the master of this ancient relic, it was indeed his first visit, as he and the surrounding cultivators passed through the luminous portal. The momentary dizziness faded to reveal a world composed of bizarre rocks and verdant mountains. The scenery bore a resemblance to Zhangjiajie, which he had visited in his previous life, yet the mountains rose in layers, increasing with the expanse of vision. Perhaps due to his status as the master of this small world, even though he had never been there before, a sudden clarity surged upon his entrance, granting him immediate understanding of every detail within this realm. Just as he intended to feign the role of a common treasure seeker and join the others in their quest, a sudden waft of fragrant air swept past him from behind. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to see 2 veiled women soaring behind him. Before they could speak, the taller of the 2 clasped her fists and bowed slightly, her voice low and measured. Mr. Gu, we are disciples of the Shintian female sect. Might we accompany you? Gu Ye's expression darkened slightly. Have you been following me? Jean Shirhan quickly waved her hand. Sir, you misunderstand. When the relic emerged, the sword energy split the heavens outside Guyang City, prompting us to recall the tale of the sword that opened the heavens. Wielded by Li Bai, we surmise that you might possess some truths regarding this relic, and thus wished to join you. Yu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His current strength was exceedingly low. Had it not been for the system's concealment, he might have been exposed long ago. Recognizing that the two bore no ill intent, his expression softened. He had heard of the Shintian female sect, which was regarded as a quasi-first-tier orthodox sect within the cultivation world of the Purple Earth Star, admitting only female disciples. What brings you to seek me? Jin Shirhan pondered briefly before deciding not to conceal anything. Our sect intends to advance further and requires materials to upgrade our blessed land and protective array. We wish to consult you. Sir, Gu Yi did not decline outright, as a person from Huaxia. He understood that the path of a lone wolf often leads to ruin. It is far wiser to cultivate friendships and minimize enmities. Helping these two within the confines of the Li Bai tomb was a trivial endeavor for him. The cost was minimal, yet he could earn a favor from the Shintian female sect, which seemed advantageous from every perspective. He nodded. I do know of a material that may prove useful to you. The two women were instantly elated. The petite Song Umming even patted her small chest, assuring him, rest assured, sir, regardless of the outcome, we will repay you handsomely. Just as Gu Yi was coming to understand the situation of the two women, a thunderous explosion suddenly resonated nearby. The trio turned to witness a long crimson spear, resembling flowing lava, piercing through the surrounding mountains amidst a cacophony of screams. Jin Shirhan gasped in alarm. What is happening? Gu Yi replied calmly, that location houses the daylight suppression technique and the blazing sun spear that Li Taibai once seized. Someone must have triggered the prohibitions while searching for treasure. The two women were taken aback. Although they had begun to harbor doubts about Gu Ye's tales due to the sword at his waist and the sword energy that split the heavens, they had not fully dismissed his accounts. Yet at this moment, the storyteller confirmed the very events from his narrative. The first opponent Li Bai encountered, the daylight suppression technique cultivated by Li Yong, and the blazing sun spear he wielded. Did this imply that the sword immortal Li Taibai had indeed existed, and that this small world was his final resting place? Had the Grand Tang dynasty, where Li Taibai once resided, also truly existed? Waves of astonishment surged within their hearts, leaving them in a state of turmoil. At this instant, Gu Ye's mind received a prompt from the system. Li Taibai's tale. Earned 2 trust points. Current progress, 23,000. Complete all progress to unlock rewards. A genuine smile graced his lips as he disregarded the thoughts of the two women and surged ahead. Come, let us see what lies ahead. The terrain of this ancient relic was comprised of fractured cliffs and solitary peaks. At the base of a precipice, hundreds of cultivators gazed in shock at the sight before them. A formation adorned with fiery red patterns, from which the blazing sun spear emerged, towering 100 feet tall, its surface swirling with crimson lotuses. Despite the distance, the searing heat forced everyone to employ their techniques for protection. Moments earlier, a group of cultivators had mistakenly triggered the local prohibitions, resulting in them being reduced to ash by a single thrust of the spear. An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the valley. No one dared to move. Yet, among them were some astute individuals who, in their quest for an escape, noticed that the spear had retreated into the formation, revealing a golden book at its center point. One could not help but fixate on the cover, murmuring, the daylight suppression technique. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a cry of realization escaped their lips. Chapter 4 A Gathering of Heroes. Isn't that the divine art used by the Tang dynasty's divine officials in Li Taibai's tale? A voice of confusion arose. What is this Li Taibai tale and the divine officials of the Tang dynasty? Do you know the origins of this place's prohibitions? Subsequently, the story of Gu Ye's narrations in the city was briefly recounted. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Could it be that the storyteller had not been spinning fanciful tales after all? First, the tomb of Li Taibai leading to this small world, followed by the daylight suppression technique and the blazing sun spear concealed within the formation. At least 3 elements from the narrative had materialized before them. Even the skeptics began to harbor a flicker of belief. According to the accounts within Li Taibai's tale, his cultivation level prior to his demise had not reached that of an immortal emperor. What level was that? Even across the myriad worlds and stars, not a single immortal emperor had emerged in 100 millennia. The once dominant immortal emperors had vanished without a trace. Did this not imply that Li Taibai, the master of this ancient relic, had been merely one realm shy of becoming an immortal emperor before his death? In that moment, Many cultivators felt a pang of regret, as if foreseeing their demise within this secret realm. Yet, others gazed with increasingly fervent greed. The multitude of cultivators harbored diverse thoughts, but after a brief silence, someone suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this opportunity is undoubtedly meant for my fire-scale divine mountain. The speaker, with fiery red hair, horns adorning his forehead, and enchanting vertical pupils, radiated a wild arrogance. What astonished the crowd further was that the fire-scale divine mountain was one of the top-tier forces within the purple Earth star. Upon closer inspection of the man's features, someone recognized him. "Are you not the current fire-scale divine son, Fantienzi?" "Oh, you recognize me?" The man responded with a smirk, evidently pleased. "Divine son, this is not flattery. You are indeed among the most exceptional talents of our time. Though I have not seen you in person, I have heard your name." Fantienzi laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the praise. He surveyed the crowd, noting that no one dared to meet his gaze before making a declaration. "Esteemed guests, the daylight suppression technique and the blazing sun spear both belong to my fire-scale divine mountain." Thus, Fan Muo had an ungracious request. He implored everyone to relinquish this opportunity, assuring that the divine mountain would bestow ample rewards afterward. How about it? Fortunately, although there were many cultivators present, none were truly his match. Hence, despite their grievances, they could only swallow their discontent. After all, he was not only one of the few prodigies of the Purple Earth Star, but also had the formidable backing of the fire-scale divine mountain. Among the crowd, Gu remained unassuming, merely curious to observe how Fan Tianci would breach the seemingly impenetrable formation that clearly exceeded his current capabilities. There were two primary reasons for his hesitance. First, his current strength was lacking. Second, most of the items he had exchanged from the marketplace were chiefly meant to substantiate the tales he had woven. He could not afford to lose sight of priorities over a mere magical artifact or divine ability. He could always reclaim them in the future when he grew stronger. Fan Tianci then settled cross-legged in midair, continuously extracting various magical artifacts and treasures from his storage ring. Some of these treasures emitted an aura far beyond what he could currently wield, evidently provided by the divine mountain for his protection. After laying out these items, he began to forcefully break the formation. Most of the spiritual items were shattered by the surrounding sun-piercing spears formation in the first round, with only a handful surviving. Despite his status as a divine offspring, Fan Tianci's face was etched with distress. However, he understood the need for sacrifice. After some arduous attempts, perhaps sensing a decline in the formation's strength, he retrieved an ancient token from his storage ring, followed by a mouthful of boiling blood spat upon it. He cried out, "Ancestors, assist me." Immediately, a fiery, translucent apparition emerged from the token, its terrifying aura almost beyond belief. The apparition clashed against the charged, sun-piercing spear, causing the very earth to tremble. The bizarre peaks and stones surrounding the formation were flattened in an instant. With a crack, a corner of the formation, which had appeared insurmountable to many cultivators, shattered, and the fissure began to spread. Simultaneously, the token in Fan Tianci's hand disintegrated into powder. With no time to lament the loss of the ancestors' bestowed treasure, he leapt upwards, soaring towards the center of the restriction where the golden book and long spear were descending. Once he grasped them, he disregarded the covetous gazes of those around him and immediately began perusing the contents. His face flushed with excitement, growing more animated with each glance. Finally, he burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha! My fire-scale divine mountain has acquired a volume of celestial techniques. Truly, the heavens assist me, truly they do." In this world, magical techniques are generally classified into 6 grades: human, spirit, divine, earth, heaven, and Xianhuang. Aside from the legendary Xianhuang celestial techniques, which purportedly grant access to the realm of celestial emperors, the remaining techniques of heavenly grade are exceedingly rare. Consequently, the cultivators who had previously refrained from acting due to the oppressive aura of the fire-scale divine mountain could no longer contain their restlessness. Many initially believed that Li Yong, a defeated subordinate of Li Taibai, had cultivated techniques of considerable rank, but not to an extraordinary extent. Though their astonishment, it turned out to be a heavenly grade technique. Instantly, some became envious and stealthily summoned their artifacts, contemplating murder and theft. Yet, they soon quelled their thoughts. Perhaps due to their shared affinity for fire, Fan Tianci, after only a few glances at the golden book, entered a brief meditation, and a radiant sun-like Dharma image rose behind him. Although not as exaggerated as the Dharma image of Li Taibai, which could roast 10,000 mountains, it was nonetheless formidable enough to withstand the onslaught of numerous mid-tier cultivators. After all, the aura emanating from that golden sun was unmistakably genuine. Moreover, it quickly dawned on many that if the great sun suppression technique described in Li Taibai's legends could indeed manifest such a Dharma image, then it was plausible that the other techniques mentioned in the accounts were also real. For instance, the Taibai sword cannon, which had defeated Li Yong. At that moment, many hearts raced with excitement, and as Fan Tianci summoned forth the Dharma image of the Great Sun, no one remained skeptical of the veracity of the Great Tang Divine Dynasty or the existence of Li Taibai. They merely hoped that the Taibai sword cannon was indeed the fabled Xinhuang celestial technique. The Xinhuang celestial technique could rival even celestial emperors, in this world. No one could resist the allure of becoming a celestial emperor. Akin to the ancient Chinese saying of being destined to eternal prosperity, even if they were to stumble upon such a treasure, it would only provide the faintest glimmer of hope for ascension. As the surrounding cultivators began to discreetly search in other directions, information swiftly traversed through the portals, reaching various factions. Li Taibai, Great Tang Divine Dynasty, the White Jade Capital, Taibai Sword Cannon, Guyi. Each term carried an irresistible allure, stirring the entire Purple Earth Star into a frenzy. Countless prodigies, ancient masters, and legendary beings would soon converge upon Guiyang City. Meanwhile, within the system, the progress of Li Taibai's transmission quietly reached 6673000. After witnessing the commotion, Guyi quickly recognized the implications. Nowadays, even those hailed as the promising seeds of their respective sects were merely of middling strength. He could only tread carefully. However, if ancient monsters were to arrive, he could scarcely imagine the consequences. Feeling a sense of urgency, he swiftly took the two women and flew in a specific direction. Song Aming, puzzled, inquired, "Mr. Gu, where are we heading?" Guyi responded with a calm smile. "Isn't your Xintian female sect seeking to upgrade its blessed land? What do you think of the fragments of the White Jade Capital?" The two women gasped. The fragments of the great Tangsley family? The residence of the Celestial Emperor? Such materials are found in the Taibai tomb? Guyi smiled without speaking, hastening their journey while maintaining his facade. At this moment, the two women regarded him with newfound respect. "Everyone, please be quiet," a deep and resonant voice echoed, overpowering all discussions. The gazes of the crowd converged upon the source of the sound. Approaching with an air of confidence was a young man of striking presence, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear. Recognizing him, someone gasped, "It's Bai Yuanzhua from Tianyin Pavilion. He has come in person." At the mention of Bai Yuanzhua's name, the surrounding cultivators instinctively parted to create a path. As the heir of Tianyin Pavilion's next generation, his strength and background were beyond their capacity to provoke. In his hand, he held an ancient and exquisite treasure mirror, which reflected a gentle glimmer under the sunlight. The sight of this extraordinary mirror caught the attention of the cultivators, prompting them to steal a few more glances. One cultivator whispered, "What is that mirror? It appears quite unusual." "That is Tianyin Pavilion's treasured Sherbao mirror, said to discern the origins and value of all treasures in the world." Another replied, well versed in lore, having heard of the pavilion's illustrious reputation. Bai Yuanzhua neared the boundary of the barrier, his gaze fixed hungrily upon the shards of Bai Yujing, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The Sherbao mirror in his hand slowly ascended, casting a soft glow that enveloped the shards. The light from the mirror shifted, revealing a serious expression on Bai Yuanzhua's face. The brilliance of the mirror intensified. A look of shock crossed his features. Taking a deep breath, as if suppressing an inner tumult, he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, "Esteemed guests, the object within this barrier is of exceptional significance. It is forged from the star jade left behind by the fallen celestial worlds. Its value is beyond measure." His words triggered an immediate uproar among the crowd. Whispers filled the air, expressions rife with greed. "Star jade? Isn't that a legendary material? It is said that even a small fragment can forge unparalleled treasures," exclaimed one cultivator. "Why heavens! A small piece of star jade appeared at a previous auction and was sold for an astronomical price by a powerful faction." Another added, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Song Aming and Jin Shirhan were equally astonished, exchanging incredulous glances that spoke volumes. They had not anticipated that the shards of Bai Yujing were indeed star jade, and just a fragment left behind by Bai Yujing was so formidable. It was unimaginable how powerful the great Tang divine dynasty must have been. Bai Yuanzhua surveyed the surroundings, his voice resonating once more, "Ladies and gentlemen, this shard of star jade is within this barrier, and it rightfully belongs to the capable. Today, Tianyin Pavilion claims it." His declaration immediately sparked a flurry of commotion, as none were willing to let such an opportunity slip away. Yet, none dared to offend Tianyin Pavilion. If a confrontation arose, they were certainly at a disadvantage. Young Master Bai, while the star jade shard is indeed precious, this object bears a connection to our Xintian female sect, and we cannot simply relinquish it. A melodious voice interjected, startling the assembled cultivators. The Xintian female sect has arrived? Bai Yuanzhua's expression shifted, his thoughts racing. Tianyin Pavilion was in fierce competition with Xintian female sect for a leading position among sects. And this object could secure a millennium of fortune for a sect. He had to obtain it. The crowd's gaze collectively shifted, revealing that beside the two women stood Gu Yi. The Xintian female sect only admitted female disciples, each rumored to be ethereal beauties. The cultivators had no interest in admiration, instead attempting to ingratiate themselves with Gu Yi. Since the appearance of the Taibai divine tomb, the tales he recounted had all proven true. And none dared to underestimate such a figure. "Mr. Gu, do you know the origins of this star jade shard? Might you enlighten us? Mr. Gu is indeed a celestial being. It is a great fortune to witness you today." The flattery and inquiries poured forth, yet Gu Yi maintained a serene demeanor, exuding an air of transcendence. He spoke lightly. "This is indeed a shard from Bai Yujing, the celestial abode of the great Tang divine dynasty." At these words, it was as if thunder struck. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, paralyzed by an invisible pressure that enveloped them, all compelling them to nearly kneel, to think that Bai Yujing truly existed. Heavens! A cultivator of scholarly pursuits trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Another cultivator, a practitioner of the Tao, lamented, pounding his chest and weeping, born at the wrong time. What an existence the great Tang divine dynasty was! If only I could witness it, I would gladly embrace death. At that moment, all present were filled with longing. What divine abode was Bai Yujing, that it inspired Li Shixian to compose verses like 96 holy monarchs? Floating clouds hang in the void. Gu Yi had no intention of wasting time. "Esteemed guests, I have come to retrieve the shard of Bai Yujing. I kindly ask you to make way." As his words fell, the surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement, instinctively parting to form a path. However, Bai Yuanzhua snorted coldly, his gaze like a flash of lightning, sweeping over Gu Yi. Recognizing Song Aming and Jin Shirhan, a mocking smile crept upon his lips. "Mr. Gu, your storytelling skills are commendable, but to claim the shard seems rather presumptuous, though you truly believe that mere words can secure such a treasure for you." Song Aming and Jan Shirhan's expressions shifted slightly at his words. Jan Shirhan stepped forward, her voice icy. "What do you mean by that, young Master Bai?" "What do I mean?" Bai Yuanzhua's sarcasm grew more pronounced. "I see Gu Yi merely as a seducer of female disciples under the guise of storytelling." A flicker of anger ignited in the eyes of the two women. Song Aming and Jin Shirhan exchanged glances, drawing their swords and charging at Bai Yuanzhua. Bai Yuanzhua scoffed, dismissing them entirely. Ji Yi tightened his grip on the experience card, contemplating an opportune moment to act. Without displaying some strength, these individuals would not easily allow him to take the treasure. A slight intimidation would suffice. Chapter 6. The might of a sword. The two women's sword lights shimmered like a cold moon. Sharp and piercing, with sword energy unique to the Xintian female sect coalescing at their tips. Bai Yuanzhua sneered, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. He remained motionless, merely raising his hand, and a powerful aura erupted from his being, forming an invisible barrier akin to a wall, solidly blocking the two women's path. The sword energy from Song Aming and Jin Shirhan collided against the barrier with a thunderous crash. Their strikes vanished without a trace. Swallowed by the force. Such meager skills, and yet you dare to be arrogant? Bai Yuanzhua mocked, his gaze contemptuous. Celestial maiden scatter blossoms, Song Aming cried, her sword spinning in a dazzling display. difficult to discern. Lonely moon pierces frost. Jane Shirhan, unwilling to be outdone, combined her twin swords, unleashing a formidable technique. Bai Yuanzua's power was formidable. He formed seals with both hands, causing golden light to erupt before him. A formation effortlessly dismantled the sword energies of the two women, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Indeed, Bai Yuanzua is powerful. Gu Yi appeared unfazed, but internally he felt a surge of anxiety. He had but one opportunity to strike. His intent was to deal with Bai Yuanzua swiftly, yet he feared inadvertently harming the innocent. Bai Yuanzua had built a name for himself over the years, and the two women were no match for him. Gritting her teeth, Song Aming resolved not to hand over the shard of Bai Yujing to Tianyin Pavilion. Bai Yuanzua unleashed a massive palm strike, the force directly impacting Song Aming's chest. She felt an overwhelming power crash upon her. She was thrown heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. Jane Shirhan's heart tightened upon witnessing this. She knew Song Aming had sustained grave injuries and could no longer continue fighting. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength. Bai Yuanzua, receive my sword, Jane Shirhan shouted fiercely. Her sword strike was swift and fierce, imbued with formidable intent. Void annihilation, kill, Bai Yuanzua bellowed, his hands rapidly forming intricate seals. Complex runes coalesced in his palms, emanating a dark glow. Jane Shirhan felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, her instinct urging her to evade. Yet, the power ensnared her, rendering escape impossible. Pfft! Jane Shirhan coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion pale as parchment. Clanging, she steadied herself with her sword, barely avoiding collapse. The surrounding cultivators bore witness to this scene. All astounded, Bai Yuanzua's attack, Void Annihilation, possessed a force that exceeded their imaginations. Among the crowd, Bai Yuanzua's gaze swept over Song Aming and Jin Xian. Ji Yuyi remained unfazed, his demeanor dismissive, which irked him. He wished to eliminate the two from Xintian female sect before dealing with Gu Yi. Yet, Gu Yi was no ordinary individual, and uncertainty lingered in Bai Yuanzua's heart. Bai Yuanzua weighed his options. A voice, ancient and imposing, suddenly echoed in the air. Yuanzua, fear not. One must eradicate the roots of trouble, leaving no future threats. The voice resonated as if from the heavens, imbued with unmatched authority, invoking involuntary reverence. In an instant, all were astonished. They had not anticipated that news of the secret realm would spread so quickly. And Tianyin Pavilion's elder had arrived so soon. Elder Bai Xiong of Tianyin Pavilion. Is he not a legendary figure? A cultivator whispered, his tone trembling. Bai Xiong is known for his ruthlessness. It is said that he once fell into madness during his cultivation, slaughtering his own sect, even killing his master with his own hands. After descending from the mountain, he massacred 10 cities. One could say he is the mightiest among the mighty, the most malevolent among the malevolent. It is said that 3 centuries ago, Bai Xiong had already reached an extraordinary realm, commanding such respect that even the head of the Tianyin Pavilion had to yield to him. How could these cultivators not tremble in fear before such a terrifying madman? At this moment, they dared not lift their heads, fearing that Bai Xiong might suddenly strike and plunder the entire secret realm, and no matter how formidable the restrictions of the secret realm were. How could they possibly restrain a being of Bai Xiong's caliber? Bai Yuanzua, upon hearing Bai Xiong's voice, was overwhelmed with joy. With Bai Xiong's support, he could act against Gu Yi without reservation. Jiu smiled. Utterly satisfied, this was splendid. He had feared that Bai Xiong would not arrive, and here he was, a revered elder, a blood prophet. Revered elder, your disciple understands, Bai Yuanzua replied respectfully, turning his gaze towards Song Aming and Jane Shirhan. A flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The two women were injured, yet their consciousness remained clear. Upon hearing Bai Xiong's voice, a sliver of fear crept into their hearts. If Bai Xiong decided to act against them, they feared there would be little chance of survival. Song Aming gritted her teeth, looking at Gu Yi. Mr. Gu, please leave quickly. No need. Gu Yi stood with his hands behind his back, letting out a long sigh. Why must you force me to act? Bai Yuanzua sneered. Gu Yi, stop pretending here. Today, I shall show you the might of the Tianyin Pavilion. With that, Bai Yuanzua was about to make his move. At that moment, Gu Yi sprang into action, the Li Taibai experience card in his hand vanishing in an instant. The sword was drawn. The sword light soared into the heavens, piercing the sky. A figure appeared in the celestial realm, revealing itself as Bai Xiong, the esteemed elder of the Tianyin Pavilion. Bai Xiong was taken aback. What power is this? Before he could react, Gu Ye's form materialized in the void. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the heavens. Gu Ye swung his sword, shouting loudly. The sword light erupted like a brilliant galaxy, tearing through the void. With a tremendous roar, the entire secret realm trembled in response. No, impossible, Bai Xiong, under the weight of this terrifying pressure, could not even muster a defense. With a crisp sound, his body burst apart in midair, reduced to a mist of blood, the overwhelming force leaving not even a single drop behind. As Gu Ye sheathed his sword and descended, his garments billowed, taking lives in silence. His aura had completely transformed, embodying an extraordinary transcendence. This was the essence of Li Bai's supreme technique, the Tai Bai Sword Classic. In that singular strike, Gu Ye not only vanquished Bai Xiong but also comprehended the true meaning of the Tai Bai Sword Classic. Silence enveloped the secret realm, all present staring wide-eyed. Bai Yuanzhua was seized by an unprecedented terror. Feeling his knees weaken, nearly collapsing. What a sword that cleaved the heavens, terrifying, utterly terrifying. The gazes of the cultivators present towards Gu Ye shifted dramatically. The two women, observing Gu Ye's figure, wore expressions of utter astonishment. They had suspected Gu Ye was strong, but to the extent of slaying the esteemed elder of the Tianyin Pavilion with a single stroke was simply unbelievable. Witnessing the might of that sword, some cultivators began to doubt the existence of the fabled Tang dynasty. They felt as if they could kneel in reverence. The legendary divine Tang dynasty truly existed. Perhaps Gu Ye was the reincarnation of the legendary Li Tai Bai. Gu Ye approached, glancing at the two women. Are you all right? The two women finally regained their composure, hastily rising from the ground despite their pain. Mr. Gu, we are fine. Upon hearing Gu Ye's voice, the remaining cultivators finally dared to speak. They looked upon Gu Ye with both reverence and fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 7. The Tai Bai Sword Classic. Look, the power of that strike mirrors the legendary Tai Bai Sword Classic perfectly. One cultivator exclaimed in hushed tones, fearful of disturbing Gu Ye. Did you notice? The momentum of that sword aligns with the essence of Li Tai Bai's poetry. Another cultivator whispered cautiously, as if afraid to speak too loudly. Could he truly be the reincarnation of Li Tai Bai? This thought arose in the hearts of many, yet whether they believed it or not, they all shared a consensus. It would be wise not to provoke such a figure. Bai Yuanzhua gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. He felt an unprecedented fear and despair. With Gu Ye's strength, he dared not even harbor thoughts of revenge. A being of Bai Xiong's caliber, the mightiest of the mighty, had been dealt with in a single move. What could he possibly use to contend with Gu Ye? In a daze, he sensed a disruption within his own aura. At that moment, his resolve began to shatter. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yuanzhua discreetly began to edge away while everyone's attention was fixed on Gu Ye. He had no desire to lose his life here. In such dire circumstances, escaping was his only option. He moved cautiously backward, when suddenly, he seemed to step upon something soft. Immediately, the ground trembled violently beneath him. Oh no! Bai Yuanzhua's heart raced. He hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. The earth began to, and a powerful force surged from the depths, accompanied by a thunderous roar, shaking the entire secret realm. Heavens, what is happening? The surrounding cultivators were thrown into a state of panic, sensing an unprecedented force. Before them emerged a colossal cage, forged from ancient runes and iron chains. The prison slowly ascended from the depths, breaking through the mountains above. Like a slumbering behemoth awakening, it revealed its fearsome visage. The cage shimmered with a ghostly blue light, each iron chain emanating a chilling aura of power. Bai Yuanzhua stood at the edge of the cage, his face ashen. This was a disaster. Initially thinking that Gu Ye intended to kill him, he now realized it did not seem to align with Gu Ye's methods. Just as he was at a loss, everyone's gaze shifted past him, fixated on the ancient cage. The aura emanating from it was etched with a myriad of runes. As if it had come from a primordial era, its massive outline starkly apparent amidst the mountains, resembling a relic from another time that had crossed the bounds of time and space to appear before them. Inside the cage, a skeletal figure sat quietly, its back turned towards the onlookers. Its posture seemed to reflect deep contemplation or perhaps regret. The walls were inscribed with countless ancient characters, chronicling the life of this skeletal figure. The text conveyed a sense of tragic nobility and helplessness, stirring emotions within those who beheld it. "This is," a cultivator murmured, his voice trembling. Could it be the legendary Li Taibai, famed in youth, awaiting at Bai Yujing? Serving alongside the Tang Emperor, another cultivator recited the inscriptions on the wall, his voice growing increasingly animated. Later traversing the continent, unmatched in prowess, others continued in a chorus, their voices resonating around the cage. In his later years, he sought to break through to the immortal emperor realm, only to be seduced by the eternal king. As they reached this part, the cultivator's voice quavered, and the expressions of the crowd shifted. This skeletal remains was indeed the legendary Li Taibai. As the value of the narrative surged, Gu Yi appeared unfazed, yet was inwardly quite satisfied. The life of Li Taibai, once a grand tapestry of splendor, seemed to dissolve into mere ashes upon the emergence of the Taibai Sword Classic. All eyes gleamed with greed. "It is the Taibai Sword Classic," one cultivator could not contain his exclamation. This was the unparalleled sword technique personally crafted by the sword immortal Li Taibai. Perhaps of the highest grade, another cultivator's eyes glinted with malice, already preparing to seize it. A towering figure lunged forward, attempting to be the first to grasp the Taibai Sword Classic. Not a chance. A slender cultivator coldly huffed, swiftly positioning himself before the giant, his long sword trembling as it was drawn. A chaotic battle was about to erupt. No one was willing to lag behind. All surged toward the cage. Weapons clashed, filling the air with the sounds of battle. Inside the cage, no one cared about the identity of the skeletal remains any longer. Their singular aim was the Taibai Sword Classic. The two women gazed enviously at the fighting crowd. Feeling utterly drained, within the cage, someone inadvertently disturbed the skeletal remains. With a thunderous roar, a massive sword light burst forth, scattering all who had encroached. A white-clad sword immortal's visage slowly ascended, his features handsome, his gaze profound. With a gentle wave of his sword, thousands of sword lights cascaded like stars, forcing back all those embroiled in the melee. "I am the embodiment of the Sword Classic. Today, I shall discuss the way of the sword and choose the one worthy of inheritance." The voice of the white-clad sword immortal resonated like a celestial melody, piercing through the chaos of battle, stirring the hearts of all present. The fighters gradually ceased their conflict, their gazes riveted upon the figure of the white-clad sword immortal. Their eyes filled with both reverence and anticipation. "Whoever earns my recognition shall be the inheritor of the Taibai Sword Classic." The voice of the white-clad sword immortal resonated once more, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. The crowd held their breath, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloping the Gu Yi also regarded the white-clad sword immortal, feeling a sense of uncertainty within. To decipher a creation of the system, one truly had to rely on personal prowess. A young cultivator, summoning his courage, stepped forward. He drew his long sword, its tip aimed at the manifestation of the white-clad sword immortal, proclaiming loudly, "I challenge you." The manifestation of the white-clad sword immortal merely waved his hand, and an invisible sword aura sent the young cultivator, sword and all, flying through the air. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Such sheer strength was utterly terrifying. Yet no one wished to miss the opportunity to obtain the Taibai Sword Classic, prompting an increasing number of cultivators to step forth and challenge. Among them were those from minor sects and wandering practitioners. Regardless of their cultivation levels, the outcome remained the same. Each was sent flying by a single strike from the white-clad sword immortal. The ancient monsters from various sects could no longer sit idly by. One by one, they advanced, eager to showcase their might. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves unable to retaliate, each being dispatched with ease by the white-clad sword immortal. Those who had been knocked back attempted to re-enter, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Chapter 8. The mysterious youth. It was then that the crowd realized each individual had but one opportunity to challenge. The cultivators began to frenzy, encircling the prison as none wished to depart. Anyone who dared approach would be met with the predatory gazes of the others. Today, whoever secured the Taibai Sword Classic would become the target of envy. However, such considerations were far from Gu Ye's mind. He was no match for these frenzied individuals, and relying on him for assistance was an unrealistic expectation. Almost all the cultivators had taken their turns, leaving Song Aming and Jin Shi-han with expressions of disappointment. Had they not been injured, they too would have wished to test the might of the sword immortal. At that moment, a young boy appeared. Clad in simple attire and wielding a frost sword, though not a renowned blade, it was exceptionally sharp. The boy stepped into the cage. Facing the manifestation of the white-clad sword immortal, he inhaled deeply and swung his sword. The sword light flickered, clashing with the sword aura of the manifestation, producing a continuous ringing of metal against metal. The crowd was left astonished. They had not anticipated that this boy could withstand the might of the white-clad sword immortal's strike. Their hearts raced, eyes filled with envy. Perhaps this boy would earn the recognition of the Taibai Sword Classic. The boy's swordsmanship was agile, engaging in a fierce duel with the manifestation of the sword immortal. Suddenly, with a clang, as the two sword lights intertwined, the frost sword in the boy's hand could not withstand the pressure of the sword aura, vibrating violently before shattering into countless specks of starlight. Ah, I spent 10 taels on that frost sword. The boy's eyes were filled with pain. A sword was a swordsman's faithful companion. Now, what difference was there between him and a mere bystander, the white-clad sword immortal? Noticing the boy's sword had broken, surprisingly ceased his assault, Jiu Yi, who had been observing, felt a stirring in his heart. This was a splendid opportunity to forge a benevolent connection. He stepped forward, offering his own skyward sword to the boy. May this sword serve you well, and I hope you gain the recognition of the sword classic. The boy nodded, taking the sword into his hands, and gasped, This is the skyward sword. His hands trembled. This was a legendary sword. Could he truly wield it? Gu, Mr. Gu. I am forever grateful, the boy exclaimed, introducing himself as Han Feng, before seizing the sword and charging forward. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes towards Han Feng transformed. How had this lad come upon such fortune? The skyward sword, a legendary blade, had been so easily lent to an unknown youth. This further solidified Gu Ye's identity as the reincarnation of Li Taibai. Otherwise, why would he merely observe without taking action? Acquired 198 trust points. 23553000. Han Feng's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, the brilliance of the skyward sword seemingly merging perfectly with his sword intent. The sword light intertwined, colliding with the sword aura of the manifestation, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. Han Feng, panting heavily amidst the flurry of sword shadows, focused his gaze. With a single thrust, he pierced the white-clad sword immortal. The sword immortal halted, gazing at Han Feng with both astonishment and appreciation. He slowly nodded, causing the entire prison to tremble. The white-clad sword immortal transformed into a beam of light, emerging from his own form and merging into Han Feng's body. An overwhelming surge of information flooded into Han Feng's mind. An inheritance of the Taibai Sword Classic. A scroll gently descended into his hand, and in the next instant, he was ejected from the cage. As the manifestation of the white-clad sword immortal dissipated, the ancient runes and chains lost their luminescence, crumbling into dust. All cultivators turned their gazes toward Han Feng, their eyes brimming with greed and jealousy. Han Feng turned to return the skyward sword to Gu Yi, his expression filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for lending me the sword. This kindness shall be etched in my memory. Jiu Yi smiled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Now that the sword classic has found its inheritor, we are bound by fate. Such words exuded an air of mastery, and Gu Yi had already begun calculating in his mind. If a youthful genius like Han Feng could be utilized, it would be immensely beneficial. Look, that lad holds the Taibai Sword Classic, one cultivator exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Don't let him escape. Another voice followed, filled with urgency and madness. The cultivators surged forward like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Sensing the perilous atmosphere around him, Han Feng understood he could not contend against so many cultivators. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning, bursting forth from the secret realm. Chase him. Don't let him get away, roared a burly man, brandishing a large blade, leading a throng of cultivators in hot pursuit. Damn it, how can he run so fast? A sinister cultivator ground his teeth in frustration. The cultivators surged out, determined not to let the Tai-Bai Sword Classic slip away. As the cultivators departed, only Gu Yi and the two young women remained in the secret realm. The prison had become ruins. He stepped over the remnants to retrieve several fragments of white jade. The shards emanated a gentle glow, and after a few glances, Gu Yi turned to Song Aming and Jin Shirhan. Now that I have obtained the white jade fragments, I shall accompany you to the Xintian female sect. The two women were overjoyed upon hearing this. Song Aming was nearly leaping with excitement, tears of joy glimmering in her eyes. Mr. Gu, you truly wish to return with us? This is simply wonderful, Gu Yi nodded gently. Since I have given my word, I shall not go back on it. The two women, momentarily forgetting their injuries, felt elated. Gu Ye's assistance was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the Xintian female sect. At that moment, the secret realm began to close slowly, a powerful force ejecting the three of them. The portal resembled a colossal door, gradually sealing off the outside world. Jiu Yi stood at the edge of the secret realm. Watching the portal close, his expression calm yet content. While others could not enter, he could. It was his sanctuary, a space belonging solely to him. On the way back to the Xintian female sect, Gu Yi walked alongside the two young women. Rumors about Gu Yi rapidly spread throughout the cultivation world. Acquired 241 trust points, 2596300. Acquired 189 trust points, 2785300. Along the journey, the trust points surged dramatically. In every tea house and city, discussions erupted regarding the mysterious and formidable reincarnation of Li Tai-Bai the Sword Immortal. Jiu Ye's exploits were embellished, becoming increasingly miraculous. Some claimed he could cleave mountains and rivers with a single strike, while others spoke of how his wrath could alter the very skies. Jiu Yi merely smiled faintly, and the two women regarded him with heightened respect. What is a master? This is it. Acquired 215 trust points. Li Tai-Bai's reincarnation progress. 30003000. Congratulations. The transmission of Li Tai-Bai's reincarnation has been completed. Rewards are being calculated. Chapter 9. Xintian female sect. Gu Yi eagerly awaited the reward calculation, anticipating rewards such as innate sword bone, sword body, Tai-Bai sword classic mastery, and level up by 3. He felt his cultivation surge forth like a gushing spring, the elevation in his realm providing a qualitative leap in both perception and strength. Gu Yi's current cultivation level finally reached the consolidation stage. He let out a sigh of relief, thoroughly satisfied with such a reward, feeling that his lengthy discourse had not been in vain. Throughout the journey, Gu Yi exchanged insights on cultivation and shared the profound principles of swordsmanship with the two women. His astonishing words made them perceive Gu Yi's strength as formidable. After 3 days of travel, led by the two women, Gu Yi arrived at the entrance of the Xintian female sect, where clouds and mist swirled, resembling a portal to another realm. As they traversed through the mist, a breathtaking scene unfolded before Gu Yi's eyes. Within the Xintian female sect, female disciples were either cultivating, engaging in conversation, or strolling along the flower-lined paths. Clad in elegant attire, they moved gracefully, akin to butterflies dancing amidst a sea of blossoms. Jiu Ye's arrival was like a touch of green amidst the floral splendor, drawing considerable attention. The female disciples were already aware of Gu Yi's identity, their gazes filled with reverence and admiration. This legendary reincarnation of a sword immortal was not only exceptionally powerful but also possessed an aura of mystery that was hard to fathom. As he passed by, they bowed in greeting, unable to resist stealing glances, eager to catch a glimpse of this esteemed figure. Jiu Yi was keen to admire the scene, yet he felt compelled to maintain the demeanor of an exalted being. His presence exuded a serene yet unassailable majesty, leaving the female disciples hesitant to speak. Jin Shirhan accompanied Gu Yi to the reception hall, personally pouring tea. Mr. Gu, the sect master will arrive shortly. Jiu Yi waved his hand, sighed, and said, "These are mere titles. There is no need for such formality." A quarter of an hour later, the sect master personally came to greet him. Her name was Yun Nishang, a woman of extraordinary beauty, with long hair cascading like a waterfall and deep-set eyes. Dressed in a flowing white gown that swayed gently in the breeze, she appeared ethereal. Upon seeing Gu Yi, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a warm smile. That Mr. Gu, your presence at the Xintian female sect fills me with immense gratitude. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a clear spring in the mountains. Jin Shirhan explained their purpose for the visit. Sect Master, Mr. Gu has come to present us with fragments of the Bayou capital. There was a hint of pride and excitement in their tone. Hearing this, a look of disbelief crossed Yun Nishang's beautiful eyes. Fragments of the Bayou capital? This is a legendary sacred relic, Mr. Gu. Are you truly willing to entrust it to the Xintian female sect? Her voice trembled slightly, for the news was overwhelmingly shocking. The Bayou capital, with its 12 towers and 5 cities, was the abode of the Tang dynasty's divine court. She had heard tales of the Taibai divine tomb, yet after her seclusion, she found herself unable to enter. Gu Yi nodded slightly, his sleeves fluttering as he revealed several translucent fragments. Sect Master Yuan need not concern herself. To me, the fragments of the Bayou capital are merely extraneous possessions. Within the Xintian female sect, they will surely serve a greater purpose. His words conveyed an air of detachment and nonchalance, eliciting respect from those present. Upon hearing this, Yun Nishang was overjoyed. Mr. Gu, your noble character is truly commendable. I am immensely grateful. Please, stay with us for a few more days at the Xintian female sect, allowing us the opportunity to express our gratitude properly. Originally skeptical of Gu Ye's status as a reincarnation of an immortal, she now longed to proclaim it throughout the entire ZD Star. Ji Yi, too, desired to remain in such a splendid place for a few more days, recognizing the benefits it would bring him. Now that his reputation had been established, his strength, however, was not quite up to par. Who could say if some lunatic might come to rob him? Maintaining a calm demeanor, he nodded slightly, of course. Should there be any issues during the use, I will be made aware in due course. Yun Nishang was elated at his response and immediately instructed her disciples to prepare the finest guest quarters. With Mr. Gu's assurance, should we ever require your esteemed assistance, I, Yun Nishang, would willingly offer my life. The incident surrounding Li Taibai's tomb had sent ripples throughout the entire cultivation community of ZD Star. Talented individuals who had acquired legacies within the secret realms, such as Finchen Ci of the Fire Scale Divine Mountain and Han Feng, found their renown soaring, becoming the subjects of fervent discussion among the people in the bustling tea houses of Guyang City. The atmosphere was vibrant. The current state of Guyang City was incomparable to the past, as cultivators were well aware of Gu Ye's frequent visits to recount tales. Each day, there were no fewer than 800 individuals awaiting his arrival. Gathered around a table, the cultivators discussed the latest significant events. Have you heard? Finchen Ci of the Fire Scale Divine Mountain has obtained the great sun suppression technique from Li Taibai's tomb. His strength has surged, and it is said he can now summon true solar flames. One cultivator spoke excitedly, his eyes shimmering with envy. A nearby female cultivator interjected. What of that? I heard Han Feng acquired the true transmission of the Taibai Sword Classic. With a single strike, he killed 59 cultivators who pursued him. Truly unbelievable. Humph. None of that compares. The truly formidable one is Gu Yi. He struck down the Grand Elder of the Taiyin Pavilion with a single sword in the Taibai tomb. And his identity remains a mystery to this day. An older cultivator stroked his beard thoughtfully. A glimmer of insight shining in his eyes. It is said he may be the reincarnation of Li Taibai. While others claim he is a reclusive master, a young cultivator chimed in, his tone tinged with longing. Within another mountain gate, several elders gathered in the council chamber, equally engrossed in the discussion. Sect Master, that Gu Yi has completely vanished. Should we send someone to investigate? One elder expressed his concerns. His strength poses a significant threat to our sect, he added gravely. The sect master pondered for a moment before responding. No, this individual's strength is unfathomable. We must not act rashly. Across the various corners of ZD Star, rumors about Gu Yi proliferated. Many cultivators sought him out, yet all their efforts were in vain. The elusive Gu Yi was currently enjoying tea at the Xintian female sect. During his time at the Xintian female sect, Gu Yi indeed lived quite comfortably. The female disciples seemed to share an unspoken understanding, employing various means to curry favor with this mysterious figure. Some presented rare spiritual fruits, others offered meticulously brewed spiritual tea, while others, during their cultivation, played melodious tunes for him. Ji Yi found himself thoroughly indulged in such a lifestyle, almost feeling a sense of euphoria. In an elegant study, Gu Yi sat at a desk by the window, pen in hand, contemplating the content of his next tale. Once matters at the Xintian female sect concluded, he would resume his storytelling vocation. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door, followed by Yun Nishang's warm voice. Mr. Gu, today marks a propitious day for our sect to merge the Baiyu capital fragments, and I have come to invite you to observe. Gu Yi snapped back to attention, placing his pen down, rising to open the door. Yun Nishang stood outside, her white gown exuding an ethereal quality, her face adorned with an excited smile. Sect Master Yun, please lead the way. Gu Yi nodded slightly. It is our honor for Gu to attend. Yun Nishang returned his smile, elegantly turning to guide him forward. Clad in a pristine white robe, Gu Ye's extraordinary demeanor shone even brighter. Following Yun Nishang, he arrived at the site of the sect's foundational array, a sacred ground seldom visited. The foundational array was situated within a vast plaza, surrounded by ancient stone pillars. Each pillar was etched with intricate runes, emanating a soft glow. At the center of the plaza lay a colossal array diagram, upon which the Baiyu capital fragment was placed, radiating a gentle yet potent light that resonated with the surrounding array. The high-ranking members of the Xintian female sect and several elite disciples had already gathered. Upon noticing Gu Ye's arrival, they all bowed in greeting, their expressions filled with respect. Yun Nishang guided Gu Yi to the front of the array diagram. Turning to him as she said, Mr. Gu, the merging is about to commence. Please wait here. Commence the merging. Yun Nishang's commanding voice rang out. The elders of the Xintian female sect began to chant incantations. Activating the foundational array. The array diagram slowly began to operate, beams of light rising from the stone pillars, converging upon the Baiyu capital fragment. The entire plaza was enveloped in radiant light, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy permeated the air. Gu Yi stood quietly to the side, sensing the immense power contained within the Baiyu capital fragment. The radiance of the fragment intensified, ultimately merging entirely with the array diagram. Above the plaza, spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal pillar of light that soared into the heavens. After the merging was complete, the powerful wave of spiritual energy became even more pronounced. Yun Nishang stood at the center of the plaza, her expression one of incredulity, her body trembling slightly. This power is simply astounding. Yun Nishang's voice trembled slightly as she sensed the profound transformation brought about by the fusion of the fragments of the white jade capital and the formation. The spiritual energy in the square was so dense that it seemed it could condense into droplets. An invigorating freshness pervaded the air, enchanting all who breathed it. The female disciples were all immersed in this baptism of spiritual energy, their faces lighting up with a mixture of surprise and delight. Song Aming and Jian Shihan also stood in the square, their old wounds rapidly healing in the embrace of this rich energy, and they could feel a notable enhancement in their cultivation. Excitement sparkled in their eyes, their gratitude towards Gu Yi deepening. Mr. Gu, the power of these fragments of the white jade capital is truly astonishing. Song Aming exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration, her injuries fully mended under the nurturing energy. Standing at the center of the formation, Yun Nishang was both astonished and apprehensive. To think that such effects could arise from the mere fusion of a few fragments. How magnificent must the true white jade capital be? She inhaled sharply, her gratitude towards Gu Yi beyond words. Mr. Gu, your generous gift will forever be etched in the hearts of the Xintian female sect. Yun Nishang's voice quivered slightly, her gaze filled with reverence and appreciation. Gu Yi smiled gently, his demeanor calm. Sect Master Yun need not be overly concerned. I merely acted on a whim. I shall depart in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Jian Shihan felt a twinge of reluctance. Mr. Gu, where are you headed? Gu Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression nonchalant. I shall return to Guiyang City to continue my storytelling. Yun Nishang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Gu Yi would choose to return to Guiyang City to resume his tales. This meant that there would be more stories about the Tang dynasty. Mr. Gu, could you perhaps share a few stories at Xintian female sect? Our disciples would relish the opportunity. Gu Yi replied with a mysterious smile. If you wish to hear my tales, you are welcome to Guiyang City. The more the merrier. Stories are best shared in bustling places. The reach of Xintian female sect was deemed insufficient. He required a wider audience. Guiyang City must be teeming with people now, given the widespread dissemination of news regarding the Taibai tomb. He was certain that many cultivators were keen to seek him out. Yun Nishang discerned the implication in Gu Ye's words and nodded. In that case, I shall arrange for Song Aming and Jian Shihan to escort Gu back to Guiyang City in 3 days. The two women were thrilled, fully aware of their sect master's intention to allow them to enjoy Guye's storytelling before their return. "As you command, sect master," they responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. 3 days later, outside the gates of Xintian female sect, Guyi stood side by side with the two women. Yuan Nishang personally came to bid farewell. Her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Mr. Gu, the doors of Xintian female sect will always be open to you." Ji Yi nodded, his gaze piercing through the distant mists, as if already envisioning the bustling scene of Guiyang City. "Sect Master Yuan, until we meet again." Upon returning to Guiyang City, the level of excitement exceeded Gu Ye's expectations. Men, women, and children alike seemed to have received word, surging towards the central square in hopes of catching a glimpse of the legendary reincarnation of the Sword Immortal. The crowd was lively and exuberant, to the extent that Song Aming and Jin Shirhan found themselves pushed aside. Amidst the throng, Guyi surveyed the vibrant scene. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he cleared his throat. "I kindly ask everyone to make way for me." As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell into an instant hush, their gazes filled with boundless anticipation. This signified that the tales of the Tang dynasty were far from over. "Is it true? Mr. Gu is going to continue his storytelling," a young cultivator exclaimed, grasping the arm of a nearby bystander, his eyes alight with excitement. The cultivators, stirred by the news, flocked to Guiyang City. The crowd quickly parted, granting Guyi a clear space, no one daring to disrupt him. Song Aming and Jian Shirhan managed to secure a good vantage point. Ji Yi sat calmly, while the cultivators served tea and prepared everything necessary for his storytelling. Clad in a simple blue robe, his expression remained tranquil. Once everything was ready, he gently picked up the wooden clapper. With a resounding clap, silence enveloped the space. All eyes converged on Guyi, countless breaths held in suspense. Chapter 11. The tale of An Lushan under the reign of the Tang dynasty. Both culture and martial prowess flourished, with poetry and revelry abounding in Chang'an. Yet, as the moon is full, it must also wane. When waters overflow, they shall recede. One individual emerged, single-handedly precipitating the downfall of the Tang dynasty, leading countless souls to despair. With sheer force of will, he stirred up a tempest. Guyi spoke slowly, captivating his audience. As the mention of the Tang dynasty's demise piqued the interest of all nearby, it must be noted. How could such an extraordinary dynasty fall so easily? A flurry of discussions ensued. "Mr. Gu, your assertion is misguided. The Tang dynasty is ruled by the divine emperor. How could it be toppled by a single individual?" An elder cultivator, dressed in scholarly attire, stroked his beard, a hint of dissatisfaction gracing his features. One onlooker speculated, could it be that this person surpasses even the divine emperor? Otherwise, how could he bring down the Tang dynasty? Guyi, hearing the murmurs, simply chuckled. This man is neither the divine emperor nor the holy son. He was born in obscurity, of humble origins, named An Lushan. He has been labeled a traitorous minister of chaos, and some even refer to him as a formidable warlord of the age. Allow me to elaborate. An Lushan's tale, spread value, 150,000, trust value, 14,000. The chatter among the crowd diminished significantly. They had previously witnessed the legendary Li Taibai, the Sword Immortal. What if An Lushan were indeed real? This gathering was not solely comprised of ordinary cultivators. Prominent sects with millennia of heritage were present. These esteemed sect members had never encountered tales of the Tang dynasty. With so many fabricated stories circulating, who could say for certain that Guyi was not merely a lucky fool? They yearned to discern who An Lushan truly was, eager to catch Guyi in a misstep. An Lushan was born into a difficult situation. His father died young, and his mother relied on witchcraft to provide for them. Yet, An Lushan was no ordinary child. By the age of 3, he could recognize divine characters, and by 6, he was fluent in numerous languages. At 15, he single-handedly challenged the Taoist Lord Zhang Shogui, the guardian of the 36th heavenly gate of the Tang dynasty, was incensed when he saw this mere child daring to disrupt the peace. He unleashed the 9 heavens' thundering might with 13 strikes. This technique was granted by the divine emperor of the Tang dynasty, capable of shaking the 8 wastelands and the 4 seas, rendering him unmatched throughout the realm. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in awe. The revered ancestor of the Red Might Spear sect, who founded the sect with unparalleled spear techniques, had never achieved such a level of prowess. This Mr. Gu speaks quite astonishingly. What caliber of being must one be to accomplish such feats? A disciple of the martial sect felt a chill run down his spine. Such might could surely tear through the heavens. A disciple of the red might spear sect, visibly displeased, tossed his crimson spear, producing a sharp sound. Humph! If such a person truly existed, how could our ancestor be unaware of him? He scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Gu Yi. Suspecting him of being a charlatan. That cannot be. Another Taoist cultivator shook his head vehemently. The ancestor of the Tianyin sect was slain by him with a single sword strike. Not possible. Another Taoist refuted. How could such a terrifying figure be defeated by a mere youth? I suspect many tales are exaggerated. Cultivators from Guiyang City, who had personally witnessed the emergence of the Taibai Divine Tomb, were now utterly captivated. They were eager to learn just how formidable the era of the Taibai Sword Immortal truly was. The disbelief of others mattered little. They had seen Gu Yi slay the ancestor of the Tianyin sect with their own eyes, including Song Aming and Jin Shihan, both of whom felt a surge of emotion, lamenting that they had not lived during the Tang dynasty. And Lu Shan's tale acquired 389 trust points. Current progress, 904,000. The spread value of An Lushan's tale had reached an astonishing 67,850,000. Gu Yi took a sip of tea, his voice leisurely. Let us recount how An Lushan, a shepherd by trade, though only 15, possessed immense courage. Faced with the nine heavens' thundering might, he laughed heartily. Zhang Shogui, enraged and humiliated, questioned why he laughed, to which An Lushan replied that the entirety of Zhang Shogui's skills were bestowed by the Divine Emperor, and they were thus utterly worthless. The crowd was astounded. How could a mere shepherd engage in battle with a Taoist lord? They felt that Gu Ye's tale was becoming increasingly ludicrous, perhaps aiming to embellish the legend of the Tang dynasty. Regardless of their attempts to verify, it was improbable that such a figure would simply materialize like the Taibai Divine Tomb. Diu Yi, unencumbered by their skepticism, continued with his narrative, his inscrutable demeanor already ruffling the feathers of other esteemed sections. Disciples of the sword sect felt their faces redden with indignation. To demean their prowess by likening them to a mere shepherd was intolerable. Mr. Gu, surely some statements are best left unsaid. How formidable can a shepherd's self-taught swordsmanship truly be? The fierce battle raged on for 7 days and nights. A disciple, exuding an aura of invincibility and armed with a long sword at his waist, could not help but speak up. Jiu Yi merely smiled and replied, "The 7 days and nights of fierce combat is merely an ordinary occurrence in his life." Upon hearing this, the disciple from the sword sect felt even more dissatisfied. To engage in a 7-day and night contest with a Taoist lord and still label it as the most commonplace event. Could it be that An Lushan aspired to be a divine emperor? When the 7-day and night battle concluded, Zhang Shogui and An Lushan reached a stalemate, which caught the attention of the divine emperor, recognizing An Lushan's potential. At the age of 15, An Lushan guarded the 33 heavenly gates alongside Zhang Shogui, became a divine general at the White Jade capital by 16, and by 17, provided protection for the divine emperor within the White Jade capital. On that day, when the Taibai sword Immortal cleaved the White Jade capital and broke through the heavenly gate, An Lushan held great admiration for this Taibai sword Immortal. As this was said, those around could not help but find it even more curious. The tomb of Li Taibai had just emerged, and Gu Yi was merely utilizing the present-day Li Taibai tomb to validate An Lushan's existence. Such trivial tactics, did they truly believe they could not see through it? The more they contemplated, the more reasonable it seemed. This time, the tomb of Li Taibai closed far too swiftly, leaving most of the inhabitants of the Purple Earth Star without any opportunity to enter, thus remaining oblivious to the true nature of the Li Taibai tomb. Many believe that Gu Yi sought to join the millennial sect, fabricating these stories as a means to do so. Li Taibai was merely a fortunate coincidence for him. Yet now he continued to concoct tales of the so-called Tang dynasty. Was he not inviting ridicule? Gu Yi observed the rapidly ascending dissemination value. At this moment, An Lushan's dissemination value had reached 876,850,000. The trust value had not significantly increased, which was within Gu Ye's expectations. The tomb of Li Taibai had inflicted a tremendous shock on these cultivators, most of whom had yet to recover, and now with the emergence of An Lushan, it was only natural for the cultivators to perceive him as a fabricator, which was quite reasonable. Anyone hearing tales of non-existent events would instinctively reject them. Chapter 12. Reflections in the Sky. However, Guyi did not wish for this endeavor to be in vain. With a thought, he spent 3,000 dissemination value to exchange for 3 Enlushan experience cards and further expended another 3,000 dissemination value to acquire the Void Mirror, a tool capable of directly projecting images, a surefire means to enhance trust value. Guyi opted to utilize it immediately. At that time, Enlushan had just reached his coming of age amidst the northern chaos, where the barbaric tribes repeatedly harassed the borders of the Tang dynasty. Relying solely on his own strength, he repelled a 1,000,000-strong army. The barbaric tribes were thrown into panic, leading to nations coming to pay their respects to the Tang dynasty. The disciples of the Sword Sect were preparing to retort, finding Guyi's fabrications utterly absurd. What was this nonsense about repelling 1,000,000 soldiers and nations coming to pay tribute? Such claims were hardly credible and should be dismissed. Yet, Guyi had the audacity to proclaim them outright. The millennial sect scoffed in unison. Just then, a massive luminous screen appeared in the sky, so grand it seemed to envelop the entire heavens. As Guyi focused his thoughts, the enormous light screen slowly unfolded. Resembling a gigantic mirror that showcased Enlushan's heroic figure and the breathtaking scenes before all eye in the projection, Enlushan donned battle armor, wielded a long sword, and stood upon the vast frontier. With the majestic Great Wall behind him and the imposing 1,000,000-strong army before him, as if prepared to engulf the land. Roar! Enlushan bellowed, his voice echoing across the plains like thunder. He swung his long sword, its gleam slicing through the air. The sheer momentum caused even the 1,000,000-strong army to tremble. As the onlookers beheld this spectacle, their doubts began to waver. They sought to question, yet found their voices insignificant against the overwhelming scene. The disciples of the Red could not help but grip their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. How could this be? Murmured a disciple from the Sword Sect, unable to fathom the sight before him, yet compelled to concede that such might and pressure were beyond mortal capability. Guyu's dissemination value skyrocketed amidst this awe-inspiring display. Enlushan's dissemination value increased by 1,896 points, reaching 106,645,0000. Trust value rose by 351 points, now totaling 74,140,000. As the presentation concluded, the luminous screen shattered in a dazzling display, transforming into countless points of light that gradually dissipated into the atmosphere. Just when everyone believed the spectacle had concluded, the light points did not vanish entirely. They reformed in the air, materializing into a massive reflection of an ancient city suspended in the void. This reflection was so vivid, as if a true ancient city floated in the sky. With walls, towers, and streets, every detail vividly discernible. The crowd gazed upward, observing countless figures bustling within the ancient city, some engaged in conversation, others toiling away, all contributing to a scene of prosperity. Is this the reflection of the Tang dynasty? A cultivator could not help but inquire, his voice trembling slightly. The cultivators from the millennial sects ceased their mockery, now earnestly scrutinizing the aerial ancient city. As everyone's attention shifted back from the awe-inspiring ancient city reflection in search of Guyi for answers. They discovered his figure had vanished without a trace. The cultivators who had originally gathered around Guyi exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss. "Where's Mr. Gu? How could he just disappear?" a young cultivator exclaimed. Confusion and urgency etched across his face. "We haven't even clarified the origins of that reflection or the path to becoming stronger." Another cultivator searched anxiously, hoping Guyi might suddenly appear from some corner. Whispers began to circulate, transforming the crowd's initial astonishment into worry and unease. They began to suspect whether Guyi's disappearance was somehow linked to the ancient city reflection, or if he harbored some unknown secret. Could he have intentionally hidden away? Is it possible that all of this is a fabrication of his? A female cultivator furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with skepticism. Impossible. That reflection is so lifelike. It could not have been conjured by mere human effort. An elder cultivator shook his head, awe evident in his voice. Then why did he choose to vanish? Is he afraid of our probing? A disciple from the martial sect clenched his fists, a flicker of indignation in his gaze. Just then, a middle-aged cultivator clad in splendid robes stepped forward, his voice steady and authoritative. "Everyone, Remain calm. Mrt. Gu may have his own considerations. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, gathering together to discuss the aerial ancient city reflection. Look at the architectural style of the buildings within that ancient city. It differs greatly from what we know. Could it truly be a relic from another era? A keen-eyed cultivator pointed at the reflection, offering his insight. And those figures, their movements are so fluid and natural, as if they were real. Another cultivator added, excitement sparkling in his eyes. The crowd began to realize that the stories Guyi had recounted might not be entirely fictitious. Their interest in the Tang dynasty, in Lushan, and even in Guyi himself, began to deepen. Just then, a cultivator suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming, "Look, that reflection? It's changing." As everyone looked up, they saw the ancient city reflection slowly beginning to rotate. An invisible force seemingly orchestrating the entire event. Jiuyi had not departed. At this moment, he was amidst the crowd, observing everything unfold. The story was reaching its climax, and what remained was to promptly set the stage. Seizing the moment was of the utmost importance. At this juncture, Lushan's dissemination value stood at 3512450000, and his trust value at 112140000. Jiuyi nodded in satisfaction, anticipating that once the dissemination value reached its peak by tomorrow, he could exchange for Lushan's Great Yin Emperor City, the Breaking Heaven Sword, the 13 Spears of 9 Heavens, and other items. He felt no urgency at present. It was prudent to let the situation develop a little longer. Guyi quietly returned to the inn, where the two women had been waiting for quite some time. After listening to Guyi's narrative, they were filled with questions and curiosity. However, Guyi's sudden disappearance left them with no way to seek answers, and they could only return to the inn, their minds brimming with uncertainties. Upon seeing Guyi, the two women stood up in surprise, their faces radiating uncontainable joy. "Mr. Gu, you have finally returned," Song Aming exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Jan Shirhan could not resist stepping forward, her eyes filled with concern. "Mr. Gu, your sudden departure startled us." Guyi smiled gently and replied, "I am merely a storyteller. I thought, if they were to inquire about the source of that aerial reflection, I would find myself at a loss for words, which would only add to my troubles." Chapter 13. Great Yin Emperor City. The two women were filled with questions, yet understood that now was not the time to press for answers. So they quietly withdrew to their respective rooms to rest. Jiuyi returned to his own chamber, sitting quietly by the window, gazing at the aerial reflection outside, while inwardly contemplating the plans for the following day. The events of today had already spread through Guyang City, and the dissemination value should reach its peak by tomorrow. News soon circulated throughout the inn, with the innkeeper unable to contain himself from informing everyone that Mr. Gu had returned to rest and that storytelling would resume the following day. Upon hearing the news, the crowd felt a surge of excitement intertwined with anxiety. Their curiosity about Gu Ye's tale was insatiable, and the legendary exploits of the Tang dynasty and in Lushan ignited a fervor within them. At this moment, their appetite for the unfolding narrative was thoroughly whetted, and they yearned to hear more without delay. "We must arrive early tomorrow. We cannot afford to miss it," exclaimed a cultivator, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, Mr. Gu's story is utterly captivating. I doubt I shall sleep tonight." Another cultivator sighed wistfully, while the phenomenon of the ethereal loft only added an air of mystery to Gu Ye's narrative. On the following day, Guyi arrived early at the storytelling venue, only to find it already teeming with a throng of eager listeners. Apart from the spot he was about to occupy, every available space was crammed, leaving little room to stand. Many could only jostle at the periphery, craning their necks in anticipation of Gu Ye's next account. Standing before the crowd, Guyi cleared his throat. Addressing them, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for my abrupt departure yesterday, which caused you to wait." A gentle stir swept through the crowd, voices rising in chorus. "Mr. Gu, there is no need for apologies. We understand," an elder cultivator responded with a warm smile. "Indeed, we can hardly contain our eagerness to hear the continuation of the tale," added a young cultivator impatiently. Jiuyi nodded slightly, signaling for silence. He took his place at the podium, surveyed the audience, and began to speak slowly. "Let us recount the tale of Lushan, who received accolades from nations far and wide, as the divine emperor of Tang bestowed honors upon him. Even the poetic immortal Li Bai did not gain such proximity. And Lu Shan was already in the company of the divine emperor, his power having ascended to the realm of saints. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell momentarily silent, caught off guard. Could it be that Lu Shan has lost his senses? With his saintly might, how could he possibly overthrow the Tang dynasty? Someone chuckled, Mr. Gu. I wager that Lu Shan has likely met his demise at the hands of the divine emperor. This sentiment resonated among others, who nodded in agreement, incredulous that the divine emperor could be so foolish. Jiu Yi spoke with a measured tone, revealing, Lu Shan, through his self-created devouring heaven scripture, gathered numerous formidable warriors under his banner, rallying 1,000,000 strong to besiege the White Jade capital, an epic battle that darkened the heavens and shook the earth. The very fabric of reality was disturbed by this scripture, resulting in countless casualties, as many who sought to challenge Lu Shan were struck down from the celestial realm. Over the course of 3 years, the assault on the White Jade capital culminated in its utter destruction. Lu Shan then established the Great Yin Imperial City, leading to the Anshi Rebellion. Initially, the crowd harbored disdain for Lu Shan, yet now they were enraptured, captivated by the notion that a single individual could upend an entire divine dynasty. An unfathomable feat meanwhile, Lu Shan's reputation soared, with his influence reaching an astonishing level. Jiu Yi recognized that it was time to intensify the narrative. He exchanged all items pertaining to Lu Shan within the system and placed them above the ethereal Great Yin Imperial City, allowing him to exhale in relief before concluding the final segment of his story. Yet, such a tumultuous figure as Lu Shan could not escape the clutches of fate. He was ultimately consumed by the very scripture he wielded, unable to withstand the combined onslaught of the mighty General Li Siyu. Following a cataclysmic battle, Lu Shan fell, and with him, the Great Yin Imperial City crumbled, taking with it the last vestiges of the Tang dynasty's power. As Gu Ye's words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, occasionally interrupted by a few sighs. Reactions varied. Some believed, while others remained skeptical. Mr. Gu, where is Lu Shan now? What evidence do you possess? An inquisitive cultivator rose, his tone laced with doubt. A disciple from the Blade sect stood resolutely, insisting indeed. How can you claim to know the outcome of the Anshi Rebellion so clearly? In the face of such skepticism, Gu Yi merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. Then, Song Aming rose, her expression vibrant, declaring, I believe Mr. Gu's tale. How can we dismiss what we have not experienced ourselves? This is not entirely correct. An elder cultivator stroked his beard, his tone tinged with caution. Why, dear friend? It is precisely because we have not lived through it that we feel entitled to question it. Is it possible that Mr.Gu has personally witnessed these events? Gu Yi, rumored to be the reincarnation of Li Bai, was merely a tale in itself. Moreover, Gu Ye's storytelling often bordered on the fantastical. At that moment, the ethereal imagery in the sky began to shift subtly. The once indistinct figures gradually took shape, as if a mysterious force was molding them. The crowd's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the spectacle, where the ethereal images coalesced into an immense and tangible imperial city. The grandeur of the imperial city was awe-inspiring, towering into the clouds, each brick exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. Above the city gates, for golden characters gleamed, Great Yin Imperial City. The atmosphere was monumental, leaving all in attendance speechless, their mouths agape yet no sound escaping. The earlier skepticism and disbelief shattered in an instant. How is this possible? Stammered a cultivator, his eyes brimming with astonishment and incredulity. Could it be true that this place harbors not just one secret realm? Another cultivator murmured, confusion etched across his face. Mr. Gu, is this truly the Great Yin Imperial City? A scholar asked, his voice trembling with reverence. Jiu Yi rose, his gaze profound and distant, as if penetrating through the fabric of time to witness that ancient epoch. Yes, this is indeed the Great Yin Imperial City. The realm of Enlushan Jiu Yi stood there, his presence becoming increasingly enigmatic and elusive in the eyes of the onlookers. In that moment, above Guiyang City, the ethereal image of the Great Yin Imperial City intertwined with Gu Ye's own figure. Resembling a celestial being descending to earth, a divine presence manifesting before them. Some cultivators could no longer contain themselves. A disciple of the Blade sect shouted, What Great Yin Imperial City? I refuse to believe it. I shall venture forth to uncover the truth. Chapter 14. A disgraceful display. The Blade Sect disciple, known as Dao Wuhan, stood up, brimming with fury, an esteemed talent among the younger generation of the Blade Sect. He had always taken pride in his exceptional swordsmanship. Today, however, he felt deeply insulted and could not allow this affront to go unchallenged. Humph! A mere illusion dares to be arrogant before my Blade Sect. With a disdainful snort, Dao Wuhan's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged toward the great Yin Imperial City suspended in the air. The crowd's eyes followed him intently. Witnessing his imposing presence as he soared toward the lofty city, Jiu Yi observed with indifference. His curiosity piqued regarding the means of entering the great Yin Imperial City. Unfortunately, to others, he appeared inscrutable, as if he had foreseen the events unfolding. Otherwise, how could the city have manifested just as someone dared to challenge it? As Dao Wuhan neared the city gates, a brilliant radiance erupted from above the Imperial City. The 33 celestial gates slowly became visible, each emanating an oppressive aura that struck fear into the hearts of those present, as if they were the ultimate portals of heaven and earth, sacrosanct and untouchable. Dao Wuhan's heart raced, yet he did not retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a flurry of dazzling sword strikes, attempting to breach the enigmatic 33 celestial gates. Just as Dao Wuhan's blade was about to connect with the first gate, a figure materialized before him, a guardian clad in ancient battle armor. The guardian bore an impassive expression, wielding an archaic long sword, and with a mere flick of his wrist, whoosh, a wave of invisible sword energy met Dao Wuhan's strikes head-on. Clang! The sound echoed as Dao Wuhan's sword light shattered instantaneously, and the immense backlash sent him tumbling back from the gates, landing in a disheveled heap. Jiu Yi, somewhat astonished, remarked, "This imperial city has 33 celestial gates. It appears entry will not be so simple now. We only await the arrival of any ancient sect's immortal." Acquired 281 trust points. Current progress of An Lushan's legend, 21,754,000. The surrounding cultivators reacted with a mix of surprise and mockery, their discussions rising in volume. The Blade Sect's disciple is but an average talent. He couldn't even breach the first gate. How embarrassing, to claim to be from an ancient sect, yet be unable to defeat a mere guardian. How laughable. Dao Wuhan's face flushed with humiliation, a blend of red and pale, as he felt an unprecedented sense of disgrace. As a disciple of the Blade Sect, when had he ever endured such derision? Clenching his teeth, he struggled to rise, glaring defiantly at the great Yin Imperial City suspended above. Cursed be it, if I, Dao Wuhan, do not breach these 33 celestial gates today, I shall not be deemed human. He roared, brandishing his long sword once more, charging recklessly toward the gates. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The guardian's swordsmanship was imbued with the might of heaven and earth, and Dao Wuhan was no match for him. His body already marred with wounds. Dao Xiaoyu, why do you persist? Even I can see that these 33 celestial gates are no ordinary challenge. They cannot be breached by you. An elder cultivator shook his head, sighing with a hint of pity. Silence, old man. How could a disciple of the Blade Sect concede so easily? The Blade, known as Dao Wuhan, roared with a voice filled with fury and resentment. The old cultivator who attempted to persuade him turned pale, his complexion alternating between shades of blue and white. The followers of the Blade Sect displayed a shocking lack of decorum. Perhaps death would be more fitting for them. After yet another failed attempt to force his way through, Dao Wuhan stood to the side, his face a deep shade of iron. "Mr. Gu, how shall we gain entry to the 33 heaven gates?" inquired a sword-wielding cultivator, glancing towards Gu Yi amidst the crowd. The 33 heaven gates were originally established by An Lushan to protect the grand imperial city of Dian, each gate guarded by a formidable sentinel. Ji Yi began to speak slowly, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. "Mr. Gu, what are our options?" Many cultivators wore anxious expressions. Having missed the opportunity to enter the Taibai tomb last time, they were determined not to let this secret realm slip away. Ji Yi smiled faintly, his gaze once again directed at the majestic Dian imperial city, which shone brilliantly under the sun's rays. "Those with fate shall naturally gain entry." Yu's words were vague. What did it mean to possess fate? And what of those without it? Surely, they could not remain stalled here, waiting for the secret realm to close. Unperturbed, Gu Yi held an Lushan experience card. If these people doubted him, he would gladly demonstrate his worth. Surely, within Lushan's prowess, breaking through the 33 heaven gates would be a trivial task. As for the prospect of someone wishing him harm, following the incident with the old ancestor Tianyin, it was unlikely any ancient beings would seek their own demise. The two women beside him wore anxious expressions. They too yearned to explore this secret realm. Amidst the crowd's restless gazes, an inconspicuous youth approached the 33 heaven gates, wielding a somewhat antiquated sword. He strode purposefully forward, though a barely perceptible tremor betrayed his bravado. "Ajay, what are you doing? Come down at once," shouted an onlooker clad in simple garb, visibly distressed. The two were members of a humble family from Guyang City. Known for his cleverness, Ajay, in the face of the enigmatic 33 heaven gates, felt a surge of audacity. Standing before the first gate, he inhaled deeply and swung his blade at the guardian. The sentinel merely flicked his long sword, unleashing a ferocious wave of blade energy that met Ajay's strike head-on. The overwhelming force left Ajay stunned. Realizing he was outmatched, he quickly knelt before the mountain gate, pleading loudly for mercy. "Holy Sovereign, spare my life. The humble one failed to recognize the great mountain and has offended your majesty. I beg for your forgiveness." His voice was rife with fear and supplication. The guardian, upon hearing this, ceased his attack. Seizing the moment, Ajay began to extol the virtues of An Lushan with fervor. "Holy Sovereign An Lushan is the mightiest among heaven and earth, unifying the realm and commanding respect from all. My admiration for the sovereign is as boundless as the flowing rivers, as relentless as the overflowing Yellow River. Long live the Holy Sovereign. May your longevity match the heavens." The surrounding cultivators erupted in laughter at his words. "Ha! This lad is quite the character, able to flatter so boldly without fear of biting his tongue." Though they found his antics amusing, they speculated whether the guardian would be swayed by his flattery. Unperturbed by the mockery, Ajay remained on his knees. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 33 heaven gates began to slowly open before the astonished eyes of all present. Each gate radiated a dazzling brilliance. How is this possible? The crowd was filled with disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Ajay burst into laughter, leaping from the ground and rushing through the 33 heaven gates. "Thank you, Holy Sovereign, for your mercy. I shall enter and explore." His voice echoed within the gates. Chapter 15. Flattery for passage. The crowd gaped in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances, never expecting such a turn of events. Ji Yi maintained an air of calm, internally marveling at the truth of the saying. Flattery is often the key to success. Who would have thought that even the deceased appreciated such praise? This lad had indeed stumbled upon great fortune, gaining entry in this manner. A cultivator murmured enviously, "It seems this must be what Mr. Gu referred to as those with fate, truly remarkable." Another cultivator observed thoughtfully, casting a look of reverence toward Gu Yi. Ji Yi merely nodded lightly, unable to foresee such an outcome. However, most cultivators scoffed at the notion. They secretly lamented that Mr. Gu's writings had depicted An Lushan as a traitorous villain of the Tang dynasty. Now they were compelled to bow and flatter him to gain access to the secret realm, a complete inversion of propriety, a disgrace to their scholarly pursuits. Dao Wuhan, witnessing this, chuckled coldly, having already discreetly sent a message back to the Blade sect, requesting reinforcements. With the might of the Blade sect behind him, the 33 heaven gates would surely be breached today. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. "Ah, look to the sky!" a cultivator exclaimed, pointing as a fiery red meteor streaked across the horizon, hurtling toward Guyang City. "Who is it? Such an imposing presence." The cultivators gazed upward in alarm. A figure clad in crimson gold battle armor, adorned with a phoenix-winged helmet and wielding a blazing spear, descended like a god of war, exuding an aura of formidable power. It was Yen Wuji, the young master of the Red Might Divine Spear sect. Gifted from a young age, Yen Wuji had mastered the sect's ultimate techniques and was recognized as the future inheritor. His profound lineage and strength rendering him unparalleled among his peers. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings and scoffed. "These mere 33 heaven gates dare to obstruct my path. Let me shatter them with a single strike." With that, he swung the blazing spear, unleashing a scorching beam of light that soared into the sky, as if to incinerate the heavens themselves. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice resonated from above. Such bravado! I shall see if you possess the ability to breach these 33 heaven gates. A fissure appeared in the sky, and a man clad in black armor, wielding a dark long sword, stepped forth. Behind him followed 12 disciples of the Blade Sect, their presence imposing. The figure was none other than Dao Ju, the foremost disciple of the Blade Sect's leader. Having grown up within the Blade Sect, Dao Ju had mastered the sect's teachings and possessed exceptional swordsmanship, making him a leading figure among the younger generation. His arrival instantly captured the attention of all present. The atmosphere became charged with tension. The Red Might Divine Spear Sect and the Blade Sect had a long-standing rivalry. The encounter between the two outstanding disciples today was bound to ignite a fierce clash. Both sects were ancient powers of the Purple Earth Star, each harboring their own pride. Neither could allow the other to gain the upper hand. Yen Wuji regarded Dao Ju with a glint of battle intent in his eyes. Dao Ju, today let us settle the grudge between the Red Might Divine Spear Sect and the Blade Sect. Dao Ju smirked, replying, if you truly have the ability, then come at me. Let us see if you can break through these 33 heaven gates. Their exchange crackled with tension, prompting the surrounding cultivators to retreat in trepidation. Fearing the impending confrontation, Jiuyi stood to the side, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Excellent. Just when I was worried that no one could breach the 33 heaven gates, help has arrived. How splendid. Without further ado, Yen Wuji and Dao Ju transformed into streaks of lightning, charging toward the 33 heaven gates. Both were formidable cultivators at the return to the sect stage, unleashing their full strength as they engaged in a fierce battle. Their attacks directed at the gates. The clash of sword and spear created a breathtaking spectacle, dazzling to behold. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense had passed, and the two had already shattered 23 gates. The other cultivators, witnessing this, realized they could no longer remain passive and surged forward to join the fray. Their eyes sparkled with greed. The final 10 gates of the 33 were notoriously difficult to breach, and they were not about to let the opportunity slip through their fingers. These cultivators were quite astute. Yen Wuji and Dao Ju paid no mind to the petty followers. If they dared to snatch the opportunity, only death awaited them. With their collective efforts, the 33 heaven gates were finally breached. An ancient and heavy aura emanated from within the imperial city, filling the hearts of the crowd with exhilaration as they eagerly stepped into the mysterious Dian imperial city. However, upon entering, they were met with a shocking sight. The atmosphere was heavy with death. Everywhere they looked, there were skeletal remains. The grandeur of the past had vanished, leaving only desolation. The two women followed the throng, their faces betraying their astonishment. There are only corpses in this imperial city. The cultivators explored cautiously, their hearts filled with trepidation. Jiuyi, unnoticed, melded into the crowd and quietly entered the imperial city. The spectacle within captivated the others. Unaware of his presence, Jiuyi scanned the area. Everywhere he looked, there were remnants of bones, a fitting testament to An Lushan's legacy. Help! Suddenly, a terrified cry pierced the air. It was Ajai's voice. The crowd turned to see Ajai standing before a grand palace, his face a mask of horror. After entering, Ajai, fully aware of his limited strength, dared not act recklessly. However, as others arrived, he was the first to dash toward the palace. To his shock, he was met with an alarming sight. What is that? Ajai's voice trembled as he pointed deep into the palace. The crowd followed the direction of his finger and beheld a colossal phantom slowly materializing. This specter sat upon a dragon throne, adorned with an imperial crown and draped in a dragon robe. Despite being merely an apparition, it exuded a chilling aura of authority that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers. Could it be An Lushan? A cultivator stammered, disbelief saturating their tone. Trust value, 178 points trust value, 186 points trust value, 211 points. As the specter emerged, the trust value surged dramatically, indicating An Lushan's current progress had reached 3106400. The Phantom's eyes gradually opened, emitting twin beams of golden light that illuminated the entire grand hall. Its gaze swept across every individual present, as if piercing through their very souls. Who dares trespass into my imperial city? The specter's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the hall. The cultivators were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, rendered momentarily speechless. Du's eyes shimmered with a glint of insight. This apparition was but a remnant of An Lushan's will. Your Majesty, we mean no offense. We are merely drawn by the mysteries of this imperial city, seeking to uncover its secrets. Yan Wuji stepped forward, maintaining a posture of respect and dignity. The specter's gaze fixated on Yan Wuji, seemingly appraising him. Chapter 16. The City of Terror. After a brief silence, the phantom slowly spoke, its eyes radiating an overbearing dominance that evoked palpable fear. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity. Within this imperial city lies my treasures from life. Should you find them, I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the cultivators. The allure of treasures dulled their fear, and one by one, they readied themselves to scour the imperial city for riches. The prospect of escaping death while acquiring treasures was enough to drive anyone to madness. Disregarding the potential dangers, they surged toward the various palaces like a tidal wave, some even carelessly snatching up anything within reach, including gilded decorations from the pillars. However, this was no ordinary place. The chaos triggered a series of deadly mechanisms. The soldiers who had lain dormant began to awaken, mercilessly reaping the lives of those reckless intruders. Ji stood his ground, shaking his head gently. An Lushan had always been a cunning and treacherous individual. Even in death, he would not easily relinquish his treasures, nor would he make such promises. He harbored no belief in the words of the phantom. After the initial rush of impulse, Yan Wuji and Dao Ju quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Being the finest among their respective sects, their keen minds soon recognized the anomalies within the imperial city. As they halted, many cultivators gradually grasped the danger, refraining from further reckless actions. They gathered outside the palace, unease swelling in their hearts as they observed the guards pausing amidst the carnage. Sensing the hesitation among the crowd, An Lushan's phantom erupted in fury. Why do you not advance? Are you afraid? Do you not understand the principle that fortune favors the bold? Guyi slightly turned his gaze, a hint of disdain crossing his face as his calm voice reverberated through the silent palace. My friends, I advise against sacrificing yourselves in vain. The flesh of cultivators serves as excellent material for the reconstruction of bodies. Jiuyi's words, though unspoken in their entirety, were enough to convey the gravity of the situation. The cultivators, startled, realized that Guyi had somehow appeared in this secret realm. They turned their astonished gazes toward the phantom of An Lushan. Indeed, as more cultivators fell, An Lushan's feet began to solidify. No longer existing in mere illusion, submit and become my flesh and blood, and it shall be your supreme honor. When I restore the great Yin, your names will be etched in the hall of meritorious service. Receiving eternal reverence, his declaration, cloaked in grandiloquence, radiated imperial majesty, and combined with the unique atmosphere surrounding him, it carried an unsettling allure. Many cultivators felt their eyes gleam with a crimson light, compelled to advance involuntarily. Such treacherous usurpers, they seek to exploit us. From the very beginning, he had never regarded them as equals. They were merely resources for his corporeal restoration. Despicable. I shall not be hindered. I will slay him. Indeed, we must not allow him to succeed. An increasing number of cultivators awakened to the truth, unleashing their power to form barriers against An Lushan's temptation. The sudden upheaval ignited An Lushan's rage to its zenith, a tremendous pressure emanating from him, shaking the entire hall. You foolish mortals dare to question my will? You seek death. A cataclysmic force descended upon them, enveloping the entire palace in an instant. Since we have reached this point, we must fight, Dao Ju shouted with conviction. Yet amidst the throng of cultivators, some remained indecisive, their hearts betraying a flicker of hesitation and fear in the face of An Lushan's specter. An Lushan's gaze pierced through their minds, and he erupted in laughter, his tone dripping with mockery and arrogance. These ants dare oppose me? I shall show you what true power is. With a flick of his finger, a luminous figure of a guard appeared before them. This guard was unlike the previous ones. His form exhibited a peculiar transparency. Through his body, a scroll was visible, radiating a faint glow, upon which was inscribed 9 heavens trembling might 13 spears. The crowd of cultivators descended into madness. Trust value, 291 points. An Lushan's current progress, 3397400. They had not anticipated that the content of Gu Ye's storytelling was indeed true. The 9 heavens trembling might 13 spears truly existed. This technique was one that could shake the 8 wastelands and dominate the 4 seas. Possessing it would undoubtedly enhance their prowess immensely. A glint of greed flashed in Yin Wuji's eyes as he made the first move, his figure darting forth like a crimson bolt of lightning, aiming to seize the scroll from the guard. The 9 heavens trembling might 13 spears are mine. Who dares contest with me? Yin Wuji declared loudly, his crimson flame divine spear slicing through the air toward the guard. Seeing this, other cultivators were unwilling to be outdone, drawing their weapons and charging toward the guard. In an instant, the hall was engulfed in a chaotic melee of flashing blades and intertwining spells. The phantom of An Lushan, witnessing the frenzy, revealed a cunning glint in his eyes, as though he had anticipated this very scene. A smug smile tugging at his lips, Ji Yi observed quietly from the sidelines, a spark of insight illuminating his gaze. The emergence of the scroll was likely a ploy to incite mutual slaughter among the crowd. An Lushan had been dead for many years, and this phantom was but a remnant of his consciousness. The 2 women were itching to act, yet they were acutely aware of their own inferiority compared to Yin Wuji. They could only watch helplessly as he targeted the guard, knowing that the 9 heavens trembling might 13 spears would fall into the hands of the Crimson Flame Divine Spear sect. Seeing Yin Wuji on the verge of success, Dao Ju felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He moved swiftly, racing toward Yin Wuji, intent on seizing the scroll for himself. Yin Wuji sensed Dao Ju's approach. His eyes igniting with fury, he spun around, pointing the Crimson Flame Divine Spear at Dao Ju, coldly demanding, Dao Ju, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to oppose the Crimson Flame Divine Spear sect? Dao Ju halted, his gaze icy in response to Yin Wuji's question. Yin Wuji, the 9 heavens trembling might 13 spears is an unparalleled divine art. My blade sect cannot afford to relinquish it. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Yin Wuji's eyes as he burst into laughter. Ha ha, Dao Ju, if you truly possess the skill, then come and take it. However, if you assist me in acquiring this divine art today, I shall lend you my strength in the future. What say you? Dao Ju pondered this proposition, realizing the formidable prowess of Yin Wuji. If he could gain his assistance, it would be a significant boon for both himself and the Blade sect. After a moment of contemplation, he finally replied, very well, today, I shall assist you, but you must remember our pact. Yin Wuji, upon hearing Dao Ju's agreement, wore a triumphant smile. Naturally, he turned back toward the Guardess Phantom, preparing to claim the scroll. The other cultivators, witnessing the alliance between Yin Wuji and Dao Ju, felt a surge of resentment and sought to seize the opportunity to strike. Yin Wuji was prepared. He snorted disdainfully, and the Crimson Flame Divine Spear traced a fiery arc through the air. A powerful aura emanated from him, repelling all who sought to draw near. Dao Ju, hold them back. Anyone who dares obstruct me today shall become my enemy. Yin Wuji's voice resonated with murderous intent. Dao Ju nodded, brandishing his black long knife. A wave of blade energy surged forth, resembling a dark dragon, blocking all those who attempted to approach. Ji Yi, could you lend us a hand? We too desire that divine spear technique. Song Aming gazed at Gu Yi, her heart stirring as she could no longer contain her plead. To her words, the surrounding cultivators perked up their ears. Chapter 17. The acquired technique. Gu Yi gently shook his head, an air of indifference gracing his features, his voice calm. Divine techniques have their rightful owners. The capable shall prevail, without the requisite skill. Even seizing by force would be futile. In the midst of fierce battle, Yin Wuji heard these words and felt a surge of satisfaction within. He had initially expected Gu Yi to seize the opportunity to strike, only to realize that he had underestimated the noble intentions of a gentleman. In a moment of clarity, he found himself harboring a newfound respect for Gu Yi. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing this statement, were momentarily taken aback, but upon further contemplation, they found it to be quite reasonable. After all, the words came from Gu Yi himself, lending them an air of credibility. As the saying goes, a person's capabilities dictate the strength of their martial arts. If one is not destined, forcibly claiming such profound techniques would ultimately lead to futility. Just as the previous Chill of the Wind suggested, only those with fate could obtain the Tai-Bai Sword Classic. Yet without strength, one could not safeguard it. The 2 women, upon listening to Gu Ye's words, displayed expressions of embarrassment, having originally hoped that he would intervene on their behalf. However, upon deeper reflection, how could such a reclusive master deign to act over trivial matters? Song Aming hastily stepped forward, her face marked with contrition, and said, "Mr. Gu, it is we who have been discourteous. Please forgive you." Yu Yi smiled gently and reassured her, "No harm done. Your actions stem from a respect for the divine arts." At that moment, a subtle glint of cunning flickered at the corner of his mouth, for he knew that one day, he would reclaim these divine techniques one by one. Meanwhile, Yin Wuji began to feel the mounting pressure of battle. He understood that without exerting his utmost efforts, capturing the scroll of the 9 heavens, Thundering Might and 13 spears would be an arduous task. After a brief moment of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he took a deep breath, unleashing a sudden surge of power. The red flame divine spear ignited in blazing fire, a brilliant point of light coalescing at its tip. With flames that could scorch the heavens, a single thrust would determine the universe. Yin Wuji bellowed, channeling all his cultivation into a single strike aimed fiercely at the guarding phantom. This thrust descended like celestial fire, imbued with the scorching heat and dominance to incinerate all. The spear's brilliance sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it targeted the heart of the guarding phantom. Under this formidable assault, the guarding phantom found itself unable to withstand the attack. Its form pierced in an instant. The scroll danced lightly at the spear's tip, emanating a radiant glow that deflected the strike. Initially resigned to defeat, the onlookers' eyes widened in astonishment, their greed reaching a fever pitch. They were all too aware of the phantom's formidable capabilities, having witnessed many powerful cultivators fall to its blade. This scroll not only promised Yin Wuji a significant boost in power, but also guaranteed the invulnerability of his physical form. The crowd could no longer remain passive, casting aside Gu Ye's admonitions as they surged forward. Upon witnessing this, Dao Ju immediately brandished his blade in defense, his figure resembling a swirling tempest of darkness. His gaze was frigid, and the long knife in his hand radiated an eerie light, deterring anyone from approaching. Yin Wuji, should you attain this divine skill today, remember that if my Dao sect requires your aid in the future, you must not go back on your word, Dao Ju declared solemnly, a hint of warning lacing his tone. Yin Wuji withdrew his spear and assumed a stance, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he gazed at the scroll in his hand, his eyes glinting with greed and contentment. Rest assured, Dao Ju, I, Yin Wuji, am a man of my word. The surrounding cultivators could only watch in helpless envy as Yin Wuji secured the 9 heavens, Thundering Might and 13 spears. Fully aware that even if the two had not joined forces today, they might not have succeeded in obtaining the scroll regardless. Ji Yi stood quietly to the side, a faint smile playing on his lips. This conflict was merely the prelude. The true contest lay ahead. The Phantom of Lushan was no trifling opponent. It would not allow these individuals to escape so easily, angered by their audacity to disregard its authority. The phantom swelled within the grand hall, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire space. Suddenly, a black gold long knife coalesced in its grasp, the blade shimmering with an ominous dark light, as if imbued with boundless destructive power. Presumptuous! You dare covet my treasures? Today, you shall taste my wrath. The Phantom of Lushan roared as it swung the knife downward. A massive wave of black energy swept through the hall, indiscriminately attacking every cultivator present. Dao Ju sensed the might and profundity within this blade technique, his eyes glinting with surprise. This technique is extraordinary. I am in Lushan, who once swept through Baiyu capital, striking fear across the realms. My dominion unrivaled. The breaking heaven blade carries my life's dominance and resolve. Only those with steadfast will can inherit it. A resonant voice echoed from the imperial city, revealing that this phantom was likely tied to the legacy of Lushan. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators descended into a frenzy. Who could have anticipated that there was a legacy involved, and one that Lushan himself had proclaimed? Witnessing the power emanating from that single strike, they speculated that the legacy of the breaking heaven blade might indeed be a top-tier martial art. Dao Ju's eyes widened as he beheld the devastating might of that strike. This technique was an impeccable match for him. At this juncture, he cast aside all reservations and turned his gaze toward the heavens. Yin Wuji, lend me your strength. Today, I shall engage this phantom in battle and see if I can attain the true legacy. Yin Wuji considered for a moment before positioning his spear across his chest, a fervent battle intent quickly spreading in his gaze. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us join forces today and discover the true capabilities of this phantom. But know this, I shall repay your favor after this battle. Guyi recognized that he could no longer intervene in this clash. Not wishing to be unwittingly drawn into the chaos, he shifted to the side, observing silently as the imminent battle unfolded. The two women, emboldened by the overwhelming aura they had sensed earlier, decided to rely on their own strength to seize the legacy. With agility akin to lightning, they charged toward the Phantom of Enlushan, preparing to seek an opportunity amidst the chaos. Other cultivators, witnessing the outstanding disciples of the two major sects take action, were unwilling to lag behind, swiftly drawing their weapons and rushing toward the Phantom. The Grand Hall was instantly engulfed in turmoil, as various martial techniques and spells intertwined. Although Enlushan was merely a phantom, the ferocity of its blade technique exerted immense pressure on every cultivator present. Dao Ju and Yin Wuji fought side by side, their assaults relentless as they bombarded the Phantom of Enlushan. The Phantom's black gold long knife seemed to contain infinite power. Each swing bore the momentum capable of annihilating all. Ha ha, splendid. Allow me to showcase my true strength. The Phantom of Enlushan bellowed, its techniques growing increasingly savage, each strike carrying the force to rend the very fabric of space. Under the Phantom's relentless onslaught, the cultivators were forced to retreat, fear etched upon their faces. Yet Dao Ju and Yin Wuji grew ever bolder, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Under the Phantom's violent blade techniques, Dao Ju's fighting spirit was ignited. His gaze turned fervent, and in his quest for the legacy of the breaking heaven blade, reason seemed to be consumed by insatiable desire. He charged forward like a mad dog, disregarding everything in a frenzied assault on the Phantom. For the breaking heaven blade, I, Dao Ju, shall fight to the bitter end today, even if it costs me my life, Dao Ju roared, his voice imbued with determination and madness. Chapter 18. Not so easily achieved. His long knife carved through the air, leaving behind dark streaks, each strike infused with his full power and will. Jiu Yi, observing the battle, couldn't help but express admiration. Dao Ju is indeed a remarkable individual. Under such pressure, he can unleash such formidable might, truly impressive. As Dao Ju's frenzied assault continued, the Phantom of Enlushan felt an unprecedented thrill. The Phantom's black gold long knife remained ferocious, yet it found itself compelled to treat Dao Ju's self-destructive style of attack with caution. Good, 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 the Phantom of Enlushan exclaimed. The valor of a warrior who dares to challenge death is something I hold in the highest regard. Your oppressive will has caught my attention. As the Phantom's words resonated, the entire Grand Hall fell silent. All cultivators ceased their attacks, their gazes fixated on Dao Ju. Could it be that Dao Ju had truly lost his mind? Was he willing to risk his life for a mere blade technique? A cultivator whispered to his companion, "Hemph, you fail to comprehend. The legacy of the breaking heaven blade is an unparalleled honor. Dao Ju is wagering everything for a chance at greatness." Another cultivator scoffed, his tone tinged with jealousy and disdain. However, is the legacy of Enlushan truly so easily inherited? This phantom is immensely powerful, someone interjected, skepticism evident in their voice. What do you know? The senior brother is proving to the world that he is worthy of inheriting this domineering blade technique. A voice interrupted the murmurs, belonging to Dao Wuhan, his eyes gleaming with admiration and pride for Dao Jue. The Phantom of Enlushan slowly raised the black gold long knife. A beam of black light shot forth from the blade, soaring skyward. Then, the light gradually descended, merging into Dao Ju's body. Why breaking heaven blade is bestowed upon you today. I hope you can inherit my will and carry forth this overwhelming power. Dao Ju, feeling the surging strength within him, was overcome with ecstatic joy. Thank you, Holy Monarch, for your esteemed recognition. I, Dao Ju, shall undoubtedly fulfill your expectations and ensure that the renown of the breaking heaven blade resonates throughout the world. His voice brimmed with confidence and grandeur. The surrounding cultivators, upon witnessing this, displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. They had never anticipated that Dao Ju would genuinely earn the favor of Enlushan and receive the inheritance of the breaking heaven blade. At this moment, none dared to vie for it, as Yin Wuji stood guard nearby. Approaching would be tantamount to courting death. Ajie gazed despondently at Yin Wuji and Dao Ju, initially believing that entering first would secure the inheritance. Only to realize that strength was indeed paramount, Gu Yi cast a fleeting glance, observing that Dao Ju was poised to leave with the inheritance of the Breaking Heaven blade, and he spoke coolly, "You cannot depart." Dao Ju was momentarily taken aback, assuming Gu Yi was finally ready to seize the opportunity. He scoffed derisively, taunting, "Mr. Gu, have you finally been unable to restrain yourself? Alas, you have arrived too late." A wary expression crossed his face as he gripped his blade tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Jiu Yi merely shook his head, unfazed at that instant. The entire hall trembled violently as an invisible force surged from all directions, binding everyone in place and rendering them immobile. "What is happening?" The cultivators cried out in terror, feeling their own power rendered insignificant beneath this binding force. Jiu Yi remained unfazed, surveying the surroundings, and coldly remarked, "Fools, how could An Lushan, a figure of such stature, allow you to depart so easily? All inheritances, including everything here, are merely bait to ensnare you. If there are no unforeseen events today, all shall become his sacrifices. Even if you obtain the inheritance, you shall not escape." Upon hearing this, the cultivators were utterly stunned, their faces revealing fear and unease as murmurs and pleas echoed around. "No, this is impossible. An Lushan is already dead. How could he still control us?" a trembling cultivator exclaimed. "Silence, you ignorant child. Do you think you can comprehend the will of An Lushan?" Another cultivator rebuked, despair etched across his features. Yen Wuji and the others naturally struggled with all their might, but their efforts were as futile as a drop in the ocean. Dao Ju's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Having obtained such an inheritance, if he could not carry it out, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Simultaneously, a flush of shame crept upon him. How could Gu Yi be the type to kill for treasures? He was merely reminding them. The ethereal image of An Lushan gradually solidified, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the hall. "Ha ha! I am the sovereign of the great Yin, invincible under heaven. Today, I shall once again reign over this world. The imperial city of Great Yin shall once more dominate the realm." He began to channel the devouring heaven scripture, his power surging exponentially, a force that seemed to devour the very heavens radiated from him, shaking every individual present. Acquired trust value, 207 points. Current progress of An Lushan's inheritance, 37,194,000. The devouring heaven scripture. This is the legendary forbidden technique mentioned by Mr.Gu in his tales. An Lushan can truly wield it. A cultivator gasped, disbelief flooding his eyes. "No, we cannot become his sacrifices so easily. We must fight back." Another cultivator roared. Despite his body being restrained, he exerted all his strength. "Fight! With what will you contend? Before me, you are naught but ants." An Lushan's ethereal form scoffed, his blade technique growing increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with the power to consume all. Dao Ju felt the fury of An Lushan's phantom blade technique, and a surge of indomitable spirit welled within him. He forcibly channeled his internal energy, disregarding the limits of his meridians, pushing his formidable power to its utmost. A mouthful of blood erupted from Dao Ju, his complexion as pale as paper, yet his eyes shone with resolute determination. "Even if I die, I shall make you aware that I, Dao Ju, am not one to be trifled with." An Lushan's phantom, witnessing this, laughed even more mockingly, daring an ant to contend with the heavens. His blade technique became increasingly savage, each strike aimed at utterly annihilating Dao Ju. At that moment, Gu Ye's eyes glinted with a decisive light. He knew it was time for him to act. He retrieved an An Lushan experience card from his bosom, a card that contained all of An Lushan's power. His trump card for a critical moment. "Now is the time to establish my presence. Otherwise, my remaining trust value may not increase," Gu Yi murmured to himself, and then activated the experience card. A powerful aura erupted from his being, nearly reaching the Holy Monarch realm, astonishing all the cultivators present. The Etion sword was drawn, its blade shimmering with a faint radiance, the aura it emitted reaching a peak of dominance, causing the surrounding sky to fracture with numerous fissures. "Traitors and rebels, you shall be punished." A voice like thunder reverberated throughout the hall, and then he moved, transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging forth with unparalleled momentum. The Etion sword sliced through the air, unleashing sword chi that clashed within Lu Shan's blade technique, producing a deafening cacophony. Chapter 19. A sword that destroys. The clash between the two was a spectacle that shook the heavens and wept for the spirits. Each move was imbued with destructive power. The cultivators within the hall were left awestruck, having never witnessed such an intense battle, their hearts filled with shock and reverence. Although Dao Ju was injured, upon seeing Gu Ye's intervention, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Gu. Can he truly contend with Lu Shan? His voice trembled slightly. Yin Wuji was equally astonished, unable to fathom the immense strength Gu Yi had concealed. Rumors had circulated that Gu Yi had slain the Tianyin ancestor with a single sword strike in the Taibai Divine Tomb. Such tales had been dismissed with disdain. Who knew if that Tianyin ancestor was truly slain by forbidden means? Now, witnessing Gu Ye's prowess left him utterly speechless. Such strength was several realms above theirs, instilling a profound sense of fear. Other cultivators, observing the battle between Gu Yi and the ethereal image of Lu Shan, felt unprecedented shock and terror. What level of cultivation does Gu possess to be able to engage Lu Shan in such a manner? Such power could shake the heavens. Has he attained the cultivation of the holy monarch? It appears Gu truly looks down upon the inheritance here. Otherwise, with his capabilities, what could we do? Hasn't it been said that someone witnessed Gu strike a single sword capable of shattering the heavens? The scene erupted into chaos, all eyes fixated on Gu Yi, their expressions reflecting utmost astonishment. Dao Ju's breathing quickened. With such power, seizing the inheritance would be effortless. Indeed, he had underestimated Gu Ye's intentions. Lu Shan now felt an unprecedented pressure. Gu Ye's sword techniques were agile and incisive, each strike aimed directly at Lu Shan's ethereal form. Lu Shan, your era has come to an end. The world is no longer within your grasp. He inhaled deeply, channeling the Taibai sword scripture, sword intent soaring to the heavens. A dazzling light coalesced at the tip of his sword, as if containing the power of the stars, illuminating the entire hall. Behold, this sword is named Nine Heavens Galaxy. Gu Yi bellowed, swinging the Etion sword with great force. The sword light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, bearing an unstoppable momentum. The power of this strike could cause the stars to plummet, imbued with the force to annihilate all. Wherever the sword light traversed, the space trembled, resonating with a deep rumble. All cultivators felt a suffocating pressure. Their hearts filled with Lu Shan's ethereal form sensed a fatal threat. Fear flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by unwillingness. No, I cannot be defeated by such a junior, he roared, swinging his blade to meet Gu Ye's sword light. It was already too late. The sword light of Nine Heavens Galaxy pierced through Lu Shan's ethereal defenses, striking directly at his core. With a thunderous boom, Lu Shan's phantom dispersed into countless specks of light, vanishing into the air in utter unwillingness. Lu Shan's ethereal form dissipated. An ancient tome radiating an eerie black light appeared in Gu Ye's grasp. It was the fabled devouring heaven scripture. All the cultivators beheld this scene, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The devouring heaven scripture, that is Lu Shan's supreme treasure, and it has fallen into Mr. Gu's hands. A cultivator exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. Such a treasure, if obtained, would elevate my strength immensely. Another cultivator murmured, desire glimmering in his eyes. Yet, faced with Gu Ye's formidable might, although tempted, they dared not act recklessly. To strike now would undoubtedly be courting disaster. Gu Yi sensed the covetous gazes of the surrounding cultivators. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if he had anticipated this scenario. He gently caressed the cover of the devouring heaven scripture. A glint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang through the hall, shattering the tense atmosphere. I hope I am not too late. I do not wish to miss this splendid performance. The voice carried a hint of amusement, yet also exuded an aura of formidable confidence. All cultivators felt a powerful presence. They looked up to behold the source of the voice, a white-haired elder slowly approaching. His eyes glimmering with wisdom, emanating an unfathomable aura. Who is this esteemed elder? His aura is astonishingly powerful, a cultivator whispered, his face reflecting a sense of awe. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Senior, what brings you to this place? Another cultivator asked cautiously, a hint of tension evident in his voice. The elder with white hair smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the devourer of the heavens scripture in Gu Ye's hands. A glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. I am known as Xia Yozi. I have come here today to witness the grandeur of the devourer of the heavens. Young friend Gu, I hold your strength in high regard. Might I request to borrow the scripture for a moment's observation? Gu Yi, sensing Xia Yozi's formidable presence, felt a twinge of surprise. However, he did not exhibit any fear. Instead, he smiled lightly. Senior Xia Yozi, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Your late arrival indicates a lack of fortune with this scripture. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Gu Yi showed no respect whatsoever. Xia Yozi's expression darkened, a hint of coldness in his voice. Young friend Gu, do you not realize that the devourer of the heavens is a scripture of the Xianhuang grade? Its value immeasurable? Gu Yi nodded slightly, his eyes betraying no emotion as he calmly replied. Senior Xia Yozi, the devourer of the heavens, is indeed a scripture of the Xianhuang grade. Its power so great that it could shake the very foundations of the cultivation world. At this proclamation, everyone was astonished. The Xianhuang grade scripture was a legendary artifact, the coveted treasure of every cultivator. At this moment, the crowd went wild, eager to rush forward and take Gu Ye's place. In the next instant, Gu Ye performed an unexpected act. He tossed the devourer of the heavens into the air, drawing his sword, the sword of the sky. With a single stroke, the sword light cut through the night sky like a shooting star, striking the scripture directly. No! Xia Yozi roared in fury as he rushed forward to seize it, but it was already too late. The scripture shattered into countless fragments amidst the sword's brilliance, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Xia Yozi's eyes brimmed with disbelief and rage. Have you lost your mind? That was a scripture of the Xianhuang grade, and you destroyed it so casually. Gu Yi maintained his calm demeanor, looking at Xia Yozi. This scripture, if left in the world, would only bring endless calamities. Its power is too tyrannical for ordinary individuals to wield. It is far better to destroy it for the sake of peace. Xia Yozi trembled with rage, his eyes flashing with fury. You are blaspheming against a treasure of the cultivation world. He longed to tear Gu Yi apart. Yet, Gu Yi merely smiled lightly, his demeanor unflappable. If the power of this scripture falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, it will surely lead to disaster. Chapter 20 comes to a close. Xia Yozi was shaking with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes blazing with fury. A scripture of the Xianhuang grade is not something you mundane beings can comprehend. Only the weak and feeble would deem it a calamity. In my hands, it is an unparalleled treasure. I cannot believe you have destroyed it. Xia Yozi turned to the surrounding cultivators, shouting loudly, Gentlemen, this Gu Yi is spreading heretical words and destroying treasures. Today, let us unite and capture him to rectify this matter. The cultivators exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant. Gu Ye's earlier display of power was so immense that it dwarfed their own existence. Moreover, the devourer of the heavens was far too dominant for them to control. Furthermore, if such a thing fell into the hands of another, would it not spawn an insurmountable powerhouse? It was better to have it destroyed for the sake of peace. Senior Xia Yozi, Gu Yi has just slain in Lushan, and has been our savior. To turn against him now would indeed be ungrateful. Please understand, Senior. Indeed, Senior, we must adhere to principles. This matter is concluded, and there are still affairs within our sect. We shall take our leave. The gathered individuals did not linger, each departing, though they paused at the entrance. They were eager to witness the confrontation between the formidable Xia Yozi and Gu Yi. Xia Yozi, observing this, grew increasingly grim, and he bellowed. Gu Yi, today I shall end your life to prevent future troubles. Gu Ye's gaze sharpened. If this madman dared to strike, he would retaliate. He had just fully absorbed the soul-devouring scripture and would not allow such a power to circulate. He prepared to use a Li Taibai experience card at this moment. Just then, two powerful auras suddenly descended. The atmosphere in the grand hall became tense. A robust, middle-aged man with an imposing presence arrived, followed by a stunning beauty clad in armor, wielding a red-tasseled spear. Dao Batian, what is the meaning of this? Xia Yozi inquired, his gaze scanning the newcomers, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Dao Batian snorted coldly, his eyes landing on Gu Yi, a glimmer of admiration flashing within. You must be Mr. Gu. I am the leader of the Blade sect. Dao Batian had received word from his disciple, fully aware of Gu Ye's prowess. The woman beside him was none other than the leader of the Red Might Divine Spear sect, the celestial fairy Chiliangsen. Her mere presence radiated an aura of heroism, exuding a formidable energy that distorted the surrounding air. The appearance of Dao Batian and Chiliangsen astounded the cultivators present. They had not anticipated the arrival of both sect leaders. Xia Yozi's expression grew even darker. These two were his equals, and united, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Moreover, they seemed to be siding with Gu Yi. Dao Batian, Chiliangsen, do you intend to stand against me? Xia Yozi ground his teeth, his words laced with a hint of desperation. Dao Batian laughed heartily, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Xia Yozi, we shall support young friend Gu today. Chiliangsen added with a cold smile, Xia Yozi, if you wish to bully the weak, our Red Might Divine Spear sect is not to be trifled with. Realizing he would be unable to succeed today, Xia Yozi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fury. Very well, I shall remember this, Gu Yi. We shall see about this. With that, Xia Yozi's figure flickered and vanished like a shooting star from the grand hall. Boom! The entire hall suddenly shook violently, as if some colossal force surged beneath the ground. Following that, a deafening sound erupted. The ground of the imperial city began to crack, vast fissures rapidly spreading, the entire structure seemingly on the brink of collapse. The cultivators panicked, each employing their techniques to rush toward the exits. Jiu Yi was no exception. He transformed into a streak of light, dashing out. Before long, everyone had burst forth from the imperial city. Collapsing onto the square, gasping for breath, their faces pale with shock, they gazed at the once glorious imperial city that was now crumbling into ruins. Trust value acquired. 281 points and Lushan transmission current progress. 4,000 congratulations. And Lushan transmission progress complete. Reward settlement in progress. Gu Yi, feeling impatient, wondered what rewards he might receive this time. Reward settlement complete. Acquired supreme bone. Innate Dao body. Innate spirit body. Jiu Yi frowned slightly. He received only physical attributes. Not cultivation. He could only use the experience card to bluff others. In reality, his cultivation was merely at the chi condensation stage, a level easily surpassed by disciples of any sect. He sighed softly. Every experience card used was one less for the future, and it seemed he would have to wait for the next reward settlement. At this moment, Dao Batian and Chiliangsen approached Gu Yi. Dao Batian wore a look of appreciation, his voice booming. Young friend Gu, your performance today has impressed me greatly. If you do not mind, I welcome you to visit my Blade sect. Chiliangsen also smiled gently, her eyes holding an invitation. Mr. Gu, if you would not mind, please come to my Red Might Divine Spear sect for a discussion. Jiu Yi regarded the two sect leaders, offering a humble smile. Sect leader Dao? Sect leader Chilian, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have some matters to attend to. Once I have resolved them, I shall personally visit your sections. Dao Batian laughed heartily. Excellent, young friend Gu. I shall prepare fine wine for your arrival. Chiliangsen said little, merely bowing slightly in respect. Subsequently, the two took their disciples and departed. The great Yin imperial city was now closed, and the cultivators left empty-handed, their expressions grim. How infuriating! All the benefits were seized by the Blade sect and the Red Might Divine Spear sect. And the Xianhuang Great Devourer of the Heavens was destroyed by Gu Yi. What a wasted trip. We feel utterly frustrated. Song Aming and Jin Shirhan shared similar sentiments, feeling as though they had accomplished much but gained nothing. Gu Yi, at this moment, had closed the great Yin imperial city, showing no desire to enter this small world filled with corpses and blood. He would prefer the Li Taibai Divine Tomb. Mr. Gu, are there any other secret realms? Where else can we seek opportunities? A monk, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired with eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiu Yi surveyed the surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone tranquil. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. My friends, let us wait. When the time is ripe, guidance shall come. Upon hearing these words, the assembled monks became increasingly anxious, caught between curiosity and helplessness. The two women approached Gu Ye's side, their expressions mirroring a sense of disappointment. Song Aming softly asked, Mr. Gu, what are your plans moving forward? Should we return to the Shantian female sect? Gu Yi shook his head, his gaze profound, as if contemplating matters of greater significance. No, I have matters to attend to. I appreciate the goodwill of the Shintian female sect. Jan Shirhan looked at Gu Yi, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Mr. Gu, if you encounter any difficulties, you may always come to the Shintian female sect. Gu Yi nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. He then turned to face all the monks, his voice resonating clearly. Esteemed friends, today's affairs have concluded. It is time for each of you to return. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with the unknown. Do not allow momentary gains or losses to waver your resolve. Farewell. Gu Ye's concern was genuine. Should these individuals fail to attend the next storytelling session, it would pose a significant issue. He must provide them with a glimmer of hope. With a swift motion, Gu Yi transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance, leaving the crowd of monks staring at one another in bewilderment. Following the emergence of the Dayan Imperial City and the Taibai Tomb, these two secret realms swiftly gained renown on the ZD Star. Jiu Ye's name ascended in prominence, no longer merely referred to as the reincarnation of the Sword Immortal, but now heralded as an immortal emperor descended to Earth to experience the mortal realm. 3 days later, within an elegant tea house in Lingxiao City, Gu Yi sat quietly by the window, toying with a cup of fragrant tea. His gaze drifted through the window, seemingly admiring the bustling scene outside. Yet his thoughts had long since wandered to distant matters. He could no longer remain in Guiyang City. With two secret realms having emerged in succession, any further developments might lead to complications. It would be wiser to explore other locales, especially considering that many cultivators had already begun to block his path in Guiyang City. Should these cultivators seek to test their skills against him? It would indeed become a considerable dilemma. The surrounding cultivators remained oblivious to the presence of this unassuming man, engrossed in fervent discussions about recent significant events. Have you heard? The secret realms of Dayan Imperial City and Taibai Tomb are monumental discoveries, exclaimed one cultivator, excitement illuminating his eyes. Not merely remarkable discoveries. Within lies the phantom of an Lushan, reputed to be an unparalleled powerhouse. Another cultivator interjected, admiration evident in his tone. He was vanquished by Gu Yi with a single sword strike. This is no ordinary individual. I've heard that Gu Yi is the immortal emperor descended to Earth for training. A third cultivator cryptically remarked, as if privy to some grand secret, and that the Devouring Heaven Sutra is in Xuanhuang grade technique. Countless individuals dream of possessing such a treasure, yet he dismissed it without a second thought. The audacity is truly commendable. A female cultivator chimed in, her voice tinged with admiration and longing. Jiu Yi listened quietly, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it seemed that storytelling in Lingxiao City could yield considerable rewards. That moment, the door of the tea house swung open, and a weary cultivator hurriedly stepped inside. His arrival immediately captured everyone's attention. Esteemed guests, breaking news. The legendary immortal Emperor Gu Yi has been spotted in Lingxiao City. The cultivator announced loudly, his face alight with excitement. The atmosphere within the tea house erupted into a frenzy, as all the cultivators stood up, eagerly inquiring about the whereabouts of this enigmatic figure. Is it true? Are you certain it is the immortal Emperor Gu Yi? A cultivator questioned, skepticism evident yet excitement unmasked. Of course, I witnessed it with my own eyes, right at the city gate. Many flocked to see him, the weary cultivator asserted confidently, a glimmer of pride in his gaze. Jiu Yi, seated in the corner, was momentarily taken aback, feeling both amused and exasperated. He was right there. Was he expected to have a doppelganger? Nevertheless, his curiosity was piqued. Who could be impersonating him, and what were their intentions? The cultivators within the tea house could no longer contain their excitement. Hastily setting down their teacups and rushing toward the city gate, eager to catch a glimpse of the fabled Gu Yi, Yi followed the throng, curiosity and amusement mingling within him as he made his way toward the city gate. He wished to uncover the identity of this impostor. Upon reaching the city gate, a large crowd had already gathered, voices rising in lively discussion. At the center stood a man adorned in an opulent robe and donning a golden crown. His handsome features and extraordinary demeanor captivated all as he passionately recounted the secrets of the Dayan Imperial City and the Taibai Tomb. Esteemed guests, I am the one who, in the Dayan Imperial City, struck down the phantom of An Lushan with a single sword, proclaimed the impostor, brimming with confidence. I have descended to the mortal realm in search of kindred spirits to impart supreme techniques. The surrounding crowd listened, enthralled, frequently exclaiming in awe. Some had even begun to produce spirit stones, eager to exchange them for the so-called supreme techniques. Ji Yi stood amidst the crowd, observing the scene with a blend of amusement and exasperation. This individual was clearly exploiting his name for deceitful gain. He shook his head gently, resolved to step forward and expose the charlatan. Just as he prepared to do so, a clear voice interrupted the impostor's grandiose proclamations. "Wait, on what grounds do you claim to be the immortal Emperor Guyi?" A young female cultivator challenged, her eyes glinting with caution. The impostor paused, then laughed heartily. "Ah, an astute question, my dear." A confident smile spread across his face as he surveyed the crowd, declaring in a booming voice, "You are welcome to test my prowess and see if I am truly as formidable as the legends say." Guyi, standing among the spectators, caught a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. This impostor was audacious indeed, daring to openly challenge the crowd. He decided to observe for the moment and see what tricks the charlatan had up his sleeve. At that moment, the young female cultivator stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with challenge. "Very well, I shall challenge you. If you possess the legendary strength, allow me to witness it." The impostor smiled slightly, as if anticipating this. "Come forth, my lady, and let me see your strength." The two moved to a nearby open space, quickly surrounded by eager onlookers. The female cultivator drew her long sword, its tip aimed at the impostor, exuding an aura of confidence. The impostor, however, stood with his hands behind his back, a picture of calm composure. With a swift movement, the female cultivator lunged forward, her sword gleaming like lightning. The impostor seemed to have foreseen her attack, effortlessly waving his hand to conjure a blade of energy that easily deflected her strike. In the next instant, he moved with astonishing speed, appearing behind the female cultivator and lightly tapping her shoulder. The female cultivator felt an invisible force press down upon her, causing her to lose grip on her sword and stumble backward. "Ah!" she exclaimed, falling to the ground in a rather awkward manner. Chapter 22. The real and the fake Guyi observed the scene with clarity, noting the subtle exchange of glances between the two as she was pushed back. An understanding dawned upon him. It appeared they were staging a performance, with the female cultivator acting as the impostor's accomplice. The surrounding cultivators remained oblivious to the ruse, marveling at the impostor's prowess. Some even beginning to applaud. Ji Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing these individuals had orchestrated their scheme quite well. It was rather amusing. Upon further reflection, he understood they likely believed he was still in Guyang City. Scanning the crowd, he decided it was time to bring this farce to an end. If his reputation were to be tarnished by these antics, it would lead to trouble down the line. Guyi returned to the tea house in Lingxiao City. As he stepped inside, he surveyed the lively atmosphere. The storyteller's voice rose and fell as various legendary tales were recounted. He approached the counter, addressing a busy waiter. "Excuse me, do you have any spots available for storytelling?" The waiter, preoccupied, replied without looking up, "Sir, we have indeed been quite busy with storytellers, and all spots are fully booked. If you wish to tell a story, you must register your name, and we will notify you when a spot opens." Ji Yi nodded. "Very well, please register me." The waiter produced a ledger, asking, "May I have your esteemed name?" Guyi smiled slightly. "Guyi." The waiter paused, momentarily taken aback, then instinctively repeated, "Guyi, Guyi?" Realization dawned upon him, and he dropped the brush in shock. You mean to say you are the legendary Guyi?" He regarded Guyi with incredulity, taking in the simplicity of his azure robe, which, however, could not conceal the ethereal aura and calm demeanor he exuded. Ji Yi responded with a gentle nod, uttering no further words. His presence was imbued with an air of tranquility that was far removed from that of an ordinary storyteller. The waiter immediately realized he might indeed have encountered a legendary figure. He hastily picked up a brush, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost reverence. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform the manager at once." The waiter hurriedly made his way to the manager, breathless as he relayed the news. Upon hearing it, the manager was taken aback. He was well aware of Guyi's reputation, yet had never laid eyes on him. Quickly straightening his attire, the manager approached Guyi personally, bowing with great respect. "I am the manager of this tea house. Hearing of your esteemed presence, I humbly apologize for not welcoming you properly." Ji Yi rose slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I have merely come to enjoy some tea and witness the storytelling. The manager nodded vigorously, his mind already formulating a plan. Mr. Gu, your name resonates like thunder. It is our honor that you have graced our tea house today. Please allow me to arrange the finest seat for you. Gu Yi accepted the manager's goodwill with a faint smile. The manager discreetly scrutinized Gu Yi. Noting his upright posture and transcendent demeanor, the azure robe billowed gently in the wind, reminiscent of distant mountain plum blossoms and serene bamboo groves, truly the visage of a gentleman. The manager's initial skepticism dissipated entirely. He was convinced that the man before him was indeed the legendary Gu Yi. He promptly instructed the nearby waiter, quickly, prepare the best storytelling spot for Mr. Gu. There must be no mistakes, the waiter. Understanding the urgency, swiftly moved to arrange a suitable position for Gu Yi. The manager then whispered to the waiter, go outside and announce that the esteemed Art. Gu Yi is personally visiting our tea house to perform storytelling. The waiter comprehended the task and dashed out of the tea house, standing at the entrance to call out loudly, esteemed guests, today our tea house is fortunate to host the legendary Art. Gu Yi, who will personally regale us with his storytelling. A rare opportunity not to be missed. This announcement immediately stirred a commotion within Lingxiao City. The impostor, who had been boasting at the city gate, was struck dumb upon hearing this news. His heart raced as he thought, is it true that Gu Yi has arrived? What shall I do now? The impostor feigned calmness despite the turmoil within. What? Someone dares to impersonate me. Let us go and see. The assembled cultivators were equally bewildered by this sudden revelation. They began to murmur among themselves. How can there be two Gu Yes? Which one is the true one? The female cultivator who had been collaborating with the impostor had already fled. Now, the impostor could only brace himself for the confrontation. Under his lead, the crowd surged towards the tea house. The impostor had intended to slip away amidst the chaos, but the surrounding cultivators encircled him, leaving him no option but to follow the throng into the tea house. Inside, Gu Yi had already taken his place at the storytelling spot, with the manager and waiter standing proudly beside him. The other patrons in the tea house ceased their conversations, their gazes fixed intently on Gu Yi, eagerly awaiting his opening. Upon entering the tea house, the impostor felt the weight of every gaze upon him. His complexion turned pale, and his steps grew heavy. The cultivators present scrutinized both the impostor and Gu Yi, seated with an unassuming azure robe, radiated a noble aura that seemed to command respect involuntarily. Whispers began to circulate among the patrons. Look, that is the true Gu Yi. His demeanor, his grace. How could anyone possibly imitate such presence? In stark contrast to the impostor, Gu Yi shone like a bright star. The difference unmistakable. The impostor felt the disdainful and doubtful glances directed at him, and an unprecedented panic surged within. He realized that his deception had been unveiled, and uncertainty loomed over him regarding the consequences. Gu Yi regarded the impostor with a faint smile and spoke, ladies and gentlemen, I am fortunate to be here today, intending only to enjoy some tea in peace, yet it seems an amusing incident has transpired. My friend, the one impersonating me, what have you to say? Standing amidst the crowd, the impostor found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without utterance. Fear and regret flooded his heart. Had he known this day would come, he would not have succumbed to greed that weak need. He collapsed before Gu Yi, exclaiming, I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistake. His voice trembled, laced with a hint of sobbing. I merely sought to deceive for a moment's gain. I never intended to offend you. His words echoed through the tea house, resonating with the palpable fear and despair he felt. My true name is Lu Cheng. I am but a minor figure. I humbly beseech you to show mercy and spare me this time. At this moment, Lu Cheng was thoroughly panicked. Gu Yi was a figure of celestial stature, and being caught in the act could very well lead to his demise. Chapter 23. Mercy granted. Gu Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Even if he wished to take action, he found it impossible to do so. What could a mere qi condensation cultivator accomplish? With a gentle cough, akin to a spring breeze caressing a lake's surface, the atmosphere within the tea house shifted. He spoke lightly, ladies and gentlemen, let this matter rest. There is no need to pursue it further. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng could scarcely believe his ears. He had expected to face dire consequences, but was astonished by Gu Ye's magnanimity. A wave of unprecedented exhilaration surged through him. Truly, the reincarnation of an immortal was as noble as one could imagine, not quarreling with mere mortals like himself. Overcome with gratitude, he knelt and repeatedly bowed his head, tears welling in his eyes as his appreciation overflowed. The surrounding cultivators were equally astonished, having anticipated a dramatic confrontation. They were taken aback by Gu Ye's unexpected leniency towards Lu Cheng, marveling at his transcendent composure and generosity. "Look, Mr. Gu is indeed magnanimous. Such a heart is truly admirable," one cultivator remarked in awe. "Indeed, were I in his shoes, I would not have easily forgiven this impostor," another agreed. "This is the demeanor of a celestial being. Us mere mortals can only gaze and wonder." A female cultivator exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Lu Cheng, overwhelmed with gratitude, professed, "Mr. Gu, your kindness is something I, Lu Cheng, shall never forget." His voice trembled with emotion. Ji Yi nodded slightly, signaling for Lu Cheng to rise. With a soft clap of his hands, the resounding sound reverberated throughout the tea house, silencing all chatter. "I have come here today not for anything else, but to narrate a tale, so it is said. The heavens can be unpredictable, and fortunes can change overnight. The Enlushan rebellion cast a shadow over the Tang dynasty. Yet, amidst the chaos, one individual emerged, clad in battle armor, a divine weapon in hand. He propped up a crumbling edifice, turning the tide of despair. Li Taibai, with a single sword, journeyed westward, subduing the sword immortal. The fierce demeanor of Enlushan, he personally vanquished. The mere mention of these events sent chills down the spines of the cultivators present. Many had witnessed Enlushan's might, yet they had not realized that within the Tang dynasty, there existed an even more formidable presence. Truly, no ordinary man could stand before the reincarnation of an immortal. Within the tea house, an air of silence lingered before the cultivators began to murmur among themselves, their expressions a blend of curiosity and astonishment. Who was this individual, to possess such divine might that even Li Taibai would bow before him? And Enlushan would be subdued? An elderly cultivator exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. Indeed, a person of such caliber, born within the Tang dynasty, must surely be extraordinary. A younger cultivator exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Yearning to witness the grandeur of the Tang dynasty firsthand, at that moment, Lu Cheng rose to his feet, his gaze filled with uncertainty, but predominantly reflecting admiration and trust towards Gu Yi. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the courage to speak. "Esteemed guests, I suspect that the individual M.R. Gu speaks of is none other than the right Golden Crow General, Li Si." Upon hearing this, the cultivators gasped in unison. Their expressions betrayed confusion. How had Lu Cheng come by such knowledge? Did he possess some hidden source of information? As Lu Cheng felt the weight of their scrutiny, he became slightly bashful, scratching his head. He chuckled awkwardly. I merely sought to emulate M.R. Gu comprehensively. The legends surrounding Li Taibai at the Divine Tomb were well known to me. I had also heard of this right Golden Crow General, Li Si. The cultivators regarded Lu Cheng with newfound respect. Though he was a fraud, he did possess some merit. Gu Yi nodded in agreement, turning to the assembly. "What Lu Cheng has stated is indeed correct. The individual I refer to is none other than the figure later revered as the Divine General of Great Powers, Li Si." The atmosphere within the tea house shifted once more, the audience's excitement intensifying. Li Si, the Divine General of Great Powers. The mere mention of his name evoked admiration among the patrons. An elder cultivator stroked his beard, his eyes filled with appreciation. This individual's deeds must be extraordinary, deserving of our utmost reverence. In the tea house of Lingxiao City, the eyes of another young monk sparkled with admiration. The tales told by Gu Yi spread like wildfire, rapidly disseminating from one person to 10. And from 10 to 100, the news quickly circulated throughout Lingxiao City, and people flocked to the tea house, eager to witness the charisma of the legendary reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Outside the tea house, the streets thronged with a surging crowd, so packed that not a single drop of water could pass through. Regardless of their social status, be they humble commoners or esteemed nobles, everyone set aside their differences, driven solely by the desire to listen to Gu Yi's storytelling. The tea house was encircled by a sea of humanity, layered 3 deep, making it nearly impossible to find even a sliver of space. The proprietor and attendants were bustling with activity, their faces radiant with joy, fully aware that today's tea house would become the focal point of all Lingxiao City. Upon hearing the commotion, the city lord, Feng Zixing, hurriedly arrived with his entourage. He had assumed that his status would easily grant him a seat, yet to his dismay, upon reaching the tea house, he found it nearly impossible to find a foothold. Feng Zixing's attendants endeavored to clear a path for him, but the surrounding crowd remained unmoved, their attention wholly captivated by Gu Yi's voice emanating from within the tea house. "Make way, make way. The city lord has arrived," one attendant called out, but his voice was soon drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. The city lord's expression soured. He had not anticipated such an embarrassing predicament. However, when he heard Gu Yi's storytelling resonate from the tea house, all his displeasure evaporated instantly. He realized that to hear Gu Yi's tale, even while standing, was worth the effort. Inside the tea house, Gu Yi appeared unaffected by the outside world, continuing to narrate the story with unruffled composure. "Now, let us speak of the battle against An Lushan, where Li Siyue faced the rebel general, the holy monarch Li Guoran, leading a 1,000,000-strong army to obstruct him. With fewer than 100,000 soldiers at his command, he displayed no trace of fear, standing atop a high platform, regarding the 1,000,000-strong enemy as nothing more than ants and weeds." The city lord stood among the crowd, his earlier discontent dissipated as all attention turned to Gu Yi's enthralling narrative. Licu's tale. 361 trust points acquired. Current progress, 3,625,000. The tale of Li Siyue's valor spread to a staggering 96. 360,000. Li Guoran was filled with fury. Despite facing imminent death, Li Siyue dared to be so audacious. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Siyue, leading the charge, struck down the enemy leader amidst the throng of soldiers, decimating over 800,000 foes, leaving a plethora of severed heads that filled the entire city. Within the tea house, Gu Yi's voice rang out powerfully, vividly depicting Li Siyue's heroic deeds, making the listeners feel as though they were present on the battlefield. As the young monks absorbed the gripping details of the fierce battle, their emotions varied. Some turned pale, while others shone with awe. "Good heavens, 1,000,000-strong army! Li Siyue truly is unmatched in valor," exclaimed a young monk, his voice trembling with excitement. "Such ferocity is utterly chilling," remarked another monk, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, clearly shaken by Gu Yi's vivid portrayal of the battlefield. "So bloody. Li Siyue is indeed a harbinger of death." A female monk frowned, her tone laden with disapproval. "Nay, nay. This is the essence of a hero." An elder monk interjected, shaking his head in rebuttal. "In chaotic times, only such measures can protect one's home and country and instill fear in the hearts of the weak." Feng Zixing, standing amidst the crowd, felt a tumult of emotions as he listened to the discussions around him. As the lord of a city, he understood the brutality of war but also recognized the grandeur of heroism. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the battlefield, and this is heroism," Feng Zixing proclaimed, his voice imbued with authority. "The deeds of General Li Siyue, though bloody, are a testament to loyalty to one's country and a means to intimidate the enemy." The atmosphere in the tea house grew even more fervent due to the city lord's words. Licu's tale. 113 trust points acquired. Current progress, 4,755,000. The monks began to ponder deeply, some nodding in agreement while others displayed complex expressions. Ji Yi smiled slightly, continuing his storytelling. At that time, during the Engshi Rebellion, Li Siyue sought to thwart An Lushan and dismantle the power of his devouring scriptures. He created his own martial art, the Mountain River Cannon, pouring out his fervent blood. Those who hear this cannon shall find their corporeal forms shattered and their minds obliterated. As the mountains and rivers shattered, he collaborated with the loyal and martial god General Guozi to forge the martial technique breaking the army's tide. On that day, Li Siyue battled against 18 rebel armies in the province of Shaanxi. Surrounded by 18 holy monarchs, yet he broke through the encirclement with breaking the army's tide and slew them all. Gu Yi's vivid narration brought to life the legendary techniques of Li Siyue, Mountain River Cannon, and breaking the army's tide, captivating the monks, who listened with rapt attention, their mouths watering at the prospect. Prior to this, Gu Yi had revealed 2 secret realms, detailing the martial arts treasures hidden within. all of which had proven to be accurate. If Li Siyue could defeat An Lushan and quell the Ungshi rebellion, then his techniques must surely be earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. Mr. Gu, given Li Siyue's prowess, might he have left behind any secret realms or artifacts after his death for us to explore? One monk inquired eagerly. Even defeated generals like An Lushan have secret realms left behind. Surely someone of Li Siyue's caliber possesses such treasures. We implore you for guidance, Mr. Gu. Esteemed guests, I am merely a storyteller. Gu Yi replied with a gentle smile, his tone placid. Some matters depend on fate. One cannot rush them. Perhaps among you lies the one who will unveil such opportunities. Such words, who among the audience would believe? Everyone was aware of Gu Yi's mysterious identity and formidable strength. Those he spoke of invariably had profound backgrounds. It would not be long before Li Siyue's relics or tombs would emerge. Yet Gu Yi maintained an air of reticence, unwilling to divulge more, merely lounging there, leisurely sipping his tea. The monks, insistent and unyielding, gathered around Gu Yi, yearning for more information regarding the Mountain River Cannon and breaking the army's tide. Mr. Gu, please reveal just a little more. We are willing to pay any price. One monk almost pleaded. Indeed, Mr. Gu, please guide us along the right path. Another monk eagerly echoed. At that moment, Lu Chang could no longer bear it. He stepped forward, raising his voice. Gus willingness to share is already a stroke of fate. Why must we push for more? Yet Lu Chang's words did not quell the crowd's emotions. Instead, they ignited greater discontent. Someone scoffed derisively, their face twisted with disdain. Who do you think you are? You pretended to be Gu earlier, and now you're playing the Good Samaritan? Another monk looked at Lu Chang with scorn. We simply desire to grow stronger. Is that a crime? The scene descended into chaos, with shouts and accusations ringing out among the monks. Gu Yi furrowed his brow slightly. The monks of Lingxiao City seemed even more greedy than those from Guiyang City. The storytelling had not even concluded, yet they were already in such a frenzy. Just then, Feng Zixing intervened. He stepped forward, exuding authority as he declared, Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor that Gu has come to Lingxiao City to share his tales today. His willingness to impart these stories is a testament to his generosity. Please, let us show respect to Gu and refrain from undue insistence. As the Lord of Lingxiao City, Feng Zixing's words commanded silence among the assembled monks. Though reluctant, they recognized the need to avoid offending the city lord. Gu Yi nodded slightly, then turned to the crowd. Esteemed guests, today's storytelling must come to an end. To know what follows, one must await the next installment. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the tea house grew tense. The monks' faces fell, filled with discontent. They worried that Gu Yi might not return, thus missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Gu, how can you end it like this? We haven't heard enough. One monk stood up, emotionally charged. Yes, Mr. Gu, please share a little more. Others chimed in, some moving closer to Gu Yi, attempting to prevent his departure. At that moment, 2 clouds of 7-colored auspiciousness suddenly appeared in the sky, slowly descending outside the tea house. The sight of the auspicious clouds left everyone momentarily stunned. These 7-colored clouds were the emblem of the Tianqian sect, a prominent sect on the planet Zidixing. The Tianqian sect was renowned for its formidable experts and enigmatic actions. The monks hastily parted ways, daring not to obstruct Gu Yi any longer. From above the clouds stepped a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, clad in a flowing gown reminiscent of drifting clouds, her hem fluttering gracefully in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. Following her were a dozen attendants, each exuding extraordinary presence and power, clearly masters within the sect. The young woman's arrival transformed the atmosphere within the tea house. The monks bowed their heads in respect. Too awed to meet her gaze, Gu Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. The young woman waved her hand gently, her voice like a clear mountain spring, crisp and melodious. Gu's storytelling is truly admirable. It is an honor for us to hear it today. Her words were melodious, yet the haughty disdain in the girl's eyes remained unabated, her gaze rife with contempt, utterly dismissive of those around her. Mr. Gu, might I have the honor of inviting you to my Tianqian sect for a conversation? Gu Yi, confronted with the girl's invitation, maintained a tranquil demeanor, offering a slight smile as he politely yet resolutely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, miss. The storytelling for today has concluded. Should you wish to continue listening, I kindly suggest you arrive early tomorrow. The girl's expression shifted slightly, for Guye's response evidently took her by surprise. As a prominent disciple of the Tianqian sect, she was accustomed to invitations being eagerly accepted, never having faced such a direct refusal. Suppressing her displeasure, she stepped forward once more. Mr. Gu, an invitation from the Tianqian sect is a rare occurrence. Would you not reconsider? Guyi remained unmoved, acknowledging her goodwill yet firmly reiterating, I appreciate your kindness, but rules must be upheld. Today, the storytelling indeed concludes here. Whispers began to circulate among the cultivators within the tea house. As some recognized the girl's identity and murmured in astonishment, isn't that the unparalleled genius of the Tianqian sect, known as the Spirit Empress, Xin Lingqin? What brings her here? Xin Lingqin, the very one who single-handedly defeated 10 formidable opponents in the Guizhong realm. Another cultivator responded, equally astonished. Upon hearing these discussions, a flicker of pride illuminated Xin Lingqin's eyes, swiftly replaced by ire. She found it intolerable that Guyi had rebuffed her, and with a cold gaze. She threatened, Mr. Gu, do you comprehend the implications of refusing me? In the Purple Earth Star, not everyone possesses the privilege to utter no. With a slight arch of his brow, Guyi sensed the chill emanating from Xin Lingqin but did not waver. Responding calmly, Miss Shun, I am merely a storyteller. Rules must be adhered to. Our fateful encounter concludes here. Perhaps we shall meet again. Xin Lingqin's countenance darkened. She had not anticipated Gu Ye's unwavering stance, completely disregarding her presence. A glint of menace flashed in her eyes as she prepared to lash out, only to be interrupted by Feng Zixing, who stepped forward with a tone of warning. Miss Shun, this is Lingxiao City. I must implore you to conduct yourself with decorum, asked the city lord. Feng Zixing could not stand idly by while Guyi was threatened in his domain. Lord Feng, this matter does not concern you. Xin Lingqin replied icily, each word striking like ice shards upon the hearts of those present. What Guyi spoke of, the Mountain River Classic and breaking the army's fury, were powerful techniques, enough to shake the very foundations of the Purple Earth Star. The Tianqian sect must acquire them. With a flurry, a dozen or so of Xin Lingqin's followers descended upon the tea house, their formidable and steady auras revealing them to be elite disciples of the Tianqian sect. An invisible pressure enveloped the cultivators, causing them to retreat, unwilling to confront these disciples head-on. Feng Zixing furrowed his brow, astonished by Xin Lingqin's audacity to openly demand someone on his territory. Miss Shun? Mr.Gu is a guest of Lingxiao City. Your actions are excessively overstepping. Yet Xin Lingqin remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at Feng Zixing. Lord Feng, I advise against meddling in this affair. The power of the Tianqian sect is not something Lingxiao City can contend with. Standing resolutely to the side, Guyi observed Xin Lingqin's obstinacy with a tranquil heart. Miss Shun, while these techniques may be exceptional, they must find a worthy recipient. Today's events shall conclude here. I kindly ask the esteemed experts of the Tianqian sect to take their leave. A flicker of rage ignited in Xin Lingqin's eyes. She could scarcely believe that Guyi dared to reject her at this juncture. Mr. Gu, do not mistake my civility for weakness. Guyi chuckled softly, his fingers already clutching the experience card, prepared to depart, unperturbed by the prospect of being pursued. Miss Shun, are you aware that beyond every person, there exists another? Do you truly believe these individuals can hinder me? Xin Lingqin's eyes flashed with derision at Gu Ye's words. Your bravado is unwarranted, Mr. Gu. Today, I shall test just how formidable you truly are. Her tone was laced with challenge. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes, instinctively retreating, acutely aware that the impending clash was beyond their capacity to intervene. The identity of Guyi as a descendant of the immortal emperor had already instilled a sense of awe among them, leaving no room for underestimation. With a flick of her hand, several of Xin Lingqin's attendants stepped forward, all possessing formidable prowess in the refining void realm. Go. Xin Lingqin commanded. The attendants launched themselves toward Guyi with astonishing speed. Reaching him in an instant, Jiu Ye's brow furrowed. He recognized their hostile intent, fully aware that failing to teach them a lesson would only invite further trouble. Though reluctant, he realized he had little choice. The dwindling experience card count weighed on his mind, yet the situation demanded its use. With a resigned sigh, he stepped forward, activating the experience card. unleashing a powerful aura that erupted from within him. His sword unsheathed with swiftness, he casually slashed forth. The blade descended like a celestial river cascading from the heavens. The space quivered beneath the might of his sword energy, forming a massive luminescent barrier that surged toward the advancing attendants. With a resounding crash, the attendants were sent flying, caught entirely off guard by the sheer force of the sword chi. The powerful cultivators of the refining void realm tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Silence enveloped the tea house as all present were left stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Awe and disbelief filled their gazes as they regarded Gu Yi. Shun Lingqin's expression shifted drastically. She had not anticipated Gu Ye's strength to be so formidable. Witnessing her subordinates flung aside by a single stroke instilled a flicker of fear within her. Standing resolute, Gu Yi sheathed his sword, a glacial intensity in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Shun Lingqin. "Miss Shun, shall we conclude today's matters here?" Shun Lingqin bit her lip, realizing she had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. Taking a deep breath to steady her shock and trepidation, she coldly declared, "Mr. Gu's strength is indeed extraordinary. However, I, Shun Lingqin, am not one to shy away from confrontation. This incident must yield an explanation with that." She shattered the communication talisman in her grasp, summoning her master to come forth. Today, with so many witnesses present, the dignity of the Tianxian sect cannot be challenged. The surrounding cultivators gaped in astonishment at this turn of events. Shun Lingqin's attendants were filled with dread. Such a powerful presence was daunting, and even their sect leader might not be a match. The entire Tianxian sect could face humiliation. Young sect master, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Forcibly taking him might not end well, one attendant urged. But Shun Lingqin paid no heed, her eyes resolute, her aura swirling with intensity, albeit somewhat disordered. "Silence. I must take Gu Yi with me today. The techniques he possesses are of utmost importance to our Tianxian sect." The crowd murmured in hushed tones, each pair of eyes brimming with trepidation. Some dared not even meet her gaze, hastily averting their faces after a fleeting glance at her long legs exposed to view. Should Shuangyuan perceive such audacity, they would likely find their eyes gouged from their sockets. Though she possessed enchanting beauty, her heart was as venomous as a serpent's. Shuangyuan appeared oblivious to the murmurs surrounding her. Her gaze fixated intently on Gu Yi.as, her delicate hand lifted. Rays of light cascaded from her palm, coalescing into a luminous sphere, emanating an aura of cataclysmic power. This was the Heavenly Constellation sect's ultimate technique. The Starry River Annihilation, renowned for its formidable might. Gu Yi sensed the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Shuangyuan yet remained unperturbed. Grasping his long sword, its tip quivered slightly, and the energy within him surged like an endless ocean. His eyes shining with a golden light that reached toward the heavens, exuding an air of sovereign authority. The Starry River Annihilation spun slowly in the air, radiating a blinding brilliance. A glint of cold light flickered in Shuangyuan's eyes as her right hand clenched tightly. Gu Yi felt a sudden shift, enveloped by an unseen force that thrust him into a realm of twinkling stars. This space resembled a secluded universe, dotted with stars that shone with dazzling light, yet imbued with an indescribable chill and solitude. Astonished, Gu Yi had never encountered such a bizarre technique. It was evidently an advanced spatial spell. Shuangyuan's voice echoed within the starry expanse, cold and distant. "Gu Yi? This is my Starry River domain. Here, I am the absolute sovereign, and you have nowhere to flee." No sooner had the words left her lips than she tightened her grip once more, causing the entire stellar space to begin contracting. The brilliance of the stars converged, seemingly intent on crushing him to smithereens. Jiuye's expression shifted slightly. The time on his experience card was running out, and he needed to act swiftly. The ethereal silver light surged forth, the sword tip trembling as it produced a series of crisp, ringing sounds. Point one sword to part the mountains, Gu Yi bellowed. With a powerful sword maneuver, he cleaved through the starry river, shattering the stars. A look of disbelief crossed Shuangyuan's face. Her Starry River domain had never before been so easily breached. A wave of unprecedented shock and fury surged within her. "Impossible!" Her voice reverberated in the starry realm. Clenching her silver teeth, she inhaled deeply, her hands swiftly forming seals. "The Starry River is boundless," Shuangyuan shouted, thrusting her hands forward. The stars within the celestial space seemed to be summoned, coalescing into a cataclysmic force that bore down upon Guyi. "Humph! A mere parlor trick," Guyi retorted, his long sword dancing as the blade's light cascaded like flowing water. With the tip of his sword directed at the converging stellar power, he swung once, cleaving the force asunder. Unyielding, he unleashed a second stroke, the sword light illuminating the entire starry realm, tearing a rift through Shuangyuan's domain. A third stroke followed, the sword energy akin to a silver dragon, charging toward the annihilating force and obliterating it entirely. With 3 resounding booms, Shuangyuan's assault was thwarted by Gu Ye's 3 strikes, causing the starry space to collapse. All the brilliance of the stars faded, and Gu Ye's figure reappeared within the tea house. The onlookers were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the magnitude of Gu Ye's strength, capable of effortlessly dismantling Shuangyuan's starry river domain. Shen Lingqin was equally astonished, gazing at Gu Yi with a profound sense of helplessness. She had assumed her master would easily subdue Gu Yi, yet she realized how mistaken she had been. A thought burgeoned within her mind. Could it be that Gu Yi truly was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? Feng Zixing, too, was taken aback. As the lord of Lingxiao City, he had encountered countless formidable beings. To regard a young powerhouse like Gu Yi as an unparalleled genius was no exaggeration. The rumors could not be entirely unfounded. Perhaps Gu Yi genuinely possessed the talents of an immortal emperor. Licus Chronicle. Acquired 259 trust points. Licus Chronicle. Acquired 135 trust points. Current progress. 116-45000. Licus Chronicle's dissemination had now reached 358060000. A flicker of excitement surged within Gu Yi. Shuangyuan's complexion had paled, her eyes filled with shock and indignation. A tumult of strong emotions surged within her, an embodiment of the pride and resilience inherent to the strong. This matter could not rest here. Shuangyuan's voice trembled, and Gu Yi furrowed his brows, sensing that her fighting spirit had not yet waned. The victor had been determined. Further combat was futile, yet Shuangyuan seemed impervious to his words. Her hands forming seals once more, as the leader of a sect, she had never endured such humiliation. Today, she must reclaim some semblance of dignity, no matter the cost. The starry river reverses, Shuangyuan declared, and the air within the tea house seemed to thicken. The stellar power swirled around her, forming a colossal vortex that surged toward Gu Yi. Realizing he could no longer hold back, Gu Yi knew he had to conclude this battle swiftly. With a gentle sweep of his long sword, the tip traced a perfect arc through the air, a sword to seal the throat. Gu Ye's voice was calm, yet the sword's intent was razor-sharp. The sword light flickered like a silver lightning bolt, aimed directly at Shuangyuan's vital point. Chapter 27. Incomparable. Shuangyuan felt a momentary blurriness. Gu Ye's sword tip halted mere inches from her throat, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Her movements froze, shock reaching its zenith within her heart. "You?" Shuangyuan's words faltered as Gu Yi retracted his sword, fixing his gaze upon her. "Today's storytelling has concluded. I take my leave." With that, he turned and strode toward the exit of the tea house, not casting her a single glance. In truth, he was in a state of panic. He had been preparing to strike, only to discover that the time on his experience card had expired. Fortunately, victory had been established, thoroughly intimidating his opponent, and he could seize this opportunity to make his escape. Otherwise, given the temperament of the madwoman, he might have had to engage in a protracted battle. The assembled cultivators witnessed the entire spectacle. Finding Gu Yi increasingly enigmatic, Shuangyuan's expression was one of utter dismay, her face ashen, silver teeth clenched tightly, a flicker of humiliation flashing in her eyes, in full view of the crowd. Being threatened by Gu Ye's sword tip was an unprecedented affront to her dignity. Overwhelmed by this thought, she felt a tumultuous wave rise within her, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. The disciples were startled, rushing forth to support her. "We must go." Shuangyuan coldly glared in the direction Gu Yi had vanished, practically forcing the words from between her teeth before departing with Shen Lingqin and the disciples of the Heavenly Constellation sect. Within the tea house, the cultivators fell silent for a moment before erupting into fervent discussion. Shuangyuan was a figure of great renown on ZD Star, yet today she had suffered such a complete defeat. It seemed her standing would inevitably decline from this day forth. Their words were rife with astonishment. Previously skeptical of Gu Ye's formidable prowess, witnessing it firsthand solidified the notion of his reincarnation as an immortal emperor in their minds. Lu Cheng stood agape. He had previously had an inkling of Gu Ye's strength. Yet what he had witnessed surpassed all expectations. Mr. Gu, is he truly just a storyteller? He stammered, awe etched in his eyes. Did you notice? Mr. Gu's final sword strike was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Shuang Yuyan had no opportunity to react, remarked an observant cultivator, still savoring the breathtaking blow. That sword technique, that momentum. I dare say, Mr. Gu's cultivation is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Gu Ye's battle had not only caused a stir within Lingxiao City, but the news swiftly spread throughout the entirety of ZD Star. The techniques mentioned in his storytelling, the River and Mountain Sutra, and the Breaking Array Torrent, had ignited the covetous desires of innumerable powerful beings. Even some reclusive old monsters who had long been in seclusion emerged, intent on uncovering the identity of this storyteller. The various factions, hidden masters, and seldom-seen ancient sects across ZD Star began covertly searching for Gu Ye's whereabouts. In the Taibai Divine Tomb of Guyang City, Gu Ye sat in solitude, the space around him sealed off, forming a realm impervious to external prying. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped the surroundings, as if he were isolated from the world. At peace within his heart, Gu Ye did not hasten to depart from this place. His experience in Lingxiao City had revealed the greed and short-sightedness of its cultivators, prompting him to resolve never to return. He required a new venue to continue his storytelling career. Closing his eyes, potential locations flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He had envisioned a fitting place. 2 days later, the tea house in Lingxiao City was rife with anxiety and impatience. Ji Yi had not made an appearance in these 2 days, and many cultivators grew restless, their discussions rising in fervor. Why hasn't Ji Yu arrived yet? Didn't he say he would continue his storytelling? Indeed. I have been waiting for 2 days. I came all the way from Guyang City just to hear Mr. Gu's tales. Could something have happened? I heard that Ji Yu offended quite a few people in Lingxiao City. Impossible. With Mr. Gu's strength, who could possibly capture him? Then why hasn't he shown up? Could it be that he truly is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor and has departed from our realm? Do not indulge in baseless conjectures. Mr. Gu certainly has his reasons. Perhaps he has merely stepped away temporarily and will return in due course. The crowd buzzes with speculation, their expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions. Though predominantly tinged with regret not for the absence of Gu Ye's storytelling, but rather for the inability to ascertain, at this very moment, whether the secret realm of Li Si truly exists. Among the throng, Lu Cheng anxiously awaits, harboring genuine admiration for Gu Ye. Li Si's Chronicle, acquired 351 trust points. Current progress, 2360500. The dissemination of Li Si's tale has surged to 758060000. As Gu Ye sets foot on the land of the western regions, he is greeted by an expanse of desolate desert, with golden sands swirling under a blazing sun. In recent days, he has garnered a considerable number of trust points. It will not be long before he reaches full dissemination capacity. Ji Yi feels a deep sense of satisfaction, choosing to focus his remaining efforts in the western regions, firstly, due to the vastness of the area, which is conducive to the emergence of secret realms, secondly, to broaden his channels and significantly enhance his influence, thereby accelerating the amplification of his dissemination efforts. The customs and culture of the western regions starkly contrast with those he has encountered previously. The inhabitants are exuberant and free-spirited, imbued with an exotic charm in a quaint oasis town. Gu Ye wanders through the bustling marketplace, his appearance a striking contrast to the rugged locals. Clad in a flowing azure robe, with a visage akin to jade, he exudes a refined grace that captivates attention. Local maidens, adorned in vibrant long skirts and shimmering jewelry, display open-heartedness, their curiosity piqued by the presence of this unfamiliar scholar. Who are you? We seldom see such a learned individual around here, one maiden inquires, her large eyes scrutinizing Gu Ye with intrigue. I hail from afar. Seeking a place to rest, Gu Ye replies with a gentle smile. His demeanor warm and courteous. From afar? You must be weary. Allow us to take you to a delightful spot. Another maiden enthusiastically pulls at Gu Ye's sleeve, her face radiant with friendliness. Feeling the warmth and hospitality of the Westerners, Gu Yi willingly accompanies them. The maidens lead him through the lively marketplace, navigating several winding alleys until they arrive at a guest house adorned with exotic decor. "This is the finest inn in our town. You are sure to enjoy it," they proclaim, ushering him inside. The innkeeper, a portly middle-aged man, greets Gu Yi with enthusiasm, his accent thick with the local dialect. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. What may I offer you?" "A pot of fine tea, accompanied by some local delicacies," Gu Yi responds, his voice calm and imbued with an air of scholarly poise. After ensuring Gu Yi is comfortably settled, the maidens take their leave, reminding him, "Should you require a guide or wish to learn more about the tales of the Western regions, do not hesitate to seek us out." Gu Yi nods with a smile as he watches them depart. He finds a quiet corner within the inn to sit and savor his tea. Chapter 28. The Western regions. The people of the Western regions are renowned for their forthrightness and exuberance. Given the sweltering weather and the lack of extravagant entertainment, Gu Yi's arrival offers them an unprecedented novelty. He sets up a storytelling booth in a corner of the inn, and news of his presence swiftly spreads throughout the town. On the first day, a handful of curious cultivators gather around, their attitudes tentative as they wish to hear what this scholar from afar has to share. Clearing his throat, Gu Yi begins his tale, his voice rising and falling in rhythm, the narrative unfolding with captivating twists that quickly ensnare his audience's attention. By the second day, word has spread like wildfire, drawing even larger crowds to the inn. Eager to witness the prowess of this storyteller, Gu Yi's tales grow increasingly enthralling, stirring the hearts of the Western cultivators with the valor of Li Si. Each thrilling account of battle elicits spontaneous applause and cheers from the crowd. "Truly magnificent. Such a hero ignites the spirit," exclaims one cultivator, his eyes alight with admiration. "I have never encountered such an exhilarating story. General Li Si must be a remarkable figure." Another echoes, his visage awash with respect. By the third day, Gu Yi's storytelling has sent ripples through the entire Western regions. Cultivators flock from all directions, eager to hear his words. The inn is overflowing with listeners, even the rooftops are packed with eager ears. Standing upon the storytelling platform, Gu Yi gazes down at the sea of faces, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Let us recount how Lu Shan has reached the realm of the Holy Monarch, shattering the white jade capital of the Tang dynasty with a single stroke, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The 16 holy monarchs of the white jade capital engaged him in battle for 9 days. Yet all fell before his might. Upon returning from Xiangzhou, General Li Si beheld this chaos, both astonished and enraged. He resolved to personally subdue the fierce tiger that is in Lu Shan. As their clash unfolded, the world itself seemed to shift, with Lu Shan harnessing the celestial devouring sutra to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, overpowering General Li Si. In a moment of dire peril, to repay the grace of the Tang dynasty's divine emperor, General Li Si expended his very life essence, crafting the earth-shattering technique known as the destruction of heaven and eradication of saints, ultimately vanquishing Lu Shan. At this juncture, Gu Yi pauses, noting the swirling sands and taking a sip of tea for respite. His storytelling reverberates within the inn, and as he halts, a profound silence envelopes the space. The Western cultivators are entranced by the narrative, their emotions ebbing and flowing with each twist of the tale. At last, Lu Shan is slain. What a relief! Such a treacherous traitor deserves such a fate. One cultivator exclaims, his face alight with exhilaration and vindication. Do you think the celestial devouring sutra was so formidable, capable of shattering the white jade capital of the Tang dynasty? This is truly an act against the heavens. Another cultivator marvels, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Do you think General Li Si, after expending his life essence, might? A concerned voice arises, laced with worry for the hero. Impossible. General Li Si is a man of destiny. How could he fall so easily? A fellow cultivator interjects, unwilling to accept such an outcome for their esteemed hero. Exhausting one's life essence, such a loss of cultivation could be fatal. Another voice chimes in, brows furrowed in trepidation. Li Si's Chronicle, acquired 1198 trust points. Current progress, 415850000. The dissemination of Li Si's tale has surged to 336-986-0000. It is undeniable that the cultivators of the Western regions are remarkably earnest. Aside from essential cultivation, their lives are notably monotonous. The accumulation of trust points and dissemination has proven to be an effortless endeavor. Moreover, believing Gu Ye's tales to be entirely factual, the trust points have surged even faster than the dissemination itself. Smack! The sound of the storytelling board resonates. Gu Ye's expression turns grave as he continues. Within Lu Shan's demise, the remaining traitors were swiftly eradicated. Alas, General Li Si, having expended his life essence and vitality, succumbed 3 days after Lu Shan's death. A heavy silence falls upon the inn, Gu Ye's words striking like a thunderbolt. The Western cultivators can scarcely believe their ears. The valiant General Li Si, who had been their beacon of hope, has met such an untimely end? No, this cannot be true. General Li Si is a man of destiny. How could he fall so easily? One cultivator, filled with emotion, trembles as he speaks, disbelief etched upon his features. Exhausting life essence, depleting vitality. Another murmurs, sorrow painted across his countenance. Why must such a hero meet such a tragic fate? Some cultivators weep openly, their hearts heavy with grief. The Western cultivators, inspired by Gu Ye's account of the hero's deeds, harbor a deep respect for him, devoid of greed. General Li Si perished for the sake of the Tang dynasty, for the welfare of the people. An elderly cultivator proclaims, tears glistening in his eyes, filled with reverence and sorrow. Ji Yi had not anticipated such a profound reaction from the crowd. In contrast, cultivators from Guiyang City or Lingshao City would have been more interested in the techniques themselves. Yet these Western cultivators, with their clear sense of admiration and disdain, mourn deeply upon hearing of Li Si's demise. After sipping his tea to soothe his throat, Gu Yi observes the grieving cultivators and decides not to disturb their sorrow. He surmises that the dissemination will soon reach its peak, at which point he can establish the secret realm here. Confident that the respect these Western cultivators hold for Li Si will ensure that they guard the techniques extracted from the realm with diligence. Upon learning of Gu Yi's presence in the western regions, cultivators from the Purple Earth Star are set ablaze with excitement. Countless figures streak across the sky like meteors, racing towards the western regions. Talented disciples from various sects mobilize. Some ride their swords, others mount divine beasts, while some utilize teleportation arrays, all determined not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon receiving the news, Shun Lingqin leads the elite disciples of the Tianqian sect on a journey to the western regions. She may not be a match for Gu Yi, but what of the other cultivators? Frosty Moon Yin has issued her a stern order to ensure they return with those 2 techniques at all costs. They have come to accept that wherever Gu Yi appears, monumental fortunes await. The Xintian Maiden sect, with Song Aming and Jin Shihan, also sets forth. This time, Yu Nishang has personally taken the reins. She intends to pave the way for the future of the Xintian female sect. Having missed a golden opportunity last time, she is determined not to let it slip away again. The Red and the Sword sect have mobilized their forces, and ever since Yin Wujie and Dao Ju inherited their legacies, their strength has surged exponentially. Such a rapid pace of cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. They must seize more techniques. Xia Yozi, ever eager to incite chaos, has even spread the word that both sets of techniques are in Gu Ye's possession. Chapter 29. Great turmoil. The GD star has descended into utter chaos. The news spread like wildfire, and it wasn't long before everyone was aware of ITI in the sky. Sword lights flickered, and the radiance of teleportation arrays pulsed in succession as cultivators from across the GD star converged towards the western region. The disciples of the Xintian female sect, led by Yu Nishang, moved with an elegance that belied their lightning-fast speed. The members of the Red and the Sword sect advanced swiftly, their weapons glinting menacingly under the sun. They sped forth like fierce gales, heading straight for the west. The scattered cultivators were even more frenzied. Lacking the resources of a sect, their thirst for techniques was all the more intense. Some ventured alone, while others formed small groups, recklessly surging towards the western region. Some even engaged in skirmishes along the way. Greed spread rapidly among the cultivators, each fearing they would fall behind. On the journey to the western region, conflicts began to erupt between different sects and scattered cultivators. In the sky, the thunderous sounds of spells resonated, while on the ground, the silhouettes of cultivators engaged in fierce battles were evident. Step aside. The Tianqian sect has matters to attend to. Those who do not wish to perish, leave now. A disciple from the Tianxian sect roared at the scattered cultivators blocking their path, his sword already drawn, exuding a palpable sword intent. Humph! What of the Tianxian sect? Today, I too wish to partake in this technique. A scattered cultivator retorted fearlessly, his aura equally formidable, a force not to be underestimated. The order of the GD star was shattered, all rules and constraints discarded, leaving only the most primal struggle and combat. Within a tea house in the western region, Guyi sat quietly savoring his tea, surrounded by eager cultivators whose eyes brimmed with pleading. Mr. Gu, could you possibly share the story of General Li Si once more? We simply cannot accept his departure as it stands, implored a western cultivator, unable to contain his emotions. Another cultivator chimed in. Indeed, Mr. Gu, might you alter the ending, granting General Li Si a more favorable fate? Guyi gently set down his teacup, smiling as he shook his head. Why, friends, a story is but a story, with its own trajectory and conclusion. Although General Li Si's life was brief, it was resplendent. The western cultivator sighed in disappointment upon hearing this. The tale of Li Si had already reached a propagation level of 57680600000. Gu Yi slowly placed his teacup down. He would soon have enough to exchange for the secret realm. As per his usual practice, he exchanged for 3 experience cards, though the system was rather unkind, allowing him to redeem only 3 at a time. He had but 1 Li Taibai experience card left and 2 Anlushan experience cards, far from sufficient. At that moment, other cultivators from the GD star began arriving in the western region. Upon entering the tea house, they clamored, Mr. Gu, you are being rather inconsiderate. You left with the techniques, making it hard for us to find you. The western cultivators exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. What techniques? One inquired curiously. Damn, Gu is merely recounting tales here. Where are the techniques? A newly arrived cultivator scoffed. You western cultivators are truly uninformed. Guyi possesses 2 extraordinary techniques, and all cultivators across the GD star are searching for him. The western cultivators were taken aback, realizing Guyi was no ordinary storyteller. An elder cultivator from the west stood, bowing respectfully to Guyi. Mr. Gu, if this is indeed the case, please inform us. We shall do everything in our power to protect you. During his time telling tales in the western region, the locals had already regarded him as one of their own. His stories about Li Si, a legendary figure, resonated deeply with them. They naturally revered Li Si and, in turn, held Guyi in greater esteem. Gu Yi stood, surveying the cultivators around him, and spoke slowly. Gentlemen, I reiterate, I am merely a storyteller. As more sects gathered, the atmosphere within and around the tea house grew increasingly tense. Mr. Gu, cease your pretense. If there are indeed techniques, show them to us. A hot-headed cultivator shouted. Yes, reveal them. Do not keep them hidden, others echoed, joining in the clamor. The propagation level of Li Si's tale reached 60000600000, now full, enabling exchanges to commence. Gu Yi cast a glance at them, leisurely sipping his tea. The more anxious they became, the more he remained unmoved. The cultivators could no longer contain themselves, their eyes glinting with hostility as they surged toward Gu Yi, ready to seize what they sought. Stop pretending. Hand over the techniques, bellowed a burly cultivator, a fierce light emanating from the radiant sphere of energy he conjured, advancing menacingly toward Gu Yi. You Westerners, do not feign innocence. You crave the techniques as well. Another cultivator derided, dripping with disdain for the Western cultivators. The Western cultivators, incensed by such insults, turned pale with fury. Though they often appeared rugged and bold, they held honor and dignity in the highest regard and would not tolerate such slander. You outsiders, how dare you rampage in our western lands? Roared a robust man, his muscular form resembling a small mountain as he stood protectively in front of Gu Yi. We Westerners revere heroes. Not you greedy miscreants, another Western female cultivator declared, her long whip cracking sharply in the air. The scene descended into chaos as the Western cultivators rallied, forming a solid wall around Gu Yi. Prepared to shield him. Are you declaring war against the entire GD star? A foreign cultivator sneered, attempting to intimidate them with numbers. Humph, who do we fear in the West? 1 comes, we block 1. 2 come, we block 2. The elder Western cultivator's voice boomed, each word resonating powerfully. At that moment, a melodious phoenix cry echoed from the heavens, and a dazzling light descended, landing just outside the tea house. Everyone looked up, and there appeared a woman clad in a resplendent phoenix robe, her demeanor radiating unparalleled nobility. "All of you, cease at once." Though her voice was calm, it carried an irresistible authority. The crowd fell silent, their gazes riveted upon the suddenly manifested woman. She surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze on Gu Yi, offering him a gentle smile. "Mr. Gu, do not worry. Should anyone seek to stir trouble here, they will be opposing my Xintian female sect." Shen Lingqin, witnessing Yuan Nishang's intervention, scoffed derisively. "Sect leader Yuan, whom are you trying to impress with this charade? Are you not here for the techniques as well? Did you travel all this way to the western region merely for tea and conversation?" Chapter 30. Greed. Yuan Nishang's expression darkened. As the leader of the Xintian female sect, when had she ever been subjected to such indignity? Song Aming, seeing this, promptly chastised Shen Lingqin. "Shen Lingqin, do not overstep. How dare you speak so recklessly about the leader of the Xintian sect?" Gu Yi regarded the greedy cultivators before him, feeling a twinge of helplessness and sorrow. These individuals, driven by their lust for techniques, resembled a horde of madmen. He gently shook his head, choosing not to engage further with them, silently contemplating the exchange for the secret realm. Suddenly, a cacophony of clashing metal and thundering hooves erupted from outside the tea house, as if an army were galloping forth. The cultivators leaned in, straining to listen, as they beheld a bizarre spectacle in the sky. A spectral figure clad in battle armor materialized, wielding a long spear. Exuding an air of confidence and authority, his imposing figure towered above, and his piercing gaze seemed to penetrate time and space, appraising the multitude below. Behind him surged a multitude of soldiers, the sound of war drums thundering and banners fluttering. "I am Li Si, here to quell chaos and bring peace to the realm. Evil spirits, gods and demons, keep your distance." The voice of the apparition resounded like thunder, filled with overwhelming presence. In that instant, all cultivators gaped in astonishment. LIC's legend acquired 312 trust points. LIC's legend acquired 219 trust points. Current progress 50005000. Gu Yi was in no rush to exchange rewards. Should he open a blind box and obtain something extraordinary amidst such a crowd? It would lead to complications. This is the spectral image of General Li Si, a Western cultivator exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and reverence. "Good heavens, such presence, such might, truly the legendary hero." Another monk murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with reverence as the ethereal figure of Li Si manifested. The sounds of clashing swords and galloping steeds gradually diminished in the sky, as if all the warrior spirits converged into the yellow sands of the western region. In the heavens, countless armies surged forth at the sweep of Li Si's arm, all rushing into the sands. In the next moment, the sands began to churn, undulating like ocean waves, as an ancient mausoleum slowly rose from the ground. Magnificent and awe-inspiring, the tomb was ancient yet solemn, its stone walls adorned with intricate battle reliefs, each figure so lifelike that it seemed poised to leap from the stone and once more gallop across the battlefield. The cultivators of the western region gazed at this sudden secret realm, their excitement rendering them nearly speechless. Looking at Li Si's ethereal form, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within them. Some knelt down, paying homage to this legendary hero. The secret realm of General Li Si. An elderly cultivator from the western region stammered, tears glistening in his eyes. "Our western region harbors such a magnificent secret realm." Another female cultivator exclaimed, her voice filled with pride. Meanwhile, cultivators from other sects frantically rushed toward the secret realm, their eyes alight with greed and desire. "Ha ha, the treasures within this secret realm belong to us now." A greedy cultivator laughed heartily as he charged toward the tomb's entrance. Yet, as they approached, they found themselves halted by an invisible barrier, unable to gain entry no matter their efforts. "What is happening? Why can't we enter?" the greedy cultivator exclaimed in panic, his voice rife with discontent. Others attempted to follow suit, but all were met with the same blockade. Stranded outside the secret realm, Gu Yi sat quietly in a tea house, observing the scene, sipping tea with a calm demeanor. He understood these individuals would not gain entry. As the cultivators outside the secret realm grew increasingly agitated, they paced back and forth, desperately trying various methods to breach the intangible barrier. "This is impossible. I must get in, a hot-tempered cultivator roared, his face contorted with rage and frustration. Jiuyi, you scoundrel, you must know how to enter. Another cultivator spat, his eyes flickering with madness. If you don't tell us, I will make you pay. More cultivators began to direct their ire toward Guyi, believing that his presence indicated he held the key to the secret realm. In an instant, accusations and insults echoed around them. Guyi, stop pretending. Tell us the secret. Someone shouted, their tone laced with threat. Yes, don't think you can hoard the treasures of this secret realm for yourself. Another cultivator echoed, their gaze filled with avarice. Guyi merely smiled faintly in response to the barrage of accusations and insults. Fearing that Guyi might eliminate them all, they retreated to hurl their insults from a distance, their numbers and noise too great for Guyi to eliminate them all. Rising from his seat, Guyi strolled calmly toward the entrance of the secret realm, addressing the cultivators of the Western region. Esteemed friends of the Western region, you might as well give it a try. The Western cultivators exchanged glances, hesitant to disturb the tranquility of General Li Siyu. Yet, under the circumstances, curiosity about what lay within began to stir within them. A young cultivator from the Western region stepped forward. His expression grave. Approaching the entrance, he knelt without hesitation, knocking his forehead against the ground 3 times. Dust clung to his forehead, yet his eyes radiated sincerity. Humph, a bunch of fools, bowing to a dead man. How laughable. An outsider scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. Indeed, what benefits can a corpse provide you? Another derided, unable to grasp the Western cultivator's reverence for Li Siyu. You ignorant souls, your lack of respect for heroes disqualifies you from entering this secret realm. The young cultivator retorted loudly. The outsiders erupted in laughter, deeming the Western cultivator's actions utterly foolish. However, as the young cultivator stepped toward the entrance of the secret realm, a miracle transpired. He walked in without any obstruction. At that moment, all mockery ceased. The outsiders stood agape, incredulity etched across their faces. How is this possible? Stammered one of the previously mocking cultivators, shock evident on his face. More cultivators from the Western region followed suit, and the outsiders began to mimic the young man's actions, kneeling before the entrance one after another, bowing their heads. Their foreheads struck the hard ground with dull thuds, dust swirling around them. Yet no matter how fervently they bowed, the entrance remained firmly closed, showing no sign of yielding. Futile. You hypocritical lot, bowing is merely a facade. Without true reverence in your hearts, how could the secret realm open for you? An elderly cultivator from the Western region observed coldly, disdain evident in his tone. The outsiders, hearing this, grew even more agitated. This is unfair. We demand entry. A cultivator bellowed, his voice echoing across the vast expanse of the Western region. Jiuyi observed the scene. Shaking his head gently, he had no desire to chastise these greedy cultivators. Instead, he simply placed his teacup down, stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked slowly toward the entrance of the secret realm. Mr. Gu, please tell us how to enter, a cultivator shouted urgently, but Guyi did not pause. How many bows will it take to gain entry? 100 or 1,000? Another cultivator pressed, bowing as he spoke. Guyi merely smiled calmly, unhurriedly entering the secret realm as if the invisible barrier posed no obstacle for him. The outsiders could only watch helplessly as Guyi's figure vanished into the secret realm, their feelings of resentment and anger reaching a boiling point. Shen Lingqin stood outside the secret realm, her expression dark with discontent. Watching Guyi effortlessly enter, she felt unprecedented frustration and fury. Her fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as her eyes sparkled with indignation. What does this mean? Are we to be left outside like this? Shen Lingqin ground her teeth, her voice thick with fury and accusation. Yun Nishang, standing beside her, furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with Guyi's actions. What a letdown, she murmured softly, disappointment lacing her tone. To help someone all the way and then leave us stranded at the gate is truly inconsiderate. The outsiders, hearing the two ladies' words, began to resonate with their sentiments, finding an outlet for their frustrations. Indeed, Guyi has gone too far. How can he be so selfish? A cultivator complained, his voice rife with grievance. We came from so far, not just to watch him perform. Another cultivator exclaimed angrily, his face flushed with rage, as Guyi stepped into the secret realm, the sight before him took his breath away. He found himself in an expansive underground mausoleum, the grandeur of the scene rendering him momentarily speechless. Countless luminous gemstones adorned the high ceiling, illuminating the entire space, in the center of a martial arts arena. A Western cultivator stood upon a raised stone platform, his expression solemn as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the space atop the platform rippled, and numerous ethereal soldiers and generals appeared, clad in ancient battle armor and wielding various weapons. Emanating an imposing aura. Is this General Li Siyu's trial? Guyi pondered, sensing the formidable energy radiating from these phantoms. The Western cultivator drew his sword, pointing the tip forward, and declared loudly, "Come forth. Let me witness the might of those who follow General Li." No sooner had he spoken than the phantoms of soldiers and generals surged forth, unleashing thunderous battle cries as they charged at the Western cultivators. Unafraid, the cultivator met them with his sword, the blade flashing as he engaged the phantoms in combat. Ji stood aside, carefully observing the fray. He noted that while these phantoms were powerful, they lacked true intent to kill. It seemed that to pass this trial, defeating these phantoms was essential, and Guyi remained composed. Just then, a phantom general noticed Guyi and charged at him, brandishing a large blade. Ji smiled slightly, sidestepping the attack with ease. Boom! The phantom general was struck down, erupting into a burst of light before dissipating into the air. Not bad. It appears these phantoms are not too difficult to handle. Guyi mused to himself. Other cultivators from the western region joined the fray, showcasing their skills as they battled the phantoms. Outside the secret realm, Shinling Qin's brow furrowed tightly, her eyes shimmering with urgency and impatience. Time passed slowly, and her agitation deepened. She was unwilling to concede defeat, determined not to let the coveted techniques slip into the hands of others. "I cannot wait any longer." Shinling Qin resolved within her heart to take decisive action. Drawing a deep breath, she summoned all her spiritual energy, her hands moving swiftly to unleash her attack. The air around her trembled in response to her movements, a formidable aura erupting from her being. "Break!" Shinling Qin exclaimed. Her palms thrusting forward. Two resplendent beams of light surged forth from her palms, striking directly at the invisible barrier of the secret realm. A thunderous roar echoed as the light collided with the barrier, generating a powerful tremor. Shinling Qin's strike was no trifling matter. As an elite disciple of the Tianqian sect, her strength was formidable. With her full might unleashed, a faint crack appeared in the barrier under the force of her blow. Noticing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Shinling Qin's eyes. She intensified her power and delivered another palm strike. "Shatter for me," she gritted her teeth, feeling her entire spiritual energy surge violently. Under Shinling Qin's relentless effort, a small hole materialized in the barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted forward, transforming into a streak of light as she plunged into the secret realm. The other cultivators, witnessing Shinling Qin's success, felt a surge of envy. They were unwilling to let her seize the opportunity alone, and began to attempt breaching the barrier as well. "We must join in. We cannot allow her to monopolize the benefits," one cultivator shouted, gathering his own energy for an attack on the barrier. "Indeed, we cannot fall behind. The treasures within this secret realm should belong to all." Another echoed, greed glimmering in his eyes. In an instant, a cacophony of spells erupted outside the secret realm, with multicolored lights intertwining to create a magnificent spectacle. Yun Nishang observed this scene with slightly furrowed brows. "Let us join in as well. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity." Once Shinling Qin entered the secret realm, she swiftly located Guyi, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. "Ji, you shall not hoard the treasures of this secret realm," Shinling Qin declared coldly, her figure rapidly approaching him. Feeling Shinling Qin's approach, Guyi turned to face her, a hint of indifference crossing his expression. "Miss Shun, the treasures within this secret realm are not meant for everyone to claim," Guyi replied calmly, his words laden with deeper meaning. He had already sensed the commotion outside, realizing that the more they disrupted the barrier, the less likely they were to obtain what they desired. "Truly, one misstep leads to another," Shinling Qin scoffed, not believing Guyi's words. She glanced up to see the Western cultivators engaged in a frenzied battle on the platform. Unable to wait any longer, she charged forward. In that instant, the soldiers and generals on the platform felt their momentum surge. Their sharp gazes turned towards the newcomer, their actions coming to an abrupt halt. Shen Lingqin paid them no heed, shouting, "Today, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Chapter 32. Injury. As Shen Lingqin ascended the platform, the Western cultivators felt the intense battle intent and killing aura emanating from her. They exchanged glances and, in unison, chose to withdraw. These Western cultivators were unwilling to take advantage of another's misfortune, nor did they wish to kick someone while they were down. Seeing this, a cold smile crept onto Shen Lingqin's lips as she thought to herself, "A bunch of useless fools." Her gaze swept over the retreating Western cultivators, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She turned to face the spectral figures of the soldiers and generals, a fierce glint igniting within her. "Wind Star Movement," she cried, her spiritual energy surging as she wielded her long sword. The blade's light flashing like lightning, aimed directly at the phantoms before her. These spectral soldiers and generals were not easily dealt with. Their aura matched Shen Lingqin's in power. Provoked by her challenge, their battle fervor surged even higher. The clash erupted instantly, clang, clang. Shen Lingqin's sword light met the weapons of the phantoms, producing a ringing chorus of metal striking metal. As the sword techniques intertwined for hundreds of exchanges, Shen Lingqin began to feel the pressure mounting. The phantom strength seemed inexhaustible. Each strike bore down upon her with the weight of a mountain, presenting an unprecedented challenge. A grave expression settled upon Shen Lingqin's face as her swordplay grew even more ferocious, striving to breach the phantom's defenses. Yet, the phantoms displayed an uncanny synergy, perfectly countering Shen Lingqin's every attack. The battle intensified, and numerous wounds appeared on Shen Lingqin's body, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. "Break the army. Kill!" one of the phantoms shouted, suddenly launching a fierce offensive, its large blade descending upon Shen Lingqin's head with the force of a battering ram. Shen Lingqin barely evaded the strike, the blade's wind slicing through the air, severing a lock of her hair. "Humph! It seems that is all you are capable of," Shen Lingqin retorted coldly, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation as her spiritual energy erupted once more, the radiance of her sword intensifying. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers and generals on the platform roared in unison. Their power seemed to surge at that moment, the intensity and speed of their assaults multiplying several-fold. With the phantom's newfound strength, each of Shen Lingqin's attacks became increasingly arduous. She could feel that every clash with the phantoms felt akin to battling an army. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her breaths growing more frantic. Ji observed this scene and shook his head slightly. Shen Lingqin's defeat was all but certain. The Western cultivators looked grim. During the skirmish, Shen Lingqin had unwittingly stepped into the formation. As the saying goes, those embroiled in the situation are often blind to the truth. While onlookers see clearly, Shen Lingqin remained unaware, continuing to engage with the spectral soldiers. In the next moment, a surge of overwhelming power enveloped Shen Lingqin, an invisible pressure constraining her. Her long sword felt as heavy as lead, every swing demanding immense effort. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her last reserves of strength to resist this force. With a thunderous crash, like the heavens collapsing, her long sword was sent flying by the tremendous impact, carving an arc through the air before landing at the edge of the arena. Shen Lingqin lost her balance, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, pain surged through her, her ears ringing and vision spinning as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes brimmed with unwillingness and fury. She had not anticipated that these phantoms would possess such formidable strength. Shen Lingqin struggled to rise, but her body had reached its limits. Every muscle trembled. Each breath felt like a knife slicing through her. "Miss Shen, perhaps you should rest for a moment." Gu Ye's voice suddenly resonated beside her as he approached, extending his hand in an attempt to help her up. Shen Lingqin shot him a glare, gritting her teeth as she summoned her last ounce of strength to push his hand away. "I do not need your feigned sympathy." Her voice dripped with anger and humiliation. Ji merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. He was not surprised that this woman had been bested. Meanwhile, outside, the cultivators were relentlessly assaulting the barrier. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the barrier was shattered by powerful forces, fragments scattering like fireworks exploding. "The barrier has fallen. Charge!" A cultivator shouted, urgency evident in his voice, his expression twisted with frenzy. As the barrier crumbled, The waiting cultivators surged into the secret realm like a tidal wave. They rushed in, their faces alight with greed and desire. Quickly, quickly, do not let them get ahead, a burly cultivator urged his companions. His footsteps heavy and hurried, each step leaving a dent in the ground. The treasures are mine. Another cultivator screamed, madness gleaming in his eyes, his weapon ready to strike at anyone who dared obstruct him. Once the cultivators flooded into the secret realm, chaos erupted. They scrambled towards every corner, seeking out potential hiding places for treasures. Some had already begun to clash, spells illuminating the secret realm as the sounds of conflict echoed. You greedy fools shall not succeed. The Western cultivators, witnessing the chaos, stood resolutely against the intruders. They were numerous, each a loyal warrior devoted to General Li Si, and they would not permit these outsiders to desecrate this sacred ground. Protect the tomb. We cannot allow them to defile this place. An elder Western cultivator shouted, wielding an ancient long sword, its blade etched with the marks of time, yet still razor-sharp. The Western cultivators quickly formed a defensive line, their eyes fierce and filled with killing intent. The tomb of General Li Si had appeared in the west, perhaps as a token of gratitude for the aid he had provided to their ancestors during the Great Tang Dynasty. Humph, you deluded fools think you can stand against us? A foreign cultivator sneered, wielding a weapon made of bone that emitted a chilling light, clearly not of righteous origin. Shun Lingqin swayed unsteadily, her fellow disciples noticing her predicament. Several figures rushed towards her, concern and urgency etched on their faces. Sister Shun, how are you? A young disciple asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry as she reached out to support Shin Lingqin. Do not concern yourself with me, hurry and assist the others. Shin Lingqin pushed away the disciple who came to support her. She did not wish to become a burden to others, especially at such a critical moment. At this point, the cultivators of the western regions were fully engaged in battle with the incoming practitioners. The glint of swords, spells, roars, and cries of anguish intertwined, transforming the entire secret realm into a chaotic battlefield. Chapter 33. A personal visit. Guyi stood aside, witnessing it all, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Truly, it was a duality of existence, each aspect distinct. He murmured to himself, astonished by the willingness of these Western cultivators to make such immense sacrifices for a figure they had never met. A hero long since departed. At that moment, Yuan Nishang burst into the secret realm, accompanied by the disciples of the Xintian female sect. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the tense atmosphere, her gaze swiftly scanning the crowd until it finally settled upon Guyi. Seeing him unharmed, Yuan Nishang breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile of reassurance gracing her features. Fortunately, Mr. Gu is safe, she said softly, promptly turning to join the fray. The practitioners of the Qi Wei Divine Spear sect and the Blade sect followed closely behind. Led by Chiliangson and Dao Podian, Jiu Yi noticed the leaders of these two sects and furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals were indeed insatiable. Having already profited, they returned to the western regions to vie for more. Such greed was akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Yun sect leader, it seems we meet again, Chiliangson remarked, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she looked at Yuan Nishang. What do you mean by that, Chiliangson? Yuan Nishang asked coldly, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Nothing of consequence, merely that upon seeing the treasures within this secret realm, we cannot afford to miss the opportunity, Chiliangson replied nonchalantly, her gaze sweeping across the secret realm. Dao Patian remained silent, his expression icy, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the secret realm became palpable, as an unprecedented and overwhelming pressure erupted forth. This force sent a profound chill through all present, as though even their very souls were frozen. The movements of the cultivators halted abruptly, an icy sensation flooding their beings, rendering them immobile. The feeling was akin to being targeted by an ancient behemoth, terrifying and formidable. Evoking a sense of despair, Chiliangson and Dao Potion's faces turned pale, their eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. Even such strong figures felt powerless and insignificant under this pressure. Yet, beneath this oppressive force, Guyi felt not a thing. He merely cast a calm glance around, pondering silently that it was likely due to his innate Dao body shielding him from the impact of this pressure. Deafening voice reverberated throughout the secret realm. I am Li Siyue. This place is my resting ground. You dare to fight here? Truly, you are unaware of your own mortality. As the voice echoed, a phantom slowly coalesced in the center of the secret realm. It was a general clad in armor, wielding a long spear, his countenance resolute, his gaze exuding boundless authority and dominance. Indeed, it was the phantom of General Li Siyue. It was as if countless soldiers were rallying behind him. Their battle drums resounding, banners fluttering. The aura he emanated was tangible, pressing down upon the cultivators, making it difficult for them to breathe. This is General Li Siyue, one cultivator exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and reverence. General, we are blind to your greatness. Having trespassed upon your sacred resting place, please forgive us. Some cultivators began to plead for mercy, realizing that resistance against such an entity was futile. Yun Nishong and Chili Yangsan's expressions also shifted dramatically, as they had not anticipated the appearance of General Li Siyue's phantom at this moment. Li Siyue scoffed, and with that scoff, an invisible force swept through the entire secret realm. All cultivators felt a heavy pressure compel them to kneel. Yet Gu Yi remained standing, like a resilient pine tree, unyielding against the wind and rain. In his eyes, there was no fear, only tranquility and composure. The other cultivators were taken aback. They could not comprehend how Gu Yi could remain calm under such immense pressure. Li Siyue's gaze fell upon Gu Yi, curiosity and admiration flickering in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you unaffected by my pressure? His voice boomed like thunder throughout the secret realm. Ji Yi smiled gently, his tone serene. I am merely a storyteller. Upon hearing this, Li Siyue erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth was filled with grandeur. What a fine storyteller you are. Your disposition is indeed admirable. In my lifetime, I possess two esteemed techniques, the Mountain River Sutra and the Breaking Army's Fury. Today, I wish to pass them on to a fated individual. At this proclamation, all cultivators surged with excitement, their eyes gleaming with greed and desire. The Mountain River Sutra and the Breaking Army's Fury were legendary techniques long coveted by countless practitioners. With a wave of his hand, Li Siyue transformed the center of the secret realm into a vast sand table, complete with mountains, rivers, cities, and fortresses, like a miniature world. Standing atop the sand table, he laughed heartily. Who dares to challenge me and showcase your intellect and courage? Perhaps you may earn my recognition. As the commands on the sand table shifted, countless soldier phantoms materialized, arraying themselves in formation, their momentum overwhelming. Though these soldier phantoms were not corporeal, the aura they exuded was formidable, demanding respect. Hearing Li Siyue's words, the cultivators' greed and desire ignited, each one eager to try their hand at the challenge. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should they obtain Li Siyue's techniques, their power would experience a transformative leap. Amidst the expectant and tense gazes, a burly cultivator stepped forward first, his strides resolute, his eyes sparkling with longing for the techniques. I shall give it a try, he proclaimed loudly, confidence brimming in his voice. Li Siyue nodded slightly, and the soldier phantoms on the sand table instantly sprang into action, forming a complex formation. The cultivator quickly entered the fray, his gaze sharpening as he began to command the soldiers on the sand table. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers swiftly shifted formation, while Li Siyue's strategies proved even more intricate. The soldier phantoms moved with a lifelike precision, executing the general's commands with speed and accuracy. Each maneuver and transformation was seamless, driving the cultivator's soldiers into a corner in but a single round. The cultivator's forces were utterly vanquished. No wonder you are General Li Siyue. I concede. The cultivator, prepared to withdraw, bore a generous attitude, not at all bothered by his defeat. Chapter 34. The emergence of killers. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Siyue's eyes, and with a subtle gesture, an invisible force struck the cultivator. The cultivator's smile froze upon his face, his body suddenly bursting apart, blood and flesh scattering in a horrific spectacle. All the cultivators stood dumbfounded at this scene. They had not anticipated that Li Siyue would resort to such brutality, and the once vibrant secret realm fell into a heavy silence, leaving only the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. Li Siyue's cold laughter echoed, tinged with disdain. Traitors deserve death. Those who lead in battle, how dare you toy with the lives of soldiers? My techniques are not so easily obtained by you. His words sent a chilling wave through every individual present. The cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions filled with fear and unease. The initial greed and desire were supplanted by terror as they began to realize that this competition was far from what they had imagined. Gu Yi stood quietly aside, his expression placid. Li Siyue was a man of great loyalty. Such petty individuals were clearly beneath his notice. These cultivators had forcefully breached the barrier, and Li Siyue was undoubtedly furious. Yuan Nishang and Chili Yangsan's faces also grew solemn, having not expected Li Siyue to be so decisive. Li Siyue's gaze swept over every cultivator present, and his voice resounded once more, like the decree of the King of Hell. Next, who will step forward? The atmosphere instilled in all cultivators an indescribable fear, as though they were locked under the gaze of death itself. None daring to advance. In the silence, Li Siyue grew impatient. With a casual gesture, he pointed at a cultivator. The cultivator's face turned pale in an instant, his steps faltering, deeply shaken by the earlier scene. His heart filled with dread. "You, step forward," Li Siyue commanded, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Trembling, the cultivator approached, his gaze averted, unable to meet Li Siyue's eyes. When he stood before the sand table, his hands shook. The soldier phantoms under his command moved sluggishly, entirely devoid of the previous liveliness and decisiveness. The most critical error in leading troops is to fear the enemy as one would a tiger. Without the courage to fight, how can one command thousands of soldiers? Li Siyue's voice carried a hint of disappointment and anger. The cultivator's commands on the sand table appeared timid and devoid of any strategy, fearful of the soldiers perishing, lest he himself face execution at the hands of Li Siyue. Soon, his phantom soldiers found themselves encircled by those of General Li. Rendering the situation painfully clear, I have lost. The cultivator's voice quivered with despair. Li Siyue said little, merely waving his hand gently, causing the cultivator's body to explode in an instant, a mist of blood enveloping the secret realm. This scene once again shocked all the cultivators present, a wave of fear spreading through their hearts. They began to realize that Li Siyue was not only a formidable general but also a merciless judge. Anyone who failed to meet his expectations faced but one fate, death. Li Siyue's gaze eventually settled upon Gu Yi, his voice echoing in the secret realm. "Storyteller, step forward." Gu Yi smiled faintly, his tone calm. "General Li, while the Mountain River Classic and Breaking Armies rampage are commendable, what I truly desire is the heavenly destruction and saintly execution technique." Li Siyue's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with surprise and severity. "You possess great audacity. Be wary. For you may seek life but find none to enjoy it." The atmosphere grew tense, akin to a taut string ready to snap. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed forth, kneeling before Li Siyue, a cultivator from the western regions. His face etched with urgency and reverence. "General, please do not harm him." This western cultivator, known as Tuoba Shou, bowed deeply, his voice trembling. In the eyes of the Westerners, Gu Yi was merely a frail scholar. They hoped he would continue to tell stories, not perish here. "General, allow me to take Gu's place." Tuoba Shou's words brimmed with protectiveness towards Gu Yi. He was willing to face Li Siyue's challenge, even death, in Gu Ye's stead. Gu Yi stood by, astonished, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion. He never anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, someone would be willing to stand up for him. Li Siyue regarded the kneeling Tuoba Shou with a glint of interest. "What is your name?" Tuoba Shou. "Very well. Since you are willing to take his place, let us test your mettle." Li Siyue's voice bore a hint of indifference. "Agreed." Without a moment's hesitation, Tuoba Shou rose and approached the sand table. Ready to accept the challenge, Gu Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "Tuoba Shou, I appreciate your good intentions." Tuoba Shou turned, a look of resolve on his face. "Mr. Gu, you have brought countless tales to us Westerners. We cannot stand by and watch you take risks. This is my duty." Observing this scene, Li Siyue's eyes flickered with admiration, though his voice remained cold. Once one steps onto the battlefield, one cannot easily retract. "Storyteller, await your turn." His words carried an irresistible authority, compelling Gu Yi to halt. Gu Yi felt helpless. He understood Tuoba Shou's determination was unwavering. He could only retreat to the side, the Enlushan experience card ready in his hand. Should Tuoba Shou find himself in peril, he would not hesitate to use the card to rescue him. He disliked being in debt, and even more so the thought of someone sacrificing their life for him. On the sand table, the two armies faced off. Tuoba Shou took a deep breath, beginning to mobilize his phantom soldiers. The unique military tactics of the Westerners allowed the soldiers, under his command, to disperse and regroup unpredictably. Filled with an air of enigma, Li Siue observed Tuoba Show's command with a glimmer of interest. Intriguing. This one's military strategy indeed stands apart. His soldiers, not to be outdone, responded to every one of Tuoba Show's maneuvers with efficient tactics. The battle intensified, the phantom soldiers on the sand table continually shifting formations, the atmosphere thick with the scent of bloodshed. Though Tuoba Show's military tactics were peculiar, Li Siue's experience was far richer, and his strategies more exquisite. With a masterful tactical arrangement, Li Siue's soldiers successfully breached Tuoba Show's defenses. Tuoba Show, observing the dire state of affairs, recognized his defeat. However, rather than despair, his expression bore a sense of relief. I have lost. General Li's tactics are indeed brilliant. Tuoba Show conceded defeat with grace. Li Siue nodded. You possess a true understanding of warfare. Despite your loss, your spirit remains unbroken. You are a talent worth cultivating. Yet the battlefield is unforgiving. You must understand the consequences. Ji anxiously gripped the experience card, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Tuoba Show nodded. General Li, I comprehend. He willingly faced death. The other foreign cultivators scoffed. Finding his decision absurd, I asked this man out of his mind. Who would willingly die for a stranger? The Western cultivators respected Tuoba Show's choice, their gazes shining with admiration. Tuoba Show, you are our pride in the West. One called out, filled with excitement and pride. Tuoba Show remained silent, his eyes glinting with determination as he wielded his longsword with ferocity. Heavenly slash, he bellowed, channeling all his spiritual power into this strike. The blade's aura surged forth, imposing and magnificent. Li Siue stood like an unshakable mountain, unmoved by Tuoba Show's assault. A flicker of interest crossed his eyes, and with a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible force erupted forth, boom, a resounding crash. The moment Tuoba Show's blade aura met this force, it was instantly shattered. Though knocked back, he refused to yield, gritting his teeth and charging once more at Li Siue. Come forth! A glint of admiration flashed in Li Siue's eyes. He remained steadfast, merely waving his hand again, the flick of his fingers capable of altering the heavens. The invisible force surged forth once more. Even more torrential, akin to an undercurrent in the deep sea, swiftly engulfing Tuoba Show's assault. His efforts were effortlessly torn apart by this overwhelming power. PFF. Tuoba Show was sent flying again, crashing heavily to the ground. His sword slipping from his grasp and trembling as it struck the earth. His body convulsed, blood spewing from his mouth. Li Siue's voice carried a note of admiration. Your courage is commendable. You possess a loyal heart. Ha ha ha! You are indeed a talent. Tuoba Show struggled to rise, but his injuries were too severe, leaving him only able to lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Li Siue pointed a finger. A beam of light shooting forth from his fingertip and entering Tuoba Show's body. Tuoba Show's form jolted, warmth coursing through him as his injuries rapidly healed. Suddenly, a profound technique appeared in his mind. He attempted to grasp it and felt his strength surging. This is a heart technique I created in my youth. Though it may not match the Mountain River Classic or Breaking Army's Rampage, it holds its own merit. Today, I shall impart it to you. Li Siue's words struck like thunder in a clear sky. The other cultivators were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Tuoba Show not only escaped execution but also gained Li Siue's favor. Receiving a precious heart technique, their gazes brimmed with envy and jealousy. Tuoba Show had truly struck it rich. How dare that lad receive General Li's technique? Does he even deserve it? A disgruntled cultivator exclaimed. Incredulous. What a stroke of luck, to gain a legacy at such a time. Another remarked sourly, filled with discontent. Yet the Western cultivators rejoiced genuinely for Tuoba Show, celebrating the honor that a true warrior deserved. With Li Siue's help, Tuoba Show gradually rose to his feet, his body revitalized. Though still somewhat weak, he was no longer in mortal peril. Thank you, General Li. I, Tuoba Show, will forever remember this. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. Li Siue waved his hand, and Tuoba Show was instantly transported beyond the barrier, his gaze sweeping over all the cultivators present. Who else dares to challenge? Guyi did not expect Li Siue to employ such a method to protect someone. This was indeed intriguing. The other cultivators, initially planning to rob Tuoba Sho after the secret realm closed, found their intentions thwarted. Dao Patian could no longer suppress his inner battle fervor. As the leader of the Sword Sect, a powerful figure of the Sage Realm, he had never been so disdained. What did it matter how strong Li Siyue had been in life? To him, Li was merely a remnant of a deceased shadow, unworthy of comparison to him, a living sage. Stop pretending. Today, I shall shatter your palace. With a thunderous roar, Dao Patian's voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating throughout the entire secret realm. He stood resolute with his blade, exuding an aura that resembled a rainbow, as a domineering intent emanated from his being, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Observing this, the cultivators around him erupted in encouragement, feeling a sense of relief at Dao Patian's actions. For the lofty demeanor of Li Siyi had long stirred discontent among many practitioners. Master Dao is formidable. Let this Li Siyi witness our strength, shouted a cultivator, his voice brimming with anticipation. What a magnificent figure Master Dao was in his prime. He severed the chasm of the heavens with a single strike. Surely he can vanquish this phantom as well. Another cultivator chimed in, eager to flatter Li Siyi. Dao Patian, however, spoke no further. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of dazzling light, charging directly at Li Siyi. His swordsmanship was exceedingly fierce, each stroke imbued with the force of creation. Seeming poised to cleave the secret realm in two, yet Li Siyi faced this tempestuous assault with effortless grace. His gaze remained calm, and with a mere wave of his hand, invisible forces rippled through the air like water, neutralizing Dao Patian's blade intent one after another. Clang, clang, clang. Each clash of sword energy against power produced a deafening sound. Dao Patian grew more relentless, his swordplay becoming increasingly frenzied, desperate to rend Li Siyi asunder. Yet, Li Siyi stood as an insurmountable peak. No matter how fervently Dao Patian fought, he could not budge him even an inch. Ha ha ha. Such prowess, akin to that of a mere child. Li Siyi laughed heartily, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Upon hearing this, Dao Patian's fury intensified. His swordplay accelerated once more, his form resembling a whirlwind as he circled Li Siyi, launching incessant attacks. Despite Dao Patian's fervent efforts, Li Siyi effortlessly countered each onslaught. Every strike, every move, seemed to fall within Li Siyi's anticipatory grasp. Such a noisy nuisance. Li Siyi's eyes flared with anger. Guyi shook his head in disbelief. After all, Dao Patian was a prominent leader, yet his temperament appeared overly hasty. Chapter 36. The generation of masters. A look of curiosity flickered in Qi Lian Xian's eyes. If Dao Patian could subdue Li Siyi, she could intervene at a later time. Li Siyi's figure loomed larger within the secret realm, the very space trembling beneath his oppressive presence. Thus, one who knows no better, a chaotic rebel, must be eradicated. Li Siyi's voice boomed like thunder, instilling dread in the hearts of many. He slowly raised his hand, and the very air of the secret realm seemed to freeze. Within his palm, a formidable force began to coalesce. The second move from the Mountain River scripture. Mountain River shattering. This technique, akin to the dawn of creation, would rend the earth and sky, embodying unfathomable destructive power. Li Siyi's palm radiated an increasingly brilliant light, ultimately forming a luminous orb that mirrored mountains and rivers. Imbued with an aura of annihilation, go! Li Siyi commanded, thrusting the orb towards Dao Patian. The orb sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, as if it were tearing the very fabric of space. Wherever it traversed, the air rippled violently, causing the entire secret realm to shudder under its might. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dao Patian's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the horrific power contained within this strike, one capable of obliterating him with ease. In this life and death moment, his previous arrogance evaporated, fear flickering in his eyes. Master, we shall lend you our strength. At this juncture, several disciples of the Dao sect surged forward, unhesitatingly positioning themselves in front of Dao Patian. Retreat. Dao Patian bellowed, but it was too late. Boom! The orb collided with the disciples, their figures instantly engulfed in a blinding radiance. Their bodies disintegrated under the immense force, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. Thanks to the sacrifice of these disciples, the majority of the attack's power was mitigated. Dao Patian was struck by the residual force, sustaining grievous injuries, yet he managed to preserve his life. He crashed heavily to the ground, his meridians shattered, struggling to rise but finding himself utterly spent, forced to lie helplessly upon the earth. Other cultivators, witnessing this scene, were filled with shock and terror. They had not anticipated Li Siye's strength to be so formidable. With a single strike, he had obliterated several disciples of the Dao sect, even severely wounding a powerhouse like Dao Patian is this. The might of General Li Siye? Truly terrifying, one cultivator stuttered. His face etched with fear. How could we possibly contend with him? Another cultivator felt despair creeping in. Jiuyi, standing amidst the throng, observed Dao Patian's dismal defeat, shaking his head, devoid of sympathy, merely surprised by Li Siye's ruthless tactics. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable. Otherwise, how could he have subdued the forces in years past? Guyi pondered silently, knowing that seizing the secret techniques today would not be an easy feat. Qi Lian Xian beheld the unfolding events. Her heart shaken to its core. Initially, she had held a glimmer of hope for Dao Patian, wishing for him to engage Li Siye, thereby exhausting his energy. The reality, however, was exceedingly harsh. Today, acquiring the secret techniques would rely on cunning rather than brute force. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Qi Lian Xian stepped forward, her voice cold and resolute. General Li, today Qi Lian Xian dares to challenge you, to learn your strategic prowess. Her words exuded an undeniable confidence, coupled with respect for Li Siye. The cultivators present turned their gazes toward Qi Lian Xian upon hearing her challenge. Li Siye's gaze fell upon Qi Lian Xian, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. Oh, another female cultivator? Very well. Let me see what you are capable of. Qi Lian Xian approached the sand table, a spark of brilliance igniting in her eyes as the soldiers upon the table began to shift under her command. Left flank formation, change. Qi Lian Xian commanded, her finger lightly tapping the sand table. Instantly, her soldiers reconfigured according to her directive, their movements swift and precise. Lice observed with a slight nod, as his own soldiers began to mobilize. Qi Lian Xian's eyes glimmered with determination. She understood that conventional tactics would be ineffective against an opponent of Li Siye's caliber. She had to employ unconventional methods to gain the upper hand in this battle of wits. Left flank ambush, attack. Qi Lian Xian commanded once more, her fingers swiftly tracing across the sand table, as if sketching a brilliant battle plan. Her soldiers moved rapidly across the sand table, forming a concealed encirclement. Prepared to launch a surprise assault on Li Siye's main force, a glimmer of approval crossed Li Siye's eyes as his soldiers responded without hesitation, his center troops steadily advancing. Flanking formations unfolding, establishing a solid line of defense, seemingly awaiting Qi Lian Xian's ambush to fall into the trap. However, Qi Lian Xian's strategy was far from simplistic. Her ambushers did not engage directly. Instead, they initiated guerrilla tactics around the outskirts of Li Siye's defenses, persistently harassing and probing for weaknesses. Surprise attack? Qi Lian Xian ordered abruptly, and her ambushers swiftly altered their tactics, launching a fierce assault from an unexpected direction against Li Siye's defenses. This assault caught Li Siye off guard, causing a slight wavering in his line. Li Siye furrowed his brow, quickly readjusting his strategy, mobilizing reserve forces to reinforce his line. Qi Lian Xian's offensive did not relent. Her soldiers moved across the sand table as if alive, continually shifting positions and executing a multi-pronged assault. Fire attack! Qi Lian Xian commanded once again, as her soldiers ignited flames, trapping a portion of Li Siye's troops within a fiery inferno. This surprise maneuver inflicted severe losses upon Li Siye's forces. Finally, a serious expression emerged in Li Siye's eyes, as he began to regard this female cultivator with earnestness. His soldiers commenced a systematic retreat and reorganization, while his center troops began to exert their strength. Employing a seemingly simple yet exceedingly effective tactic, he gradually defused Qi Lian Xian's onslaught. An ingenious series of stratagems. You are quite an interesting young lady, Li Siye remarked, admiration evident in his voice, as his soldiers began their counteroffensive under his command. Qi Lian Xian's countenance grew grave. She realized that Li Siye had yet to fully unveil his true strength. Taking a deep breath, she began to mobilize all her forces, dispersing them strategically in preparation for Li Siye's counterattack. The battle upon the sand table intensified, leaving the surrounding cultivators captivated, enthralled by this high-level contest of military strategy. Master Qi is truly a heroine among women. Her layout is nothing short of exquisite, exclaimed a cultivator, his eyes filled with admiration for Qi Lian Xian. Hemph. Master Qi is a prodigy of our purple earth star. This victory is assured, another cultivator declared confidently, holding high hopes for Qi Lian Xian. Chapter 37. Mastery in warfare. No other reason was required. The outcome on this battlefield was evident at a glance. Qi Lian Xian had maneuvered through layers of encirclement, poised to seize the enemy's leader. Ji Yuyi, standing amidst the crowd, shook his head and remarked coolly, Master Qi's defeat is all but certain. His words sparked immediate discontent among the surrounding cultivators. Mr. Gu, your words are misguided. Master Qi is clearly in the ascendant. Your military acumen eludes me. An elderly monk scoffed, retorting with palpable indignation, questioning the audacity of those who dared to curse the Red Sect master while harboring their own cowardice. Another monk joined the condemnation with sharp words. The practitioners from the western regions could no longer endure this and stood up to defend Gu Ye.M. Art. Ji Yu was well acquainted with General Li Si. Perhaps the Red Sect master would indeed face defeat. One of the western region practitioners stood beside Gu Yi in support. Observing this, Gu Yi smiled faintly, disinterested in engaging in further debate. Though Li Si's strategies appeared deceptively straightforward, they concealed lethal traps. The Red Lotus Heart unleashed a series of unexpected tactics, yet the reserve forces and tactical shifts of Li Si were even more unpredictable. As the Red Lotus Heart plunged deep into enemy territory. Its offensive had been completely restrained, signs of impending defeat already apparent. Just as the other monks were preparing to confront Gu Yi, the situation on the field took a sudden turn. Under Li Si's command, his soldiers tightened their formation like an immense net, gradually encircling the troops of the Red Lotus Heart. Close in, Li Si called out, prompting his center and flanking troops to swiftly converge, forming an impenetrable encirclement. A look of urgency crossed the face of the Red Lotus Heart as she hastily rallied her forces, desperate to break through Li Si's encirclement, only to find the enemy's defense as solid as rock. Every attempt to attack and breach was rendered futile. This is bad. The Red Sect Master is about to be defeated, a monk exclaimed, witnessing chaos erupt among the soldiers of the Red Lotus Heart. Their formation in disarray. No, it's a total rout, Gu Yi stated solemnly, a flicker of regret evident in his eyes. At Li Si's command, his soldiers launched a final, decisive assault. The soldiers of the Red Lotus Heart retreated step by step under this wave of attack, ultimately collapsing entirely. The battle on the sand table concluded, the forces of the Red Lotus Heart completely annihilated. Though Li Si's soldiers had also sustained losses, their main force remained intact. He turned to face the Red Lotus Heart, remarking, young lady, your strategic prowess is indeed remarkable. However, on the battlefield, the unpredictable nature of change requires further honing. Despite her defeat, the Red Lotus Heart bore no visible disappointment, but rather an expression of relief. She bowed to Li Si and sincerely proclaimed, General Li, your command is truly divine. I am utterly convinced. This day's defeat will be etched in my memory. Do with me as you will. Li Si laughed heartily, his voice resonating across the field, filled with admiration for the Red Lotus Heart. Indiscriminate slaughter? I, Li, am not a brutal man. Young lady, your military acumen is commendable. With your courage and wisdom, I shall impart to you a technique from the River and Mountain Classic, the River and Mountain Suppression. A bold spirit emanated from Li Si's voice. With a flourish of his hand, he began to demonstrate the technique. His movements flowed gracefully, the spiritual energy swirling as if the very rivers and mountains beneath them were in motion. A steady, mountainous aura rising from the formation. The Red Lotus Heart watched intently, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in her eyes, swiftly followed by profound astonishment. The other practitioners, witnessing this scene, were filled with trepidation, sensing the overwhelming power contained within the River and Mountain Suppression. Just one technique displayed such might. If they could acquire the complete River and Mountain Classic, what heights would their strength reach? The practitioners, initially driven by fear, began to stir with renewed ambition. General Li is not a tyrant. He is willing to teach military tactics to those with talent. One practitioner could not help but exclaim, his voice brimming with respect. Indeed, to receive General Li's guidance, even in defeat, would be no regret. Another practitioner echoed, their mindset noticeably shifting. After Li Si finished demonstrating the river and mountain suppression, the Red Lotus Heart stepped away from the sand table. Her face alight with joy. General Li, I shall forever remember today's gift. Should I make any progress in the future, I shall certainly seek your counsel again. Li Si nodded slightly, waving his hand dismissively. Seemingly unconcerned, his gaze swept across the assembled practitioners, ultimately resting upon Gu Yi. He had overheard the storyteller's evaluation during the match with the Red Lotus Heart. Excited by the prospect, Li Si wished to test the abilities of this storyteller. Feeling a long-lost thrill of a truly balanced match. You, step forward. Li Si's voice carried a hint of challenge, eager to discern what prowess Gu Yi possessed. Gu Yi smiled faintly, stepping calmly out of the crowd, revealing no trace of trepidation. Very well. Should I emerge victorious, I shall still seek to annihilate the heavens and eradicate the saints. Lic raised an eyebrow. And what will you wager? Gu Yi shrugged. His tone serene. The most precious thing, of course, is life. Lic snorted coldly, perceiving Gu Yi to be no different from those grasping for greed. Fine. Then come forward. Gu Yi approached the sand table, facing Li Si, and the atmosphere between them instantly thickened with tension. The soldiers on the sand table seemed to sense their master's intent, standing tall, ready to heed the forthcoming commands. With Li Si's command, the two armies clashed. And a glint flashed in Gu Ye's eyes. He began to maneuver his soldiers, sending the vanguard to probe while stabilizing the center. Advance, Gu Yi called, his fingers gliding over the sand table as the soldiers executed his orders with precision and order. Li Si, witnessing this, felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated the intricacy of Gu Ye's strategy. His soldiers began to move as well, and an intense contest erupted on the sand table. Gu Ye's layout was methodical, each maneuver effectively restraining Li Si's actions, preventing his offensive from unfolding freely. Under Gu Ye's direction, his soldiers alternated between dispersing and concentrating, their movements unpredictable and filled with cunning. What an impressive storyteller! I never expected you to possess such military talent. Li Si clapped in delight. Gu Yi offered a slight nod. General Li, you flatter me. I merely possess a modicum of understanding. Li Si, however, did not buy Gu Ye's modesty. Warfare was a realm of cunning, and this storyteller's skills were anything but ordinary. As the battle progressed, Gu Ye's soldiers, under his brilliant planning, gradually gained the upper hand. The assembled practitioners were captivated, drawn in by Gu Ye's strategic prowess. Each of his maneuvers was impeccably timed, every formation leaving them in awe. The Red Lotus Heart watched in astonishment. Having been led by Li Si in their previous match, Gu Yi had indeed taken an entirely different path. Chapter 38, Decapitation, Action, Li Si commanded, and the dynamics on the sand table began to shift subtly. The soldiers no longer advanced in simple formations. They adopted intricate and complex movements. Lic's strategy was a classic example of motion overcoming stillness. His soldiers arranged themselves into a seemingly loose yet deadly formation. Utilizing the terrain's advantages, they engaged in ambushes and stealth attacks, each strike precisely targeting the vulnerabilities of Gu Ye's forces. As time passed, Gu Ye's soldiers began to feel the pressure, their formation gradually weakening. The practitioners present marveled at Li Si's exquisite strategy, exclaiming their admiration. General Li commands with divine precision. Such tactics are utterly impossible to defend against. One practitioner exclaimed, eyes filled with respect. Indeed, witnessing General Li's soldiers flit across the battlefield like phantoms is truly eye-opening. Another practitioner echoed, excitement in their voice. Gu Yi maintained an expression of calm, seemingly unfazed by the shifting tides of battle. Rather, he commanded his soldiers with even greater composure. Gu Yi possesses remarkable poise. In the face of General Li's extraordinary tactics, he remains so unflappable, a Western region practitioner remarked in hushed tones, laced with admiration. Humph, I see him feigning calmness. In truth, he is already at a loss. Another practitioner scoffed, having long harbored a grudge against Gu Yi. Li Si, witnessing Gu Ye's steadfastness, felt a sense of satisfaction blossom within him. This young storyteller was no ordinary figure. He surely had something up his sleeve. Young man, your strategy is indeed exquisite. However, Li Si glanced at the sand table. Show me what you can do. Otherwise, you shall face defeat. Gu Yi smiled faintly, his fingers flicking lightly, prompting his soldiers to initiate new movements. Change formations, he commanded, and his soldiers swiftly adjusted their arrangement. A glint of surprise flickered in Li Si's eyes. He had not anticipated Gu Ye's ability to devise a countermeasure in such a brief span of time. Unfortunately, no matter how Gu Yi struggled, it proved futile. His influence on the sand table was steadily eroded. Li Si held the advantage, yet he furrowed his brow, a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. Each breath on the battlefield concealed potential peril. Any lapse could lead to total annihilation. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned every corner of the sand table, searching for the hidden threat lurking in the shadows. After meticulous observation, he found no anomalies. All soldiers proceeded with their next advance in an orderly manner, seemingly all under his control. Yet, Li Si's intuition warned him that Gu Yi would not easily concede defeat. Increase the tempo. Li Si issued a solemn command, resolute in his decision to end the battle without further delay. Striving for the swiftest conclusion, the soldiers surged forth like ferocious tigers descending a mountain, racing towards the location of Gu Ye's commanding officer. On the sand table, dust swirled, and the drums of war thundered. Li Si's troops, filled with fervor, charged into the rear of Gu Ye's forces, only to discover the area devoid of life, save for a solitary flag fluttering in the wind. A sense of foreboding gripped Li Si. He had fallen into a trap. At that moment, a faint smile graced Gu Ye's face. With a subtle wave of his hand, a command resonated throughout the army. The decapitation operation begins. Gu Ye's soldiers emerged from all directions, encircling Li Si from behind. Caught off guard, Li Si's generals had no time to react before they were systematically dispatched by Gu Ye's men. On the sand table, Li Si's influence rapidly dwindled, and chaos began to erupt among his ranks. The onlooking cultivators were left in shock, unable to fathom how Gu Yi could turn the tide so swiftly and execute a flawless decapitation maneuver. How is this possible? One cultivator stammered, his expression one of disbelief. Art. Gu is truly unfathomable. The rumors were not unfounded. Another cultivator exclaimed, his tone filled with profound admiration. Lic's countenance darkened, realizing he had fallen to such a young storyteller. Well played, Gu Yi, he said, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. You have won. I, Li Si, concede. Gu Yi offered a modest smile, showing no signs of arrogance in victory, instead exuding humility. Generally, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon success. Well played indeed, Gu Yi, Li Si retorted with a cold snort, a hint of challenge lingering in his voice. If you've bested me, then come and spar with me, boy. I wish to witness your true prowess. Li Si was determined not to let Gu Yi slip away easily. He had finally encountered an opponent who ignited his excitement, and he could not let this opportunity pass. Gu Yi felt a tightness in his chest at the thought of facing Li Si. Engaging him would undoubtedly be a path to doom. Generally, the outcome on the sand table is clear. Why must we resort to further conflict? Gu Yi endeavored to maintain his composure, his voice tinged with refusal. The cultivators present buzzed with chatter at Li Si's words, some beginning to urge him on. Mr. Gu, since General Li is so keen, why not indulge him in a few exchanges? It would be a fine spectacle for us all. One cultivator called out, his tone laced with provocation. Indeed, Mr. Gu, General Li's prowess is renowned. An opportunity to battle him would be rare. Another chimed in, eager for the spectacle, wishing to see Gu Yi bested. Gu Yi furrowed his brow. Recognizing their intentions, esteemed cultivators, I hold great respect for General Li's strength, but I am not fond of combat. Seeing Gu Ye's refusal, a more pronounced sneer crossed Li Si's face. What, are you afraid? Or is your prowess confined to the sand table? Gu Yi inhaled deeply, responding earnestly, General Li, I am not afraid. The contest on the sand table suffices to demonstrate our respective strategies. Some cultivators nodded in agreement, acknowledging Gu Ye's reasoning, while others continued to incite excitement. Eager for a confrontation. Art. Gu speaks wisely. The art of warfare transcends mere victory or defeat, a cultivator from the western regions affirmed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Noticing Gu Ye's steadfast refusal, a cunning glimmer flickered in Li Si's gaze as he raised his voice. If that is the case, let us raise the stakes. Should you triumph, not only will I acknowledge your military acumen, but I shall also relinquish my tome. The mountain and river classic. The wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of cultivators. They had not anticipated Li Si's audacious wager. This was the mountain and river classic. General Li, this wager seems excessive. One cultivator exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. Mr. Gu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should you prevail, you would soar to great heights. Another cultivator chimed in, envy coloring his tone. Jiuyi was taken aback. He had not expected such a move from Li Si. The mountain and river classic was indeed tempting. Yet as a chi condensation stage cultivator, engaging in battle would be tantamount to courting death. The experience card could be utilized, but Li Si was a formidable opponent, and he was unsure if a single card would suffice. Seeing Gu Ye's hesitation, Li Si scoffed. What, are you frightened? Or do you refuse to accept the challenge? Gu Ye took a deep breath, his resolve firming. Very well, I accept the challenge. Should I win, General Li, do not forget. I possess the power to obliterate the heavens and vanquish the saints. That is understood. Li Si nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Jiuyi understood the weight of the moment. He closed his eyes, silently invoking the activation of his final Li by experience card. When he opened his eyes once more, a striking radiance glimmered within them, transforming his very essence. Come forth, General Li. Gu Ye's voice resonated with calm assurance. Lic, taken aback, felt an intimidating aura emanating from Gu Ye. Very well, let me witness your capabilities. The two advanced to the center of the arena, while the surrounding cultivators withdrew, granting them ample space. Lic slowly unsheathed his blade, its edge glinting ominously. Gu Ye extended his hand, summoning his sword, the Pei Tian, which appeared in his grasp. The two stood poised, their gazes locked, an invisible tension crackling between them. Let us commence, Li Si bellowed, propelling himself forward, his blade a streak of lightning aimed directly at Gu Ye. Gu Ye evaded with a graceful shift, his sword dancing in the air, employing a profound technique to deflect Li Si's assault. The two weapons collided, producing a crisp resonance. Each strike from Li Si bore the weight of a relentless tide. Intent on overwhelming his adversary, mountain quakes and earth shatters, Li Si roared, his blade crashing down with the force of an avalanche, pressing heavily upon Gu Ye. Unfazed, Gu Ye wielded his sword, executing a move reminiscent of flowing wine. The blade shimmered with poetic elegance, deftly neutralizing Li Si's onslaught. Excellent swordsmanship, Li Si exclaimed, immediately altering his technique. Receive my gale fury, he shouted, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc, unleashing a torrent of relentless strikes upon Gu Ye. Gu Ye's form was ethereal, countering with a technique from the Tai Bai sword classic, Lushan Ballad. His swordlight swirled like the mist of Lushan Mountain, effortlessly dismantling Li Si's furious barrage. The onlooking cultivators were left dumbfounded. They had presumed Gu Ye, a master of strategy, would inevitably falter against someone of Li Si's caliber. Yet the scene before them shattered their expectations. This, Mr. Gu's swordplay is astonishing. One cultivator gasped, incredulity saturating his voice. Each maneuver is like a verse of poetry, breathtakingly beautiful. Another praised, his admiration for Gu Ye's skill palpable. Lic's countenance gradually morphed into one of astonishment, realizing that Gu Ye's swordsmanship was exquisitely intricate, each stroke seemingly imbued with the wisdom of the cosmos. Jiuyi, you are indeed extraordinary. Now, receive my final move, desperate resolve, Li Si thundered, his technique shifting once more, the blade cleaving with the determination of a shipwrecked vessel. Gu Ye smiled subtly, General Li, I too have much to impart with this strike. With a light flourish of his sword, the blade emanated a tranquil glow, like moonlight cascading down, dissolving Li Si's ferocity into nothingness. The intensity of their duel escalated, and the surrounding cultivators could almost feel the powerful waves of energy surging through the air. Mr. Gu's swordsmanship is truly an eye-opener. A Western region cultivator could not help but exclaim. His gaze filled with deep respect. Who would have thought that Mr. could wield both strategy and sword with such prowess? He embodies the perfect blend of literary and martial talent, another cultivator echoed. Equally impressed by Gu Ye's skill on the battlefield, Gu Ye's swordplay grew increasingly effortless, while Li Si, though still fierce, began to feel the weight of pressure closing in. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades reverberated as both retreated simultaneously. Halting in the center, Yu Ye's sword lightly tapped against Li Si's blade, while Li Si's sword hovered before Gu Ye's chest. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, all present struck by the gravity of the confrontation. Gu Ye withdrew his sword, offering a slight smile to Li Si. "General Li, I concede to your skill." Li Si remained silent for a moment, before bursting into hearty laughter. Well, Gu Ye, today I acknowledge your prowess. As for the Mountain and River Classic, I shall honor my word and impart it to you." The assembly of cultivators was once again astounded. They had not anticipated that Gu Ye could indeed triumph over Li Tsiwe and secure the coveted Shanhe Jing. At that moment, all eyes were fixated upon Gu Ye, their gazes filled not only with admiration but also with an unmistakable greed. The worth of both the Shanhe Jing and the devastatingly powerful Huitian Midi Juxing technique was enough to entice anyone's heart. Li Tsiwe lightly tapped his fingertip, sending forth two beams of light that pierced into Gu Ye's brow. Ji Ye felt an influx of information regarding the two techniques flooding his mind. He closed his eyes, delving into the intricacies of the Huitian Midi Juxing technique. As his understanding deepened, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. The sheer might of this move was beyond imagination. It could harness the forces of heaven and earth, unleashing a cataclysmic assault capable of annihilating any formidable foe. However, the backlash was equally formidable, demanding the sacrifice of one's own vitality, and a moment's carelessness could jeopardize one's life. Upon opening his eyes, a hint of gravity flashed within them. Both techniques were of the Xinhuang tier. Should they fall into the hands of others, it could undoubtedly incite a multitude of troubles. Observing Gu Ye lost in contemplation of the techniques, the surrounding cultivators gradually encircled him, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. "Mr. Gu, you are truly a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Might I inquire about the tier of the techniques you have acquired?" One cultivator asked, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Ji Ye smiled faintly and politely replied, "You flatter me, esteemed cultivators. For the time being, I cannot disclose the tier of these techniques." His response left some cultivators feeling discontent. As they had hoped to glean information from Gu Ye to assess the value of the techniques, "Mr. Gu, as a reincarnated immortal emperor, why do you still compete with us for these techniques? They rightfully belong to us," another cultivator remarked, his tone tinged with reproach. Ji Ye merely shook his head lightly, unwilling to elaborate further for these greedy individuals, and stated simply, "Techniques have no owner. They are obtained by those who are fated." His demeanor only served to exacerbate the dissatisfaction among some cultivators, yet they dared not openly oppose Gu Ye, resorting instead to gritting their teeth in silence. At that juncture, Li Tu's voice resounded once more. "Who among you dares to challenge me?" The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of tension, as all cultivators stirred restlessly, their eyes glinting with greed and desire. "Why not band together, with so many of us? Surely we can prevail," a cultivator proposed loudly, and his words were met with immediate agreement. "Indeed, let us unite. With our numbers, can we not subdue Li Tsiwe?" Another echoed, and the scene descended into chaos as the cultivators began to gather, preparing to confront Li Tsiwe. Their eyes shone with avarice and fervor, as none could deny that Li Tsiwe wielded the formidable technique known as Pajuan Quanglon. Li Tsiwe, observing this, sneered disdainfully and remarked, "A rabble dares to challenge me? Allow me to show you my true prowess." His aura erupted suddenly, akin to a great mountain, pressing down upon the crowd, rendering them breathless. Nevertheless, the cultivators, blinded by greed, charged recklessly towards Li Tsiwe. Gu Ye stood to the side, quietly observing the unfolding chaos, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. As the battle ignited, the entire secret realm descended into pandemonium. The cultivators unleashed their respective techniques, striving to vanquish Li Tsiwe's strength far surpassed their expectations. Each strike he delivered bore the weight of devastation. Facing a throng of ravenous cultivators, he exhibited no trepidation, but rather a glimmer of exhilaration. Delightful, truly delightful. Xin Lingqin, gravely injured and watching from the sidelines, seethed with indignation, her heart filled with resentment. If only she were unscathed, she would have undoubtedly plunged into the fray to claim the Pajuan Quanglon's legacy. Curse it! Were it not for this injury, I would make Li Tsiwe experience my wrath. Xin Lingqin ground her teeth, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes nearly ablaze. Simultaneously, Yun Nishang and Xia Yozi could no longer contain themselves. Their eyes shimmered with greed and resolve as they charged into the fray. "We shall overwhelm him with numbers. Surely, we need not fear him," Xia Yozi declared, his fighting spirit soaring, the artifact in his grasp radiating a brilliant glow. Prepared to unleash his full might, the battle intensified, with cultivators showcasing their supernatural abilities, and indeed, Li Tsiwe's strength was formidable. Each of his strikes exerted immense pressure upon the cultivators. Unbeknownst to all, Gu Yi had quietly slipped away from the chaotic battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within the Taibai's secret realm. Eager for the task's conclusion, he was impatient to reap the rewards. Upon completing the task, he received the Liuli Xiangu, Xiantian Imotong, physique enhancement, and a 2-tier increase in cultivation. Ji Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. He was no longer at the qi condensation stage. Having ascended to the Baoyang stage, the knowledge of the Shitian Jing surfaced in his mind. He had yet to thoroughly study the technique acquired from Lushan. The side effects of the Shitian Jing were tremendously potent. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the risk, as carelessness could lead to madness and significant loss of power. Unlike ordinary individuals, Gu Yi possessed an innate spiritual body, rendering the side effects of the Shitian Jing negligible for him. After glancing at the first form, he harbored some concern about whether he would be able to cultivate it at the Baoyang stage. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try, swallowing the sun. He bellowed, forming hand seals as a powerful suction force erupted from his being. The surrounding spiritual energy was voraciously consumed, forming a massive vortex. As his power surged, Gu Yi's eyes began to redden, veins bulging on his forehead. Devouring the earth, Gu Yi waved his hands, unleashing waves of black energy that rippled outwards from his body, distorting the very fabric of space. This technique might surpass that of swallowing the sun. But the toll on his mind was considerably greater. Having barely unleashed 2 moves, Gu Yi found himself struggling to maintain control and hastily settled into meditation to recuperate. Once he had regained his strength, he took a deep breath, silently resolving to master the Huitian Midi Juxing technique. This would become his trump card in critical moments. Gradually rising to his feet, he lifted his hands, causing the spiritual energy in the air to stir restlessly. Huitian Midi Juxing technique. Gu Yi's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the entire Taibai secret realm. Around him, the spiritual energy spiraled wildly, coalescing into a tremendous storm. At the center of the tempest, Gu Yi's figure flickered in and out of visibility, resembling a deity manifesting upon the earth. The power of this technique far exceeded that of the previous 2. As he unleashed the move, the entire secret realm began to tremble, on the verge of succumbing to this overwhelming force. Gu Yi was astonished. It was already this formidable before he had even begun to utilize it. If this move were to be employed in actual combat, the results would be utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surrounded the cultivators, the air thick with the stench of death. Yun Nishang and Xia Yozi had become consumed by bloodlust. Their gazes solely fixated on their greed for the techniques and their thirst for victory. What is happening? Li Tsiwe gazed upon the carnage before him, a wave of helplessness surging within him. He had not anticipated that these individuals would descend into such madness over the Pajuan Quanglan. Ha, a mere Li Tsiwe, soon to be resolved. Xia Yozi cackled maniacally, his artifact radiating blinding light as it pointed directly at Li Tsiwe. You are courting death, Li Tsiwe roared, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Since you are so insistent, allow me to show you the true meaning of power. Li Tsiwe's voice was frigid as he clenched his fists. A powerful force beginning to coalesce within him. Pajuan Quanglan, activate, with his thunderous roar. An invisible wave radiated outward from him, expanding in all directions. This force surged like a tsunami, bearing the intent to obliterate everything in its path. Sweeping towards the surrounding cultivators, Xia Yozi and the others felt the terrifying might of this force, their faces turning ashen in an instant. They attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Li Tsiwe's power was insurmountable. They were utterly incapable of resisting. No, this is impossible. Xia Yozi screamed in terror, his voice quickly consumed by Li Tsiwe's overwhelming force. The cultivators were swept away like leaves in a tempest, each one flung into the air one after another. Li Tsiwe stood firm, emanating a faint glow, as all the cultivators were expelled from the barrier. Chapter 41. The disappearance of people. All cultivators felt a disorienting whirl, and upon regaining their bearings, they found themselves standing in the void outside the secret realm. They turned back to see the once magnificent secret realm vanish into thin air. Li Tsiu's authoritative and cold voice resonated in the air. This secret realm only permits cultivators from the western regions to enter. You are to depart at once and never set foot here again. The cultivators exchanged glances, a surge of uncontrollable anger and resentment swelling within them. They had paid a significant price for the treasures within the secret realm. Some were gravely injured, and now they were left empty-handed. This is unjust, Li Tsiu, you old wretch. How can you be so biased? A monk shouted furiously, his face etched with resentment and rage. We have sacrificed so much, yet received nothing in return. What kind of reasoning is this? Another monk vociferously cursed, his voice brimming with bitterness. And what of the monks from the western regions? Do the cultivators from other places truly stand beneath them? More curses erupted from the crowd, as the monk's fury reached a boiling point. Qi Lianxin stood amidst the throng, her expression calm. Today, she had not departed empty-handed, and thus held no objections. Dao Potion's condition was dire. He was on the verge of death, his body marred with wounds. The disciples of the Dao sect hurried to support him. Their eyes filled with worry and urgency in this turmoil. They needed to transport Dao Patian back for treatment as swiftly as possible. Just then, a monk suddenly raised a question. Wait, what of Gu Yi? Where has that lad gone? It dawned on everyone that Gu Yi, who should have been present, had inexplicably vanished. Some monks, who had intended to deal with Gu Yi after the battle, felt a surge of frustration. They had planned to seize the treasures on him, yet now could not even find him. Damn it, that rascal must have seized the opportunity to flee. One monk gritted his teeth, anger and greed flickering in his eyes. He possesses two formidable techniques. We cannot let him go just like that. Another monk echoed, their voices laced with animosity towards Gu Yi. Alas, no matter how furious or resentful they were, the secret realm had already vanished. Yuan Nishang felt a sense of loss. This trip had been utterly futile, and the thought of it was stifling. Xin Lingqin, supported by other disciples, contemplated her situation. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? That wretched Gu Yi, she vowed to personally slay him and tear him to shreds. 3 days swiftly passed, and rumors regarding the secret realm of the western regions spread across Jidixing like wildfire. Gu Ye's acquisition of the Shan He Jing and the destroying heaven and exterminating saint technique became the topic of fervent discussion in tea houses. Those who had participated in the secret realm contest described the power of the Shan He Jing as akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, instilling fear in all who heard of it, not to mention the enigmatic destroying heaven and exterminating saint technique. In the tea houses of Guiyang City, various discussions erupted. Patrons gathered around tables, savoring tea while fervently debating Gu Ye's exploits. Have you heard? That storyteller, Gu Yi, actually seized the Shan He Jing from Li Sai. A middle-aged monk clad in a blue robe lowered his voice, feigning mystery. Not only have we heard, the news has spread like wildfire. It is said that when the Shan He Jing is unleashed, the heavens and earth change color, the mountains and rivers reverse. Its power is boundless. An elderly man stroked his beard, his eyes filled with awe. However, I have heard that Gu Yi is no ordinary being. Some say he is a reincarnation of an immortal emperor, and these techniques are merely child's play for him. A young female cultivator blinked her curious eyes, a hint of envy in her tone. Reincarnation of an immortal emperor? I find that hard to believe. A burly man with a full beard scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. I suspect he is merely a charlatan, a master of deception who has ensnared you all. Your words are misguided. Consider the stature of Li Sai. If Gu Yi lacked any strength, how could he have triumphed? A scholarly young man waved his folding fan in rebuttal. I believe Gu Yi must possess extraordinary talents. The discussions in the tea house grew increasingly fervent, with speculations and debates proliferating. Opinions on Gu Yi varied widely, and many cultivators merely sipped tea, choosing not to participate. Yuan Nishang, veiled and seated in a corner, quietly listened to the surrounding discourse. She felt disheartened yet could not deny the extraordinary strength possessed by Gu Yi. She gently sipped her tea, internally deliberating whether she should seek an opportunity to ally with Gu Yi. She was in no rush to return to her sect, their greatest rival, the Tianyin sect, had been utterly crippled, posing no threat to the Xintian female sect's position. Shun Lingqin, seated at another table, had healed considerably, yet her fury remained unabated. Listening to those around her praise Gu Yi only grated on her nerves further. She gripped her teacup tightly, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Humph, what reincarnation of an immortal emperor! Such notions are merely the ravings of the ignorant, Shen Lingqin coldly declared, her voice dripping with disdain. Once my injuries have healed, I will ensure that Gu Yi knows Ji Xing is not a place where he can run amok. The surrounding cultivators cast astonished glances at Shen Lingqin's words. Some recognized her identity as the esteemed disciple of the Tianxian sect and murmured among themselves, "It seems Miss Shan harbors quite the grudge against Gu Yi. Might she be willing to share?" someone inquired curiously. Shen Lingqin coldly smiled, about to respond when she suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from outside the tea house. Frowning, she quickly reined in her presence and turned her gaze towards the entrance. A group of individuals slowly entered the tea house, led by an elderly man clad in resplendent garments. Behind him trailed several powerful cultivators, and the moment the elder stepped inside, he commanded the attention of all. The atmosphere in the tea house abruptly froze, with every gaze fixated on the elder's entrance. Dressed in a simple robe, with hair and beard resembling silver threads, his deep-set eyes revealed the weight of years. He was none other than Chu Huaishan of the Tianshu Pavilion, an establishment with branches scattered throughout the continent, dedicated to chronicling the history of the entire land. Heavens, is that not Elder Chu Huaishan? What brings him here? A monk gasped in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with astonishment. Elder Chu's presence demands our respect. Should we not pay our respects? Another monk stuttered, awe etched across his face. The cultivators in the tea house rose, standing respectfully. Only when Chu Huaishan raised a hand, signaling for them to sit, did they cautiously return to their seats. The waiter, seeing this, hurriedly approached, offering a cup of hot tea to Chu Huaishan. His movements swift yet respectful. "Elder Chu, please enjoy your tea." Chu Huaishan nodded slightly, gesturing for the waiter to withdraw, then surveyed the tea house before slowly sipping his tea. A young cultivator could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Elder Chu, you have always kept to yourself. What brings you out today?" Chu Huaishan's expression darkened, his voice laced with irritation. "Humph, Gu Yi has been spreading heretical teachings, claiming some Grand Tang divine dynasty. This is utterly absurd. Our Tianshu Pavilion's Ji Xing branch has investigated many locations and has never heard of any such Tang divine dynasty, proving Gu Ye's claims to be fabrications, unworthy of consideration." Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the tea house erupted into a flurry of discussion. Chu Huaishan rose, his gaze like lightning, sweeping across every individual present. "I have come out today to personally punish this fraud." His words rang with authority, and none dared to refute. Though Yun Nishang felt discontent, she did not dare show a hint of it. The power and influence of the Tianshu Pavilion spanned the entire continent, and none dared to oppose them. Shen Lingqin's heart surged with joy. She had long awaited an opportunity to witness Gu Ye's downfall, and now that moment had finally arrived. Days passed, yet Gu Yi seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm. Chu Huaishan had waited in the tea house for 3 days, growing increasingly impatient. He inquired of his subordinates, "Have we received any news from the western regions or Lingxiao City?" His subordinates shook their heads. The 3 locations Gu Yi had been spotted were all under surveillance by the Tianshu Pavilion. They were determined to eliminate Gu Yi, yet no news had emerged. Chu Huaishan's dissatisfaction intensified. This Gu Yi is indeed a fraud. He must be too afraid to show himself with our Tianshu Pavilion's people present. His words reverberated in the tea house, and the surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement. They whispered among themselves, their discussions rising in volume. Indeed, if he hasn't appeared for so long, it can only mean he is frightened. A monk concurred, disdain evident in his tone. The reputation of the Tianshu Pavilion is well known. How could a mere child not be intimidated? Another cultivator sneered, harboring deep-seated hatred for Gu Yi after failing to seize the techniques last time. At that moment, a monk rushed in, breathless. "Everyone, Gu Yi has appeared." He gasped. Shock rippled through the crowd, the atmosphere in the tea house suddenly tense, countless eyes locking onto the messenger. "Where? Speak quickly," someone urged eagerly, excitement lacing their voice. "In the sky city of Ji Xing." The messenger replied, panting heavily. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone surged out of the tea house, some flying on swords, others employing their techniques, all hastening towards the direction of Sky City. Chu Huaishan was momentarily taken aback before snorting coldly. "Let us go!" He waved his hand, leading his subordinates swiftly out of the tea house towards Sky City. The tea house owner and waiter watched the crowd depart, weariness etched on their faces. The owner shook his head. Realizing that yet another storm was about to erupt in Zhidi Xing, the celestial city of ZD Star is renowned for its unique geographical location, suspended high in the sky, and its breathtaking scenery. The bustling scene is filled with cultivators coming and going. Jiyu Yi stepped into the celestial city, curiously surveying his surroundings, and could not help but marvel at the ingenious craftsmanship of this aerial city. Finding the place quite intriguing, he casually sought out a small tea house to rest for a while. Just as he settled down and ordered a pot of tea, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The cultivators of the celestial city had taken notice of him and gradually gathered around. "Isn't this Mr. Gu? What a surprise to see you here." A cultivator recognized Gu Yi, instantly donning a fawning smile. "Your presence truly elevates the prestige of our celestial city, Mr. Gu." Another cultivator, eager to join the conversation, approached with a tone replete with flattery. Jiyu Yi smiled faintly, displaying little surprise at their sudden enthusiasm, and responded nonchalantly, "There is no need for such formalities, my fellow cultivators." His demeanor was modest, yet the zeal of these cultivators remained unabated. They pressed forward, some presenting their business cards, while others offered various rare spiritual fruits. Hoping to forge a closer connection with Gu Yi. "Mr. Gu, this is a specially crafted spiritual tea from my family. Do give it a try." A female cultivator presented a fragrant cup of tea, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Alas, it is a pity we could not converse during the secret realm encounter." A young cultivator respectfully inquired, "Might you share some insights with me, if I may be so bold?" Facing the eager cultivators, Gu Yi politely declined their good intentions, stating, "I appreciate your kindness, but I am merely a storyteller, and I do not possess much knowledge regarding cultivation matters." He smiled as he gently refused the offered cards and fruits one by one. The cultivators exchanged glances, unwilling to give up so easily. They yearned to continue asking questions, hoping to extract useful information from Gu Yi. Just then, a large group entered from outside, led by Chu Huaishan. He strode into the tea house, his gaze sharp as it fell upon Gu Yi. "What a shameless fellow, daring to show up here." Chu Huaishan's voice was tinged with anger. Jiyu Yi looked up calmly and asked, "And you are?" Chu Huaishan's subordinates immediately stepped forward, reprimanding, "How dare you? Elder Chu Huaishan of the Tianshu Pavilion is present, and you exhibit such rudeness?" Gu Yi merely smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "I do not recognize you. What business do you have with me?" Enraged by Gu Yi's demeanor, Chu Huaishan coldly declared, "Gu Yi, you fabricate lies and deceive the world. Today, I shall expose your true nature." At this, Gu Yi chuckled, "Dear elder, such an accusation is one I cannot bear." Chu Huaishan's voice turned frigid. "The Tianshu Pavilion compiles historical accounts, and you, a charlatan, deceive the unsuspecting while daring to act insolently before the Tianshu Pavilion." With a hint of amusement in his smile, Gu Yi unfazedly countered, "As you say, elder, the Tianshu Pavilion collects historical accounts. If ancient events have not been witnessed but merely heard of, would the Tianshu Pavilion still record them?" This retort struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Chu Huaishan momentarily speechless. His expression darkened, and he yelled, "You are merely quibbling. The reputation of the Tianshu Pavilion cannot be questioned by the likes of you." Gu Yi, however, remained undeterred, leisurely savoring a sip of tea, remarking, "The tea here in Celestial City is indeed remarkable. I am merely raising a question. If Elder Chu cannot provide an answer, how can you assert that what I say is false?" He set down his teacup, his gaze directed at the livid Chu Huaishan. The other cultivators in the tea house held their breath, astonished that Gu Yi dared to confront Chu Huaishan so boldly. Chu Huaishan, furious yet amused, remarked with a hint of coldness, "What a sharp-tongued fellow. No wonder you can fool the masses." His eyes fixated intently on Gu Yi. Jiyu Yi maintained his composure, offering a light smile. "I am but a storyteller. What Elder Chu says is beyond my humble means. You may all treat this as a mere tale." He wished to avoid dealing with the likes of scribes, as such individuals often complicate matters and hinder his progress. For the past few days, Gui had been wandering around ZD Star, seeking a suitable location to place a new secret realm, which ultimately led him to the Celestial City. Chu Huaishan snorted derisively but eventually took a seat. Very well, let us see what you have to say. Yet inwardly, he pondered how to expose this young man during their confrontation, lest more individuals fall for his tricks. Jiu Yi, unperturbed by Chu Huaishan's thoughts, continued, and the other cultivators, seeing Chu Huaishan seated, began to find their own places, some standing as the tea house filled with an ever-growing crowd of eager listeners. Yun Nizhang, naturally averse to jostling through the throngs, gracefully leapt to the second floor, seeking a vantage point from which she could clearly hear Gu Ye's storytelling. However, as she settled in, she unexpectedly encountered Shen Lingqin. With a cold laugh, Shen Lingqin expressed no surprise at Yun Nizhang's appearance. Yun sect leader, we are truly fated to cross paths. It seems we meet wherever we go. Her eyes held a glint of disdain. As she regarded Yun Nizhang with indifference, a mere member of the Xian Tian sect cannot possibly compare to the Tian Xian sect. You are nothing of consequence. Yun Nizhang frowned, wishing to avoid conflict with Shen Lingqin at this moment. Shen Lingqin, I do not wish to quarrel with you. Let us simply enjoy the storytelling, she stated. Shen Lingqin curled her lips into a sneer. Humph, storytelling. Gu Yi is merely a charlatan. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within Yun Nizhang, and she was about to retort when a sharp crack silenced the tea house. Jiu Yi struck the wooden block in his hand, and as Yun Nizhang turned her gaze downstairs, she saw Gu Yi take a sip of tea and begin. Let us speak of General Li Siyu's pacification of the chaos. After the Lushan Rebellion, the Great Tang Divine Dynasty endured for hundreds of years before ultimately facing destruction, leading to the complete collapse of the thousand-year-old dynasty. The cultivators in the tea house bore expressions of shock upon hearing Gu Ye's words. They had not anticipated that even a mighty entity like the Great Tang Divine Dynasty could not escape the fate of obliteration. Instantly, murmurs erupted in the tea house as cultivators exchanged hushed words, their emotions heightened. An elderly cultivator could not contain himself and loudly inquired, Mr. Gu, was not the Divine Emperor of the Great Tang a legendary immortal? Why did he not intervene to save it? Others joined in agreement, expressing skepticism over this account. Chu Huaishan, witnessing the commotion, scoffed derisively, his gaze fixed on Gu Yi, his tone dripping with mockery. Pure deception. How could such a tale hold any water? Gu Yi remained unfazed by Chu Huaishan's provocation, gently placing his teacup down. My friends, there is no need for haste. The individual we speak of today is none other than the Divine Emperor of the Great Tang. Li Longji, on the day of his birth, 9 golden lotuses descended from the heavens, coinciding with a time of great turmoil for the realm, both internally and externally. The national master Yuan Tiangang, capable of perceiving matters of heaven and earth, was deeply moved by this phenomenon. The descent of 9 golden lotuses heralded both the rise and fall of the divine dynasty. Time and fate are intertwined. Even Yuan Tiangang, with his profound knowledge, could not alter destiny. As Gu Yi spoke, he noted his trust level had dramatically increased. He pressed on. This statement stirred discontent in the divine Empress Wu Zetian, who imprisoned Li Longji in the frigid lands for 14 years. During this imprisonment, with no one to guide him, he developed the innate divine skill, Dream Machine. At the age of 14, he shattered the frozen land with a single punch, melting the entire area with the heat of his blow. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang shook his head in lament, realizing his time was short. Within 3 days, he inscribed the entirety of his life's teachings into a prophetic chart, entrusting it to his senior brother Li Chunfeng for safekeeping. Upon hearing Gu Ye's narrative, Chu Huaishan could not help but burst into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the tea house. Preposterous, absurd. He chided loudly. Jiu Yi, I see you cannot even weave a proper tale. These events, which you have not witnessed with your own eyes, how could you possess such profound knowledge in a matter of mere days? Upon hearing Chu Huaishan's mocking remarks, the practitioners within the tea house erupted into a cacophony of debate. Dividing into 2 factions, those who believed Gu Yi were unwavering in their faith, with some standing to defend him, asserting, What Emir Jiu speaks is undoubtedly true. You fail to comprehend that he is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, and thus possesses intimate knowledge of these past events. Conversely, the skeptics scoffed derisively, their tones laced with doubt, proclaiming, Elder Chu makes a valid point. The tale is merely what Gu Yi has recounted, and he can spin it however he pleases. As the two sides clashed vociferously, the atmosphere in the tea house grew increasingly tense. You claim Mr.Gu is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Then why does he not demonstrate some of his supernatural abilities for our scrutiny? One of the dissenting practitioners provocatively inquired. A supporter quickly retorted, have you all forgotten Mr. Gu's performance in the secret realm? Those events align perfectly with the stories he has told. Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. Chapter 44. The clash begins. Observing the agitated crowd within the tea house, Guyi realized that if he did not intervene, a brawl was imminent. He struck the wooden block in his hand again, its sound resonating with an air of mediation. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. Chu Huaishan, witnessing Guyi's pretense, could not suppress a cold chuckle within. He was eager to see how Guyi would maintain his composure once his lies were exposed. Just as Guyi's words fell, the tension in the room reached a boiling point. You ignorant child, how dare you question Mr. Gu's words? A middle-aged practitioner clad in blue robes shouted, pointing vehemently, and what if I do? What evidence do you possess to substantiate that Guyi speaks the truth? The opposing practitioner countered, his eyes ablaze with defiance. Evidence? Does Mr.Gu require evidence? The blue-robed practitioner fumed, his beard bristling with indignation. Do not presume to think I am unaware. You lot merely seek to ingratiate yourselves with Mr.Gu to extract benefits from him. Another practitioner sneered, his words sharp as daggers. You slanderous wretch, came an enraged shout, the fury erupting like a volcano. Enough! A burly practitioner slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet. Rather than squabbling here, let us settle this with strength. No sooner had he spoken than several practitioners surged out of the tea house, taking their stances in the open space outside. The rest followed suit, unwilling to be outdone, and the scene descended into chaos. Alas, listening to tales should be a cultured affair. It ought not to descend into such turmoil. Guyi sighed, surprised to find that he had garnered mindless supporters. At that moment, a Taoist practitioner stood, respectfully interjecting, please, Mr. Gu, continue your storytelling. These ruffians need not concern you. The other practitioners within the tea house nodded in agreement, unwilling to let the discord disrupt their enjoyment of the narrative. Guyi had intended to do just that, and now he found the opportunity to pivot. Once the Tuabei is revealed, chaos shall ensue. Rumor has it that one who comprehends this diagram can penetrate the celestial principles, pointing directly to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. To acquire the Tuabei, heroes from all corners have risen. Li Chun Feng has since vanished without a trace. As the practitioners absorbed this revelation, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. For those lacking innate talent, each breakthrough resembles the treacherous ascent of a perilous peak, where a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The Celestial Emperor, a dream cherished by all cultivators, a figure seemingly beyond reach. It has been a millennium since anyone in the Purple Earth Star has touched that realm. Upon hearing that one could become a Celestial Emperor through the understanding of the Tuabei, fervor ignited in the eyes of the practitioners. They were inclined to believe Guyi's words were indeed true, that a treasure capable of leading one to the realm of the Celestial Emperor truly existed. In stark contrast, Chu Huaishan sneered inwardly, dismissing Guyi's claims with scorn. As an elder of the Tianshu Pavilion, he had encountered countless strange tales. Never had he heard of such an extraordinary artifact as the Tuabei Tuesday. Noticing the unusual expression on Chu Huaishan's face, a subordinate could not help but whisper, Elder, does such a treasure as the Tuabei truly exist in this world? Furrowing his brow, Chu Huaishan rebuked sharply, nonsense. The records of Tianshu Pavilion are countless. Where do they document such absurdity? Guyi is merely a glib-tongued charlatan weaving tales to beguile the masses. Intimidated by Chu Huaishan's stern tone, the subordinate bowed his head, acquiescing, yes, you are correct, elder. I have been short-sighted. With a huff, Chu Huaishan's gaze returned to Guyi, a glimmer of sharp intelligence flickering in his eyes. This wretched Guyi, it seemed, was truly underestimated. Even his own subordinates had been ensnared by his deception. An elderly practitioner stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with desire. Should the Tuabei truly exist, it would be an opportunity of immense magnitude. The realm of the Celestial Emperor is the aspiration of countless souls. Beside him, A female practitioner gazed with longing, the celestial emperor, a legendary existence. If she could merely glimpse the path therein, her life would be without regret. Yuan Nishang's heart trembled with shock. If the Tue Bei-Tu truly existed, the purple Earth star would likely be engulfed in unprecedented chaos. Should such an artifact be real, her Xin Tian female sect could not afford to lag behind. Without delay, Shun Lingqin hastily sent messages to the Tianxian sect, urging them to dispatch individuals to the heavenly city. She understood well that if Gu Ye's words held any truth, he would be the sole possessor of the clues. She had to act swiftly. She could not let the opportunity slip away. As the sounds of conflict outside gradually subsided, the practitioners recognized the significance of the Tue Bei-Tu and returned to the tea house. The attendants hurried to serve tea. Vying for the favor of the storyteller, Jiu Yi was accustomed to such enthusiasm. He smiled graciously, thanking each one without allowing it to disrupt his rhythm. Meanwhile, within the heavenly city, in the Lord's residence, Bai Yunjian was attending to daily affairs, intently reviewing documents, when a subordinate rushed in, panic evident on his face. Lord, Lord. The subordinate's voice brimmed with urgency. Have you heard? That Gu Yi, the one who acquired the Shan He Jing and the destroying heaven and annihilating saints technique from the western region's secret realm, is currently telling stories in our heavenly city's tea house. Bai Yunjian halted abruptly, his pen pausing mid-stroke, ink spreading across the page. He sprang to his feet, astonishment etched across his features. What did you say? Gu Yi has arrived in the heavenly city? The subordinate nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord. He is narrating tales regarding the Tue Bei-Tu, claiming that understanding its mysteries could lead one to become a celestial emperor. A tempest surged within Bai Yunjian's heart. He had not anticipated Gu Yi to arrive on his territory. He lamented missing the previous event in the western region, arriving only to find the secret realm had vanished. The cultivators from the west returned empty-handed, and it was only after 6 days of waiting that he begrudgingly returned to the heavenly city. What a twist of fate, Bai Yunjian murmured to himself. Then beamed with elation, I shall personally meet this Mr. Gu. With his orders given, the subordinate hurriedly withdrew to prepare. Bai Yunjian adjusted his attire, his excitement barely contained. If the Tue Bei-Tu as Gu Yi described were true, he might have the chance to glimpse the secrets of the celestial emperor. Soon, Bai Yunjian hastened toward the tea house in the heavenly city. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the throngs of practitioners before him. The establishment was teeming with people, packed tightly, a sight rarely seen in the heavenly city. As Bai Yunjian reached the tea house, he was astounded by the overwhelming crowd of practitioners, inside and out. The throng bustled, a veritable sea of bodies, making it nearly impossible to navigate. Although the heavenly city is a bustling locale, it seldom witnesses such a congregation of cultivators. Observing the scene, his subordinate stepped forward, brow furrowed, whispering, Lord, I shall clear a path for you. Let them disperse a bit. Chapter 45. The stirring Bai Yunjian waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to refrain from acting rashly. No need. Let us quietly listen from outside today. You are aware of the happenings in Ling Shao City. Should this individual take offense, he may depart at any moment. He did not wish for the practitioners of the heavenly city to offend Mr. Gu. After all, one could hear from anywhere. Why not here? Though reluctant, his subordinates complied, retreating to patiently await outside the tea house. Bai Yunjian stood amidst the crowd, his gaze penetrating the throng, directed toward the interior of the tea house. Though the distance was great, for one of his cultivation level, Gu Ye's voice remained distinctly audible to Ian that year. The 14-year-old Li Longji also sought out Yuan Tiangang, rebuking him for his deceptive words. He had been imprisoned for 14 years, all thanks to Yuan Tiangang's machinations. Yuan Tiangang, aware he would meet his demise at Li Longji's hands, engaged in a game of chess with him, a contest that lasted 7 days and nights, until Yuan Tiangang's spiritual energy was exhausted, leading to his demise. Before his death, he left behind a shocking prophecy. You shall be the future divine monarch, yet also the source of calamity for the divine dynasty. Li Longji remained unfazed, intent on entering the world to restore righteousness. Their 7-day contest birthed insights into the Yin-Yang Qi technique. As the surrounding practitioners listened to Gu Ye's storytelling, awe illuminated their faces. They were inspired by Li Longji's lofty ambitions and astounded by Yuan Tiangang's prophecy. Is this true? Li Longji actually experienced such events? A young practitioner could not help but inquire, his voice trembling slightly. Another, older practitioner pondered thoughtfully, if all of this is indeed true, then Li Longji's fate is most unfortunate. The cultivators whispered among themselves, engaging in fervent discussions about the prophecies of Yuan Tiangang, which were not without merit. As the great Tang dynasty indeed headed towards its demise, however, whether Li Longji was truly the architect of this downfall remained uncertain. If Yuan Tiangong's assertions held true, he would indeed be a master of foresight. One cultivator lamented, his tone laced with admiration for Yuan Tiangang. Outside the tea house, Bai Yunjian listened intently to Gu Ye's storytelling. Not far away, in a nearby restaurant, three individuals stood with utmost reverence before a young gentleman clad in resplendent garments. This young man possessed striking features, his demeanor emanating an air of undeniable nobility. Draped in a long robe adorned with golden silk embroidery, a translucent jade pendant hung from his waist, exuding an aura of authority. The nobleman regarded his subordinates and inquired, with a hint of indifference, "Have you found anything?" The trio knelt before him, one responding, "Esteemed young master, we have thoroughly investigated the entire Tianshang city, and there is not a hint of irregularity." The young man's brow furrowed as he pressed further, "Have you examined the spirit sense compass?" "Indeed, we have, and yet no anomalies were detected," his subordinate replied respectfully. A look of perplexity crossed the young man's face. The spirit sense compass was a tool designed to detect hidden realms, which, even when concealed, could still be discovered. Why, then, did it fail here? Or was it possible that no hidden realm existed at all? After a moment's contemplation, he slowly commanded, "This Gu Yi is not to be underestimated. His presence here is no mere coincidence. Go, bring him to me for questioning." "Yes, young master." The trio rose and swiftly made their way toward the tea house. As they approached, Bai Yunjian noticed the malice etched on their faces. His subordinates rushed forward to intercept them, but one of the young men in splendid attire coldly scrutinized them, producing a gleaming golden token from his bosom. We are Jin Wan, Jin Wu, and Jin Lu of the Jin family. Your Tianshang city is not worthy of obstructing us. If you dare to interfere further, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Jin Wen's voice dripped with menace, prompting Bai Yunjian's subordinates to retreat in trepidation. Upon seeing the token, Bai Yunjian's heart raced. The Jin family was a prominent clan renowned across the ZD Star. Their influence vast and their connections formidable, far beyond what Tianshang city could afford to offend. Bai Yunjian felt a surge of anxiety. He had not expected the Jin family to appear here. Seemingly in pursuit of Gu Yi, Jianwen cast a cold glance at Bai Yunjian and warned, "Bai Yunjian, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, lest you attract calamity upon yourself." His tone carried a thread of threat. Bai Yunjian, unwilling yet aware of his inability to confront the Jin family, could only watch helplessly as the three entered the tea house. Inside, Gu Yi continued narrating the tale of Li Longji, captivating the surrounding cultivators. Suddenly, Jin Wan and his companions entered, their gazes locking onto Gu Yi. Gu Yi, come with us. Jin Wu's voice held an unmistakable command. The surrounding cultivators were taken aback, then erupted in furious protests. "Who are you to act so brazenly here? On what grounds do you demand Gu Yi accompany you?" As Jin Lu brandished the Jin family's token, all shouts ceased abruptly. The Jin family's reputation was formidable. They were not to be trifled with. "Those with no business here, leave at once." Jin Lu's frosty gaze swept across the crowd. The cultivators exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. The Jin family's backing was too powerful. They did not wish to provoke them. Gu Yi regarded the three before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he regained his composure. "Esteemed members of the Jin family, what brings you to seek my company?" Jinwen smirked coldly. "Gu Yi, do not ask too many questions. Your only task is to accompany us quietly." Gu Yi smiled slightly. Taking a leisurely sip of tea, "I'm afraid I cannot comply." "You may leave." Jin Wu snorted, "Do not play coy here. You will come with us, or do not blame us for being ruthless." The atmosphere in the tea house grew tense. The cultivators were astonished that Gu Yi would dismiss the Jin family's authority. Chu Huaishan, familiar with various families across ZD Star, understood their motives well. They were here purely for personal gain, and Gu Yi was a target for the Tianshu Pavilion. He would not easily relinquish him to the Jin family. Standing slowly, his voice deep and resolute, he declared, "Gentlemen, what is your intention?" Gu Yi is sought by the Tianshu Pavilion. He is not someone you can simply take away. Jianwen sneered, stepping forward with an imposing presence. Chu Huaishan, I advise you not to meddle. This young man is of great importance to my Jin family's affairs. If you know what is good for you, step aside. Chu Huaishan's face turned a shade of fury. As a prominent elder of the Tianshu Pavilion, he had never endured such humiliation. Laughing in anger, he retorted, the Jin family has quite the audacity. This Tianshang city is not your territory, and you have no right to act so brazenly. Jin Wu, already impatient, barked, Old fool, be gone. Chu Huaishan trembled with rage. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to retaliate. That moment, Yun Nizhuang gracefully descended from the second floor. Her poise captivating, her steps composed. Gentlemen, please cease hostilities. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, bringing a momentary calm to the chaotic scene. The three members of the Jin family turned to her. Jin Lu's eyes briefly reflecting admiration before reverting to indifference. And you are? I am Yun Nizhuang, the leader of the Xintian maiden sect, she replied coolly, her gaze sweeping over the Jin family members. Gu Yi is a guest of my sect. Should you wish to take him, you must first seek my consent. Jianwen scoffed, dismissing her with a wave. Xintian maiden sect? Sect leader Yun, I advise you not to interfere, lest you bring unnecessary trouble upon your sect. Unfazed, Yun Nizhuang replied with a gentle smile, I do not take your threats to heart. I will ensure Gu Ye's safety. Jin Wu, hot-tempered, could no longer contain himself. Bellowing, enough chatter. Everyone, attack! In an instant, the tea house erupted into chaos, tables and chairs flying, the sound of shattering dishes filling the air. The cultivators scrambled to avoid being caught in the fray. Ji Yuyi remained seated. His gaze calm, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding turmoil. As Jin Wu's attack loomed, Gu Yi finally made his move. He set down his teacup gently, his form shifting to evade Jin Wu's strike. Rising to face the Jin family trio, he spoke with tranquility, Gentlemen, I wish to avoid conflict today. I implore you to desist. The Jin family members, now enraged, could not afford to lose face before so many witnesses. Realizing that the situation could not be resolved amicably, Yun Nizhuang sighed and prepared to confront the Jin family herself. Ji Yuyi, please withdraw for now. I shall handle this. Ji Yuyi, feeling helpless, recognized that he was not strong enough to contend with the three. Yun Nizhuang was formidable. Perhaps she could draw out the true power behind the Jin family. In an instant, spiritual energy surged within the tea house, a whirlwind of spells and martial techniques intertwining. The onlooking cultivators were both anxious and exhilarated, astonished to witness Yun Nizhuang confronting the Jin family. True to her status as a sect leader, Yun Nizhuang overpowered the trio, who were no match for her prowess. Chu Huaishan, unwilling to offend the Jin family, found it acceptable to engage in verbal sparring but recoiled at the thought of physical confrontation. Yun Nizhuang, in her folly, aimed to attract Gu Ye's attention, not realizing that he was merely a charlatan. What a fruitless endeavor! Chu Huaishan mused as he watched her execute the Xintian sect's ultimate technique, the flowing wind sleeve, sending forth a tempestuous gale toward the Jin family members. Jin Lu, caught off guard, shouted as he swung his sword, attempting to counter Yun Nizhuang's attack. However, the power of the flowing wind sleeve far exceeded his expectations, scattering his sword illusions and forcing him to retreat several steps. Seeing this, Jin Wan and Jin Wu launched a coordinated assault, their punches and kicks harmonizing in an attempt to find a flaw in Yun Nizhuang's defenses. Yet, she moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being, rendering their strikes futile. The agility of the Xintian maiden sect is truly remarkable. An onlooker marveled, his voice filled with admiration. Yun Nizhuang lightly touched the ground, her body gracefully spinning in the air as she unleashed a barrage of spiritual energy from her fingertips. Akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, aimed directly at the Jin family's vital points. Behold, the Xintian finger, she declared, her fingertips glowing with formidable energy. The Jin family members' expressions shifted as they sensed the threat of her attack, hastily channeling their spiritual force to form a protective barrier. Yet, the might of Yun Nizhuang's Xintian finger was unparalleled. With a series of explosive sounds, their barrier shattered, and they were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. Just then, a powerful force descended from above. Yun Nizhuang reacted with remarkable speed. swiftly channeling her inner energy to defend herself, yet still found herself unable to withstand the force and was struck. With a soft gasp, her complexion paled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, being forcefully hurled away. The atmosphere inside the tea house instantly became taut with tension, as the onlooking cultivators witnessed the scene of Yuan Nishang being flung by the mysterious power. Their faces etched with shock and disbelief. What is happening? Who possesses such formidable abilities? One cultivator stammered, his voice rife with astonishment and dread. Given the might of that force, it is clearly no ordinary foe. Could it be that the Jin family has concealed some hidden expert? Another speculated, unease flickering in his gaze. Ji Yuyi, observing the unfolding chaos, sighed softly, reflecting inwardly. I truly owe Yuan Nishang a debt of gratitude. He approached to assess her injuries, noting her pallid face and the blood staining her lips, a clear indication of her severe wounds. Ji Yuyi, you must leave quickly. This person is not to be trifled with. Yuan Nishang managed to utter, her voice faint. Ji Yuyi shook his head slightly, channeling a surge of robust spiritual energy into her body. Zhongzhu Yun, please remain here for now. I shall investigate who is behind this disturbance. His tone remained calm. At that moment, Jin Wen rose from the ground, despite his injuries, a sinister grin creeping onto his face. Ha ha. The young master has finally arrived. Jin Wu and Jin Lu, also bloodied, struggled to their feet and knelt, their voices trembling. Welcome, young master. No sooner had the words left their lips than a figure slowly strode into the tea house. This elegantly clad young master appeared. It felt as though the temperature in the entire establishment dropped several degrees. An invisible pressure enveloped the room, suffocating the cultivators present. This oppressive force is utterly terrifying. One cultivator could not help but exclaim in a hushed tone, his face betraying an unmistakable fear. The young master's gaze swept coldly over the gathered crowd, his expression tinged with disdain, as if regarding mere insects. You are Gu Yi? The young master spoke, his voice laced with indifference. I have heard that you acquired the Shanhe Jing and the Huitian Midi Zhuxing technique. Surrender them, and I may spare your life. Faced with the young master's overwhelming presence, Gu Yi replied nonchalantly, these two techniques were earned through my own merit. If you desire them, you must first prove your worth. This. A flicker of anger flashed in the young master's eyes. Well said, Gu Yi. You truly possess some audacity. However, you shall soon learn that opposing me is the gravest mistake of your life. Chapter 47. The clash begins standing in the center of the tea house. Gu Yi sighed, his eyes filled with pity. I had no wish to shed blood, but if you insist on pressing the matter, I shall have no choice but to engage you. His words exuded an air of transcendental composure. Chu Huaishan snorted derisively. What a pretentious display! In Gu Ye's hand, Li Siyu's experience card began to materialize. He grasped it lightly, and the card transformed into a stream of light that fused into his being. The young master erupted into laughter, filled with scorn. Such arrogance! Today, you shall learn what true power means. With that, the young master stepped forward, his curved blade shimmering with cold light, the sword energy slicing through the air as it surged toward Gu Yi. Unmoved, Gu Yi stood resolute, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as the Etian sword materialized in his grasp. He raised it, and a beam of sword light shot skyward. Mountains shall crumble. Where shall the sword return? Gu Yi intoned, the Etian sword erupting in radiant brilliance. In that instant, the entire tea house was saturated with this overwhelming sword intent. The soaring sword energy left the surrounding cultivators trembling, their hearts tumultuous. Such sword intent would surely rival even that of a sword sovereign. The sword light, akin to a dragon, bore the might of the mountains and rivers, colliding fiercely with the young master's curved blade. Despite the astonishment that gripped his heart, the young master was unwilling to concede defeat. He let out a furious roar, channeling all his spiritual power as radiant blade light erupted from his weapon. Striving to withstand Gu Ye's cataclysmic strike, clang! The clash of sword and blade resounded like a thunderous bell, reverberating through the air. The young master felt an immense force surge forth, causing his blade to tremble violently. Nearly slipping from his grasp, gritting his teeth, he desperately urged his spiritual energy, managing to fend off Gu Ye's sword light at the last moment. The cultivators within the tea house watched, spellbound, as the Jin trio sighed in relief. They exchanged glances, astonished by Gu Ye's prowess, far exceeding their expectations. Jiu Yi regarded the young master, nodding slightly. "He'll withstand this strike. Your strength is indeed commendable." The young master, seething with rage, retorted through gritted teeth. "A mere sword strike dares to boast here?" Gu Yi smiled lightly. "That last strike was executed with but 30% of my strength. Now, I suggest you leave while you still can." Upon hearing this, the young master's face darkened to an ashen hue, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. If you truly possess the capability, then kill me today. Otherwise, I shall slaughter the entire Tianshang city." As these words left his lips, a chill swept through the other cultivators, who sensed the madness in the young master's threat. Jiu Ye's gaze hardened, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. "If you seek death, then I shall oblige." And no sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming force erupted from his being, shaking the entire tea house. "Let the sword sweep across the realms," Gu Yi bellowed. Twisting his wrist, conjuring a monumental sword energy that radiated around him, the air vibrating with a resonant hum of sword cries. The Etian sword once again blazed with dazzling light, this time more resplendent and ferocious than before. The young master, feeling the weight of this sword intent, was engulfed by an unprecedented fear, realizing he was no match for Gu Yi and trapped in a perilous situation. "Come," he roared, summoning a powerful aura to prepare for a desperate clash with Gu Yi. Whoosh! Gu Ye's sword was already in motion. The sword light sliced through the air like a rainbow, piercing the heavens. The young master, confronted by Gu Ye's sword light, was overwhelmed by despair. He gathered all his spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier, bracing himself to take the blow head-on. To boom! A deafening crash echoed as sword light met the barrier. The young master's protective energy shattered under the impact, and he was sent reeling as if struck by lightning. A spray of blood erupting from his mouth as his body arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. In that critical moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped the young master, forming a protective shield that barely mitigated the residual sword energy. Lying on the ground like a defeated dog, he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. He had never anticipated such a complete and humiliating defeat. "Young master!" The Jin trio, alarmed, rushed to his side, their expressions rife with concern and fear. "Quickly, take me away from here," the young master uttered weakly, his voice trembling. The Jin trio, not daring to delay, helped him hastily exit the tea house. The events of the day had far exceeded their expectations. Remaining would only invite further danger. The cultivators within the tea house, witnessing this spectacle, were left speechless in shock. They could hardly believe the extent of Gu Ye's strength. Gu Yi sheathed his sword, his demeanor calm. "Esteemed guests, the matter ends here today." Chu Huaishan, amidst the crowd, was gripped by deep trepidation as he beheld Gu Ye's sword techniques. He had originally sought to capture Gu Yi for personal gain, but now realized the chasm between their strengths was insurmountable. The surrounding cultivators, consumed by jealousy, speculated that Gu Yi's recent acquisition of techniques had significantly bolstered his power. Bai Yunjin, witnessing the entire sequence from outside the tea house, was equally shaken. His subordinates gasped in astonishment, their voices trembling. "City Lord, this is too powerful. What shall we do?" One stammered, fear evident in his eyes. After a brief silence, Bai Yunjin inhaled deeply and replied, "This individual is extraordinary. We must not provoke him." In a corner, Shun Lingqin had unknowingly shattered her teacup in her grip, her hatred for Gu Yi intensifying, resentment bubbling within her. That detestable Gu Ye's strength has become even more formidable than before. Gu Yi cast a glance at the still-dazed Yun Nishang, sighed softly, lifted her gently, and said tenderly, "Come, I shall take you to heal your wounds." Within the tea house, no one dared to intervene, merely watching as Gu Yi and Yun Nishang's figures disappeared beyond the entrance. Once they departed, the tea house erupted into a cacophony of astonished discourse. Gu Yi is astonishingly powerful, daring to confront even the Jin family. What level of strength has he truly attained? A cultivator marveled. Awe etched upon his countenance. The Jin family is not to be trifled with. Gu Yi should hasten to escape. No matter how strong he is, can he truly stand against an entire clan? Another cultivator mused anxiously. The might of the Shanhe Jing, We have witnessed it today firsthand. Chapter 48. Anticipating the spectacle, this cultivator yearned to return to that fateful day to seize the cultivation method for himself. Now, a grand spectacle was about to unfold. The Jin family had suffered a significant loss and would undoubtedly seek retribution. Some cultivators, reveling in the misfortune of others, remarked that they did not wish to see Guyi grow any stronger. Guyi found a tranquil room and gently laid Yun Nishang upon the bed. Her internal spiritual energy was in disarray, and she bore severe injuries, as an innate spiritual body with profound energy akin to the ocean. Healing her would not impose a significant burden on him. Yun Nishang, lying there, felt Guyi's warm hand against her back as a pure and powerful spiritual energy gradually flowed into her body. Gratitude welled within her, mingled with a hint of shyness. This was her first close contact with a man, and it left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Ji sensed her subtle emotions and softly reassured her. Sect Master Yun, do not fret. It is merely an internal injury. You will recover swiftly. His voice was calm and gentle, alleviating some of the tension in Yun Nishang's heart. She replied softly, "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for today's assistance." Guyi slightly shook his head, his expression earnest. "Sect Master Yun, your injuries are grave. It is not the time for idle chatter. Allow me to heal you." As Guyi continued to channel his spiritual energy, Yun Nishang felt the pain within her gradually ease, and her chaotic energy began to stabilize. Her complexion shifted from pale to a healthy flush, and her breathing became more even. After half an hour, Guyi withdrew his hand, gently exhaling, a trace of fatigue visible on his face. "Mr. Gu, your kindness is beyond words," Yun Nishang said softly, her face aglow like a peach blossom. "If you ever require assistance, the Xintian female sect will undoubtedly lend you our utmost support." Ji Yi offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively. "Sect Master Yun, you flatter me. Please rest here." He rose gently, nodded to Yun Nishang, and stepped out of the room. Yun Nishang watched Guyi depart, her cheeks slightly flushed, a rare shyness flickering in her eyes. She mused, "Mr. Gu not only possesses profound cultivation but is also remarkably considerate. Such qualities are indeed rare. If only—" She felt a twinge of shame for her thoughts, realizing that harboring inappropriate feelings for such a noble person as Ji was nothing short of sacrilege. Meanwhile, Guyi returned to his room, his spirits high. However, the events of the day were far from over. Families, regardless of their stature, young or old, would surely come seeking trouble. Fortunately, he had left in time. Otherwise, dealing with each one would have been a considerable hassle. Gained 171 trust points. Gained 241 trust points. Gained 146 trust points. Current progress, 21421000. After a series of increases, Guyi glanced at the dissemination level, noting that Li Longji's dissemination had risen to 606,910,0000. He nodded slightly. More would likely be added tomorrow. This time, he had exchanged a 2,000 dissemination card for Li Longji, and he decisively redeemed it completely. Once the dissemination level was full, he could begin arranging the secret realm. The Jin family, renowned on the Purple Earth Star, boasted towering gates constructed from precious spiritual jade, imbued with spiritual formations. The estate's architecture was meticulously arranged, each building crafted from spiritual wood and enhanced with celestial techniques. Exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy, the three members of the Jin family hurried back, dressed in fine attire, and upon entering, they urgently called for help. "Quick, save our young master." Their voices were filled with anxiety and panic. Jin Yu, startled by the commotion, rushed out from the inner hall. Upon seeing Jian Guanghua in such a disheveled state, his expression darkened. What on earth happened? Jin Yu's voice thundered, causing those present to wince. Jin Wu, mustering his courage, stepped forward and recounted the events that transpired in the tea house. As Jin Yu listened, his brows furrowed deeper, culminating in an explosion of rage. "This is outrageous. A mere child dares to harm a member of my Jin family." Jin Yu bellowed, "Go, fetch the finest elixirs to stabilize Guanghua's condition." A servant dashed away, returning shortly with a fragrant elixir, which was carefully administered to Jian Guanghua. Seeing Jian Guanghua's complexion gradually regain some color, Jin Yu felt slightly reassured. He turned to the three members of the Jin family, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Tomorrow, I shall personally confront this Guyi. He truly lacks discernment. daring to oppose my Jin family. His words dripped with fury and murderous intent. The 3 members of the Jin family were exhilarated by the elder's wrath. They understood that once Jin Yu took action, Gu Yi would certainly face dire consequences. Take good care of Guanghua. Once the clan leaders return tomorrow, you may report the matter. Jianwen quickly nodded in agreement, noting that many clan members had accompanied the clan leader for the ancestral rites and would not return until tomorrow. Jin Yu retreated to the inner hall to prepare for the next day's actions. He intended to make the entirety of the Purple Earth Star aware of the consequences of offending the Jin family. The following day, Gu Yi arrived at the tea house as usual but was taken aback. The establishment was overflowing with patrons, leaving no available seating. The crowd surged, even blocking the aisles. Just as he was contemplating what to do, Bai Yunjian appeared. Dressed in luxurious attire, Bai Yunjian exuded an extraordinary presence. He stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Bai Yunjian, the Lord of Tianshang City. Ji Yuyi nodded in acknowledgement and inquired. What brings you, City Lord? Bai Yunjian smiled slightly. Mr. Gu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Today, I have prepared a more suitable venue for storytelling. Ji Yuyi accepted without hesitation. The current location was too congested, and a new place would be welcome. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback. The venue was a vast plaza filled with people. At its center stood a small, ornate pavilion clearly set aside for him. Thus avoiding the awkwardness of everyone crowding the tea house, as he stood at the entrance of the plaza, gazing at the sea of faces, he couldn't help but marvel at the ostentatiousness of it all. The crowd in the plaza, upon noticing Gu Ye's arrival, perked up, their breaths held in anticipation, eager not to miss a word he spoke. Bai Yunjian stepped forward, raising his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have Mr. Gu here today to share his tales. Please remain quiet and do not disturb him. His voice echoed across the plaza, and the surrounding cultivators promptly fell silent, their attention fully on Gu Yi. Gu Yi moved to the center of the pavilion, surveying the eager crowd with a faint sigh. His guards quickly poured him a cup of tea, and upon tasting it, he was pleasantly surprised. The tea was steeped in spiritual energy, a commendable offering from Bai Yunjian. With a resounding clap of the wooden block, Gu Yi began. Let us recount how Li Longji, upon comprehending the Yin-Yang Qi technique, boldly ventured into Bai Yujing at the tender age of 14, Chapter 49. Impatience he struck with a fist from the heavenly gate to the inner hall, confronting Empress Wu Zetian, demanding to know why she believed the words of a charlatan and had imprisoned him in the frigid wilderness for 14 years. Wu Zetian was furious. He had slain Yuan Tiangang and intruded upon Bai Yujing, each act aligning with Yuan Tiangong's prophecies, compelling the 36 heavenly generals to subdue Li Longji. Li Longji fought valiantly against the 36 heavenly generals, shaking the heavens and the earth. After a grueling 7-day battle, he ultimately succumbed, on the brink of death, when he was rescued. Jiu Ye's words resonated throughout the plaza, enthralling the surrounding cultivators, who shouted in excitement. They whispered among themselves, their discussions bubbling over with praise. To achieve such feats at merely 14 years of age, Li Longji is truly a prodigy, exclaimed a young cultivator, his eyes sparkling with admiration. To strike from the heavenly gate to the inner hall, such power is simply unbelievable, another cultivator remarked, his tone laden with respect. Gained 169 trust points. Gained 147 trust points. Chu Huaishan, squeezed within the crowd. Seethed with ire towards Bai Yunjian, he fumed internally, questioning why Gu Yi deserved such treatment. Did the Tianshu Pavilion not warrant similar recognition? Jealousy and discontent flickered in his gaze. Gu Yi, a mere third-rate storyteller, thrived on deceit, and yet Bai Yunjian treated him as an honored guest. What a fool! Meanwhile, Shen Lingqin and her fellow disciples from Tianxian sect were at a nearby inn, listening to Gu Yi's storytelling. How could Li Longji be so formidable? Li Taibai could only break through the heavenly gate. Yet Li Longji reached the inner hall, questioned one Tianxian disciple, clearly skeptical. Sister, is it possible that Li Longji's prowess is somewhat exaggerated? Another disciple asked, perplexed. Shen Lingqin scoffed, do not forget our purpose here. Have you truly become so enthralled by a mere tale? The reprimanded disciples felt their faces flush, silenced by her words. They believed Gu Yi's storytelling was utterly captivating. Not being present to hear it was already a regret, and now they could not even engage in discussion. Gained 136 trust points. gained 258 trust points. Ji Yi raised his hand, signaling for silence among the surrounding cultivators. It was none other than Li Chunfeng who rescued Li Longji. Li Chunfeng informed Li Longji that by utilizing his senior brother Yuan Tiangong's prophetic charts, he could ascend to the realm of the immortal emperor. Li Longji, however, dismissed this notion, asserting that an immortal emperor must stand independently, rather than relying on such means. In a span of 3 years, Li Longji grasped the chaotic celestial techniques and, through the mastery of the yin-yang duality, ascended to the rank of immortal emperor. With this monumental breakthrough, the realm of Baiyu Jing was thrown into turmoil. Princess Taiping personally arrived to investigate, discovering Li Longji's elevation to immortal emperor. Rather than reporting this development, she merely requested a duel with him, favored deeply by Empress Wu Zetian. Princess Taiping possessed countless volumes of calligraphy and had cultivated the profound techniques of the Xian and V Heart Sutra. Their clash was nothing short of earth-shattering, yet ultimately, Princess Taiping was unable to prevail. Cultivators surrounded Gu Yi, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. Their discussions surged like a tidal wave, filling the square with a cacophony of voices. The yin-yang duality and the chaotic celestial techniques were truly unprecedented. They pondered, who exactly was Li Longji to achieve such feats at such a tender age? One cultivator could not contain his awe. His voice brimming with admiration for Li Longji to become an immortal emperor at 17 and to create so many techniques. This was not something just anyone could accomplish. Another cultivator chimed in, his eyes shimmering with reverence for Li Longji. In a corner of the crowd, a curious cultivator inquired, who are Empress Wu Zetian and Princess Taiping? Why do they specifically target a genius like Li Longji? Gained 152 trust points. Gained 134 trust points. More cultivators, stirred by greed, whispered among themselves, speculating that if these legendary techniques truly existed, perhaps they too could ascend to the status of immortal emperor. Some cultivators eagerly pressed Gu Yi. Mr. Gu, do these techniques genuinely exist? Have they yet to manifest? In response to their inquiries, Gu Yi simply smiled. Those destined will surely encounter them. His nonchalant reply was like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. The cultivators were left in a state of bewilderment. Did Gu Ye's words imply that the legendary techniques were indeed real? Good heavens, does G.U. mean these techniques truly exist? One cultivator gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? If so, do we not also stand a chance to obtain them? Another cultivator sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from his face. Gained 214 trust points. Gained 128 trust points. Hearing Gu Ye's response, Chu Huaishan seethed with fury. He leapt up, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Yi. You shameless fraud. How dare you deceive to this extent? His voice echoed through the tea house, instantly inciting the ire of those cultivators eager for techniques. Old Master Chu, what is your meaning? Mr. Gu merely stated that those destined will encounter them. He did not assert that the techniques would necessarily appear. One cultivator stood up to counter Chu Huaishan's remarks. Indeed, Old Master Chu, do not doubt G.U. simply because you cannot attain them. Another cultivator added, his tone laced with discontent. The atmosphere in the square grew tense as the two factions began to argue. You are blind and foolish. Gu Yi is clearly toying with you, Chu Huaishan retorted, his face a mask of anger. I perceive a narrow-mindedness in you, unable to bear the success of others. The supporters of Gu Yi refused to back down, their emotions heightened and voices rising. Shen Lingqin sat quietly in the inn, contemplating Gu Ye's words. Those destined will surely encounter them. What does this signify? Does Gu Yi truly know the whereabouts of these techniques? She pondered. At that moment, a furious shout pierced the air. Shameless wretch! Today, you shall meet your demise. Accompanied by this roar, Jin Yu's figure appeared in the sky. Known for his fierce temperament and ruthless methods, Jin Yu was a formidable figure throughout the ZD Star. Seeing Jin Yu, Bai Yunjian was taken aback. He recognized Jin Yu's reputation and understood his strength. Even he was reluctant to provoke such a foe. Jin Yu's gaze swept across the square before finally settling on Gu Yi. With a cold snort, he issued an ultimatum. Gu Yi, you have harmed a member of the Jin family. What punishment do you deserve? Unfazed by Jin Yu's threat, Gu Yi calmly sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly. What? Do you wish to be struck as well? Chapter 50. Ancient Immortal Sect. Jin Yu's expression darkened, fury boiling within as he laughed coldly. "Very well, a fool who knows not his fate. Today you shall learn what it means to be utterly destroyed." His voice reverberated across the square, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chu Huaishan, seizing the opportunity, leapt from the crowd, loudly asserting, "The head of the Jin family is wise. This Gu Yi is nothing but a fraud, a thief of renown. His tales are mere fabrications, and he deserves the punishment he is due." His words struck like a stone cast into a lake, provoking waves of discussion among the crowd. A young cultivator, displeased, whispered to his companion, "Hasn't old Master Chu always harbored disdain for Mr. Gu? Is he not attempting to take revenge now?" After a moment of contemplation, another cultivator remarked with a hint of disdain, "Everyone has witnessed old Master Chu's previous attitude. Now he suddenly emerges to criticize Mr. Gu. What are his true intentions?" While most cultivators believed Chu Huaishan harbored ill intentions, some expressed agreement with his words, deeming Gu Ye's storytelling overly exaggerated, clearly deceptive. A burly cultivator, his face adorned with a thick beard, scoffed at Gu Ye's claims. "You see, what Gu Ye speaks of sounds like a fantastical tale. How could it be so easy to achieve?" Another cultivator nodded vigorously. "Just look at that lad Gu Ye. He dares to spout nonsense with nothing but his tongue. Indeed, it appears old Master Chu can no longer tolerate this. Gu Ye, the fraud, truly deserves the consequences of his actions." Jian Yu cast a cold glance at Chu Huaishan, recognizing that the latter's words were fortuitously aligned with his own sentiments. Nodding slightly in approval, he turned his gaze back to Gu Ye, his murderous intent intensifying. "Ji Yu Yi, do you dare to fight me?" Jian Yu's voice dripped with provocation and derision, disbelieving that a mere young storyteller could possess any real strength. Gu Ye set down his teacup, his gaze as tranquil as still water, devoid of any tremor. "How tiresome! Today, I have witnessed the might of the Jin family." Jian Yu's fury erupted like a volcano. Infuriated that Gu Ye would dare to mock him, in an instant, he dashed forward, his figure a blur as he appeared right before Gu Ye. With a fierce motion, he unleashed a torrent of power. A force capable of annihilating everything in its path, barreling straight towards Gu Ye. The crowd felt the oppressive force, gasping and retreating in alarm, with some weaker cultivators struggling to catch their breath under the weight of Jian Yu's aura. "Today marks your demise, Gu Ye," Jian Yu bellowed, his eyes burning with murderous intent. In that critical moment, a faint barrier of light suddenly enveloped Gu Ye. Though it appeared fragile, this barrier steadfastly withstood Jian Yu's onslaught. Ethereal runes danced upon its surface, emanating an aura both mysterious and formidable. Surprise flickered across Gu Ye's face, clearly taken aback by the unexpected protection. He turned to survey his surroundings, seeking the identity of his unseen benefactor. The crowd was equally astonished, murmuring amongst themselves, speculating the origins of this barrier. One cultivator stared wide-eyed. "What is this? How did a protective shield suddenly appear around Gu Ye?" Another cultivator scrutinized the runes upon the barrier. A glimmer of realization in his eyes. "These runes are peculiar. Could they be from the legendary ancient secret arts?" A discerning cultivator gasped softly, seemingly grasping something profound. "The aura of this barrier is clearly not something an ordinary person could summon. Could it be that a hidden master has intervened?" As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a clear voice rang out across the square. "Jian Yu, as the head of the Jin family, do you not think it beneath your dignity to strike at a mere storyteller?" With these words, a figure slowly emerged from the throng. A young woman clad in a flowing white robe. Her beauty was ethereal, her demeanor otherworldly, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The appearance of this enchanting figure sent ripples through the crowd once again. One cultivator couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Who is this celestial maiden? Such a transcendent and unearthly presence exists in the world." Yet, the cultivator beside him frowned, concerned that the woman's intervention might complicate matters further, believing that a woman's involvement would only bring trouble. "She is indeed beautiful, but this matter does not concern her. It would be best for her not to meddle." Upon hearing the words of the other cultivators, the remaining practitioners nodded in agreement, instantly echoing the sentiments expressed. Indeed, the Jin family was not to be trifled with. Should she intervene, it would likely bring trouble upon herself. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the opinions of those around her, maintained a resolute gaze and walked with poise towards Gu Ye. A flicker of surprise flashed in Jian Yu's eyes. Soon replaced by a surge of anger, he snorted coldly, dismissing the woman's warning with scorn. You, woman, so ignorant of your own limitations, dare to meddle in the affairs of the Jin family? Get lost. The woman remained unperturbed, instead offering a tranquil smile, her voice icy and composed. Jin Patriarch, if you truly possess the capability, feel free to test it. She approached Gu Yi and gracefully seated herself beside him. Jian Yu's fury intensified at this sight. He ceased his words, and with a flash of light in his hand, a massive axe materialized. The axe, entirely black and radiating a chilling glimmer, was clearly no ordinary weapon. What audacity! Today, I shall demonstrate the might of Jin Yu. With a thunderous roar, he swung the axe towards Gu Yi and the woman. Even before the axe arrived, a tempest brewed, as if the very air was being compressed by its force, emitting a piercing whistle. Just as the axe was about to strike Gu Yi and the woman, a shimmering barrier appeared, enveloping them securely. The axe collided with the barrier, producing a deep, resounding thud, yet it failed to harm them in the slightest. What? Jin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for his full force strike to be so easily thwarted. The cultivators in the square erupted in a clamor, shocked that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such formidable strength. Unbelievable! One practitioner gasped, how is this possible? The patriarch's axe was deflected. Another cultivator stared in wide-eyed disbelief, exclaiming, who is this celestial being? Her power is astonishing. In Chu Huaishan's eyes, a flicker of suspicion emerged as he fixed his gaze on the barrier. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. His thoughts raced, and suddenly, a revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning. You are from the ancient immortal sect. Chu Huaishan could not contain his astonishment, his voice trembling with disbelief. The atmosphere in the square instantly froze, all eyes converging on the mysterious woman. The ancient immortal sect was a renowned and powerful sect, its ranks filled with formidable experts. Their strength unfathomable. The woman nodded gently, a serene smile gracing her features. Indeed, I am a disciple of the immortal sect. Chapter 51. The snow-drunk fairy. The cultivators in the square gasped collectively. The name resonated like thunder in their ears. They had not anticipated witnessing a disciple of the ancient immortal sect in person, especially one so youthful. An onlooker's expression shifted to one of realization, muttering, no wonder she could effortlessly block Jin Yu's attack. She is indeed a powerful figure from the ancient immortal sect. Others echoed their admiration, their eyes reflecting both respect and reverence for the disciple of the ancient immortal sect. Jin Yu's face darkened considerably. He had not expected to provoke someone from the ancient immortal sect. The Jin family, while well known on ZD Star, was still overshadowed by a sect of such stature. The ancient immortal sect, founded by the ancient immortal emperor, was a mysterious institution with a lineage spanning thousands of years. Its profound depth and exquisite techniques were legendary within the realm of cultivation. Each disciple of the sect was a paragon among their peers. A glimmer of jealousy flickered in Chu Huaishan's eyes. The ancient immortal sect truly had remarkable resources, even deploying an ethereal protective barrier. Ji Yi turned to the woman beside him, offering a faint smile. Realizing he had unexpectedly saved a precious experience card, I am Gu Yi, and I am grateful for your assistance, fair maiden. The woman inclined her head slightly, her voice as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring. You may call me Xue Zue, however, my aid is not without its purpose. Naturally, I will require some form of recompense. Ji Yi smiled faintly, replying, a life-saving grace cannot be repaid with mere goods. Would the ancient immortal sect engage in such coercive dealings? Xue Zue gently shook her head, asserting, the protective barrier has already been utilized, and the ancient immortal sect has shown goodwill. Ji Yi sighed softly. Such sects were not accustomed to conducting business at a loss. Xue Zue's intervention today surely held deeper significance. Just as he was about to inquire further, Jian Yu interjected with a scoff, cutting him off. Fairy Xue Zue, this matter concerns the Jin family and Gu Yi. I kindly ask you to refrain from interfering. Jian Yu, gripping the axe, glared fiercely. Xue Zue arched an eyebrow, turning to face Jin Yu. I have made my decision regarding today's events. Mr. Gu has immense potential to benefit our ancient immortal sect. Only he can aid in our sect's prosperity. At her declaration, the square erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated the disciple of the ancient immortal sect to speak thus. Their eyes widened, and one cultivator incredulously exclaimed, "What? Guyi can help the ancient immortal sect thrive? How can that be?" Another cultivator, equally flustered, contended, "Don't be deceived. Guyi is merely a storyteller. How could he possess such power?" Chu Huaishan was the most agitated of all, loudly proclaiming, "Fairy Xue Zue, do not be misled by this scoundrel. He is nothing but a fraud." Xue gently shook her head, her voice imbued with authority, as for the affairs of the ancient immortal sect. "I kindly ask that you refrain from meddling." Jian Yu's expression grew even more hostile. He seethed with frustration, realizing that with Xue Zue standing in his way, any further action would be futile. He shot Guyi a venomous glare before storming away from the square. Chu Huaishan felt a pang of resentment. He had anticipated Gu Ye's demise today, but instead, a disciple of the ancient immortal sect had intervened to his aid. He sulkily retreated to the side, his gaze darkly fixated on Guyi. The atmosphere in the square shifted dramatically due to Xue Zue's pronouncement, as the disciples of the Tianqian sect huddled together. Engaged in fervent discussion. One disciple of the Tianqian sect was utterly bewildered, asking in disbelief, why would the ancient immortal sect seek the assistance of a mere storyteller? Do they see some unique ability in Guyi? Another disciple, skeptical and mocking, replied, "Who knows? Perhaps Fairy Xue Zue has taken a liking to Guye's talents and wishes to recruit him as a son-in-law." Xin Lingqin refrained from participating in the trivial discussions, her expression grave as she swiftly transmitted the events occurring here back to the Tianqian sect using a communication jade slip. In the square, Xue Zue gracefully poured a cup of tea for Guyi, the fragrance wafting through the air. "Mr. Gu, please continue your storytelling." The surrounding cultivators turned their attention to Gu Ye. Gu, appearing nonchalant, gently shook his head. "I am weary today. Let us continue tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the practitioners erupted in uproar. A cultivator who had been waiting to mock Guyi sneered, "What? Is it over just like that? Is Gu afraid to speak in front of the ancient immortal sect?" Supporters of Guyi protested, "Perhaps Gu is genuinely tired. We should let him rest." However, the majority of the cultivators were eager to witness his embarrassment. One cultivator, fanning himself, derided, "Humph. Some people, when faced with a major sect, cannot maintain their faade. It is utterly laughable." Chu Huaishan sneered from the crowd, casting a glance at Guyi, his mind racing with a plan. He quietly instructed his subordinates, who exchanged glances filled with cunning before swiftly taking action. Xue Zue, seeing Guyi decline to continue his storytelling, did not press the matter. Bai Yunjian, observing the entire exchange, clicked his tongue in contemplation. Had the ancient immortal sect not intervened today, it remains uncertain whether Guyi could have withstood Jian Yu's attack. He turned to his subordinates, stating, "Look at Guyi. He is indeed fortunate to have the assistance of a disciple from the ancient immortal sect." His subordinates remained unconvinced, debating amongst themselves, "Lord City Master, with the ancient immortal sect's help this time, what will happen next time if Elder Jian Yu returns? It would be quite embarrassing." Bai Yunjian chuckled lightly, "You have yet to witness his abilities. How can you presume he is not formidable? Do not forget, he has received the legacy of Li Siyue." His subordinates exchanged glances, one murmuring, "Even if he received the legacy, it does not guarantee he can defeat Elder Jian Yu." Similar sentiments echoed among the surrounding cultivators, as discussions erupted regarding Gu Ye's silence. Ji Yi, hearing their chatter, felt a sense of helplessness. His cultivation level was not high, and these techniques could only be employed when utilizing an experience card. In ordinary circumstances, his strength was no different from that of an average cultivator. Ji Yi nodded slightly to Xue Zue before turning to leave the square, returning to his inn. Upon pushing open the door to his room, he immediately noticed the subtle changes within. Something was amiss. His brow slightly furrowed. A heightened sense of alertness surged within him. He hastened out, striding into another room, where he gently rapped on the door. "Yun Zhengzhu, it is I, Gu Yi." The door creaked open, revealing the figure of Yun Nishang at the threshold. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet her spirit had evidently improved significantly. She gazed at Gu Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Mr. Gu, what brings you here?" Gu Yi inquired with concern. "Yun Zhengzhu, how do you feel? Has anyone visited you during your recovery?" Yun Nishang softly shook her head, her voice gentle. "No, I have been here healing, undisturbed. Upon hearing Yun Nishang's reply, a weight lifted from Gu Ye's heart. He offered a faint smile, his tone considerably lighter. That is good to hear. I was worried someone might take advantage of the situation. Chapter 52. The theft. Gu Ye nodded lightly, bidding farewell to Yun Nishang before turning to exit the room. As she watched his retreating figure, a wave of indescribable emotions stirred within her. Sitting back on the bed, she sighed softly and murmured to herself, "After years of cultivation, my heart is tranquil as still water. How can I be swayed by a fleeting tenderness?" Gently slapping her cheeks, she endeavored to quell the ripples within her heart. Upon returning to his quarters, Gu Ye swiftly scanned the room, finding everything seemingly in order. Approaching the writing desk, he discovered that the tome containing his storytelling notes had mysteriously vanished. His brow creased in dismay, a hint of helplessness washing over him. This tome was not of utmost importance to him, as he had yet to transcribe the subsequent content. Alas, truly, a large tree attracts the wind. Gu Ye shook his head slightly, curiosity bubbling within him. How might these individuals contrive to trouble him tomorrow? Well then, if you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the very end, he muttered to himself. A hint of mischief in his voice. As night descended, Gu Ye reclined on his bed, reviewing his current task progress. Li Longji's biography progress, 380210000. The dissemination had surged to 12650100000. A wry smile crept across his face. He pondered how long it would take to reach that additional 100,000 points of dissemination. The following day, Gu Ye rose early, adjusting his attire before stepping out of the INN. The square. A throng had gathered, the air rife with murmurs. The moment Gu Ye arrived, he instantly captured the crowd's attention. Chu Huaishan stood among them, an expression of smug satisfaction on his face, certain that Gu Ye would soon face disgrace. Gu Ye strode to the center of the square, surveying the surroundings as he proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, today we shall continue the storytelling." The snow-drunken fairy gracefully descended from the sky, taking her place beside Gu Ye, ready to offer him protection. After all, Gu Ye was merely a storyteller. Even with innate talent, how could he possibly gain the favor of the ancient immortal sect without the backing of a sect or a formidable family? They were indeed envious. The cultivators in the square began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices hushed. An elderly-looking cultivator stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. He shook his head slightly, his tone indifferent, exuding an air of wisdom. The snow-drunken fairy personally supports Gu Ye. No wonder he possesses some confidence in presenting himself here. Nearby, a sword cultivator frowned, responding in a low voice, filled with disdain. Humph! Even with the ancient immortal sect's backing, what genuine ability can a mere storyteller possess? It is merely his face that captivates. He scoffed, shaking his head in jealousy, lamenting that such a lowly figure could attract a woman like the snow-drunken fairy. Truly, it defied reason. Gu Ye gently raised his hand, and with a resounding clap, the gavel fell, his movements fluid and graceful. Let us recount the earth-shattering clash between Princess Taiping and Li Longji, where Princess Taiping faced defeat. Silence, you, a deceiver of the world. Today I shall expose your true visage. A voice rang out from the crowd, causing all to turn their gazes. A figure clad in black emerged. Jiu Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such swift action from them. Yet, he remained unperturbed, returning a composed smile to the black-clad cultivator. "Do you have any insights to share?" The black-clad cultivator snorted coldly, producing the very tome Gu Ye had lost the previous night. He raised it high, declaring, "Behold, this is Gu Ye's so-called storytelling manual, filled with nothing but fabrications." The atmosphere in the square abruptly stiffened, many cultivators straining to catch a glimpse. Their gazes converged on the tome in the black-clad cultivator's grasp. A surge of anger ignited among the onlookers. If the claims were true, had they all been played for fools by Gu Ye? Were the prophecies he had previously shared merely coincidence? Shen Lingqin muttered to herself, struggling to comprehend that if true, Gu Ye would indeed hold no value whatsoever. A wave of indignation washed over her as she realized she had wasted considerable time here. The disciples of Tianxian's sect beside her wore expressions of anger and disappointment. One disciple clenched his fists, his voice tinged with reluctance. "Sister, I once believed Gu Ye possessed genuine skill. I never imagined he was merely a swindler."
Another disciple chuckled softly, relishing the unexpected turn of events. Ha! I always said Gu Yi was but a storyteller relying on his silver tongue. Where is his true capability? Today, he has finally revealed his true colors. The cultivators in the square were further incensed. One individual charged forward, aiming to strike Gu Yi, only to be forcefully repelled by an energy barrier. Rising from the ground, he bellowed, utterly detestable. We have been deceived by such a charlatan for so long. Today, he must provide us with an explanation. Amidst the crowd, Chu Huaishan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How delightful that wretched Gu Yi has finally met his comeuppance. Yet, Gu Yi remained unfazed, while the snow-drunken fairy showed no reaction, pouring him another cup of tea. Thank you. Gu Yi nodded in acknowledgement, casually glancing at the black-clad cultivator, since you hold such beliefs. Why not read aloud for everyone to judge? The black-clad cultivator hesitated, taken aback by Gu Ye's calm demeanor. After a moment's pause, he opened the tome and began to read aloud. After Princess Taiping's defeat, she became greatly intrigued by Li Longji. This individual is destined for greatness, and she entrusted him with the 10,000 Scrolls artifact. This artifact is no ordinary item. It is forged from the celestial meteor stone, drawing upon the power of celestial bodies, capturing the essence of the sun and moon to create it. The 10,000 Scrolls, once utilized, can alter the colors of the world and scatter all things. As the black-clad cultivator continued reading, a fervor ignited within him, yet fear gripped him as well, for the 10,000-year Xian iron and the celestial meteor stone were products of the purple earth star. Could this 10,000 Scrolls artifact truly exist? His voice brimmed with incredulity and fervent longing. The surrounding cultivators began to murmur, their emotions shifting from initial anger and skepticism to fervor and curiosity. A young cultivator could no longer contain himself, excitement shining in his eyes as he eagerly inquired, Mr. Gu, where is this 10,000 Scrolls artifact now? May we glimpse it? His question resonated with the others, the crowd converging around Gu Yi. Chapter 53. Uniquely different, they clamored. The scene descending into chaos. Indeed, Mr. Gu, if this artifact truly exists, it would be an unparalleled treasure for us of the purple earth star. Mr. Gu, could you reveal the secrets of the 10,000 Scrolls? Observing the tumultuous scene, Chu Huaishan wore a sardonic smile, stepping forward with a tone laced with mockery. Everyone, do not be beguiled by Gu Ye's flowery words. His mention of the celestial meteor stone and the 10,000-year Xian iron merely serves to bolster the credibility of his tale. His words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the crowd, prompting the cultivators to regain their composure as they exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating the wisdom in Chu Huaishan's statement. Elder Chu is right. This fellow Gu Yi is attempting to exploit our knowledge of the purple earth star's specialties to lend authenticity to his narrative. Isn't he? We nearly fell for his ruse. He truly is cunning. Gu Yi sat quietly amidst the scrutiny and scorn from Chu Huaishan, his expression unwavering and serene. Esteemed guests, I am merely a storyteller. All things in this world exist if one believes, and do not if one does not. With Gu Ye's words, the atmosphere in the square shifted subtly. A scholarly cultivator, lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, I understand. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gu's words have truly enlightened me. He dashed about the square in a frenzy until he vanished from sight, leaving the surrounding cultivators bewildered. What just transpired? How could a single phrase lead to such enlightenment? Shen Lingqin exhibited a look of sudden realization, nodding repeatedly, recognizing it as the teaching of her master. Without distractions, one may perceive the essence. The disciples surrounding him fell into deep contemplation, pondering how every word spoken by Gu Yi carried substantial truth. Ji Yi merely sat quietly, unaware that his casual remarks had sparked a cascade of thoughts among those present. Chu Huaishan observed the scene, his expression darkening considerably. He had not anticipated that his words would not only fail to diminish Gu Ye's standing, but would instead elevate his image further in the eyes of the crowd. Acquired 112 trust points. Acquired 108 trust points. Ji Yi took a sip of tea, gesturing for the cloaked cultivator to continue, showing no reluctance to hear more. The cloaked cultivator, feeling the pressure, pressed on with a quivering voice. Caught in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself, Li Longji, however, was dissatisfied, insisting that the myriad scrolls required a core soul. Only a weapon of destruction could forge a true artifact. He summoned the rumored Prism Moonstone, completing the reassembly of the scrolls. Tension thickened in the square as the cloaked cultivator's words faded. The previously skeptical cultivators immediately erupted, their faces etched with doubt and anger. A burly cultivator with a bushy beard glared with eyes wide as saucers. Veins bulged from his forehead as he bellowed, "The Prism Moonstone! Where in this world could such a thing exist? Gu Yi, you deceitful charlatan!" His voice thundered, causing those nearby to recoil in shock. "Jiu Yi, you audacious wretch! How dare you perpetrate such blatant fraud here?" cried a lanky cultivator, his face contorted in fury, brandishing his folding fan like a sword, pointing it directly at Gu Yi. Others, overwhelmed by emotion, escalated their response, throwing miscellaneous objects at him. "Is the truth finally out? You grand swindler, we shall no longer be deceived by your fabrications." Gu Yi remained seated, his expression as tranquil as still water, seemingly impervious to the surrounding uproar. He sipped his tea again and motioned for the cloaked cultivator to continue. Feeling the mounting pressure from the crowd, the cloaked cultivator pressed on, his voice trembling. Li Longji, after enduring countless hardships, ultimately discovered the Prism Moonstone in a hidden ancient cave. The Prism Moonstone, said to embody the forces of heaven and earth, can absorb the essence of the sun and moon. It is a rare treasure of the world. His voice dwindled, crushed by the weight of the audience's gaze. Chu Huaishan stepped forward with a mocking smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Jiu Yi, your tale grows ever more ludicrous. The Prism Moonstone? How utterly absurd. Do you take us for mere children?" His words resonated with the crowd, leading many cultivators to nod in agreement. The atmosphere in the square turned palpably tense as waves of skepticism surged towards Gu Yi. The cloaked cultivator's voice faltered amidst the cacophony, feeling unprecedented pressure. At that moment, the previously silent Xue Zue, the snow-drunken fairy, finally spoke, her voice cool and calm, cutting through the clamor of the square. "Everyone, what Mr.Gu has stated about the Prism Moonstone is not mere fiction. The ancient immortal sect indeed possesses one. Acquired 163 trust points. Acquired 211 trust points." Her declaration struck like a bolt from the blue, sending chills through the crowd. The cultivators stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. One dropped his folding fan with a clatter. Stammering in fear, Xue Zue, are you saying the Prism Moonstone truly exists? How can that be?" Another cultivator shot him a disapproving glance, hissing, "What a coward. How could a prestigious sect like the ancient immortal sect possess such a rare treasure and not disclose it to the world?" Chu Huaishan's expression soured as he realized Xue Zue had chosen to support Gu Yi at this critical juncture. He scoffed, attempting to regain the upper hand. "Xue Zue, are you truly blinded by Gu Yi's flowery words? The Prism Moonstone is a legendary artifact. How could the ancient immortal sect possibly own it?" Xue Zue shook her head gently, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "Chu Huaishan, you need not question the integrity of the ancient immortal sect in such a tone. The Prism Moonstone does exist. It has been with the ancient immortal sect for millennia. However, we have never publicized it, as its power is far too formidable to be revealed lightly." Her words left the crowd in a state of heightened astonishment. They began to reassess Gu Yi, feeling a newfound sense of reverence. For Gu Yi to be aware of such secrets, there were only two possibilities. Either he was a disciple of a prestigious lineage or the stories he told were indeed true. Given the implausibility of his tales, the crowd leaned towards the former explanation. Only a disciple of a noble family would have access to such clandestine knowledge. In this light, it seemed plausible that Gu Yi had prior knowledge of those secret realms. Perhaps he merely exploited this information to create an illusion, leading others to believe he was an immortal emperor descended to the mortal realm. A truly insidious ploy. Chapter 54. Frenzy. Chu Huaishan scoffed, signaling two of his subordinates. Instantly, they sprang forward, their faces flushed with indignation and their voices brimming with fervor. "Listen to me," one shouted, his voice echoing across the square, capturing everyone's attention. "This Gu Yi harbors ill intentions. He fabricates these tales solely to bewilder us and compel us to revere him." His words struck a chord with some cultivators, who began nodding, their expressions reflecting their anger. "Indeed." Another subordinate chimed in, his tone inciting further agitation. He spreads deceitful words, seeking to crown himself as king. Restlessness rippled through the cultivators in the square as they reflected on the situation, realizing the truth in these accusations. That's impossible, a scholar interjected calmly. Though Mr. Gu's stories may seem fantastical, they can't possibly stem from such malicious intent. A robust cultivator behind the scholar roared, "You have been deceived." His voice thundered, dripping with scorn. The coincidences surrounding his tales are too perfect to be mere happenstance. As the cultivators listened, a growing unease settled upon them. They had once wholeheartedly believed in Guyi, but now doubts gnawed at their minds. The atmosphere in the square intensified, with shouts demanding Guya's expulsion from ZD Star growing increasingly deafening, plunging the scene into chaos. "Get out, you charlatan! We do not welcome you in ZD Star." A burly cultivator bellowed, his voice like thunder, causing ears to ring painfully. Some cultivators rushed forward, intent on confronting Guyi, only to be halted by the protective barrier set by Xue Zue. Rippling waves danced across the barrier. Yet it remained steadfast. Xue Zue furrowed her brow, observing the frenzied cultivators with a sense of helplessness. She turned to Guyi, only to find him smiling serenely, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil surrounding him. "Mr. Gu, how can you still smile in the face of such chaos?" Xue Zue asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Guyi gently set down his teacup, surveying the furious cultivators with a slow shake of his head. His voice calm and detached. "The world is bustling for profit, and people clash for gain. These individuals are merely contending for their own interests." His words stripped away the masks of righteousness from the cultivators, leaving them flushed with embarrassment as they confronted an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Many cultivators, having found nothing in the recent secret realms, harbored resentment towards Guyi, and now their anger boiled over, their curses becoming increasingly unrestrained. "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you mock us in such a manner?" A Taoist practitioner roared, nearly losing grip on his talisman. "Dear friends, what folly is this? Let us not lose our way." Guyi remained unperturbed, his demeanor provoking further ire among the cultivators. Xue Zue, hearing this, allowed a smile to bloom on her lips, thinking to herself, "I knew I was right about Mr. Gu. Please, Mr. Gu, come to the ancient immortal sect for a discussion." Guyi glanced at the enraged cultivators, unwilling to engage further. "Thank you for your kind invitation, Fairy Xue, but I shall respectfully decline." In his eyes, the fury and curses of these individuals were merely the unreasonable antics of a group of ignorant souls. Xue Zuixianzi nodded, and with a gentle wave of her flowing sleeves, the air around them began to stir, forming a soft breeze. This gentle wind not only quelled the clamor in the square, but also lifted her and Guyi slowly into the air, carrying them away. Standing beside Xue Zuixianzi, Guyi was astonished by this display of power. He found the experience of transcending the mundane quite enjoyable, their figures gradually becoming blurred in the wind. The cultivators in the square were left dumbfounded, watching helplessly as Guyi and Xue Zuixianzi departed, their anger and resentment having nowhere to vent. Some cultivators attempted to pursue them, but soon discovered they could not approach the force of the wind. Forced to merely watch as the pair vanished from sight, Chu Huaishan was exceedingly pleased, believing that Guyi had been successfully humiliated and that the young man would likely not return. As Guyi and Xue Zuixianzi left, the tumult in the square gradually subsided, and the crowd began to disperse. Yun Yujin stood amidst the throng, shaking his head softly with a sigh. He had hoped to engage Guyi in a meaningful discussion but had not anticipated such an outcome. As the lord of Tianshang City, he found himself unable to control the situation. His subordinates gathered around him, expressing their disdain for Guyi's departure. One of his subordinates, noticing the lord's displeasure, boldly proclaimed, "My lord, that Guyi is nothing but a charlatan, unworthy of your regard." Yun Yujin turned to glance at his subordinate, replying coolly, "You do not comprehend. Guyi's talent and audacity far exceed your imagination." The subordinates exchanged glances, puzzled by their lord's high regard for Guyi, and dared not speak further. Meanwhile, in an inn within Tianshang City, Shen Lingqin was packing her belongings, placing several spirit stones upon the table in preparation for her departure. Disciples of Tianxian sect encircled her, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. "Sister, had we known Guyi was such a scoundrel, why did we even bother listening to his tales?" It was her younger sister, Shui Mei, who spoke, her fists clenched in frustration as if wishing to strike Gu Yi. Shun Lingqin furrowed her brow. Noting that Gu Yi was merely a fraud, as a prestigious sect, they should no longer mention him in the future. I understand. Sister, we thought he truly possessed some skill, but it turns out it was all fabrications. She pouted, her expression reflecting displeasure, as Shin Lingqin sighed softly. I will certainly speak with Master regarding this matter. That Gu Yi deserves punishment. The rest of the Tianxian disciples nodded in agreement, their hatred for Gu Yi palpable as they lamented the days of training wasted for this outcome. Yun Yicheng sat alone in her room, savoring tea as sunlight filtered through the window, casting a cool glow upon her. Upon learning that Gu Yi had departed with Shui Zuixianzi, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She gently set down her teacup, her brows furrowing in discontent as she inwardly scolded the cultivators for their unreasonable treatment of Gu Yi. Rising, she approached the window, a tinge of envy blossoming in her heart. Jiu Xianzong, she murmured, pondering the adventures awaiting Mr. Gu, feeling an unexpected pang of longing. At that moment, Gu Yi and Shui Zuixianzi ascended higher into the air. As if traversing a flowing landscape painting. Chapter 55. Journey to Gu Xianzong. Before them loomed a majestic mountain, resembling a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. Midway up the mountain, mist swirled, like a delicate veil gently draping over the peaks. Shui Zuixianzi waved her water sleeves lightly, causing a delicate breeze to stir. As the wind brushed past, the mist gradually parted, revealing a winding path hidden within, on either side of the path. Exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed in vibrant colors, their beauty accentuated by the mist, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance that lifted the spirits. Jiu Yi walked slowly along the path, the surrounding mountains appearing as illusions in the mist. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "The scenery here is breathtakingly enchanting." Shui Zuixianzi smiled softly in response, her expression becoming ethereal against the backdrop of the mist. Mr. Gu, the beauty of Gu Xianzong extends far beyond this. She continued, every wisp of mist, every flower, every tree here has been nurtured by our ancestors with unparalleled magical prowess. They embody not only the beauty of nature, but also the essence of the cultivation path. As they conversed, the outline of Gu Xianzong gradually came into view, its ancient yet grand architecture harmoniously blending with the surrounding natural environment, exuding an aura of serene transcendence. Mr. Gu, please follow me, she said, a hint of delight in her voice. They arrived at the entrance of Gu Xianzong, where two disciples clad in white robes stood guard. Upon recognizing Shui Zuixianzi and Gu Yi, they immediately bowed, addressing her with reverence. Greetings, Shui Zuixianzi, and this is? With a gentle smile, Shui Zuixianzi replied, this is Mr. Gu. I have specially invited him to Gu Xianzong for a discussion. The two disciples, upon hearing this, immediately stepped aside, granting them passage. As Gu Yi and Shui Zuixianzi entered Gu Xianzong, the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, invigorating their senses. They approached a grand hall, where Shui Zuixianzi halted, turning to Gu Yi with a smile. Mr. Gu, we have arrived. Please, come in. Jiu Yi nodded and followed her into the hall, which was resplendent with golden opulence, filled with an array of treasures that dazzled the eyes. In the center of the hall sat an elderly man in a golden robe, exuding an air of authority. Shui Zuixianzi approached him and bowed respectfully. Master, this is Mr. Gu. I have specifically invited him to Gu Xianzong for a discussion. The elder, seated in the center, regarded Gu Yi with a fleeting look of disdain after hearing Shui Zuixianzi's introduction. He raised his head slightly, his cold gaze appraising the young man. Oh, is that so? The elder's voice dripped with condescension. He did not rise but merely stated, since he is a guest invited by Shui Zui, let him make himself comfortable. Shui Zui, you may show him around. I have matters to attend to. Shui Zuixianzi's expression shifted subtly but quickly regained its composure. She turned to Gu Yi with a smile. Mr. Gu, please follow me. I will show you other areas of Gu Xianzong. Gu Yi nodded, disinterested in contesting with the elder, recognizing that if the disciples of the esteemed ZD Xing sect behaved thus, there was little hope for a place like Gu Xianzong. They left the hall, and Shui Zuixianzi led Gu Yi through several winding corridors, arriving at the rear mountain of Gu Xianzong. The scenery here contrasted starkly with the grandeur of the front hall, presenting a more tranquil and secluded ambience. Mr. Gu, I hope you do not mind my master's earlier demeanor. Shui Zui Xianzi said softly. He tends to act this way, and no worries. Guyi waved his hand dismissively. Not taking it to heart, I wonder what assistance you seek from me. Before Shui Zui Xianzi could respond, a young disciple rushed over, panic etched on his face. Sister, it's bad. That thing has erupted again. You must come quickly. Shui Zui Xianzi's expression changed instantly. I will go at once. Turning to Guyi, she said, Mr. Gu, I apologize. I need to attend to this matter. Please wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. Jiu Yi, with a calm demeanor, replied, Go ahead. I shall enjoy the scenery while I wait. Shui Zui Xianzi hurried away, leaving Guyi to stroll through the rear mountain. That moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from a nearby location. Intrigued, he moved in that direction. As he passed through a bamboo grove and entered a clearing, he beheld a luminous sphere in the air, radiating an intense spiritual energy that made the very air tremble. The sphere erupted with bursts of power, each explosion accompanied by the tremors of the ground and the sounds of surrounding objects shattering. Shui Zui Xianzi's expression grew serious as she unleashed a flurry of spells from her hands, attempting to subdue the raging sphere. Unfortunately, the sphere's power was overwhelmingly strong, and even she found it challenging to contain. Surrounding disciples retreated, fearful of the sphere's destructive potential. Inside that sphere, there seems to be something, Guyi murmured to himself, catching a glimpse of a vague shadow swirling within. As Shui Zui Xianzi intensified her spells, the sphere's resistance grew fiercer, her complexion turning pale as she expended vast amounts of spiritual energy. Other disciples rallied to assist her, ready to lend their strength. Sister, we are here to help, a burly disciple called out, wielding a hefty spirit sword inscribed with glowing runes. All right, everyone be cautious. Shui Zui Xianzi gritted her teeth in response. The disciples swiftly dispersed, each unleashing their unique techniques. Jiu Yi stood quietly to the side, observing the unfolding situation. It became apparent that mere spiritual suppression would not resolve the issue. Shui Zui Xianzi, this forceful suppression may not be the solution, he remarked. Jiu Yi suddenly spoke, his voice emerging with remarkable clarity amidst the chaos. Shui Zui Xianzi paused slightly in her incantation, turning to look at Guyi, a flicker of inquiry flashing in her eyes. It appeared there was a spiritual entity within the luminous orb, and its tumultuous behavior might stem from uncontrolled spiritual energy. One should attempt to guide its spiritual force rather than impose forceful suppression. Jiu Ye's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance. Yet the surrounding disciples bristled at his suggestion, their displeasure palpable. Who are you to speak here? A hot-tempered disciple barked, brandishing his spiritual sword menacingly at Gu Yi. Not be disrespectful, Shui Xianzi swiftly interjected, halting the disciples' rude actions. Jiu is a guest I have invited. But, senior sister, he is spouting nonsense here. Another disciple protested, only to be silenced by a glance from Shui Zui Xianzi. She turned to Guyi, her gaze softening. Jiu possesses exceptional insight. I trust you have already discerned the situation? Chapter 56. Successful spirit guiding. Such superficial knowledge is hardly worth mentioning, Guyi replied with a faint smile. If your sect's disciples do not welcome me, I shall take my leave in silence, but do refrain from slandering. Hmph, senior sister, we have attempted to subdue this entity countless times to no avail. What does he count for? Another disciple scoffed, casting aspersions. His words are mere deception. Do not let him mislead you. The disciples surrounding Guyi regarded him with disdain. If the ancient immortal sect cannot resolve this matter, what can an outsider do? Truly laughable. Guyi shook his head, aware that both grand families and hidden sects often harbored an inherent sense of superiority. Do not be disrespectful. Silence, all of you, Shui Zui Xianzi commanded sharply, then turned to Guyi, bowing gently. Please forgive me, Mr. Gu. If you possess a solution, I humbly request your assistance. I am most grateful, Guyi responded confidently. Senior sister, please procure the spirit guiding stone and the soul summoning talisman. May I inquire what grade these items should be? The higher the grade, the better. Guyi observed intently for a moment. A higher grade will result in less harm to the spiritual entity. And I may even bestow upon you a boon. Very well, Mr. Gu. Please wait. Shui Zui Xianzi hastily departed, leaving the disciples an opportunity to hurl mockery at Guyi. You are a stranger we have never heard of. What is your cultivation level? Why do you hide behind veils of secrecy? One disciple, emanating the aura of the void refinement realm, approached slowly, abruptly unleashing his divine sense to envelop Gu Ye. Gu frowned slightly. Such behavior was exceedingly impolite in the world of cultivation, a veritable taboo. Seeing Gu Yi offer no resistance only confirmed the disciple's belief that Gu Yi was a mere facade. Humph, all show and no substance. You dare not take action. How did you deceive our senior sister? The disciples encircled him, their eyes glinting with malice. Jiu Yi clenched an Lushan experience card tightly in his hand. Should these disciples be foolish enough to act? He would not hesitate to administer a small lesson within the ancient immortal sect. However, he would refrain from taking lives, as it was said that an immortal emperor presided over the sect. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to utilize Li Longji's experience card. Do not be disrespectful. At that critical moment, Xue Zue Xianzi descended from above, admonishing the disciples. You shall not treat him or Gu with disrespect. She promptly presented the items Gu Yi required. Excellent. All are treasures of the Dao Lord level. Gu Yi nodded in approval. Xue Zue Xianzi, this process must remain undisturbed, so please ask any idle onlookers to withdraw. Xue Zue Xianzi immediately understood his intention and addressed the crowd. You all, step back for now. But senior sister, this lad is likely up to no good, senior sister. You must be cautious. This item belongs to our ancient immortal sect. He harbors ulterior motives. I have spoken. Retreat at once. Xue Zue Xianzi exuded a formidable aura, compelling the disciples to withdraw slowly, not daring to offend her further. With the surroundings now silent, Gu Yi took a deep breath. Xue Zue Xianzi, there is one more request. Mr. Gu, please speak freely. Gu Yi smiled that it is not particularly difficult. I only ask that you place both palms on my back to lend me your spiritual energy. Oh, and why is that? Xue Zue Xianzi inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. This is a spiritual artifact of the ancient immortal sect. Should I inadvertently break the seal, it will identify its master based on the spiritual energy within. If I were to use my own energy, it might inadvertently seize what belongs to another. Gu Yi chuckled softly. Now I understand. They say fine wine reveals a beautiful face, and gold stirs the heart. Gu remains composed before the spiritual treasures. You are indeed a true gentleman. Xue Zue Xianzi expressed her admiration, bowing deeply. Very well, Xue Zue Xianzi, let us commence, agreed. Gu Yi led the way, with Xue Zue Xianzi following closely behind. Her hands pressing against his back. Focus, guide the spirit. In truth, Gu Yi was merely lacking in robust spiritual energy to complete this process. Revealing his meager strength would be perilous, and he wished to conserve the experience card. Thus, he proceeded as such. Xue Zue Xianzi's vast spiritual energy surged into Gu Yi, flowing through his palms. The two innate divine objects floated in the air, emitting radiant glimmers, ultimately merging into a needle-like entity that pierced the luminous orb. As the spiritual energy was introduced, the commotion within the orb gradually subsided, ethereal light coalescing along the spirit-guiding stone and flowing into the soul-summoning talisman, culminating in a swelling at its end. Resembling the fruition of a fruit, after a stick of incense burned, Gu Yi slowly concluded his efforts, the orb finally settling into silence. He waved his hand, and the soul-summoning talisman fell into his grasp. Xue Zue Xianzi, this soul-summoning talisman contains an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Please ensure it is well kept. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your assistance. Xue Zue Xianzi accepted it gratefully, bowing in appreciation. Senior sister, what has transpired? Senior sister, at this juncture, the disciples awaiting outside sensed the absence of any further fluctuations and rushed in. Xue Zue Xianzi's expression soured. You are all being reckless. If we were in the midst of our cultivation and you barged in unannounced, would that not ruin our efforts? Forgive us, senior sister. We were merely concerned. Wait, has that entity been completely subdued? One disciple exclaimed joyfully upon noticing the orb's stillness. Senior sister, you truly possess exceptional prowess, senior sister. What method did you employ to subdue it? The disciples, brimming with unwarranted confidence, pressed her for answers. Jiu Yi sighed softly to himself, reflecting on how these disciples, despite their formidable cultivation, often exhibited arrogance due to their sheltered upbringing in a small world rich with spiritual energy. Xue Zue Xianzi's cheeks flushed. It was not me. It was Mr. Gu who intervened. What? Is that truly the case? Senior sister, this is no jest. This lad bears no trace of spiritual fluctuation. He even conceals his cultivation. Silence! Do not speak ill of Mr. Gu, Shui Xianzi interjected coldly, silencing the crowd. Quickly disperse and attend to your own matters. Yes, senior sister. With a resigned sigh, Shui Xianzi turned to apologize to Gu Yi. I apologize, Mr. Gu. The disciples within the sect can be somewhat difficult. I hope you can forgive their behavior. Not at all. Gu Yi waved his hand dismissively. Humph. Why should our ancient immortal sect apologize to an outsider? Chapter 57. The place of opportunity at that moment. An ancient voice resonated through the air, followed by the elder who had previously appeared before them, materializing into human form. Shui, our ancient immortal sect is a true hidden sect, rivaling even the Tianshu Pavilion. Why do you demean yourself before an outsider? Master. Shui Xianzi's brows knitted together as she hurried to stand before the elder. It is not as you think. Mr. Gu's reputation precedes him, and his power is unparalleled. He was invited here by me, moreover. Mr. Gu was able to assist our ancient immortal sect. Should we not express our gratitude? Humph. The elder was unimpressed. I am contemplating a better solution. Yet he has rushed in uninvited. Should anything go awry with such a spiritual entity, can you bear the responsibility? Gu Ye's gaze began to harden with coldness. This elder was being exceedingly unreasonable. Shui Xianzi, if your master does not welcome me, I shall take my leave. Humph. It is not so simple. The elder, with audacity, struck forth, and in an instant, a cyan prison cage manifested around Gu Yi. Waves of overwhelming suppressive force surged forth, causing Gu Yi to squint his eyes in realization. It appeared that the elder's pretense was a ruse, and his true intention was to unearth the secrets that Gu Yi harbored. Master, what are you planning to do? Exclaimed the snow-drunken fairy, her face paling in alarm as she attempted to advance, only to be rooted in place by a streak of light. This young man adeptly wields the spiritual artifacts of my ancient immortal sect. One cannot ascertain his true motives. Should he harbor ill intentions and covertly make a move? What then? The elder scoffed, slowly approaching Gu Yi. I shall conduct an examination on your master. A chilling smile crept upon the elder's lips. Long before Gu Yi made his move, he had been observing in the shadows. The method of summoning spirits was unprecedented even to him, and under the elder's mental grasp, Gu Ye's true realm remained undetectable. Thus, the elder concluded that Gu Yi was undoubtedly cloaked in great mystery. Master, no. The snow-drunken fairy struggled desperately against her restraints, but to no avail, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mr. Gu, it is all my fault. I should not have brought you to the ancient immortal sect. Alas, Gu Yi sighed, shaking his head. The greed of humanity knows no bounds. Old man, the reason I have refrained from striking is out of respect for the snow-drunken fairy. If you withdraw the prison, I shall act as though this incident never transpired. He truly did not wish to employ his experience cards. Only one remained for Lushan, and merely 3 for Li Longji. This was the stronghold of the ancient immortal sect. Should he fail to swiftly resolve the conflict and retreat, the opponents might swarm him, leading to his demise. Humph, young man, your bluster cannot deceive anyone. The elder was utterly unconcerned, channeling a sphere of spiritual energy between his palms, descending upon Gu Ye's crown. Heavenly soul palm. You dare, old man. Gu Yi retorted fiercely as the Lushan experience cards surged into his body. An unparalleled aura of ferocity erupted forth, shattering the elder's cyan prison into fragments. The overwhelming force rushed forth, obliterating the elder's soul-searching technique with mere ease. Stumbling back, the elder steadied himself after retreating several steps. His eyes wide with disbelief. This aura, good heavens, young man. You truly possess some grand fortune. How could one so young achieve such a level? Surely, you must possess some extraordinary treasure. The elder's keen eyes discerned a significant truth. Gu Yi sighed inwardly. Such cunning and seasoned adversaries were indeed formidable. Not only were they powerful, but their perception was razor-sharp, making it difficult to deceive them with ordinary tactics. Then let us put it to the test. Gu Yi muttered, as the heavenly sword, Li Taibai's weapon, materialized in his grasp. Li Taibai's heavenly sword. Ha! You, a charlatan, dare to possess a full set of artifacts? The elder had heard tales of Gu Yi before, dismissing him as a fraud without any genuine prowess. Ancient god palm, he bellowed, conjuring an immense palm print before him, radiating an aura that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Expand, with a command. The massive palm print swelled in size, ultimately transforming into a mountain-like behemoth. Look, that is Elder Fengxian's ancient god palm. He has not wielded this technique in ages. Could it be that the ancient immortal sect faces a formidable foe? Countless disciples of the ancient immortal sect rushed forth from all directions, yet they could only observe from a distance, unable to approach. The residual energy from the clash could obliterate anyone within 1,000 feet. Elder Fengxian was truly enraged. Who is this individual? What has incited Elder Fengxian's wrath? Is this not the guest brought by the snow-drunken fairy? So it is he, Mr. Gu, merely a charlatan in disguise. With a single swing of the heavenly sword, Gu Yi unleashed a tempestuous sword energy that descended from the heavens. Mountain and river sword energy. Having acquired An Lushan's celestial devouring scripture, Gu Yi fused it with Li Taibai's swordsmanship. Amplifying its potency. 2 Formidable streams of sword energy cascaded down like twin torrents from the heavens, disregarding the protective formations of the ancient immortal sect, and collided with the ancient god palm. In but a breath, the palm imprint was obliterated with astonishing ease, sending Elder Fengxian reeling backward, half kneeling as he coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. "Master!" cried the snow-drunken fairy, "stop this at once." Yet Elder Fengxian paid no heed, his eyes glinting with fervor. His realm. Advancing was a monumental challenge. Only by seizing a chance of extraordinary fortune could one hope to break through and ascend further. In Gu Yi, he saw the embodiment of that fortune. Immortal possession, shattering the heavens. A shimmering glow enveloped Elder Fengxian, rendering him ethereal, as if he were about to ascend into the heavens. His power surged to a terrifying saintly sovereign level. Gu Ye's gaze sharpened. Indeed, these celestial sects wielded such formidable techniques for enhancing strength, making them exceedingly troublesome. Gripping the heavenly sword tightly, he pointed toward the sky. Destruction of heaven and earth, execution of the saints. At this moment, he could not afford to hesitate between life and death. If he failed to vanquish the elder before him, escape from the ancient immortal sect would prove exceedingly difficult. Should other powerful foes emerge, he would face certain death. A forbidden aura surged forth, spreading wildly, causing disciples thousands of feet away to be sent reeling, each spitting blood, their expressions filled with terror. This Gu Yi is truly terrifying. His aura rivals that of Elder Fengxian. Elder Fengxian struggled to maintain his form as he struck out with a palm, only to have it dissipated by the raging sword energy. Even the soul attached to his body began to falter. Elder Fengxian's eyes widened in horror. This was the ancestral soul of the ancient immortal sect, capable of unleashing saintly power. How could he possibly be outmatched by that young man? Old man, your insatiable greed will be your undoing. Gu Ye's form grew imposing, resembling a deity. The heavenly sword in his grasp blazed with white flames, exuding an eerie aura. Elder Fengxian found himself pressed to the ground by an overwhelming force. The sound of bones grinding echoing as fear consumed him. My end is nigh. He gazed at the myriad sword lights, finding no means of evasion, and thus closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Boom! At this critical juncture, a magnificent golden light surged from the horizon, interposing itself between the two, forcibly halting Gu Ye's sword energy. Ultimately, less than 30% of the sword energy struck Elder Fengxian. Nevertheless, he was still sent hurtling backward. Crashing into the mountainside, even the soul attached to him shattered. Sect Master. As the newcomer descended, Elder Fengxian summoned all his strength to rise. Elder Fengxian, do you recognize your mistakes? Bai Shuang, resembling a fallen immortal, alighted gracefully, her brow furrowed as she regarded Elder Fengxian. Sect Master, I no need to speak. I am already aware. Bai Shuang coldly snorted, then turned to Gu Yi, slightly bowing to Mr. Gu. Our ancient immortal sect has been remiss in our hospitality. I beseech your forgiveness. At this moment, Gu Ye's experience card had expired, his chest rising and falling slightly as he smiled. Sect Master, you are too kind. In the pursuit of longevity, it is only natural to harbor some greed. Yet I hope this elder can restrain himself. Not all things are meant to be taken. Mr. Gu imparts wisdom. It is indeed my failing over the years to neglect the teachings of my disciples. Please forgive me. Bai Shuang then released the snow-drunken fairy from her restraints. Shuezue, accompany Mr. Gu. Be sure to offer a sincere apology. Furthermore, all areas of the ancient immortal sect are open to Mr. Gu. As a token of our regret, Gu Yi smiled faintly, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Shuang departed with Elder Feng Xian. Mr. Gu, I apologize for the fright you endured. The snow-drunken fairy once more clasped her hands in apology. Snow-drunken fairy, there is no need for such formality. Gu Yi waved his hand. I believe my fate does not align with the ancient immortal sect. It may be best for me to depart for now. Hearing this, the snow-drunken fairy's brows furrowed with guilt. Mr. Gu, it was I who brought you to this place and caused you distress. I ought to make amends. I implore you to stay for a few more days, allowing me to extend my hospitality. If G would grace us with his presence, might you share a tale within the ancient immortal sect? Gu Yi shook his head in response. Though the ancient immortal sect is splendid, it is not a fitting venue for storytelling. Merely showcasing a fraction of one's prowess had provoked Feng Xian to unleash their full force, even resorting to their trump cards. Should this be recounted here? The allure of greed might surpass that of the cultivators from Tian Shangcheng and Ling Xiaocheng. Shuezue Xianzi, should fate allow, we shall surely meet again. Very well. I shall escort Mr. Gu down the mountain. After a prolonged silence, Shuezue Xianzi, not wishing to impose, consented to accompany Gu Yi down the mountain. As she gazed upon Gu Ye's ethereal figure departing, a flicker of an unusual hue flashed in the depths of her eyes. The sight of the sword immortal, wielding the Etienne sword, standing with one hand tucked behind him in midair, stirred her imagination. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect leader, Feng Xian knelt upon the ground, his eyes brimming with unwillingness. Sect leader, that young man undoubtedly possesses immense fortune. You are mistaken. Bai Shuang scoffed. Your error lies in your audacity to seize in public. I have heard rumors of late, suggesting that this Mr.Gu is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, capable of extraordinary feats. But those are merely rumors. Feng Xian attempted to speak further, yet was interrupted by Bai Shuang. Rumors? When whispers persist for 3 to 5 days, they can be dismissed as mere gossip, but this has stirred the Tianshu Pavilion. Can it still be considered mere rumor? Even Zhu Huaishan of the Tianshu Pavilion could do nothing about him. He cannot be an ordinary individual. By so brazenly targeting him within the ancient immortal sect, do you not risk inciting enmity? Sect leader, are we to fear him? It is not fear. Bai Shuang shook her head in resignation. Consider how many hidden sects exist. Zidixing is not as simple as it appears. How many ancient beings lurk in the shadows? The moment you strike, our ancient immortal sect becomes the target. Why invite such trouble? Feng Xian suddenly raised his head, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Bai Shuang. Sect leader, do you mean we should take action? Of course. At this moment, Bai Shuang's demeanor bore no trace of the ethereal elegance she once possessed. Her expression contorted into one of ferocity. The ancestor of the ancient immortal sect has been in slumber for countless years. If this young man truly harbors the fortune of an immortal emperor, we must seize it at all costs, for he is an immortal emperor, a legendary being. Even I, at present, can only gaze in awe. Reach out to Tianshu Pavilion. Perhaps we require a modicum of collaboration. Bai Shuang remarked with a cunning smile. Understood. Lingshui City is not a mere small town like Ling Xiaocheng or Guyangcheng. It boasts a population of 500,000 mortals, with cultivators numbering in the thousands. Should tales be spun here, the impact would undoubtedly be remarkable. Ji Yi strolled in, following the streets until he selected a prominent platform. This platform, situated near the city's center, was currently adorned with colorful decorations. May I inquire, my friend, what purpose does this platform serve? Gu Yi casually pulled a young cultivator beside him. This is for the city lord's wedding. The young cultivator's face lit up with excitement. The city lord has reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, a true powerhouse. It is said he is marrying the daughter of the hidden family, the Xiao family. I have also heard that he will be entering the family. The young cultivator seemed to be a fountain of knowledge, chattering incessantly in Gu Ye's ear. The city lord has received the Xiao family's protection, allowing him to break through the tribulation stage and ascend to the revered status above all beings. Gu Yi chuckled to himself and nodded. You may not know, but just 3 days from now, the city lord will wed. At that time, cultivators from 1,000 miles around will gather to witness the ceremony. It will surely be a grand event. Gu Ye's mind sparked with intrigue. Cultivators from 1,000 miles around will converge. Might I seize this opportunity to fully disseminate the teachings of Li Longji? Subsequently, I could unlock the secret realm and obtain some rewards. My friend, I have yet to learn your name. Gu Yi, Chapter 59. The City Lord's Invitation. Oh, what? Gu Yi? The young cultivator was taken aback. However, upon turning around, he found no trace of Gu Yi. Presently, Gu Ye's name resonated throughout Zidixing whenever the name of the storyteller is mentioned. It is said he possesses the demeanor of an immortal emperor, reputed for slaying numerous revered beings and Dao lords, even battling the holy monarch Li Siyu. The man, like a celestial being, appears and vanishes without a trace. Today, he has unexpectedly appeared in Lingshui City, and even exchanged words with me. At this moment, Gu Yi was leisurely wandering the streets of Lingshui City. The populace was content and prosperous, with no strife between mortals and cultivators, a testament to the adept management of the city lord. Although the latter was about to become a son-in-law, in the realm of cultivation, such maneuvers were trivial. Just as Gu Yi was meandering, 2 black armored guards appeared before him. You are Mr. Gu, are you not? Gu Yi was taken aback. It seemed he was recognized wherever he went. Indeed, Mr. Gu, our city lord requests your presence. The black armored guards gestured for him to follow. Jiu Yi nodded and accompanied the 2 guards to the resplendent city lord's mansion. City Lord Xue Wushuang and Xiao Feng'er sat facing each other. Husband, do you truly believe that Gu Yi possesses genuine capabilities? My dear, I have witnessed Mr. Gu's prowess with my own eyes in the Western Secret Realm, where he battled the holy monarch Li Longji. He battled the holy monarch? Xiao Feng'er, hailing from a hidden family, was acutely aware of such powerful beings. Her father, the patriarch of the Xiao family, was a formidable holy monarch. Perhaps in the secret realm, he was merely a remnant of his soul, far from the holy monarch's true strength. Xue Wushuang fell silent for a moment. That is a possibility. Yet the sword sect's master Dao Patian and the master of the Crimson Spear sect, Qilian Xin, were no match for Li Longji. Husband, the 2 you mention may indeed be strong in the outside world. But once we return to the Xiao family, you shall perceive their insignificance, Xiao Feng'er replied dismissively. As for the so-called Great Tang Divine Dynasty mentioned by the storyteller, I have never heard of it. Our family records, which trace back to the very dawn of Zidixing, contain no mention of such a dynasty. I suspect Mr.Gu is merely a charlatan. Xue Wushuang took a deep breath and spoke softly. My dear, regardless of his true nature, would you allow me to fulfill my final wish in the outside world? Once he enters the Xiao family, he shall have no freedom to roam. Very well, Xiao Feng'er smiled. However, should that Mr.Gu prove to be a mere fraud, I shall expel him. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Should that be the case, I will take action myself. As they spoke, the black armored guards arrived at the door to report. City Lord, Mr. Gu is already waiting in the reception hall. My dear, I shall take my leave. All right. Truly, this grand city boasts even a humble reception hall of such opulence. Gu Yi silently marveled. The decorations in the reception hall were crafted from high-grade spirit stones. Mr. Gu, I have long admired your name. Suddenly, a hearty voice echoed. Xue Wushuang, clad in a black robe, strode into the reception hall. With a cupped fist, he greeted. Mr. Gu, I am Xue Wushuang, the city lord of Lingshui City. I apologize for the imposition of summoning you. City Lord, no need for such formalities. It is an honor to receive your invitation. The 2 exchanged pleasantries as was customary, then both took their seats. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? City Lord? Gu Yi took a sip of tea, the spiritual energy coursing through his limbs, bringing him a wave of refreshment, even gradually enhancing his lacking cultivation. Mr. Gu, during our encounter in the Western Secret Realm, I witnessed your remarkable presence, truly unprecedented in history. You flatter me, City Lord. Gu Yi smiled faintly, his mind sharpening with vigilance. In 3 days, I will wed my beloved wife, and I wish to invite you to share a tale after the ceremony. What do you say? Rest assured, Mr. Gu, I will ensure your safety. There will also be generous rewards afterward. Gu Ye's heart stirred. He had been contemplating the perfect day to perform storytelling in Lingshui City, and now the city lord had extended an invitation. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Haha. Excellent. Someone, show him our Gu to a room for rest. As Gu exited the reception hall, Xue Wushuang immediately summoned the black armored guards. Spread the word. Mr. Gu will be performing storytelling in Lingshui City in 3 days. Understood. Every cultivator entering the city must pay a fee in spirit stones. Seizing this opportunity, Xue Wushuang could amass considerable wealth. Once this news spread, a new wave of excitement surged through Zidixing. What? Mr. Gu is appearing in Lingshui City for storytelling. Let us depart at once. Today, I shall surely unveil this man's true identity. As the tumultuous waves of emotion surged within Dao Patian, Qi Lian Xian, Yun and Ichong, and others, they hurriedly set forth with their disciples in no time. The skies over Zidixing were filled with fervent cultivators rushing towards Lingshui City. By the 3rd day, the city had gathered no fewer than several 100,000 practitioners, with many unable to find accommodation within its walls and thus encamping outside. On the day of the grand wedding, silks floated through the air, and a road paved with spirit stones unfurled into the sky, gradually extending towards Lingshui City. 2 Formidable Dao lords descended slowly from above. They were Xiao Feng'er's uncles, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong. Greetings to my esteemed uncles. Xue Wushuang ascended into the air. Indeed, the family head and his wife are currently among the stars, not present on Zidixing. I beg your understanding. Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice, revealing their dissatisfaction with the son-in-law, a mere peak stage of tribulation, relying on the Xiao family's resources to ascend to the realm of the World Lord. How could they accept that? Understood. Please, esteemed uncles. Xue Wushuang guided them to the highest seats, as they were the most distinguished figures at this grand wedding. As the wedding ceremony progressed, cultivators from various factions offered their congratulations, and smiles finally graced the faces of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong. Who would have thought, after such a prolonged absence from the world, that the Xiao family would still be remembered by so many cultivators? Brother, I fear it is not as simple as that. Xiao Hong released a vast aura of divine sense, silently enveloping the scene. It appeared that these cultivators were not merely here for the wedding. They were engaged in discussions about Guyi. Guyi? Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. Is he not the one who recently stirred up a storm, proclaiming the grandeur of the Tang divine dynasty on Zidixing? Indeed, it is he. Humph, such nonsense. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. If the Tang divine dynasty truly existed on Zidixing, why would the Xiao family have no records of it? Not even the Tianshu Pavilion has documented it. Esteemed guests, let us now welcome Mr. Gu. With a wave of his hand, Xue Wushuang transformed the grand wedding platform into a new form, revealing a pavilion dedicated to storytelling at its center, adorned with a striking storytelling board. Before the eyes of over 100,000 cultivators, Guyi ascended the platform. It truly is Mr. Gu? Cloud and Icheng's eyes sparkled with a complex sentiment as Guyi surveyed the surroundings and gradually took his seat. Among the crowd of cultivators, many familiar faces greeted him. Jiyu sighed inwardly, recognizing the insatiable desires of cultivators. Some had already acquired numerous treasures in previous secret realms, yet still chased after him, merely for the opening of another secret realm. Contemplating this, a hint of ruthlessness flickered in Gu Ye's gaze. This time, he intended to impart an unforgettable lesson to those greedy individuals. Jiyu, you deceitful scoundrel. Do you seek to cause chaos in the world? Chu Huaishan from Tianshu Pavilion appeared amidst the crowd, speaking loudly. His words instantly ignited a wave of responses from countless cultivators. Jiyu, get down, you charlatan, a fraud. Voices of support and opposition intermingled, creating a chaotic scene. Jiyu sat quietly atop the platform, observing the fray around him with an unperturbed gaze. Humph, this is the wedding ceremony of the Xiao family. If you do not wish to remain, you may leave. Xiao Hong rose, exuding a powerful aura befitting a Dao Lord, causing countless cultivators to feel as if their breath was stifled, their spiritual energy sluggish. This is the might of the hidden family, the Xiao. Such pressure was indeed characteristic of the Xiao family's strength. With Xiao Heng's intervention, the surrounding tumult gradually subsided. Even Chu Huaishan cast wary glances at the two Xiao powerhouses. Guyi, I shall assist you in maintaining order. However, should I find you spouting nonsense, I shall slay you on the spot. Xiao Hong turned to Guyi, his voice icy. He was not showing favoritism but rather ensuring the sanctity of his family's occasion. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Guyi bowed slightly, then struck the storytelling board. Let us continue where we left off. The Emperor of Immortals, Li Longji, wielded the power of countless scrolls and returned to the Heavenly Gate. He fought through numerous trials, ultimately facing the Empress Wu Zetian in a fateful confrontation. In a fit of rage, the immortal emperor changed the colors of heaven and earth. The Empress Wu Zetian, unable to withstand the onslaught, fell in defeat. Yet before her demise, she implored Li Longji to construct a monument without words for future generations to pay their respects. A monument without words. Is there truly someone who would have a monument built in their honor devoid of inscriptions? Monuments are typically erected to extol virtues. As a renowned empress, although her legitimacy was questioned, she nonetheless led and suppressed an era. Perhaps this is the final dignity of an emperor. The judgments of right and wrong are left to posterity. Such things are mere fabrications, and yet you dare to discuss them? Chu Huaishan scoffed, his expression one of disdain. There is not a single monument in this world that lacks inscriptions. Chu, you have never seen it with your own eyes. How can you pass judgment? Humph, have you seen it with your own eyes? Is it not all based on Guyi's one-sided narrative? A Western cultivator, who held Guyi in high regard, stood up defiantly. I will not permit you to speak ill of Mr. Gu. He embodies righteousness and serves as a model for us cultivators. One you cannot disparage. Do you realize who you are addressing? The atmosphere below grew tense until Xiao Hong once more released a wave of pressure to restore silence. Trust points increased by 150. Trust points increased by 345. The propagation rate surged to 5000, 010, Guyi felt a slight relief. There was still half to go to it. Seemed today, he would be able to complete the exchange for the secret realm. Guyi, your time is running short. Your words alone cannot convince me. Xiao Heng's gaze flickered with a hint of murderous intent. Guyi paid no heed and continued. Mr. Gu, has not the immortal Emperor Li Longji restored the Tang divine dynasty? Should not the dynasty continue henceforth? Not at all, not at all. Guyi shook his head repeatedly. Fate is not something one person can overturn. The immortal Emperor Li Longji did restore the Tang divine dynasty. Diligently governing, and for a time, the dynasty flourished. In the following 3 centuries, it even reached a peak of prosperity. At that time, in the Tang divine dynasty, no one would pick up what was lost on the road, and doors would remain unlocked at night. Truly a scene of prosperity, indeed worthy of a legendary immortal emperor. Precisely, under such circumstances, how could the dynasty possibly fall? What he speaks bears no relevance to us cultivators. It merely describes mortals. That is reasonable. This fellow is a fraud, and few of his words ring true. Yet, on Mount Zhongnan, there existed a female demon with 3 millennia of cultivation, having reached the threshold of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Lacking a breakthrough opportunity, she transformed herself into a beauty. Upon reaching Baiyu Jing, she took the name Yang Yuhuan. There is a saying, in the northern land, there is a beauty, isolated from the world. One glance captivates a city, and a second glance a nation. From the moment Li Longji laid eyes on Yang Yuhuan, he became entranced. From then on, he neglected state affairs, and even his own cultivation stagnated, ceasing to strive for the final step to transcendence. What a pity! Heroes are often thwarted by the allure of beauty. Indeed, they say that beauty withers bones. When it comes to oneself, few can see through it. Guyi, you speak nonsense. As cultivators, how could we let our cultivation falter because of a woman? A bearded cultivator stood up, shouting loudly. Indeed, even mortals understand the principles of seeking wealth and avoiding disaster. How could an immortal emperor with endless lifespan be tempted by beauty? Do you all lack partners? You unpartnered souls are unworthy to comment. Trust points increased by 500. Trust points increased by 239. Ji cast a glance at the 2 Xiao powerhouses, both exuding a murderous aura, and felt a pang of urgency. If he could not activate the secret realm before they acted, he would have to resort to using the Li Longji experience card to escape. Dare I ask, Mr. Gu, what transpired thereafter? Xiao Zhan suddenly stood, his tone grave. With this formidable figure speaking, the scene fell into a profound silence. Ji Yi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Zhan to rise at this juncture. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied. The strength of Li Longji had waned, and within the court, the influence of Yang Yuhuan's faction spread like wildfire. even attempting to undermine his authority, until a prodigious genius emerged, leading a righteous army straight to Huanglong. This person was known as Shi Siming. At the tender age of 5, he stepped into the realm of cultivation. By 10, he had mastered the ethereal realm. At 15, he transcended the tribulation, and by 20, he attained the esteemed status of a world sovereign. When the time came to rally against the Tang dynasty, he was but 26, having achieved the rank of immortal emperor. What? How can this be possible? A grand dynasty like the Tang could so easily produce an immortal emperor. Youngster, do you not possess the flair for storytelling? Xiao Zhan slowly approached Gu Yi, stating, who among us does not know that the immortal emperors of the Purple Earth Star have not emerged for a millennium? The previous immortal emperors were renowned figures with names well known. Never has there been a faction that possessed 2 immortal emperors simultaneously. Sensing the mounting pressure around him, Gu Yi remained unfazed, seated at the table, intent on extracting the value from the assembly of cultivators before him. If all else failed, he would simply waste an experience card. Even Xiao Zhan could not detain him. Shi Siming, having amalgamated the strengths of various schools, created an extraordinary technique known as the Wheel Sutra, specifically designed to counter Li Longji's methods. When Shi Siming arrived at Baiyu Jing, he found it deserted, the mighty immortal emperor of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji had fled with Yang Yuhuan. Previously revering Li Longji, some cultivators were now filled with righteous indignation, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! He forsook his empire for a woman. What kind of ruler is he? Such a man is unworthy of kingship." This sentiment is misguided. As long as one is human, both merits and faults coexist, and these matters shall be judged by posterity. Bah! I can no longer tolerate this. Chu Huaishan rose, his voice icy. Gu Yi, I have already contacted 2 esteemed elders of the Tianshu Pavilion at the Dao Lord level. You shall not leave this place today. What of Shi Siming? What of the Wheel Sutra? Such notions are mere fabrications, Chu Huaishan declared loudly. My friends, if your faction boasts an immortal emperor and a quasi-immortal emperor, would you fear a single immortal emperor's onslaught? Upon hearing this, many rallied in support. Indeed, Elder Chu speaks truth. How could a lone immortal emperor cause us to abandon our stronghold? Gu Yi is clearly spouting nonsense. At that moment, however, Xiao Zhan, approaching Gu Yi, wore a look of astonishment. Turning to Xiao Hong, he too discerned the shock in his eyes. Fellow members of the Xiao clan, let us act together to subdue this youth. We cannot allow him to continue misleading the cultivators. Chu Huaishan's eyes glimmered with a sinister light. If they could capture Gu Yi, he would have to divulge those extraordinary techniques of his. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Zhan slowly returned to his seat. Mr. Gu, please continue. What? Fellow Daoist Xiao, what do you mean? Chu Huaishan's gaze sharpened. You may not be aware, but my Xiao family indeed possesses an incomplete technique known as the Wheel Sutra, Xiao Zhan declared, igniting a tempest of intrigue. The existence of the Wheel Sutra is undeniable? Does this not imply that what Mr.Gu has stated holds truth? Yet, perhaps it is merely a coincidence of names. Trust points increased by 780. Trust points increased by 890. Spread 98,010,000. Gu Yi was taken aback. He had merely mentioned a name, and the Xiao family truly possessed a technique of the same name. He must extend his gratitude to Xiao Zhan, as he could now exchange for a secret realm with his remaining 2,000 points. Though Shi Siming opposed the Tang, he lacked the talent for governance, allowing his army to pillage and burn within Baiyu Jing. The opulent capital of the Tang dynasty was ultimately reduced to ashes. Alas, what a pity! Indeed, if Baiyu Jing still stood, we could have marveled at its grandeur. Yes, indeed. Amidst the crowd of cultivators, voices of lament echoed. Li Longji fled with Yang Yuhuan. His subordinates, filled with rage, demanded his execution. Li Longji, unable to bear it, faced unanimous opposition. Yang Yuhuan, sensing her imminent demise, was on the brink of breaking through to immortal emperor and unleashed her fury upon Li Longji's soldiers. A quasi-immortal emperor, terrifying indeed, stained the earth with blood for 3,000 miles. Ultimately, as his forces neared annihilation, Li Longji awakened and, with tears in his eyes, struck down Yang Yuhuan. Yet, after this battle, the Tang dynasty's fortunes were irreparably damaged. Li Longji, grievously wounded, could no longer wield the power of an immortal emperor. The core of the dynasty lay in ruins, with less than 20% remaining. Across the land, righteous armies surged forth, tearing apart the once glorious Tang dynasty. From this day forth, the dragon vein was severed, and no one within the dynasty could ascend to the realm of a mortal emperor. Subsequent emperors became mere puppets, indulgent and immoral, after a millennium of survival. A demonic figure, Zhang Jiao, cultivated the method of devouring the heavens. He annihilated the last emperor of the Tang dynasty, leading to its demise. Trust points increased by 300. Trust points increased by 140. Spread. 100,000 Li Longji's experience was perfected. Gu Yi promptly exchanged for 5 experience cards for Li Longji and also secured a secret realm, placing the Wheel Sutra and other items within. Meanwhile, the assembly of cultivators remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the sudden demise of the Tang dynasty. Has the Tang dynasty truly fallen? This feels so abrupt. How could it collapse so easily? You finished your tale. Chu Huaishan rose, 2 formidable presences materializing from the void. Boom! As 2 figures clad in black emerged from the void, it seemed as though the very heavens were about to shatter. Countless low-tier cultivators exploded, blood staining the ground. Ah, do you care so little for our lives? Tian Shu Pavilion? What a fine facade of transcendence you maintain while wielding such ruthless might. The crowd of cultivators cried out. Chu Huaishan ascended, 3 elders emanating sealing power, encircling the area within 1,000 miles. Xiao Zhan, his expression darkened, took to the skies. What do you mean by this, fellow Taoists? This is my Xiao family's wedding venue. Do you intend to strike? Elder Zhao Huai scoffed. Xiao Zhan, you are but a junior. Step aside. I shall not lay a hand on you today. Old fool, do not push your luck. Xiao Zhan's eyes blazed with fury. Indeed, this old man had long since entered the Dao Lord realm. Often relying on his seniority, to act at his Xiao family's grand wedding was intolerable. Ha, Xiao Zhan, it appears you lack proper upbringing today. I shall teach you the meaning of respecting your elders. Just as the two were about to clash, golden light flickered across the sky. The sealing array established by the 2 elders shattered in an instant. Chapter 62. The tomb of Li Longji, an aura reminiscent of the forbidden, spread throughout the realm. All airborne cultivators plummeted to the ground, eyes wide with alarm as they gazed into the void. What is this? It seems to emanate the breath of relics. Could it be the tomb of Li Longji? Earlier, a secret realm had emerged where Ji had been. Xiao Zhan and the others raised their heads, wariness etched across their faces as they gazed upward. Before the collective gaze, a colossal golden tomb materialized. Resting upon the clouds, encircled by 9 golden dragons, an aura of auspiciousness rising. The entrance of the tomb stood 100 feet high, adorned with a statue of a plump, breathtakingly beautiful woman. The words Tomb of Li Longji. Immortal Emperor of the Tang dynasty shimmered atop the tomb. It is truly the tomb of Li Longji. What Ji stated is indeed authentic. Within, there must be countless treasures. No one shall hinder my entry. A rugged cultivator brandished twin blades, his voice thunderous. Aha! Where did this junior come from? Step aside. Dao Zong's master, Dao Patian, chuckled coldly, advancing slowly. Everyone, retreat. The 2 elders of Tian Shu Pavilion, Zhao Huai and Zhao Zhan, stepped forward, exuding a formidable pressure that forced back the throng of cultivators. You 2 old fools are truly tyrannical, Xiao Zhan roared, his aura peaking. This is my Xiao family's territory. It is not your place to dictate. Ha, Xiao Zhan, Tian Shu Pavilion reserves the right to investigate and document all happenings upon the Purple Earth Star. Zhao Huai retorted, a cold snort escaping his lips. Today, with the emergence of relics, the order of entry must follow the hierarchy. Pray tell, Elder Zhao Huai, what constitutes respect and what constitutes disrespect? Xiao Hong stepped forward, his presence coalescing to its zenith, as if ready to strike at any moment. I am the presence of relics. Those capable shall take their place. Himph! This is clearly a mere illusion conjured by Gu Yi. Do you truly believe in the existence of the fictitious immortal Emperor Li Longji? Old Zhao Zhengge let out a cold laugh, the resounding thunder echoing in everyone's minds. Humph! Indeed. It must be an illusion crafted by that Gu Yi, concealing a deadly scheme within, tempting us to step inside. What is Gu Yi truly plotting? Some cultivators stood firmly in support of Gu Yi, asserting, Mr. Gu has narrated tales, yet you all remain skeptical. Now that the secret realm has emerged, do you still doubt? If so, Be gone from Lingshui City. We shall enter the secret realm ourselves, esteemed participants. Whether true or false, we shall discern the reality upon our entry. Xiao Zhan stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the woman-esque statue at the entrance. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, utterly enchanting. Could it be that this is the legendary semi-immortal Emperor Yang Yuhuan? Xiao Hong approached Xiao Zhan, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. There is some truth to this, Xiao Zhan nodded. He, you two are also powerful beings of the Tao Lord realm, yet you can be so easily swayed by such fanciful tales. It appears that the Xiao family has truly diminished with each generation. Old Zhao Zhengge shook his head with a cold smile, standing not far behind the two. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong paid Zhao no heed, channeling their power through their palms and striking the grand door with tremendous force. Yet, the door remained unyielding. Instead, the woman-esque statue at the entrance slowly opened her eyes, two brilliant beams of light shooting forth. Ugh! Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong felt their vitality surge in their chests, involuntarily retreating several hundred steps before regaining their balance. The cultivators below were taken aback. These two were beings of the Tao Lord realm and had been forced back, evidently suffering slight injuries. What sort of cultivation does this woman possess? Mr. Gu, pray tell, is this truly the semi-immortal Emperor Yang Yuhuan? Someone inquired. Ji Yi nodded. This is a statue built by Li Longji for his beloved consort Yang Yuhuan. Guarding his tomb, meant for eternal separation? The crowd was deeply shaken. They had not anticipated that Li Longji's love for this enchantress was so profound. Had he not been an emperor, it would have made for a poignant tale. Just as they were observing, Gu Yi suddenly turned around to find Dao Sect Master Dao Patian and the Red Lance Divine Spear Sect Master Qi Lianxin standing behind him, gazing at him with smiles. Gu Yi frowned slightly. What brings you two esteemed sect masters here? Qi Lianxin slightly cupped her hands. Mr. Gu, your extraordinary talents and inscrutable methods have piqued our interest. We wish to follow you to explore this secret realm. At this moment, Gu Yi had already left the storytelling platform, blending into the crowd to avoid drawing too much attention. Yet, to his surprise, he had still attracted their gaze. Seeing the glimmers of greed in their eyes, Gu Yi remained unfazed. With his hands clasped behind his back, his voice was cold as he stated, Esteemed sect masters, I am merely seeking treasures by chance and possess no fortuitous encounters. If you wish to accompany me, I have no objections, however. If you intend to engage in any underhanded schemes, do not blame me for being merciless. After all, the greed displayed by these two upon encountering treasures was evident for all to see. Dao Patian's gaze turned frigid, yet he remained silent. Instead, Qi Lianxin offered her thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gu. She then transmitted a message to Dao Patian, Dao Master. If we wish to uncover true treasures, we must treat Gu Yi with courtesy. Otherwise, I understand. Unbeknownst to Gu Yi, the two were conversing, while he focused his attention on the sky. The woman-esque statue opened her indifferent eyes and slowly spoke. I am Yang Yuhuan, guarding the tomb for my emperor. Lowly beings, you shall not enter. Ha, an old hag long gone, yet still so verbose. Chu Huaishan scoffed. Speak. What spirit are you? Have you been ensnared in an illusion by that young man Gu Yi to deceive us? What lowly creature dares to speak so arrogantly? Although Yang Yuhuan was a statue of clay and could not move, a burst of golden light shot forth from her eyes. Chu Huaishan was taken aback and hurriedly conjured a protective barrier around himself. Boom! Ah! Chu Huaishan cried out, clutching his chest, blood spurting forth as his soul felt as though it were being torn apart. Impudent demon! How dare you harm a member of the Tianshu Pavilion? Old Zhao Huai shouted angrily as he stepped forward, an ancient sword appearing in his hand. Today, I shall shatter this illusion that mocks the living. Countless cultivators were filled with fervor, calling out, Elder, break this illusion and shatter that young man's lies. Fellow friends, let us act swiftly and ensure this fraud does not escape again. The Jin family mobilized numerous cultivators, setting up sealing formations around them, intending to capture Gu Yi. Yun Nishang led the disciples of the Xin Tian female sect swiftly to Gu Ye's side, declaring, Mr. Gu, with us here, you shall not come to harm. Chapter 63. Letting go of everything, observing Zhao Huai in the sky, a cold smile crept across Gu Ye's lips. The power of Yang Yuhuan's statue was of semi-immortal caliber. How could it be harmed by a Tao Lord? Indeed, under the gaze of the multitude, Zhao Huai's strike not only failed to injure Yang Yuhuan, but was instead repelled by the tomb's counterforce, sending him staggering back 1,000 feet, bloodied and breathless. This not even those of the Tao Lord realm can enter. What should we do then? Indeed, we do not even possess the refining void realm. How can we enter? Zhao Huai and Zhao Zheng's faces fluctuated between shades of blue and white, their fury palpable. Damn it. How can this barrier possess such terrifying power? The two exchanged glances, recognizing a hint of trepidation in each other's eyes. And soon their focus turned to Gu Yi. Kid, how do we open this secret realm? Speak the truth, or do not blame us for being unkind. Gu Yi raised his head slightly, inhaled deeply, and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Did you not say this is an illusion? Previously, the two had boasted about the illusion, claiming Gu Yi was a fraud. Yet they found themselves repeatedly thwarted at the entrance of this secret realm. Kid, do not try to twist your words. If you do not speak the truth. But what if I don't? Gu Yi interrupted Zhao Huai. Old fool, you should be hiding in the shadows, engaging in underhanded schemes. Yet you are blinded by greed, foolishly hoping to acquire transcendent treasures. Little do you know, insatiable greed will ultimately lead to your demise. Kid, you are courting death. Zhao Huai and Zhao Zheng exuded an overwhelming pressure, converging upon Gu Yi. Yet Gu Yi stood his ground, unyielding, entirely unaffected. Stop! Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong boldly intervened, breaking the oppressive force from the two elders. Mr. Gu, you share a fateful bond with my Xiao family. Please reveal to us the method to enter this secret realm. There shall be ample rewards afterward. The two had resolved that today they would bring the Wheel Sutra back to the Xiao family, perhaps even giving rise to another immortal emperor. Young ones from the Xiao family, do you think the old man is invisible? The two elders barked angrily, immediately charging at the two. You seek Mr. Gu? I shall hold them off, Xiao Zhan roared, a phantom appearing behind him, drastically enhancing his combat strength. He stood firm against the two Tao lords. The three clashed in the sky, causing the sun and moon to dim, the space quaking. However, Li Longji's tomb remained steadfast at the epicenter of the turmoil, undisturbed. Yang Yuhuan made no move against the others, merely observing the conflict unfolding before her. Mr. Gu, my Xiao family indeed possesses remnants of the Wheel Sutra. If we can return with it, the Xiao family shall surely produce another immortal emperor. Please, guide us. A Tao Lord cultivator bowed deeply to Gu Yi. Fellow cultivator, there is no need for such formality. Gu Yi smiled slightly. In truth, entering the tomb is not difficult. All surrounding cultivators perked up, straining to listen intently. The more you rely on external forces, the more they will become your burdens. With that, Gu Yi, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, slowly spread his arms, stepping into the air, walking towards the tomb, and bowed respectfully to Yang Yuhuan. Then, with a resounding crash, the tomb's grand door swung open, and Gu Yi stepped inside amidst the astonished stares of all. What? How? How is this even possible? Gu Yi has mocked us, he entered, leaving us with nothing but an ethereal phrase, fool. Just say it plainly. A group of irate cultivators erupted in complaints. Yet Xiao Heng's eyes gleamed with sudden understanding, his terrifying aura retracting, transforming him into an ordinary person as he too stepped into the tomb. He has entered. He has entered. Qi Lianxin's eyes flickered with insight, stepping forward as well, but was halted by Dao Patian. What is the secret to this? At this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety, solely focused on acquiring the treasure, with no thought to comprehend Gu Ye's words. Mr. Gu's intention is to let go of everything you currently possess. Lay down everything for now. Knife-breaking heaven furrowed his brow. Perplexed by the meaning of this, he could only follow suit, restraining his aura alongside Qi Lianxin, stepping into the tomb like an ordinary mortal. Look, as long as we suppress our aura, we can enter the tomb. Hurry, hurry. Such an opportunity must not fall into the hands of others. The first to enter the tomb, Gu Yi, surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a vast plaza, at the center of which rested a colossal coffin adorned with engravings of 9 golden dragons. Surrounding the coffin were 3 enormous boxes, pitch black and hue. 18 massive stone pillars flanked the plaza, each topped with a gargantuan dragon head, its mouth clutching a golden orb. Soon, the other cultivators streamed in behind them. Their excitement palpable upon sighting the coffin. It is the coffin of Li Longji. Quick, the treasure is mine. The techniques shall be mine too. Unlike these ordinary minor cultivators, Chu Huaishan and his companions, although coveting the techniques, remained cautious. They surveyed their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Zhao Huai's gaze fell upon the stone walls, where numerous inscriptions chronicled the life of Li Longji, consistent with what Gu Yi had previously stated. These stone walls must be quite ancient, Zhao Zhen remarked, brushing his hand against the wall, feeling its warmth. This is granite, at least tens of thousands of years old. Could it be that the great Tang divine dynasty truly existed? Zhao Zhen and Zhao Huai exchanged astonished glances. The Tianshu Pavilion had dispatched 3 elders solely to investigate this matter. The pavilion master had once mobilized all the resources of the Tianshu Pavilion to scour its texts, yet had never found a trace of the great Tang divine dynasty. There was only one possibility. The existence of the great Tang divine dynasty must date back far beyond the establishment of the Tianshu Pavilion itself. Chu Huaishan stood dumbfounded, shaken to his core. Everything could be fabricated, but the composition of these stone walls and the immense coffin could not be faked. Moreover, with Gu Ye's prowess, how could he have conjured a realm brimming with various techniques and treasures out of thin air? If it were indeed a fabrication, it would imply that Gu Yi hailed from a force even more formidable than their Tianshu Pavilion. Quickly, that is Li Longji's coffin. The coffin of an immortal emperor must contain extraordinary treasures. I have hope of breaking through to the void refinement realm. Hundreds of cultivators rushed into the plaza, eager to pry open the coffin. However, the entire tomb suddenly trembled violently, and the previously open doors slammed shut. Yang Yuhuan had entered the tomb, her eyes now blood-red. Welcome to the Imperial Resting Place, my lords. Chapter 64. Reunion. After 10,000 years, a surging sense of oppression filled the tomb, accompanied by a thick aura of blood. Not good, a cultivator exclaimed, realizing that Yang Yuhuan had slaughtered the hundreds of cultivators near the entrance. Those who intrude upon the Imperial Resting Place shall meet eternal slumber. Yang Yuhuan murmured, her gaze lowered, yet the white silk in her hands moved as if alive, mercilessly reaping the lives of the cultivators. Blood rained down as countless cultivators fell beneath the white silk. Utterly no match for her. You all deserve to die. Standing beside Gu Yi, Qi Lianxin felt a chill run down her spine. Mr. Gu, why has Yang Yuhuan suddenly unleashed such a massacre? Gu Yi shook his head with a sigh. In life, Yang Yuhuan harbored an obsession to break through to the realm of a mortal emperor, yet ultimately failed. Through years of companionship, she also developed deep feelings for Li Longji. On one hand, there is her unfulfilled desire for ascension, while on the other, her profound love and longing for Li Longji. The intertwining of these emotions has left her lingering resentment in death, compelling her to rectify the regrets of her past life. Now, she seeks to kill all cultivators, to absorb their essence and forge her path to the realm of a mortal emperor. Hiss. Upon hearing Gu Ye's explanation, the surrounding cultivators collectively gasped. Yang Yuhuan was of quasi-immortal emperor caliber. Who could possibly stop her now? Humph, mere remnants of the dead, Zhao Huai scoffed, retrieving an ancient compass from his robes. It is just a lingering remnant. How dare it aspire to upheaval? I had merely held back out of caution. Now, I shall unleash my full strength. Elder Zhao, let us 3 join forces and summon the power of the immortal emperor. Good. Chu Huaishan and Zhao Zhen positioned themselves beside Zhao Huai, channeling their energy into the compass. Radiant white light flared forth, instantly capturing Yang Yuhuan's attention. Kill! As Zhao Huai uttered a low chant, the white silk surged towards him. Stand back. At that critical moment, a white figure coalesced above the compass. A mere sound of thunder caused Yang Yuhuan's white silk to retreat. Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted in shock. The power of the immortal emperor from the Tianshu Pavilion. These 3 old fellows had actually resorted to such a trump card. Gu Ye's gaze fell, his voice barely above a whisper. To create further carnage in a place of slaughter only serves to magnify the bloodshed. This undertaking is a grave taboo. Ha ha ha, what grave taboo? The treasures within the immortal emperor's coffin are mine. Knife-breaking heaven's form surged forth, darting toward Li Longji's coffin. Those attempting to obstruct him fell beneath his blade. Mr. Gu. This, Xiao Zhan intended to intervene, yet saw Gu Yi standing unwavering, hands clasped behind his back, exuding calmness as if he had everything under control. The unworthy shall not covet what is beyond their reach. Such an act defies the heavens. Gu Yi shook his head. Indeed, as knife-breaking heaven's blade struck the coffin, an overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward, even his life-bound blade cracking and losing its luster. This knife-breaking heaven was taken aback, his eyes wide with trepidation as he beheld the figure emerging from the coffin. Clad in a dragon robe and wearing a purple-gold crown, he radiated an aura that seemed to encompass the universe. Standing with hands behind his back, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Who dares disturb my eternal slumber? A mere corpse, flaunting its might? Knife-breaking heaven's eyes turned blood-red. Disregarding the damage to his long blade, he charged forward once more. Raising his blade overhead, he summoned all his strength to unleash a fierce arc of light. This ultimate attack, infused with knife-breaking heaven's every ounce of power, descended upon Li Longji. The latter effortlessly caught it between two fingers. This is impossible. Knife-breaking heaven's gaze was filled with dread. Could a deceased individual truly retain the strength of their peak? Die? Li Longji's eyes locked onto knife-breaking heaven, his roar resonating like the might of the heavens within his mind. Knife-breaking heaven screamed in terror, plummeting from the sky. Hiss! Qi Lianxin gasped, her pupils trembling violently. Knife-breaking heaven's strength was on par with hers. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike from Li Longji. Those who covet my eternal slumber shall be met with unforgiving wrath. The thunderous echoes reverberated throughout the tomb, even causing the distant battle between the elders of the Tianshu Pavilion and Yang Yuhuan to pause. Bloodlight glimmered in Yang Yuhuan's eyes. Dunhuai Emperor. All cultivators fell silent, staring in astonishment at the two figures. Li Longji's gaze met Yang Yuhuan's, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Yuhuan, Gu Ye's lips twitched slightly. These two, after countless years, still displayed affection before all. Who are you? And why have you breached my resting place? Li Longji, ever the emperor, swiftly extricated himself from the emotional moment, his countenance darkening as he glared at the gathered cultivators. The cultivators exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After all, they were all grave robbers. What could possibly be said? Nonsense, elders, let us strike together and eliminate these remnants. Chu Huaishan bellowed, stepping forward. This is all too strange. Perhaps it is a trap set by Gu Yi to ensnare us, the cultivators of the Purple Earth Star. This blood aura could very well be his cultivation resource. He may be an evil cultivator. As these words fell, the atmosphere ignited with uproar, with numerous cultivators distancing themselves from Gu Yi. Yang Yuhuan blocked the entrance, slaughtering cultivators, while Li Longji's coffin loomed at the center, resembling a hunting ground. Xiao Zhan and his companions remained silent, merely observing the unfolding chaos. They sought only the wheel of karma. Everything else was of little concern. Heh. Gu Yi shook his head, chuckling lightly. If I were an evil cultivator seeking to harvest your essence for my cultivation, would I require such convoluted means? What do you mean by that? Chu Huaishan narrowed his eyes slightly, having witnessed Gu Ye's prowess. His strength was undoubtedly not inferior to his own. Chu Huaishan, I have warned you. You shall meet your demise due to your own greed. Gu Yi shook his head with a smile. Walking gracefully towards the coffin of Li Longji, he retrieved 3 incense sticks from his bosom. Igniting them with reverence before placing them respectfully in the incense burner, Li Longji's gaze gradually softened. You are my descendant? Not at all, Gu Yi replied, shaking his head. I merely admire your majesty's merits and have come to pay my respects. Upon hearing this, Li Longji appeared momentarily stunned, murmuring, Is it I who caused the decline of the divine dynasty? Has there truly been someone among my descendants who remembers my contributions? In that instant, the aura of menace surrounding Li Longji dissipated. What a splendid opportunity! Chu Huaishan seized the moment, wielding an ancient compass, from which the ethereal figure of the celestial emperor unleashed a staggering strike. Chapter 65. Chaos. A beam of white light, like a silken thread, sliced through the void, heading directly towards Li Longji's face. Suddenly, the sorrow etched upon Li Longji's visage vanished, replaced by an icy intent to kill. You lowly scoundrels, you shall perish with that. A golden long sword soared from the coffin into Li Longji's grasp, and he swung it forward with ferocity. In that instant, the razor-sharp sword energy cleaved through the white thread. its residual force continuing to pursue the ethereal figure of the Celestial Emperor. Who is this formidable predecessor? The ethereal figure of the Celestial Emperor gasped in shock, hastily placing both hands before his chest in a defensive stance. Boom! The golden sword energy violently cleaved through the Celestial Emperor's figure, shattering even the compass into splinters. The three elders were struck with terror, spitting out blood, retreating in haste, their eyes filled with dread. They exchanged glances, realizing this was indeed a genuine Celestial Emperor. Perhaps not at his peak strength, but undeniably a true Celestial Emperor. Could it be that this is indeed the tomb of Li Longji? Yet, the reality had left no room for doubt. You lowly rascals dare to cause trouble within my palace. Li Longji's countenance darkened with rage. Then I shall annihilate each and every one of you. With a wave of his hand, radiant golden lights flickered across the heavens, transforming into soldiers who descended upon the ground, armed with blades and spears, charging towards the cultivators. Jiu Ye's expression hardened, transforming beings into soldiers. Ha! I never expected this young one to recognize my technique. Li Longji laughed heartily, his gaze turning icy cold. Young one, I presume you entered my tomb in search of treasure. I shall not make things difficult for you. If you can defeat my puppets, I will grant you the Wheel Sutra. Upon hearing the words Wheel Sutra, Xiao Zhan rushed forward. Your Majesty, I am from the hidden Xiao family, and we possess a fragmented Wheel Sutra. Your Majesty, we are of the same lineage. Hmph. Same lineage? Li Longji sneered. Do you not know that the Wheel Sutra is the technique of the rebel leader, Shi Siming? How dare you claim kinship with me? Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted in shock. In his excitement, he had overlooked this crucial detail. The Wheel Sutra was not Li Longji's technique at all. So, you hail from the rebel lineage? Despicable! Li Longji bellowed, hurling the golden long sword. The sword, seemingly possessed, pursued Xiao Zhan relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of lethal sword energy that forced him to flee for his life. Jiu Yi, save me! Xiao Zhan shouted as he and at that moment, Gu Yi had no inclination to assist him. They were all greedy individuals. If they sought treasures, they must be prepared to traverse perilous paths. Young one, are you ready to face my judgment? Li Longji declared, summoning a figure before Gu Yi. This is the puppet of Princess Taiping, who once fought fiercely against me. If you can defeat it, I shall bestow upon you the Wheel Sutra. Very well, let us see. Your Majesty, I mean no offense. Gu Yi instantly grasped a Li Longji experience card. An overwhelming power surged through his body as he ascended into the air, the Etian sword falling into his hand. Heavenly sword, arise! Li Longji's eyes narrowed. This is the sword technique of Li Taibai from years past. How could you kill? The puppet of Princess Taiping, devoid of much consciousness, began to engage Gu Yi in combat according to Li Longji's commands. Swords flashed, as the puppet of Princess Taiping withstood the onslaught with its physical form. It was unclear what treasure Li Longji had used to forge this puppet, but the physical resilience of Princess Taiping was formidable. The once invincible Etian sword struggled to breach her defenses. Sword shatters the heavens. As the time of the experience card dwindled, Gu Yi found himself unable to secure victory, growing increasingly anxious. A fierce and violent sword energy sliced through the void, aimed directly at Princess Taiping's face. Boom! As the dust settled, the time of the experience card had elapsed, leaving Gu Ye's figure grounded. Yet, the puppet of Princess Taiping remained largely unscathed, its eyes vacant as it continued to stride towards Gu Yi. Mr. Gu, be careful. Just as Gu Yi was about to utilize his next experience card, Yun Nishang positioned herself between them. Thud! The puppet of Princess Taiping struck Yun Nishang's chest with a punch, the violent force sending both her and Gu Yi flying. They crashed to the ground, with Yun Nishang having absorbed most of the attack. Sect leader Yun. Gu Yi hurriedly helped Yun Nishang up, only to find her breath weak and fading. Heh? You deserve your fate. Shun Lingtsen swiftly eliminated the two soldiers before her and cast a cold glance at Gu Yi and Yun Nishang. Today, let us see how you escape with your lives. She was unperturbed, possessing a teleportation treasure that could whisk her away from the secret realm in an instant. Sect leader Yun, why must you do this? Gu Yi, perceptive as he was, could see the flicker of emotion deep within Yun Nishang's eyes. Mr.Gu, should I not be here? Please, take care of the Xintian female sect. Feeling Yun Nishang's warmth dissipating rapidly, her breath faint, A glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Gu Ye's eyes. Jiu Yi, you deceitful charlatan. Have you now exhausted your tricks? Chu Huaishan sneered as he descended before Gu Yi, flames swirling in his hand. Step aside. I do not wish to kill you at this moment. Gu Yi gently laid down the nearly lifeless Yun Nishang, rising to his feet and slowly gripping an experience card. Kill me? Chu Huaishan laughed maniacally. Gu Yi, how much strength do you have left? You can barely protect yourself, let alone threaten me. One sword, to cleave the heavens. Gu Yi shed his usual persona of a gentle storyteller as the tumultuous sword energy erupted from the Etian sword, striking Chu Huaishan, causing him to spew blood. Impossible. You have sustained severe injuries. How can you still possess such strength? Shock filled Chu Huaishan's eyes. This young man had achieved such extraordinary cultivation at such a tender age, and if allowed to grow unchecked, he would surely become a dire threat to the Tianshua Pavilion. Elders, let us strike together and eliminate this boy. Meanwhile, within the tomb, the celestial soldiers had already been decimated by the cultivators. The remaining ones were either locked in life and death battles with Yang Yuhuan or embroiled in fierce competition over treasures. The tiles of this tomb were forged from spirit stones, worth a fortune. Very well. Zhao Huai and Zhao Zhen descended before Gu Yi, advancing towards him with deadly intent. The two powerful Taoist lords from the Shao family noticed this, but feigned ignorance. Unwilling to pull back, they had entered the tomb, and the celestial emperor Li Longji lay before them. Gu Yi had long lost his value to them. Qi Lianxin observed from a distance, if you seek death, Gu shall oblige. Gu Ye's hair cascaded down, his pale hands gripped the Etian sword tightly, his handsome visage gradually twisting into a fierce grimace. Chapter 66. True feelings remain. A torrent of power erupted once more from Gu Ye's form, the overwhelming force causing the three elders to falter in their breaths. How can this child still radiate such formidable energy? Not only the three elders, but the two from the Shao family and Qi Lianxin also found their eyes alight with astonishment. Weighing whether to assist, they were all thoroughly shocked. Merely moments ago, Gu Yi had seemed completely depleted, yet now he stood at his zenith once more. Humph, he must have utilized some treasure or secret technique that grants a fleeting boost to his strength. He cannot sustain this for long. Zhao Huai, an elder of the Tianshua Pavilion, had lived through countless years, well-versed in many matters. Humph, Gu Yi clenched his fists tightly, swallowing hard. He could only hope that this brief moment of strength would be enough to intimidate the three elders. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. All he desired was to tell stories peacefully, exchange for treasures within the secret realm, and enhance his cultivation. The treasures within the secret realm were meant for those fated to possess them. He had never intended to claim them all for himself. Yet some cultivators, driven by insatiable greed, repeatedly provoked him, and now sought to take his life. Sword, come forth, Gu Yi bellowed, as a massive golden sword materialized in the void above, descending like a mountain to crush the three elders. Damn it! The three esteemed elders exerted their utmost magical prowess in a desperate attempt to resist. However, before the golden giant sword, they were akin to ants attempting to shake a tree. In an instant, all three were struck severely by the ferocious sword aura, crashing to the ground, their faces etched with horror. No, this cannot be. How could his strength be so terrifying? From Gu Yi, the three elders even sensed the oppressive force akin to that of the master of the Tianshu Pavilion. Yet, how could such overwhelming pressure manifest in a youth of his age? You leave me no choice but to eliminate you all. With disheveled hair, Gu Yi bore no trace of the gentle storyteller. Instead, he resembled Ashura, a god of slaughter. One sword, fleeting life. Gu Yi raised the Etian sword in his right hand, a wispy sword aura materializing from the void, extending 3 to 5 zhang in length, seemingly minuscule compared to before. Yet, in the eyes of the three elders, it appeared as a reaper's scythe capable of claiming souls. This sword aura bore an aura of taboo. Holy monarch. No, celestial emperor. That was the true essence of a celestial emperor. Chu Huaishan roared in fury. At that moment, he was engulfed in profound fear towards the Gu Yi before him. The other party truly possessed the strength to slay him. Ancestral protection, elders Zhao Zhan and Zhao Huai intertwined their hands. Forming an intricate shield, the white barrier materialized above the three, forcefully intercepting Gu Ye's sword aura. Nevertheless, The residual force still impacted the three elders, their energies rapidly waning, their spirits diminished to the brink of collapse. Excellent! Suddenly, a figure stood proudly atop a coffin. Li Longji chuckled. Who could have anticipated that, after millennia, such genuine emotion could still be witnessed? With a wave of his hand, all the Taoist soldiers vanished from sight. Even Yang Yuhuan disappearing without a trace. The surviving cultivators collapsed onto the ground, feeling the dampness of their garments. Still alive, Guyi landed on the ground, a slow sigh of relief escaping his lips. Thankfully, Li Longji acted promptly. Otherwise, had the battle continued, his few experience cards would not suffice. Your genuine emotions have moved me. I have decided to bestow upon you the Wheel Sutra. Additionally, 3 healing pills of celestial emperor caliber. As he spoke, a stream of light flew into Gu Ye's brow, imparting the knowledge of the Wheel Sutra, while a vial of pills landed in his hand. Without regard for others, Gu Ye hastily fed one of the pills to Yun Nishang. Truly, these celestial emperor-grade pills possessed the miraculous ability to revive the dead. Just moments ago, on the brink of death, Yun Nishang's aura began to strengthen, even showing signs of a breakthrough in cultivation. I still possess a human emperor's sword. Who among you dares to challenge me? Should you emerge victorious, this sword shall be yours. What say you? Your Majesty, you are of the celestial emperor realm. How could we possibly defeat you? Qi Lianxin dared to speak. Rest assured, I shall suppress my power to match yours. Thus, I, a mere girl, shall boldly give it a try. Qi Lianxin stepped forward resolutely. Against a celestial emperor, she would undoubtedly be crushed. Yet, when facing a cultivator of her own realm, she felt no fear, her eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Very well. Li Longji's aura swiftly diminished to match that of Qi Lianxin. With the human emperor's sword in hand, he executed a flourish, thrusting it forward that a glimmer of starlight vanished into the void, seemingly causing no ripples. What technique is this? Could it be that His Majesty is merely testing the waters, having not yet unleashed his full power? A crowd of cultivators was left perplexed. Supported by Gu Yi, Yun Nishang gradually rose to her feet, observing the unfolding battle. Mr. Gu, what is the nature of His Majesty's technique? It appears to be a sword technique that returns to its essence. Gu Ye's eyes revealed a hint of gravity. There exists a similar sword technique within the Taibai sword canon, yet its power and profundity are worlds apart. The divine spear pierces the heavens. Qi Lianxin bellowed, her long spear engulfed in flames as she charged towards Li Longji. However, Li Longji stood his ground, allowing the spear to pierce his body. Not good, it's an illusion. Qi Lianxin was taken aback, but it was too late. The moment the cold light pierced the void, it erupted behind her, unleashing a cataclysmic force that sent her flying, blood spilling from her mouth. Li Longji then appeared before Qi Lianxin, giving her no chance to react, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks. In an instant, Qi Lianxin could only defend herself, unable to mount a counterattack, soon finding herself with a sword pressed against her throat. Your potential at this realm remains largely untapped, and your comprehension of the profound is woefully inadequate. Li Longji shook his head. In the face of formidable foes, lacking the will to fight will only lead to blind defense. Relying solely on defense will ensnare you in confusion. Thus, following your opponent's rhythm of attack, defeat will soon follow. Li Longji's words seemed to impart a crucial lesson to Qi Lianxin. Enlightenment flickered in her eyes as she bowed deeply to Li Longji. Your Majesty, I have learned much. She then retreated to her original position, sitting cross-legged to digest her newfound understanding. Ji Yi cast a glance at Qi Lianxin, feeling a slight shift in his perspective towards her. Although her greedy nature remained unchanged, she merely sought to attain more for the sake of her cultivation. Each time she entered the secret realm, she skillfully navigated her way through, managing to reap benefits wherever she went, while also adeptly controlling her emotions, thus surpassing that Daopo Tian by far. Mr. Gu, why not step up and give it a try? Chapter 67. A Duel at the Same Realm. Yun Nishang inquired curiously. Gu Yi chuckled bitterly. I have already received the Wheel Sutra and 3 pills from His Majesty. How could one be so avaricious? Truly, Mr. Gu is a man of high virtue. A hint of admiration and affection flickered in Yun Nishang's eyes. In truth, Gu Yi was inwardly lamenting. How could he expose his true cultivation here? If he were to enter the fray with experience cards, the battle would not be resolved quickly, inevitably placing him in peril. Thus, he could only indulge in a fleeting glimpse of the battle or perhaps glean some insights from Li Longji's words. "Who shall step forward next? Your Majesty, I will." Xiao Zhan brandished a massive hammer. Boldly advancing. "Your Majesty, I do not seek your human emperor's sword. I merely wish for you to bestow the Wheel Sutra upon me should I emerge victorious." An icy disdain and aversion flickered in Li Longji's gaze. Yet he coldly replied, "Then let the duel commence." His aura gradually settled at the Taoist monarch realm. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon." To obtain the Wheel Sutra, Xiao Zhan was resolute. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move, one hammer to steady the universe. The massive hammer in his hand swelled like a mountain, crashing down towards Li Longji. Li Longji merely chuckled coldly, retaliating with the human emperor's sword. "Be cautious, Your Majesty." Madness sparkled in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Once this hammer enlarges, it possesses the power to shake the heavens and the earth. Not to mention a Taoist monarch, even a newly ascended holy monarch would not dare to meet it head-on. Yet Li Longji dared to face it with the human emperor's sword. Boom! In this seemingly lopsided confrontation, the mountain-like hammer was struck as if by thunder, gradually shrinking. Xiao Zhan stumbled back a dozen steps before regaining his footing. His hands numb, blood surging in his chest. The hammer was riddled with cracks. At that moment, Xiao Zhan felt a violent turmoil in his mind, an excruciating pain coursing through him. "Are you not brothers? Why not join forces?" Li Longji pointed the human emperor's sword at Xiao Hong, evidently displeased with the two. "You two dare to demand the Wheel Sutra from me. Thus, Your Majesty, we are indeed at fault." Xiao Hong conjured a massive compass emblazoned with a grand yin-yang symbol. Yin and yang intertwined. With a command, the enormous compass exuded a terrifying pull, causing chaos within the spatial forces of the tomb, even instilling a sense of temporal disarray in some. The power of the laws. Li Longji discerned the essence with a single glance. He pointed the human emperor's sword skyward, and a golden seal descended, instantly forming a suppressive force. Everything within the tomb returned to normal, truly deserving of the title, Your Majesty. What a brilliant strategy! Xiao Hong was not surprised, glancing at Xiao Zhan. "Let us strike together." Agreed. As their voices fell, both leaped forward. In the astonished eyes of the gathered cultivators, the two figures merged into one at times, and at others, transformed into countless shadows. Such is the legacy of a great family, Gu Yi sighed. Yuan Nishang shot Gu Yi a peculiar glance. "Mr. Gu, your prowess is not inferior to that of these two." Ahem. Gu also cleared his throat lightly to mask his embarrassment. Without the support of the experience card, he feared he would struggle to withstand even the pressure emanating from the other party. "Transforming into myriad forms?" Li Longji scoffed, merely showing off in front of an expert. With that, he hurled the emperor's sword skyward, which instantly transformed into countless emperor swords, wildly piercing towards the two Dao lords of the Xiao family. "This is bad." Xiao Zhan was the first to notice the peculiar nature of these emperor swords, which seemed to pursue their true forms, attacking relentlessly. Unfortunately, Xiao Hong was not so fortunate. By the time Xiao Zhan alerted him, one of the emperor's swords had already struck his true body, severing his entire left arm with brutal force. Blood spraying into the air. "You insignificant wretches, how dare you challenge me?" The countless emperor swords converged into a singular force, driven by Li Longji, suddenly lunging towards the two of them. Bloodline power. Both of them bit their fingertips, forcing forth a drop of essence blood, their auras surging instantaneously to the realm of the holy monarch. Together, they managed to repel the onslaught of the emperor's swords, but they too were grievously wounded. Retreating to their original position, their gazes filled with dread as they regarded Li Longji at Ha. "Even after countless millennia, you remain but trifling insects." Li Longji derided with disdainful laughter. "Do you still harbor delusions of seizing the Wheel Sutra? Such foolishness! Today, I spare your lives out of respect for your youth." The faces of the two from the Xiao family flushed red, yet their injuries were scarcely better than those of the three elders of the Tianshu Pavilion, leaving them no choice but to sit and recuperate. "Your Majesty, I wish to try." Shen Lingtsen stepped forward from the crowd, her eyes ablaze with intense desire. Such overwhelming ambition. "You are no match for me." Li Longji shook his head. Hmph, as a senior, do you not grant this junior an opportunity? Shen Lingtsen snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Li Longji's words. She was inherently competitive, and being dismissed in front of numerous cultivators filled her with resentment. Very well, I shall indulge you. Li Longji suppressed his aura to match Shen Lingtsen's level. In a battle of equal realms, I have never tasted defeat. Shen Lingtsen's talents were indeed monstrous, and throughout the years, she had faced little adversity, often overwhelming opponents of her caliber. Little girl, today I shall impart a lesson unto you. There are always stronger beings beyond the horizon. Without even wielding the Emperor's sword, Li Longji brought his fingers together, emanating a formidable sword energy. Hmph! Shen Lingtsen's form accelerated instantaneously, evading Li Longji's sword energy with mere feints, closing the distance to less than 10 zhang. Shen Lingtsen's gifts were truly prodigious, particularly excelling in close-quarters combat. Yun Nishang's eyes brimmed with concern. If she were to obtain the Emperor's sword, not so simple. Gu smiled slightly, as His Majesty said, her desires are too heavy. Such cravings will surely influence her. Yet the current situation for His Majesty appears rather grim. Yun Nishang gazed at the battlefield, noting how Li Longji was dodging Shen Lingtsen's attacks, seemingly cornered. Has His Majesty reached this level, unable to unleash even his killing moves? Shen Lingtsen taunted, her assaults intensifying like a tempest. If His Majesty finds defeat embarrassing, perhaps you should bestow the Emperor's sword upon me. Yes? You are far too arrogant. Li Longji shook his head, a wicked smile gracing his lips. For no reason, a jolt of fear surged within Shen Lingtsen's heart. Little girl, while the Wheel Sutra is not of my own creation, I have grasped its profound mysteries. Today, you shall fall to its might. As he spoke, streams of golden light radiated from Li Longji, his entire being transforming into an embodiment of the divine, as though a celestial being had descended. The others felt no immediate sensation, but Shen Lingtsen, facing him directly, trembled uncontrollably in the void. It seemed as if an overwhelmingly vast power was on the verge of erupting. Shen Lingtsen sought to summon all her strength and resistance. Yet it felt as though an invisible force restrained her, rendering her own power utterly immobile. As the Wheel Sutra circulated around Li Longji, beams of light finally coalesced in the void. Upon witnessing this, Shen Lingtsen's pupils constricted in horror. These are my previous killing moves? Indeed. Li Longji chuckled lightly, his gaze still keen. I have merely skimmed the surface of the Wheel Sutra, yet it suffices to deal with you. As an immortal emperor, Shi Siming created an immensely powerful technique. Though Li Longji had only grasped the basics, the skill of its wielder was paramount in Shen Lingtsen's terrified gaze. Those powers swiftly converged into an unassailable sphere of energy, hurtling towards her with ferocity. Teleport? Shen Lingtsen roared, a white luminescence radiating from her, infused with a hint of rule power. Before the energy sphere could descend upon her, her form abruptly vanished from sight. With the attack missing, Li Longji chuckled lightly, not overly concerned. He had never intended to kill Shen Lingtsen. Otherwise, with his strength, sealing off this realm would be trivial, unless someone of greater power intervened. Who among the cultivators dares to confront me? Li Longji's gaze swept over the multitude of cultivators, emanating an aura of supremacy. Among the many cultivators, there were indeed those of the Tribulation Crossing and Dao Lord realms, yet none dared to step forward. They had already discerned that while this immortal emperor could suppress his realm to match theirs, his combat experience and insight were beyond their reach. Is there truly no one willing to confront me? A hint of disappointment flickered in Li Longji's eyes. Just as all the cultivators, including Gu, believed the secret realm was on the verge of closure, a youthful voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, I am willing to fight. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a young man slowly advanced. Humph! A mere golden core cultivator dares to step forth. Withdraw at once. Youngster, with a single slap, the Emperor could extinguish you. How presumptuous! Which small sect does this talent belong to? Ignoring the surrounding jeers, the young man respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, determination evident in his eyes. Disciple Wu Feng of the Tianling sect pays respects to your Majesty. The Tianling sect? Which sect is that? Unknown. Perhaps a minor one. The crowd turned their attention to the three elders of the Tianshu Pavilion, for they recorded the happenings of the entire ZD Star. Chu Huaishan slowly retrieved a purple compass from his robes, infusing it with a pulse of soul energy. After a lengthy moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a mocking smile. Humph, the Tianling sect's leader is merely at the Baoyang realm. In my Tianshu pavilion, even the lowest position would be beyond their qualification. Ah, I see. Truly a minuscule sect. Youngster, do not embarrass yourself here. This is not your small sect. Wu Feng remained undeterred, stepping forward with resolute eyes fixed upon His Majesty Li Longji. I humbly beseech you for a duel. Very well. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Li Longji's eyes. Among the myriad celestial cultivators, whether they be at the divided spirit, void refinement, or tribulation crossing stages, even the revered world sovereigns and Dao lords lack true fortitude. They are not even a match for a mere core formation practitioner. Today, I shall engage you in combat. With that, Li Longji's aura suddenly diminished, settling at the core formation level. Such a minuscule realm of power left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. Wu Feng unleashed his full might, a broken sword materializing in his hand. Stirring a tempest. Ha! This boy dares to wield a mere broken sword. Truly. This is how a small sect operates. A trivial divided spirit-level broken sword is treated as a treasure and passed on to the chief disciple. Yet, amidst the mocking voices of the gathered cultivators, Wu Feng sealed Li Longji's front, back, left, and right with a single sword strike, conjuring a tumultuous wave in the void, rushing towards Li Longji's figure. Hold! Li Longji planted his foot firmly on the ground, attempting to use his formidable strength to forcibly suppress his opponent. However, Wu Feng's sword energy remained unaffected, surging directly toward his face. What a daring lad. Chapter 69. The Star and Moon Offering. A hint of admiration appeared in Li Longji's eyes as he met Wu Feng's sword energy with both palms. After a clash of techniques, Wu Feng was forced to retreat several steps, while he himself stood firmly in place, unwavering. This boy is simply bringing humiliation upon himself. How could he possibly be a match for His Majesty? Such overestimation of oneself. A strong man who has lingered in a small sect for too long deludes himself into believing he is powerful. Truly pathetic. Undeterred, Wu Feng pressed on, engaging Li Longji once more. Mr. Gu, it seems this young man is on the verge of defeat. Yun Nishang's eyes narrowed slightly. After over 100 exchanges, Wu Feng began to show signs of decline. No, however, Guyi detected a glimmer of possibility. It is not so simple. Since Mr.Gu holds such an opinion, why not take it upon yourself to challenge His Majesty? Indeed. Or are you merely one to chatter and pose here? The surrounding cultivators revealed disdainful expressions. Based on Gu Ye's previous performance, although they were not his match, they felt emboldened to mock, believing Li Longji's presence would shield them. Should Gu Ye act now and disrupt the order, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from Li Longji. Mr. Gu, Yun Nishang attempted to speak, but Gu Ye waved his hand dismissively. No need to pay them any mind. He had but a few experience cards left, to be used only in matters of life and death. Not good. His Majesty seems to be on the brink of defeat. As a gasp echoed, the crowd's attention returned to the battlefield. Wu Feng appeared to enter a wondrous state. Eyes closed, every swing of his sword conjuring waves of rule power. What a daring lad! Li Longji found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to maintain his stance. Wu Feng's strength had surpassed the core formation level, capable of effortlessly dispatching those at the Baoyang stage. Whoosh! Wu Feng's sword abruptly halted at Li Longji's throat, the silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. This unassuming young cultivator has actually bested the celestial Emperor Li Longji? The faces of those who had previously mocked Wu Feng flushed with embarrassment. What a remarkable boy! Your comprehension of realm power is extraordinary. With diligent practice, you shall surely achieve greatness. Li Longji presented the human emperor sword to Wu Feng. His gaze filled with admiration. In the future, your swordsmanship shall flourish. Should you encounter a benefactor to assist you, it would be like a dragon soaring into the sky. Junior, I shall remember your teachings. Swish! Li Longji lightly tapped his finger, a beam of light piercing into Wu Feng's brow. This is my swordsmanship technique. From now on, it shall be entrusted to you to uphold and expand. Yes, Wu Feng knelt respectfully, offering a deep bow to Li Longji. Observing the greed and fervor in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Li Longji once again directed a beam of light towards Wu Feng. This contains the peak strike for my prime. Should any petty individuals covet your treasures, they shall find themselves regretting their folly. The crowd fell silent, though some still harbored ulterior motives. Esteemed colleagues, this peak strike is singular. Though it may be just one. It is more than sufficient to annihilate us. Do you wish to test that theory? Not at all. If we could incite the other cultivators to seize it, once we trick them into revealing their life-saving measures, that young man would be at our mercy? Boom. A resounding crash erupted as a piercing white light flashed before the crowd. They were all transported out of the secret realm as Guyi turned to search for the young Wu Feng. He found no trace of him. It must be that Li Longji intentionally shielded him. Mr. Gu. Two figures suddenly appeared before Guyi, revealing themselves as Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong. What brings you two here? Guyi had already discreetly prepared an experience card. These rogues are relentless in their greed. Mr. Gu, the Wheel of Reincarnation is a treasured technique of the Xiao clan. We kindly request its return. Though Xiao Zhan spoke respectfully, the coldness in his eyes was unmistakable. Guyi scoffed softly, taking 2 steps back. If you two wish to kill for treasure, why speak so grandiloquently? If you desire to seize it, then I shall accept your challenge. Guyi, do you still think this is within the secret realm? Xiao Zhan sneered. We have already contacted the Xiao clan's offerings. Powerful saints will be arriving shortly. Do you believe you can contend with them? Fellow Taoists of the Xiao clan, what energy you possesses is all earned through his own merit. Your blatant attempts at thievery are rather unbecoming, are they not? Yun Nishang commanded, surrounding them with disciples and elders of the Xintian female sect. Sect Master Yun, does your Xintian female sect intend to intervene in this matter? A smirk curled Xiao Heng's lips as he gathered a sphere of radiant power in his palm. I see that Sect Master Yun's years of cultivation have been in vain. As cultivators, we are meant to defy the heavens, battling against heaven, earth, and man. Open thievery? It is indeed open thievery. What can you do about it? Xiao Zhan's gaze was filled with dominance. Boom. Who is Guyi? At that moment, a rift in the void split open, and a man clad in white emerged, holding a folding fan, his hair white yet bearing the visage of a handsome youth. The Star and Moon Offering. This person is Guyi. Upon his arrival, the arrogance of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong immediately dissipated as they bowed respectfully. One must understand that though this Star and Moon Offering appears androgynous, his power is exceedingly formidable, having reached the mid-phase peak of the saint level. Guyi? The gaze of the Star and Moon Offering seemed to transcend time itself, instilling a sense of timelessness. Hand over the Wheel of Reincarnation, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Hiss. The nearby cultivators gasped in shock. Tio, surrender the Wheel of Reincarnation, and receive only a complete corpse in return? This Star and Moon Offering is indeed fearsome. Guyi turned to Yun Nishang. Sect Master Yun, gather the Xintian female sect and retreat swiftly. But Yun Nishang wished to say more but was interrupted by the Star and Moon Offering. Enough, there is no need for you to argue. You have 3 breaths to leave. All who remain shall meet their demise. The chilling words sent shivers through the onlookers. Move quickly. We cannot allow this person to set his sights on us. Soon, the surrounding cultivators had fled several hundred miles away. Sect Master Yun, you should leave as well. Guyi waved his hand, his expression grave. Anxiety churned within him. Seems the Xiao clan intends to capture them all in one fell swoop. But, Mr. Gu, hurry, Guyi urged in a low voice. Chapter 70. Annihilation, Pursuit. Yun Nishang regarded Guyi with a complex gaze, torn with indecision, yet thinking of the innocent disciples of the Xintian female sect behind her. She turned and commanded, retreat. Mr. Gu, please take care. Guyi nodded, internally lamenting, seems I must waste another experience card this time. Not bad, they are quite swift. The Star and Moon Offering's gaze finally lost its playful glint. Replaced by a chilling intent to kill, Guyi, you are indeed an intriguing individual. Enough with the idle chatter. Guyi immediately activated an experience card, the power of a celestial emperor surging into him in an instant. The sword comes. The sword of heaven descended from the skies, landing gracefully in his grasp, shimmering with a radiant white light. The aura emanating from this young man seemed even more formidable than before. A heavy weight settled in Xiao Zhan's heart, The Star Moon patron cannot be underestimated. He chuckled, "You two, step back. Allow me to take him down myself." The Star Moon patron, brimming with arrogance, waved his hand dismissively and advanced a few steps. Domain of heaven and earth, with a thunderous shout, a colossal force field materialized between heaven and earth, enveloping Guyi within its grasp. A torrent of overwhelming power surged from all directions, seemingly intent on sealing away all of Guyi's strength. Guyi swung his sword, yet it vanished into the void as if a cow had plunged into the sea, the sword energy dissipating without a trace. "Is that all you can do?" A hint of disdain flickered in the Star Moon patron's eyes. Once more, he manipulated the domain of heaven and earth, extending several massive palms towards Guyi, preparing to strike a sword to cleave the heavens. Guyi called out, channeling a fierce sword energy to slice at the approaching hands. However, before the immense palms, his sword energy appeared to lose its former sharpness, utterly lacking the capacity to contend. It was forcefully shattered. Even when he occasionally managed to cleave through a palm, he found himself powerless to counterattack the Star Moon patron. Something is amiss. Xiao Hong, ever observant, was the first to notice the anomaly. Guyi's aura had become comparable to that of Li Longji. Even if he fell short, his sword energy should not be easily dismissed by the Star Moon patron. It seemed as if all power had converged into the domain of heaven and earth. No, this is not right. It resembles the Wheel Sutra that Li Longji previously employed. It gathers one's own strength alongside that of others and then returns it. Yes, Xiao Zhan's eyes brightened as he urgently warned. "Star Moon patron, be cautious. He may be executing the Wheel Sutra." "Humph, the Wheel Sutra? How long has he had it? How could he possibly master it?" The Star Moon patron scoffed, entirely unconvinced. This young man was clearly struggling under the weight of my domain. Seeing that the Star Moon patron ignored their warnings, the two could only shake their heads helplessly. There was no way they could offend someone of such esteemed status within the Shao clan. Enough is enough. Guyi, endowed with a unique constitution from the system's rewards, swiftly comprehended the Wheel Sutra. Having amassed a sufficiently potent force, his aura soared to its zenith. This time, he held nothing back. The full might of the immortal emperor surged forth, and in an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. At that moment, the Star Moon patron's domain crumbled as if made of paper. A massive white disk appeared before Guyi, radiating a blinding light that stirred the heart. The Star Moon patron staggered backward, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon the white disk. "No, it's impossible. How could you breach my domain?" "Spare me your empty words, die." Guyi had no inclination to linger in idle chatter. He channeled all his strength into the white disk, which instantaneously expanded to obscure the sky, sealing off the surrounding void. "No!" Feeling a power akin to the very heavens, the Star Moon patron's hair became disheveled, his garments tattered beyond recognition, stripped of all previous grandeur. Under this single strike, the Star Moon patron, along with Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong, were obliterated. Jiuyi swayed, plummeting to the ground, gasping for breath. His complexion had turned as pale as paper, his spirit in turmoil. To ensure a decisive blow, he had poured all his strength into the attack. Leaving his body in a state of utter weakness, at that moment, a beam of white light began to coalesce before him. "Who are you? How dare you kill a patron of the Shao clan? Prepare for the wrath of the Shao family." An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared, causing Guyi's heart to tremble at just a glance. Struggling to his feet, Guyi clasped his hands behind his back and huffed. "You deserve to die, Himph. From this day forth, you shall be the sworn enemy of the Shao clan." The old man possessed no offensive power and soon dissipated. Jiuyi surveyed his surroundings and let out a long breath. With no time for contemplation, he turned to leave. In the half-month following the climactic battle, explosive news swept across the entire Purple Earth star. It was said that Jiu had forcefully slain the Star Moon patron of the Shao clan. A being of saint-level prowess. I've heard this too. Mr. Gu is indeed a master of unparalleled skill. Where did you hear such rumors? Is it truly possible for Guyi, having only cultivated for a few years, to slay a saint-level patron of the Shao clan? Haha, this is news from the Tianshu Pavilion. Do you doubt it? The cultivator was instantly rendered speechless. News from the Tianshu Pavilion was rarely false. Far away at the Xin Tian female sect, Yun Nishang learned of this news, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Gu has survived this ordeal. The might of the Shao clan is beyond our reach. Send the word down. The Xintian female sect shall remain hidden and keep our location concealed. Understood. Meanwhile, in a remote area of the Purple Earth Star, the small sect known as the Tianling sect, Wu Feng bowed several times towards his master. Go, my disciple. That Gu is a true celestial being of immense caliber. Serve him faithfully, and you shall surely ascend to greatness, with tears welling in his eyes. Wu Feng exclaimed, Master, I shall go. After descending the mountain, Wu Feng set off in search of Gu Yi, inquiring about his whereabouts from anyone he encountered, but to no avail. My friend, why do you seek Gu Yi? He is currently wanted by the entire Shao clan. Indeed, in your pursuit of him, you may very well be mistaken for an accomplice. After bidding farewell to the gathered cultivators, Wu Feng continued his quest for Gu Yi. Not only Wu Feng, but Yun Nishang and the ancient immortal sect were also on the hunt for him. Patriarch, we have yet to uncover any trace of Gu Yi, Feng Xian reported to Bai Shuang. His expression fraught with concern. Is there any news from Tianshu Pavilion? Bai Shuang, her back turned to Feng Xian, furrowed her brow. Patriarch, there is none. We have already expended substantial spirit stones, yet Tianshu Pavilion reports no information. Bai Shuang let out a cold laugh. Summon Fairy Shui Ying to see me. Chapter 71. The heavens have fallen. The yellow sky must rise. Fairy Shui Ying pays her respects to the patriarch. Bai Shuang wore a gentle smile. Shui Ying, Mr. Gu is in peril, yet we know not his whereabouts. I have decided to dispatch the black and white guardians of the ancient immortal sect to aid you in your search for Mr. Gu. Patriarch, is this true? Excitement flickered in Fairy Shui Ying's eyes. She had long wished to find Gu Yi's trail, but it was as if he had vanished from the mortal realm, with even Tianshu Pavilion unable to locate him. Of course, last time, our ancient immortal sect failed to provide adequate hospitality to Mr. Gu, so this time, it is only right to offer assistance in his time of need. Fairy Shui Ying gratefully thanked the patriarch. Watching her departing figure, Bai Shuang's smile gradually faded, revealing a glimmer of something inscrutable in her gaze. Rumors of Gu Yi had already spread like wildfire across the Purple Earth Star, while at that moment, Gu Yi was seated within the tomb of Li Taibai. The rewards bestowed by the system from this expedition into Li Longji's secret realm were nothing short of bountiful. The foundation of the core formation realm, the chaos body of gods and demons, and mastery of array formations. Though his core formation realm was still minuscule in the grand scheme of the Purple Earth Star, it granted him a measure of self-defense, liberating him from total reliance on experience cards. The chaos body of gods and demons was a unique constitution that allowed him to absorb the strength of others for his own use, boasting formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to conceal himself within the void. Even when faced with foes several realms more powerful, he need not fear that the absorbed strength would backfire or overwhelm him. As for mastering the array formations, when Gu Yi opened his eyes once more, he found he had complete command over all the formations within Li Taibai's tomb. He could even deftly identify flaws in some of the most formidable ancient formations and dismantle them with remarkable precision. With a sigh, Gu Yi exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze glimmering with determination. He still possessed 3 experience cards from Li Longji. Should he encounter a formidable enemy, he would indeed be forced to flee for his life. In the Qin Emperor City, located in the extreme north of the Purple Earth Star, it was predominantly inhabited by mortals, with only a handful of minor cultivators, the highest among them barely reaching the late stages of core formation. As Gu Yi strolled through the city, he felt a sense of ease. With a population of at least 400,000 to 500,000 mortals and no particularly powerful cultivators, it was the perfect place for him to regale stories. Arriving at a central tavern, he gazed at the fluttering banner of the Drunken Immortal Inn and smiled. Stepping inside, at that moment, a stunning woman was seated behind the counter, her head bowed as she arranged her flowing hair. It was the time of sunset, and the tavern was nearly empty. Madam Innkeeper. Ah, are you here to stay or just passing through? Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback as she looked at Gu Yi. A charming smile gracing her features. Staying over, Gu Yi placed a few coins on the counter. Madam Innkeeper, may I borrow your stage for a few days? I wish to share some tales here. Certainly, please proceed, my lord. Yi Qingwan weighed the silver in her palm with a broadening smile. I shall have the servants assist the esteemed guest with preparations this evening. Thank you very much, esteemed innkeeper. Gu Yi gently clasped his hands together before following the innkeeper upstairs. What a refined chamber this is. Gu Yi casually shut the door, poured himself some tea, and began to contemplate the tale he would narrate the following day. Bang! The sound of the gavel immediately attracted a throng of onlookers, with even some lower-ranked cultivators gathering around. Observing the crowd of several hundred, Gu Yi felt no disappointment, knowing that once the story spread, it would surely draw even more people. Mr. Gu, however, before he could utter a word, someone in the crowd had already recognized him. It was a one-eyed swordsman, gazing at Gu Yi in astonishment. Mr. Gu? Is he the one who slain 2 saint-level warriors of the Shao clan? Indeed! My heavens, to think that I could witness such a celestial being in my lifetime. Heh, old man, do you truly believe such nonsense? Another one-armed cultivator sneered. I am over 40 years old, still lingering in the chi condensation realm. Can this youth be even 20? How could he have slain a saint? It is merely a rumor. A saint-level warrior, in a fit of rage, can alter the heavens, obscure the sun and moon, and even upend the world within 1,000 miles. How many saint-level warriors are there across the entire Purple Earth Star? Could it be so simple as he claims? You make a valid point. However, I find myself quite intrigued by the tales of the Great Tang Divine Dynasty that Mr. Gu has previously recounted. The Great Tang Divine Dynasty? The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Ji Yi was taken aback. Had the tales of the Great Tang Divine Dynasty spread so swiftly to the far north? Little did he know that while he was in seclusion at Li Taibai's tomb, a mysterious force was propelling the fervent dissemination of his storytelling. Across the entire Purple Earth Star, none were unaware. The Heavenly Pivot Pavilion mobilized numerous forces to suppress it, yet to no avail. Mr. Gu, may I inquire what transpired after the fall of the Great Tang Divine Dynasty? Yes, Mr. Gu, we too wish to know. Gu Yi smiled faintly, raising his hand slightly to calm the crowd. Please, do not rush. Allow me to unfold the tale at my own pace. In the waning years of the Divine Dynasty, there arose a practitioner of the demonic path. Known as Zhang Jiao, he raised the banner, proclaiming that the heavens had perished and the yellow sky must rise. With an overwhelming force, he toppled the decayed Great Tang Divine Dynasty. Zhang Jiao's dissemination. 0200000 trust value. 050000 The proclamation of the heavens' demise and the rise of the yellow sky is indeed audacious. Though Zhang Jiao is a figure of the demonic path, he can be regarded as a formidable hero of his time. Zhang Jiao established the Yellow Turban Army, sweeping away the remnants of the Great Tang Divine Dynasty. The swallowing of heaven technique, as its name suggests, can consume even the heavens, thus Zhang Jiao swept through the world, unmatched. Mr. Gu, does this imply that Zhang Jiao single-handedly established a dynasty even mightier than the Great Tang Divine Dynasty? The earlier one-armed cultivator cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yi, sneering. The Great Tang Divine Dynasty endured for countless years. We have never heard of a dynasty beneath the Great Tang that should be quite near us. Yet we remain unaware of it. Do not be disrespectful to Mr. Gu. The one-eyed swordsman suddenly drew his blade. I once ventured into the tomb of the immortal Emperor Li Longji and personally witnessed Mr. Gu battle his puppet, Princess Taiping. The one-armed cultivator snorted. He was no match for the one-eyed swordsman and had to relent, Yu Yi continued. Zhang Jiao was not merely the last of the Great Tang Divine Dynasty, but a reincarnated being transcending time and space. Reincarnated being? The crowd below exchanged glances. They say that embarking on the path of cultivation is an act against the heavens. Death signifies the end of existence, and one does not enter the cycle of reincarnation. How then can there be talk of reincarnation? Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. Jiu Yi, you are indeed here. Chapter 72. The gathering of great figures. A massive rift tore open in the void, and several figures stepped through. At the forefront stood a burly man, his face like black iron, adorned with a bushy beard, exuding an unsettling aura. Following him were Elder Chu Huaishan, Zhao Huai, and Zhao Zhen. Elder Xiang, it is this man. Chu Huaishan respectfully addressed the bearded man ahead. Gu Yi. The bearded man let out a cold snort, emanating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire Qin Emperor city. Whether cultivators or mortals, none could stand. All knelt upon the ground, trembling, their eyes filled with terror. In their eyes, The bearded man was akin to an unreachable celestial being, a death god who could take their lives at any moment. Gu Yi felt a tightness in his breath, quickly gripping the experience card in his hand. Yet, he did not rush to use it. He sensed that this time, it was not only the heavenly pivot pavilion that had come. Heh, when did you become indifferent to the lives of mortals, Xiang Wuji? The philosophy of the heavenly pivot pavilion is such that it brings calamity to living beings. Another thunderous sound reverberated. The void split open once more, and a stooped figure emerged from the abyss. It was an old man, leaning on a cane, his face displaying a gentle smile, yet his pressure was evidently greater than that of Xiang Wuji. Heh, Lei Zhen, you old wretch from the Shao clan have come out as well? The bearded man coldly scoffed at Xiang Wuji, then retracted his pressure. Has the Shao clan's patronage become insufficient, driving you to this far northern land? Xiang Wuji, do not put on airs here. You and I both know the purpose of our visit. There is no need for pretense. Lei Zhen's sharp eyes turned towards Gu Yi. Surrender the Wheel Sutra and obediently return with me to the Shao clan for punishment. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience what it means to suffer worse than death. Old fool, do you not regard the heavenly pivot pavilion? Xiang Wuji stepped forward, directly confronting Lei Zhen. Diu Yi is the person our pavilion master has specifically summoned. You shall not take him, heh? Lei Zhen scoffed dismissively. The heavenly pivot pavilion was indeed powerful in the past, but ever since your former pavilion master perished in the outer starry sky. You? Silence, Xiang Wuji barked. This is a secret of the heavenly pivot pavilion. How do you know of it? Xiang Wuji, you are of considerable age. Do not discuss such meaningless matters. Today, my sole objective is to take Gu Yi away. As for the secrets he harbors, we can share them later. Lei Zhen smiled lightly. Share? Lei Zhen, do you think I would believe such words? Xiang Wuji cast a sidelong glance. He understood Lei Zhen's character all too well. Were it not for your life and death pact with the head of the Shao clan, you would likely not return to the Shao clan after obtaining Gu Yi. Since you speak thus, let us see who prevails. Both men simultaneously emanated a binding force, which instantly descended upon Gu Yi merely swept a glance. Already aware, he was now a master of formations and could easily identify the flaws within. Just as Gu Yi tightened his grip on the experience card, ready to act, another thunderous sound echoed from above. Today, no one shall harm Mr. Gu. A delicate voice rang out as Shuang Xianzi appeared in midair. Flanked by two other figures, one donned a black robe, the other a white robe. The black and white protectors of the ancient immortal sect. Xiang Wuji of the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion and Lei Zhen of the Shao clan both trembled, their eyes revealing a hint of apprehension. The strength of the black and white protectors surpassed their own, and their methods were unpredictable and varied, possessing a combined technique that could rival a half-step immortal emperor's power. Black and white protectors, Gu Yi conceals great secrets, and our Shao clan possesses a treasured artifact. Surely you are aware of this? Lei Zhen spoke in a low voice, no longer exhibiting the arrogance he had moments ago. He lacked the standing to be haughty before the black and white protectors. Even within the entire Shao clan, only a handful could stand confidently before them. Heh, the Shao clan seeks the Wheel Sutra. Simply take it by your own merit. Why trouble yourself with Mr. Gu? The white protector casually fiddled with the ring on his hand, speaking nonchalantly. The sect master has issued an order. The ancient immortal sect will do everything in its power to protect Mr. Gu. Should anyone obstruct, they shall be killed without mercy. A benevolent smile juxtaposed with a chilling murderous intent. Chu Huaishan and the others' expressions changed. Lei Zhen and Xiang Wuji retreated, standing in the void, no longer speaking, but secretly communicating with their respective forces. The white protector did not intervene, turning to Gu Yi. Mr. Gu, please continue. Shuang Xianzi descended, coming to Gu Ye's side, offering a gentle smile. Mr. Gu, I hope you have been well. It seems I owe the ancient immortal sect yet another significant favor this time. Gu Yi sighed, then put away the experience card he had been tightly gripping, and once more struck the gavel. The scene finally returned to calm. Mr. Gu, what does it mean to be a reincarnated being? Below, a cultivator poses a question. In truth, Zhang Jiao was not a figure of the late Tang dynasty. He was born in the waning years of the Han dynasty, a would-be usurper seeking to overthrow the rule of the Han. Ha, such utter nonsense. Lei Zhen could not contain his derision and retorted. I have heard this for quite some time. Did you not claim that Zhang Jiao brought about the downfall of the Tang dynasty, and now he has become a figure of the Han dynasty? Is your hearing impaired? Mr. Gu clearly stated that he aimed to overthrow the Han dynasty. With the black and white guardians present, Xueying, the fairy, showed no fear of Lei Zhan and boldly countered his remarks. Lei Zhan's face turned a shade of deep anger, yet he was powerless to respond. Mr. Gu, which faction does this Han dynasty belong to? Is it not less formidable than the Tang dynasty? Another cultivator below posed yet another question. Indeed, Gu nodded in affirmation. The Han dynasty preceded the Tang dynasty. Although its overall national strength may not compare to that of the Tang, it was a time teeming with heroes. Among them, the ranks of immortal emperors and holy sovereigns were indeed numerous. Humph! Xiang Wuji scoffed, sneering, utter nonsense. Who does not know that the Purple Earth Star has not seen an immortal emperor for a millennium? Even in earlier times, immortal emperors were a rarity. You dare to claim they were plentiful? What sort of force with such abundance of immortal emperors could possibly face extinction? Gu did not even glance at Xiang Wuji hovering above and continued. In truth, the real destroyer of the Tang dynasty was Zhu Wen, whose many techniques bore striking similarities to those of Zhang Jiao, leading many to believe he was the reincarnation of Zhang Jiao. Zhu Wen had no memory of his past life, relying solely on his exceptional talent and innate gifts. He swept through the forces of the dynasty and ultimately overthrew the Tang, establishing the later Liang dynasty. Chapter 73. The souls accompanying the burial, the assembled crowd was left in stunned silence. Astonished that such a powerful Tang dynasty could be brought to ruin by an inconspicuous figure. Moreover, the uncanny similarity in fate between the Han and Tang dynasties left many pondering the implications of Zhang Jiao. In an instant, numerous gazes were cast upon Gu, eager for clarification. Yet some stood with disdain, even shattering their teacups in protest. Such demonic words to mislead the masses. A rather handsome young man suddenly rose, his aura surging, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that startled the many powerful figures present. Mr. Gu, I previously held your words in utmost belief, crossing thousands of miles to hear your tale, yet your assertions today are utterly preposterous. If the Tang dynasty had so many strong figures, how could it be toppled by an unknown individual? Is it possible that Zhu Wen's strength surpassed that of countless mighty beings? Such a character? Surely I cannot believe it. And I ask you to inquire among those present who could accept this notion. Gu paused momentarily, appraising the young man, and felt a surge of admiration. The youth's appearance was striking, his overwhelming aura wild and fierce, particularly accentuated by the ancient sword strapped to his waist, which, though appearing unremarkable, was adorned with a myriad of golden runes upon closer inspection, resembling an artifact from beyond the heavens. The myriad powerful figures converged closer, their eyes rife with murderous intent. This is no place for your arrogance. I advise you to apologize to Mr. Gu, or we shall strike you down. For so long, everything Gu has spoken has come to pass. Yet this ignorant youth dares to disrupt the discourse, truly outrageous. Today, let us take it upon ourselves to rid Gu of this insufferable brat. The strong from various factions brandished their weapons, each radiating an extraordinary presence. The youth, however, remained unfazed, slowly drawing his sword, the aura that erupted from it reminiscent of ancient primordial chaos, striking terror into the hearts of those present. Upon recognizing the sword, Gu's heart was set aflame with astonishment. It resembled a celestial meteorite that had fallen within Lushan's secret realm. Such an item could only be treated as a mere trinket, devoid of true function, yet in the hands of this youth, it exuded immense power. To a degree, this transcended the essence of the secret realm, for this youth had managed to transform a seemingly ordinary meteorite into a formidable treasure, thus proving himself to be a prodigious talent. Clearing his throat twice, Gu raised his hand to gesture gently. Everyone, please do not act impulsively. My statements are but one perspective, and skepticism is natural. As long as you are here, you are guests of mine. And I kindly ask you to remain seated and listen. Hearing this, the powerful figures from various factions dared not act rashly, retreating to the sides. Gu cleared his throat again, locking his gaze onto the youth. Zhu Wen indeed was the destroyer of the Tang dynasty. Although he was not an unparalleled powerhouse, he possessed a cunning and strategic mind like few others. His era coincided with the twilight years of the Tang dynasty, during which many strong figures had already passed. and the imperial family was in a state of utter decline. Zhu Wen seized the opportunity to rebel, leading his army of divine soldiers into the imperial city, ultimately toppling the Tang dynasty. As these words fell, the audience raised their heads in unison. Divine soldiers? What are those? A voice inquired, and the scene fell silent, all eyes converging upon Gu, indifferently sipping his tea. Gu retrieved a pre-drawn sketch from his possession, raising it high. The divine soldiers are a form of ancient formation passed down through the ages, wielding powers beyond measure for those who grasp its essence, something unseen throughout eternity. Slaying beings of a higher rank is merely a commonplace occurrence. Upon hearing this, a tempest of astonishment stirred within the hearts of all present. Who could have imagined such an existence still thrived in the world? The youth who had spoken earlier was left momentarily dumbfounded. If such a formation truly existed, the annihilation of a dynasty might indeed be feasible. Just as he prepared to raise his inquiry, Gu had already vanished from sight. The Tang dynasty's Zhu Wen had garnered 800 trust points. Current progress, 830,000. Completion of the entire progress will unlock rewards. Jiyu had slipped into a carriage he had long prepared. Sometimes, maintaining an air of mystery was essential. If he were constantly tracked by these individuals, endless troubles would surely follow. However, the trust point progress for this Tang dynasty Zhu Wen tale was significantly more substantial than previous accounts. Reaching an impressive 30,000 points, it appeared that in order to amass sufficient trust points, the stories concocted must be particularly vivid. To speak plainly, it was essential to convey to these outsiders an overwhelming sense of benefit. A mere divine soldier formation would hardly suffice to whet their appetites. Fortunately, those who placed their unwavering faith in him had already spread throughout the world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accumulate 800 trust points so swiftly. Pouring a cup from the nearby wine jug, just as he was about to drink, a figure suddenly leaped from a distance, landing gracefully atop the carriage. Mr. Gu, you truly possess remarkable skills. You can harness this divine dragon steed without a coachman. A clear voice rang out, startling Gu. The divine dragon steed had been procured through immense effort over recent days, capable of traveling vast distances with unparalleled speed. Gu, feeling somewhat exasperated, lifted the curtain. Since you are here, come and share a drink. The young man wasted no time, entering and sitting cross-legged, taking generous swigs from the wine jug. Mr. Gu, you seem to have left something unfinished. Why the rush to depart? Gu chuckled lightly, turning to gaze out of the window with an inscrutable expression. Among the many strong figures of the Tang, the most challenging to discuss is indeed Zhu Wen, who, in his youth, was considered a formidable force, championing the weak and garnering the love of the common folk. Yet, once he grasped power, the dragon-slaying youth became a malevolent dragon, turning his blade against those who once adored him, indulging in excess and committing unspeakable atrocities. He even seized the wives of his own sons for his harem, becoming a beast beyond compare. The youth could not help but frown, stepping forward with a penetrating gaze fixed upon Gu. Mr. Gu, what purpose do you see in recounting the deeds of such a villain? Gu immediately raised his wine cup, a fervor igniting in his countenance. He'll rescue the countless souls he forcibly condemned to accompany him in death. The young man's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Accompanying souls? You mean living sacrifices? Chapter 74. The recruitment of personnel precisely. Gu suddenly lifted his gaze, as if looking up at something, and tears welled in his eyes. In his later years, Zhu Wen was exceedingly brutal, killing at will in the streets, and at the moment of his demise, he commanded countless innocent lives to accompany him in death. Time passed, and these souls had long since become vengeful spirits, trapped in the tombs by the divine soldiers. Recently, I observed the celestial signs. The tyrant's tomb is about to appear. These days, I have sought to gather a group of benevolent souls to accompany me on this journey to liberate these restless spirits. The young man was instantly filled with empathy, retreating 2 steps and prostrating himself on the ground, his eyes brimming with reverence. I was previously ignorant. I implore you to forgive me, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu nearly burst into laughter. And it was fortunate that he possessed a modicum of acting skill. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to intimidate anyone. And no need for excessive courtesy. Rise quickly. May I inquire your esteemed name and the school from which you hail? The young man then straightened up, retrieving a rough wooden plaque from his person and presenting it. I am Fong Wenjing, a disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect. Mr. Gu examined the plaque for quite some time. Apart from the young man's name, it bore only the 4 characters of Tianyuan sword sect, and the material of the plaque was exceedingly ordinary, seemingly crafted from easily obtainable paulownia wood. Having encountered the tokens of various major sects in recent days, he knew they were typically made from special materials, some even possessing unique abilities or capable of integrating one's soul with the object. Forgive my ignorance. Mr. Gu returned the plaque. I have never heard of the Tianyuan sword sect. May I ask where it is located? Fong Wenjing was momentarily taken aback. In his eyes, Mr. Gu was a person of boundless knowledge, yet he had never heard of his lineage. However, he felt no anger, only a tinge of embarrassment. You jest, sir. The Tianyuan sword sect is indeed a minor existence, passed down through a single lineage, with at most 3 or 4 members at any given time. Currently, apart from myself, there is only one junior sister in the sect. Gu nodded repeatedly. Having been accustomed to the grand sects, he found this lesser-known sect somewhat unfamiliar. Nonetheless, the formidable presence of Fong Wenjing, cloaked in an aura of sanctity, rendered his true cultivation inscrutable. Importantly, this individual was exceptionally pure-hearted, devoid of ulterior motives. Perhaps he could be of use. Oh, be candid, Brother Fong. The tomb of Zhu Wen has surfaced, and it is a secret realm teeming with the essence of heaven and earth. The opportunities that arise there are by no means inferior to those found in the Enlushan's secret realm. However, this time, I do not wish to disclose any information to the outside world. Fong Wenjing looked up in confusion, his eyes reflecting a deep bewilderment. Why is that? Mr. Gu stood and lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing thoughtfully out the window. The major sects have been entangled with me solely for the inheritance opportunities within the secret realm. Yet this time, my sole intent is to rescue the tens of thousands of wronged souls. Should the major sects learn of the secret realm's location, they will undoubtedly dispatch a multitude of powerful individuals to contend for it. At that point, not only will I be unable to rescue the souls, but the entire relic may also be destroyed. If Zhu Wen's spirit or consciousness is unleashed, it will surely spell disaster. Fong Wenjing's eyes displayed a hint of determination, and just as he was about to speak, Mr. Gu sighed. However, if I do not disseminate the information, I will be unable to recruit benevolent individuals like you to accompany me in rescuing the wronged souls. Therefore, I must seek another venue to share this tale while endeavoring to recruit formidable allies. Fong Wenjing nodded emphatically, suddenly stepping forward to grasp Mr. Gu's wrist. Gu is indeed a person of great wisdom and virtue. I happen to know a splendid place where we can both discuss and gather the individuals you seek. If you trust me, let us proceed there. Mr. Gu, eager for the opportunity, nodded vigorously. I in the city of Luan. At the great Xianghua Temple, a monk clad in white held transparent prayer beads, standing before the temple, his entire being radiating golden light, with 3 golden lotus petals adorning his forehead, harmonizing beautifully with the luminous aura surrounding him. His youthful visage bore a touch of innocence yet exuded an innate righteousness. A multitude of devotees knelt piously at the entrance, chanting sutras. Master Lu Zong. A hurried call suddenly rang out from nearby, and Fong Wenjing joyfully rushed forward to embrace Lu Zong. The surrounding devotees were startled. Although Lu Zong appeared youthful, his cultivation was extraordinarily high, and no one dared to act so familiarly before him. Yet, to their surprise, Lu Zong merely smiled and gently pushed Fong Wenjing away. Did you not set out to travel the world, following that esteemed Mr. Gu? What brings you back to me so unexpectedly? Fong Wenjing chuckled softly and gestured towards the distant carriage. Mr. Gu, this is the Lu Zong Zen master I mentioned to you. He is exceptionally skilled in liberating wronged souls. Mr. Gu lifted the curtain, feigning solemnity as he waved his folding fan respectfully before Lu Zong, bowing in a gesture of reverence. Meeting in person is far more impactful than mere reputation. Master Lu Zong indeed possesses remarkable poise. Just as Gu spoke, he felt his greeting was somewhat inappropriate and was about to rephrase. But Lu Zong responded with a bow, stepping aside. Gu has traveled from afar. Please, come inside for a cup of cool tea. Gu was momentarily taken aback. This monk was truly humble and courteous. Thank you, master. Just then, a fierce aura surged from a distance, accompanied by piercing screams, causing the devotees at the entrance to panic. their eyes filled with terror. Lu Zong furrowed his brow slightly, and amidst the flickering golden light, he vanished from his spot, reappearing in the air in the blink of an eye. "Beast, do you dare to return?" A voice imbued with divine authority resonated as Lu Zong raised his palm. A colossal swastika phantom shimmering behind him. The sight left Mr.Gu in awe. Although he had encountered numerous prodigies from major sects, they paled in comparison to this young monk, with a mere wave of his hand. A gigantic golden palm descended with thunderous force, sending a wild boar flying across the distance. Mr.Gu was immediately exhilarated. If such a person were to accompany him into Zhu Wen's tomb, at the very least, his personal safety would be assured. However, upon catching sight of the boar, his expression darkened. Why does this creature seem somewhat familiar? Just as he was lost in thought, the boar suddenly unleashed a deafening roar, and its body swelled in the wind, transforming into human form. Mr.Gu found himself momentarily dazed, instinctively retreating 2 steps. This creature resembles the beast from the Enlushan tomb. After the conclusion of the Enlushan saga, he had not given it much thought, but now it appeared that the aftermath was more complex than he had imagined. The major sects were solely interested in the inheritance opportunities within the tomb, showing little concern for other matters. In the chaos of battle, it was entirely possible for the tomb to be breached, and this beast likely emerged during that time. Chapter 75. The young monk clearing his throat. Mr.Gu grasped an experience card firmly in his hand. After all, the turmoil here was instigated by him, and it was only right that he should resolve it, even if it meant wasting an experience card. It would ease his conscience. Just as he prepared to take action, Lu Zong had already summoned a golden staff, which he wielded with force, piercing through the beast's body. Umitba. Lu Zong clasped his hands together, as if performing an utterly mundane act, slowly descending to the ground. I know not where these beasts are coming from, but they often run amok here, taking countless lives. I have lost count of the killings I have had to commit. Mr.Gu suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. As he was about to step forward to speak, Fang Wenjing ran over excitedly, grabbing Lu Zhang's arm. "It has been many days since we last met. Master, your cultivation has advanced significantly. It seems that Mr. Gu's quest may come to fruition." Lu Zong appeared somewhat fatigued, but nonetheless mustered his strength to approach Mr. Gu. "Benefactor Gu, may I inquire where you wish to liberate the wronged souls?" Mr. Gu, disregarding the formalities, immediately seized Lu Zhang's other arm. "To be candid, Master, the souls I wish to liberate are those within the Zhu Wen secret realm." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that the surrounding common folk could hear clearly. Regardless, the matters concerning the Zhu Wen secret realm needed to be disseminated. As for recruiting personnel, that was merely a fade for crafting a persona. In the world outside, one's identity is self-assigned. Some personas must be maintained. Moreover, this recruiting effort presented a threshold for selection, gathering individuals around him, and when necessary, he could establish his own influence. The major sects frequently approached him, which was quite bothersome. Their methods were predominantly coercive and enticing, as they perceived Mr.Gu as a lone wolf. Most importantly, experience cards were limited in number. He needed to ensure a formidable presence by his side. The nearby commoners were drawn in, gathering around with fervent gazes fixed on Mr. Gu. They had all heard tales of similar legends and secret realms and held a firm belief in them. Naturally, they yearned to hear first-hand news related to the secret realm. Observing the situation, Mr. Gu decided to drop his pretense. "Master, you may not be aware, but the infamous Zhu Wen, before his demise, dragged tens of thousands of living souls to accompany him in death. Now that I have discovered the location of his secret realm, I am determined to liberate the souls within and destroy his tomb." Lu Zong nodded, his expression unwavering. "Such matters are the duty of a monk. With but a word from you, Benefactor Gu, I am willing to brave fire and water without hesitation." Mr.Gu was momentarily taken aback. This was rather too agreeable, with no questions asked. "There is no rush, Master. Please take a moment to rest. We shall discuss the remaining matters later." Lu Zong let out a gentle breath, and together with Fang Wenjing, they entered the temple. The surrounding commoners, however, closed in, each eye reflecting a hint of greed. Their earlier piety evaporated. "Mr. Gu, what you just mentioned about the Zhu Wen secret realm, could it truly be the case?" Gu Ye's lips curled into a faint smile, indicating that these fellows had taken the bait. Oh, not rush, my friends. In 2 hours, I shall be storytelling at the tea shed ahead. Should you be interested? Feel free to join me. With this remark, he turned and entered the temple. Liu Zong sat cross-legged on the bed, radiating an astonishing golden light, while the surrounding sky manifested a dense array of runes. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, instinctively retreating 2 steps. The room, though confined, was adorned with inscribed scriptures, suggesting a complete system of cultivation. The books on the shelf exuded a potent aura, with the very characters inscribed upon them possessing formidable power. This place resembled a miniature secret realm. Fang Wenjing rushed to his side, grasping his shoulder and signaling for silence. We mustn't utter a word. Disrupting the meditation of Buddhist teachings is most taboo. Let us exit for now. Diu Yi nodded and, together with Fang Wenjing, withdrew from the room. At that moment, a violent force erupted from the sky. With dark clouds converging ominously, countless bolts of lightning crashed down, shattering a nearby statue of Buddha into fragments. This is bad. Those rascals are back, Fang Wenjing shouted, dashing outside, her iron sword suddenly releasing an overwhelming aura that surged through the heavens. Gu Yi furrowed his brows, realizing that this place was indeed far from tranquil, with formidable foes appearing without warning. In such dire circumstances, he reluctantly held a trial card in his hand. An endless surge of power gathered in the sky, with bolts of lightning occasionally striking the streets, leaving chaos in their wake. The common folk fled in terror, while several formidable cultivators leaped onto rooftops, wielding iron chains, their eyes ablaze with fury. I never expected these scoundrels to return. Have they not had enough of bloodshed? It's all due to those vile secret realms. These creatures have escaped from within. Those grand sects are truly shameless, only caring for their own opportunities while unleashing these threats upon the innocent. Enough of that. Master Liu Zong should be healing now. The rest is up to you. Diu Yi felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing the chaos. Had it not been for him, perhaps this place would not have descended into such turmoil. After a brief moment to steady his breath, he hurriedly exited the Daxiangguo temple. At that moment, Fang Wenjing soared into the sky, her iron sword emanating a dominating presence, a colossal bird, adorned with intricate runes upon its wings, suddenly appeared, each rune radiating a dazzling light as countless fissures opened in the sky. A swarm of flying insects surged downward, their combined force striking the ground with tremendous might, creating numerous craters. Disregarding the chaos, Fang Wenjing shouted, and the power within her transformed into a massive azure dragon, soaring skyward and staunchly occupying the fissure. The overwhelming energy rapidly sealed the gap, yet the number of demon beasts emerging was already substantial. The largest bird squinted its eyes, its power enveloping the entire city like a hellish shroud, before it morphed into a giant that landed heavily on the ground. From this moment forth, all humans here shall be my prey. Line up obediently to be devoured, or your souls shall be extinguished. With a fierce display of strength, countless chains burst forth, ensnaring Fang Wenjing. Chapter 76. I am the bait whoever dares to wreak havoc here. I shall ensure your souls are scattered, Fang Wenjing bellowed, her sword exploding with radiant golden light. Countless sword energies surged upwards, first severing the iron chains before charging towards the heart of the giant bird. A chilling scream echoed as the massive bird was forcefully cast aside, surrounded by a whirlwind of runes that quickly enveloped it. Fang Wenjing took 2 steps back, one hand gripping her sword and the other clutching its blade. As an immense surge of power radiated from her, the seemingly crude long sword now emanated a sharp aura. It was unfathomable to think how potent this blade could become once fully refined. Heavenly Sword Slash. A colossal wave of sword energy coalesced in the sky, piercing through the giant bird's body and shattering its very soul into fragments. Fang Wenjing exhaled a breath of exhaustion as she descended to the ground. The previous technique having drained her entirely of energy, Diu Yi hurried forward to support her. Are you all right? By the way, your sword technique bears resemblance to the Taibai sword cannon, does it not? Fang Wenjing chuckled sheepishly, producing a map from her belongings. I've been fond of your storytelling for quite some time. Whenever you were nearby, I would go to great lengths to attend. This map chronicles my journey to your performances. I've visited those secret realms as well, and I've observed your techniques multiple times. I mimicked your moves and managed to develop the heavenly sword slash. However, Without a foundational technique, each use drains me completely. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, sir. Guyi was taken aback by the routes marked on the map. From the moment of Li Taibai's transmission, this fellow had already been his devoted fan. The fact that he could create such a formidable sword technique merely by observing was an undeniable testament to his genius. What astonished him further was that despite always being present during the opening of secret realms, Fang Wenjing had never sought to claim any opportunities for himself, remaining an unheralded talent even with such prowess. With integrity, humility, and remarkable skill, having such an individual by his side would prove invaluable. To craft such a potent sword technique from mere imitation was indeed a mark of extraordinary talent. If he were to join one of the grand sects, he would surely be nurtured as a core disciple. Fang Wenjing waved her hand, her smile fading. Sir, you are unaware that I have sought to study in these sects, yet each time I was unceremoniously expelled, deemed lacking in talent and comprehension. Initially, I believed I was indeed talentless until I witnessed a group carrying rare treasures, ushering a foolish child into their ranks. That was when I understood the true nature of talent and comprehension. Ji Yi felt a twinge of empathy. He had already grasped this truth before his arrival in this realm. The notion of talent had long been intertwined with wealth and power. Gently patting Fang Wenjing's shoulder, he turned his gaze towards the sky above Daxiangguo Temple. A cluster of dark entities had gathered there, appearing neither human nor spirit, emanating an exceedingly sinister aura. Should an ordinary person come into contact with them, they would likely be obliterated by their eerie power. At such a juncture, Guyi could no longer hesitate. Slowly drawing his Tianjian sword, just as he prepared to engage, a burst of Buddhist light surged forth, scattering those entities. Liuzong emerged from the temple, stretching leisurely. In recent days, the number of malevolent beings has increased, depriving the common folk of a moment's peace. I have been unable to discern the root of this commotion. Clearing his throat to mask his own embarrassment, he gestured towards a distant mountain. The Zhuwen secret realm. It harbors tens of thousands of vengeful souls. These creatures are likely drawn here by their lingering energy. If we can guide these souls to transcendence, they shall disperse without need for conflict. Liuzong raised his gaze towards the horizon and softly intoned, But in that case, let us depart. We must cleanse this filth post-haste. Ji Yi felt a pang of unease and hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him. The current level of trust and influence was far from sufficient, and the system's rewards had yet to materialize. The mountain was desolate at this time. Venturing there now would yield nothing. The opening of the secret realm would require more time, and it was fraught with peril. Should the three of them recklessly intrude, they might fall victim to the traps within. Liuzong furrowed his brow. Then, what do you propose, Mr. Gu? Guyi immediately adopted the demeanor of a sage, contemplating for a moment. Such matters cannot be rushed. In addition to gathering reliable allies, we must attract the powerful from various sects here. Only with their aid to counter the celestial mechanisms and hidden pathways within can we hope to guide the wandering souls to peace.